Chapter 161. These people have obviously colluded to force you to abdicate. They just want to embarrass you. Manager Feng was once the champion of the world debate competition. It's really weird that he was speechless by your second uncle. And those two sentences he said, is that his level? If they hadn't colluded in advance, I would jump down from here. You can't go to apologize. If you go, you will fulfill their wishes. After the meeting, Ding Jia's assistant talked to him, and Ding Jia just listened silently. Is it done? Ding Jia asked after the assistant stopped. Is it done? Go prepare the car. Okay. Persuasion is useless. He has been used to it, and the advice he gave is not valuable. Sometimes, a helper who gathers all the helpers is really not as good as a helper who can set off the boss's ability, especially when the boss is still a young boss. At the meeting just now, all the directors decided that Ding Jia would apologize and calm down the incident. They didn't discuss it with him at all, they just wanted to embarrass him. The future guild spent so much effort to investigate them, and declared war so loudly, how could they just listen to his light apology, and then let it go? So what if he and Lin Qimeng were classmates? Not to mention that they didn't have a good relationship when they were in school, so what if they had a good relationship? Although Lin Qimeng is the president of the future guild, who can't see who is the real boss? This is just like their company. He is the nominal acting chairman, so doesn't he have to apologize in person? But no matter what he thinks, he still has to go. Challenges are also opportunities. If he can get past this time, then he will have a chance to stand firm. Ding Jia and his assistant quickly arrived at the future guild. After talking to the front desk lady, they began to wait in their seats. The office size and overall volume of the future guild are not even comparable to their Redwood capital. But Ding Jia saw the genuine joy on the faces of these staff members, an emotion that they usually don't see on their faces. While the wolf culture has brought them high efficiency, it has also made ordinary employees full of anxiety. He doesn't want to comment on the good or bad things brought by this fundamental system, but he still likes such a company in his heart. Mr. Ding, please come with me. While Ding Jia was thinking about these things, the front desk lady took him to the conference room, where Lin Qimeng and Sister Hua were already waiting for him. Long time no see, two old classmates. Ding Jia said to them immediately after seeing the two. Long time no see, why did Vice Chairman Ding come here today? Sister Hua said. Ding Jia was the vice president of the student union when he was in school, and Lin Qimeng was the chairman, so their relationship was not very good. Of course, it was because of that little thing in the game. I came here today to apologize to you too. I hope you can let go of those guilds under my command. Ding Jia's words confused the two people. They couldn't figure out what this man was up to. He was too direct and humble, wasn't he? Didn't he know that this kind of behavior was a taboo in negotiations? He couldn't have not known. Ding Jia looked at the expressions of the two people and smiled, then said with some self-mockery, You don't have to be like this, I really came to apologize. And you should have heard about my situation. I am taking the blame for someone else. If it was really me who did this, do you think I would be so easily found out by you? Even if it was the Yi family who did it, they would not be able to find out if I wanted to. Ding Jia was very confident when he said this, but Lin Qimeng and the others did not believe it. They thought that this man must have some conspiracy. What do you want to express? Lin Qimeng. In fact, we can cooperate. What I want is to gain a foothold in the company, and what you lack is a shelter before you grow up. As long as you are listed under our name, this kind of trouble will never happen in the future. At the same time, I will not interfere with any of your decisions, nor will I share any of your interests. I will only list my name. Ding Jia. Haha. Lin Qimeng and Sister Hua suddenly laughed when they heard this, and then Sister Hua said to him, You are still the same as before. We appreciate your kindness. If there is nothing else, please go back. Ding Jia smiled when he heard this, then stood up and left. Before leaving, he said to Lin Qimeng, This action is actually just a small fight. If you keep being so tough, you will definitely face more crazy attacks from them. I hope you will consider cooperating with me. After he finished speaking, he left. Lin Qimeng and Sister Hua did not take his words as alarmist, but chose to take them seriously. However, they were serious, because they did not know what the other party was going to do, so they could only choose to fight back. 1 week later. These days, through Lao Wang's unlimited hunting, the anchors on the banner platform have basically become safe zone anchors. This caused the popularity of their platform to decline severely, and the stock price shrunk severely. But for some reason, they were still holding on, until today when the situation suddenly changed. What happened? Lao Wang came to the guild battleship and asked Lin Qimeng. I don't know the specific situation. Since this morning, People in our guild have been killed. Even if their names are hidden, it doesn't work. Now we can't even get out of the safe zone," Sister Hua said. It was rare to see her a little flustered. It seems that the situation is really not optimistic this time. "Have you investigated who did it?" Sister Hua looked at Yi Maozi, who had just come over. He shook his head at Sister Hua and said, "Only those guilds under Hongmu know, but their strength is obviously not enough to do this. The Yi family didn't find anything. The person behind this time is really not simple." When everyone was at a loss, Ding Jie contacted Lin Qiming again with a video, and she was directly released. "What do you think, old classmate?" After the video was connected, Ding Jie said directly to Lin Qiming, "When did you, Ding Jie, have this kind of strength? Didn't you say you would never be inferior to others in your life?" Lin Qiming said sarcastically. "I didn't expect you to remember what I said, but sometimes people still have to face reality." Yo. What did I hear? You really said everything. Have you forgotten how you schemed for the position of student union president? Sister Hua. Sister Hua's words reminded Ding Jie of some unpleasant things, and he was immediately a little bit broken. He sneered and said, "I don't want to reminisce about the past with you, but all we want is to invest in your guild. This is a win-win situation. I advise you to think about it. If you keep wasting time like this, you will be the ones who will be delayed. As long as the cooperation is not carried out, you will not be able to leave the safe zone." "Oh, don't think about leaving the safe zone. I wait for you in the starry sky." Wang Qianduo sneered after hearing his words, and flew to the starry sky outside the safe zone of the Mother Star base. But after a while, he came back because no one came to kill him. Those people are not stupid. They know they are not Lao Wang's opponents, so how could they send him up? "Notice everyone, we will never give in. Whoever kills you will be killed. If you can't beat him, put his name on the guild's enemy list." After Lao Wang came back, Lin Qiming said to everyone in the guild. As soon as her order was given, the future guild was immediately indignant and began to move out in groups, but they dared not act again after a day. It's not that the future guild is not strong enough, it has the bonus of the first guild and the first kill of the next copy. The cohesion and strength of the future guild are second to none. But the enemies they faced were too strong. Not only were all of them level 30 mechas, but their number was several times theirs. The people's several attacks were completely ineffective, and they suffered heavy losses. Soon a bad mood spread in the future guild, and some people began to worry about the future of the guild. This emotion accumulated quickly, and it made everyone in the future guild feel extremely depressed. When they learned from some caring people that they suffered all this because Lin Qiming and others refused to accept the capital injection, this emotion finally broke out. The excited members came to Lin Qiming and others to complain, and some even came to argue with them. For such people, Wang Qianduo and others only had one sentence: "If you don't want to stay, leave." Chapter 162. In a virtual world like the game world, people are easily impulsive, so the first player to quit the future guild appeared, followed by the second, the third. Wang Qianduo and others did not feel any regret for the departure of these people. These people who can only share the joys and sorrows with you are useless even if they have the ability. Just after the withdrawal trend of the future guild stopped, Lao Wang came to the team dungeon of Black Shark Star. He came to kill people, and his target was none other than Ding Jie. He received the news that he was going to the dungeon, so he came to ambush. Soon Ding Jie appeared, and he was about to go to the next dungeon with the team. Ding Jie's mecha is an intelligent black magic mecha, a rare dark magic mecha, very distinctive and easy to identify. Ding Jie didn't know that Wang Qianduo was squatting on him, and he was walking swaggeringly as usual. Then a light arrow flew out of thin air, and hit the head of the black magic mecha. Weakness critical hit reduced by 12402. Ding Jie was killed instantly. His teammates were stunned after seeing this scene, and then glared at Lao Wang and prepared to rush up to him for revenge. However, Ding Jie ordered, "Run! Don't go up!" Unfortunately, his order was too slow. Lao Wang had already rushed into their team and turned on the photon ray. Soon their group of 50 people was wiped out. Killing Ding Jie may not change the future situation of the guild, but it's cool. He has found a way to solve the troubles of the future guild. Killing him is really just for fun. After having fun, Wang Qianduo returned to the Mother Star base and drove the Night Owl flying boat modified by several big guys, and set out on the journey again. The people behind this time hid very deeply, but they could hide it from others, but not from Ling. This time, Lao Wang let Ling enter the real network to check this matter for the first time. Zero was really awesome. It only took a few seconds to find out who was behind him. This is the horror of artificial intelligence. In the internet world, it is an omnipotent god. The people who attacked the future guild this time were a force called by Shui. This name that Lao Wang had never heard of was an organization jointly created by 7 big capitals like Hongmu. According to Ling's information, they only had 6 companies before, and Hongmu joined under Ding Jie's operation. The reason why Ding Jie could make Hongmu flourish was inseparable from the help of Bai Shui. But they didn't know why. Like Huashan Guild, they were secretly developing on remote planets, and they could also open and close the teleportation array by themselves. Knowing their nest, everything became simple for Lao Wang. When Wang Qian Duo floated above the station they built, the people of Bai Shui panicked. How did he find this place? Shouldn't you ask him how he found us? That's it, I said we shouldn't offend this guy. Since it's already like this, why not turn a bad thing into a good thing? You mean Hongmu? When the people of Bai Shui were a little flustered, Lao Wang in the sky attacked the buildings below. As 3 fireballs fell, all 3 large buildings of Bai Shui were blown up. The reason why conspiracy is called conspiracy is that it cannot be seen in the light. Death will come if it is exposed. At this moment, their conspiracy was exposed. When Lao Wang was about to attack again, a voice suddenly came through, and then a white mecha flew out and said to Lao Wang, "Wait a minute. Why did Mr. Qin Wang attack our base for no reason?" Lao Wang came and looked at him without saying anything, then raised his hand and hit a building again and said, "No reason. Give you a chance to recall why. I don't understand." After hearing his words, Lao Wang took out the bomb and asked, "Do you remember now?" "Calm down, I remember." The man pretended to be stupid, and it was useless. The threat of the bomb to the station was too terrifying. "It's good that you remember it. I haven't offended you, right? Why do you want to block our guild?" Lao Wang asked. "This is because we have invested in more than 10 guilds, but it doesn't matter. This time we are wrong. Mr. Qin Wang, tell me a solution process." The man was very happy. Everything that Huashan Guild experienced was still vivid in their minds. They didn't want to provoke this humanoid monster, especially in their own guild station. Process? It's very simple. You Bai Shui will apologize to the whole network and compensate us for the loss of 50 million gold crystals in the past few days. Wang Qianduo deliberately set a price that ordinary people could not afford. 5,000 is a huge ask. Guilds like Xinghe and Wanli can't afford it. Deal. Lao Wang, it's too hasty. These guys are so rich. I should have asked for more. Damn, in fact, it's not that they are rich. This time, it was actually initiated by Hongmu. The other companies agreed because they thought it was profitable. Now the operation failed, the compensation is also taken by Hongmu people. The remaining few companies don't have much. Just think of it as a failed investment in a company. 50 million is not a small amount. Give us a day, and we can get it together, the man said. Okay. Lao Wang was not afraid of their tricks. The monk could escape, but the temple could not. Unless they split up and moved all the guilds, the loss would be more than 50 million. You have seen the situation, he wanted 50 million and an apology, and I agreed. After Lao Wang left, the people of Bai Shui began to hold a meeting to study countermeasures. The person who talked to Lao Wang directly stated Lao Wang's conditions. Why do you say this? Another person complained. Pay compensation. You can't move this planet away, right? These people quickly decided on the compensation plan, which was that Hongmu would pay 60% and the remaining 6 guilds would share. They didn't give Hongmu a chance to refuse. The 6 guilds made a joint move, so they had no choice but to agree. After Ding Jie knew the news, he almost didn't go there. They were calculated, not by Lao Wang but by his teammates. They should have decided on this plan since Lao Wang appeared, that is, high compensation and let Hongmu bear it. In this way, Hongmu's internal affairs, which were already somewhat chaotic due to the change of rights, will definitely become even more chaotic. With a chaotic internal situation and a precarious capital chain after the compensation, how could the other companies miss this opportunity? Future guilds? Although they have a bright future, that is a matter of the future. How can they compare with the corpse of a capital giant now? So Hongmu was in tragedy, but their tragedy was caused by themselves. Now he must think about how to deal with these sharks that come here to smell the blood, otherwise he will be crushed to pieces. In fact, what these giant capitals are looking at is not the profits brought by these game guilds, but their power in the game. How much revenue can a game guild bring? It's nothing more than advertising, sponsorship, and event rewards, which are insignificant to them. And the real profit of this game is the technology in this game that is completely different from that of Earth and much more advanced. It's just that ordinary technology is too easy to obtain and can't bring much profit. They are aiming at higher level technology, even the technology of the Alliance military. These technologies are not so easy to obtain. They are the cutting edge of this world, and will be blocked by the military to a certain extent. They have conquered for more than a year, and the gains can be said to be negligible. At this time, the future guild was born. Lao Wang and his team got the core engine and interstellar battleship that everyone had not obtained for more than a year. This is the real core technology, and then they also know that the military's authority has opened up a part of their guild. This part is hundreds of times stronger than their achievements in more than a year, and they let everyone see the hope of obtaining these technologies. Otherwise, how could they attract the big guys of the Central Research Institute with their small guild? However, these big guys only research, and they will not participate in the commercial activities behind them. The military will not participate in these things to avoid suspicion, so there are so many people watching them. These people have never been for the small profits of their guild, they want what is hidden behind. However, after getting in touch with him, they found that Lao Wang is not easy to mess with. This is a hedgehog, very prickly. If not handled properly, he will lose part of the results he has achieved with a bloody head. So next they will withdraw their hands and think of new ways. As for giving up, that is impossible forever. Chapter 163. Lao Wang's 50 million gold crystals were deposited into his account the next day without him having to go there. Then Ding Jia apologized to the future on behalf of Bai Shi through all online channels. Of course, the future forgave them generously, cancelled the declaration of war against them, and accepted the apology. What happened afterwards had nothing to do with the future. The future guild had returned to normal, and those capitalist dog-eat-dog fights had nothing to do with them. These big melons that came one after another were really overwhelming. While countless players were happily eating melons, some people regretted it to death. These people were those who had quit the guild, and they were now upset. But what was the use of this? Wang Qianduo and others would never let them return to the guild. They were too lazy to even bother with them, as they still had a lot of things to do, and they still had a core engine to sell. The technology of this core engine was finally mastered by a group of big guys. After being disassembled and assembled, it was finally returned to Lao Wang intact by the big guys. As soon as he got this thing, Lao Wang decided to sell it, because he learned from the molten gold shop that this thing was actually sold by few people. Because this thing is not easy to sell among NPCs, it is not that rare. It is still easy to exchange it with some rare resources, of course. This easy refers to the molten gold shop. However, the favorability of the molten gold shop is not difficult to brush. They are just a shop. As long as you spend money, you are their god. Hello everyone, I am today's auctioneer Yusue. Today, the future guild has entrusted me to auction this galaxy-level core engine here. No nonsense, the starting price is 50 million gold crystals, and the price will increase by 1 million each time. The auction starts now. 51 million. 52 million. As the auction began, the price of this thing soared all the way, and soon broke through the 100 million mark. For the people present, this thing not only represents a guild recognized by the system, but also represents leading progress and brand new products. But the progress is more important. After all, the boss of the Central Academy has studied it thoroughly, and they have lost the largest order party. After the price exceeded 100 million, the speed of appreciation of this thing slowed down. In the end, this thing was bought by a company called Mecha for 120 million gold crystals, and Xinghe, Wanli, Daqin, and Fenghua all ran with it. They could only bid a few times in the early stage, and then they were ruthlessly drowned. However, this thing finally fell into the hands of Xinghe. Mecha used this thing plus 100 million gold crystals to acquire 30% of Xinghe's shares, and became the largest shareholder of Xinghe. This auction became a carnival for the media, and the future guild was truly called the first guild by everyone. Time flies, and the sun and the moon flow. It has been nearly a month since the auction of the core engine. During this period, the game has changed a lot. 1 week after the Xinghe Guild was established as a formal guild, other guilds also emerged like mushrooms after rain. In a week, the game has more than 40 formal guilds, and this number is still growing. Each guild is frantically preparing for development, and the game has rarely calmed down. The Black Shark Pirate Lair dungeon has finally been conquered during this period, and has gradually become a more difficult dungeon. The strength of the players has expanded unprecedentedly, and various new masters have begun to emerge. Lao Wang has not been idle during this period. He successfully upgraded to level 20, and upgraded several pieces of equipment to level 20. However, due to some reasons, he has not yet evolved the Elemental Lord for the second time. Lord of Elements. Durability, 6,930. Magic power, 7550. Attack, 828. Defense, 55. Strength, 293. Agility, 290. Intelligence, 352. Attack speed, plus 15%. Movement speed plus 25%. Attack power plus 20%. Damage reduction plus 20%. HP recovery plus 200%. MP recovery plus 400%. All skill levels plus LV4. Skill attack power plus 20%. Skill damage plus 20%. Critical hit rate, 10%. Cooling down, 20%. Ignore defense, 65%. Night vision distance plus 50%. Release speed plus 20%. MP recovery, 30 per second. HP recovery, 30 per second. After being strengthened, Lao Wang's attack has reached 800 plus, and his HP has reached nearly 7,000, which is basically an attribute that others can't reach. What's more, Lao Wang's strength is not his attributes, but his various skills and the terrifying characteristics of the Lord of Elements. However, although his attributes are terrifying, not many people know about it. The future guild has started to develop in a low-key manner during this period. There is nothing big in the game, but there is one thing in reality. The world's top venture capital company, Redwood Capital, has been sniped in various ways during this period. Their asset stocks are evaporating at a speed that ordinary people can't imagine. The most evaporated in one day is 1/3. While countless people are making a lot of money, countless people are jumping off buildings. The struggle of capital is like this. Once you have broken your golden body and have a wound, what awaits you is the attack of countless hungry wolves. However, Hongmu is worthy of being the top capital in the past. Although it suffered heavy losses this time, it still survived. It is said that Chairman Lao Ding, who has retreated behind the scenes, took action. Although Hongmu did not fall this time with their deep foundation, it has basically fallen out of the ranks of first-class capital. These are all things that happened some time ago. During this period, the game and real things have calmed down. However, after a system message came today, the whole game boiled again. System prompt. The first Star Diamond Cup Mecha competition will be held in 7 days. Players can learn more about the details through the official website. A simple system prompt was refreshed 10 times in the whole game. Countless players flocked to the official website at the same time and began to check the rules of the game. Details of the first Mecha competition. 1. Competition categories. The competition is divided into individual competitions for each profession, 7-person team competitions, and 500-person team competitions. 2. Registration conditions. All players can register on the personal interface. Players need to form a team to register for the team competition. Players from the same mercenary group or guild can register for the team competition. Once registered, it cannot be changed unless it is complete. 3. Competition time. The selection competition will start at 8 o'clock 7 days later. 4. Competition rewards. Individual competition and team competition. 1. Each participant will receive 10 star diamonds and a random treasure chest. 2. The first 100,000 contestants can each receive an additional 100 star diamonds and a random rare equipment treasure chest. 3. Each of the top 10,000 contestants can get 500 star diamonds, a random perfect treasure chest, and a random rare skill treasure chest. 4. Each of the top 1,000 contestants can get 1,000 star diamonds, a random perfect equipment treasure chest, and a random rare skill treasure chest. 4. Each of the top 100 contestants can get 5,000 star diamonds, 2 random perfect equipment treasure chests, and a random perfect skill treasure chest. 5. Each of the top 10 contestants in the team, the first place in the individual competition, can get 10,000 star diamonds, a random legendary equipment treasure chest, and a random perfect skill treasure chest. 6. The top 3, the first place in the individual competition, will also have the opportunity to go to the Federal Treasury to select mysterious rewards, and the first place can get a mysterious grand prize. Team competition rewards. 1. Each member of the participating team will receive a random treasure chest. 2. Each of the top 100 participating teams can get an additional 100 star diamonds and a random rare equipment treasure chest. 3. Each of the top 10 participating teams can get 1,000 star diamonds, a random rare equipment treasure chest, and a random skill treasure chest. 4. Each team in the championship game can get 2,000 star diamonds, a random perfect equipment treasure chest, and a random skill treasure chest. 5. Players in the same guild will also receive star diamond rewards together, but players in the mercenary group cannot. 5. During the game, players watching the game can also receive random rewards, and even surprise prizes. During the game, you can also get 5-star diamonds by completing daily tasks, and star diamonds can be used to bet in this game. When the event is over, star diamonds can be exchanged for event rewards in the event interface. This event is destined to be a national carnival event, and it is also destined to be an event where someone wants to become famous. Everyone is eager to show their skills in this game, and all kinds of monsters and demons have begun to run out to make trouble. It is not difficult to see from the rewards of the event that after this event, the strength of the top players will once again usher in an explosion. With so many perfect skills and perfect equipment, it would be strange if they were not strengthened. It seems that the bottleneck of level 30 can't last long. If no one breaks through level 30 after this event, there must be some game content that players have not discovered. Otherwise, with the current top players having almost perfect attributes, this dungeon should not be so difficult to pass. Chapter 164. How do we sign up? After reading the system introduction, Wang Qianduo asked everyone in the guild. There is no doubt that the strongest players in the guild will be selected for the team competition. After all, it is for everyone to win rewards. Not to mention the individual competition, the team competition is difficult now. I personally think that this competition is basically the form of the professional league in the future. I suggest that we directly use the professional team we plan to sign up, and then the guild players will form their own teams, and we will support them with good results. After listening to Lao Wang, Miracle Sword directly stated his analysis. Of course, everyone had no objection to his words, but the team was originally planned to be a 5-person team, but this time the competition is a 7-person team, so the specific division of the team still needs to be planned. After everyone discussed, they all agreed that the first team of Miracle Sword, Yun Zhongge, Wang Qianduo, Xiao Hai, and Hua Jie would remain unchanged. The second team Lin Qiming and Jingzhe Fairy joined the first team to form the future guild dream lineup. Then Lao Ma brought the Yu sisters, and Yu Maozi to find 3 more experts from the guild to form the second team, and Liang Chen Mei Jing, who had obtained the legendary weapon, was also among them. Their team strength should not be underestimated either, and everyone felt that at least the top 100 should be no problem. After the 2 main teams were finalized, the other teams depended on the preferences of the guild members, and it didn't even matter if you didn't team up with the guild members. They also thought about letting Lao Wang take a pair of potential players to the competition. The advantage of this is that if he wins the championship, those players will grow quickly. But everyone thought about it, and gave up because they were afraid of failure. At present, anyone in the entire future guild can fail, but Lao Wang can't. Once Lao Wang falls, the future guild will definitely face a new round of suppression. Those people are always watching them. After the team was finalized, everyone signed up immediately, and then they began to study the candidates for the team competition. A large group of 500 people, excluding the positions of the masters recognized by everyone in the future guild on weekdays, there are still more than 400 positions to be selected. Even if all the contracted players are counted, there are still more than 300 positions. For the team, let's hold a guild event, just compare damage or healing amount, and other things. Lin Qiming. Good idea. And not only can we select people to participate in the competition, but we can also have a general understanding of the strength of everyone in the guild. Great. You are worthy of being the president. Lin Qiming. What's wrong with you? Why are you all flattering me all of a sudden? President, do you think there must be rewards for activities? Can we also participate? Lao Ma. Just tell me what you want. We want to ask the 2 big guys to help us modify our weapons. This. I go ask them for their opinions. Lin Qiming. The big guys of the Central Research Institute can't be ordered around in the future, so Lin Qiming has to ask for their opinions first. They agreed, but there are not many opportunities, so they can only help 3 people. After all, their time is really precious. I can only help you up to this point, and it depends on your own efforts from now on. Lin Qiming. Long live the president. The president is awesome. The president is awesome. Wang Qianduo. Old Wang, why are you joining in the fun? What's your business? Lin Qiming. Of course, I want to modify my equipment. Get lost, you have no chance. Everyone. Old Wang, you are killing the donkey after the rabbit dies. Can you use a person to describe yourself? Why are they all animals? Besides, if you go directly to the 2 big guys, can they still refuse you? Lin Qiming. I also feel pressure when dealing with them. Old Wang. Nothing. Fuck you. Just you wait. After everyone scolded Old Wang, they announced the selection news to all the players in the guild. The competition was scheduled for tomorrow, giving everyone a day to prepare. The next day. Old Wang and others found that they underestimated the enthusiasm of the guild players. They never expected that so many players would sign up for the competition. The base of the future guild is built on their worship. The advantage is that it is absolutely safe at this stage. But the disadvantage is that except for safety, everything else is a disadvantage. The tight space basically makes it impossible to expand, which is a situation they cannot solve. The tight space leads to the fact that they have few facilities, and even fewer places like the arena that take up a lot of space. If they select little by little, they will not be able to finish selecting by the time the competition officially starts, so the scene is a bit messy. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. Lin Qiming came to the high place and shouted to the future people. She is still very prestigious. As soon as she opened her mouth, the entire future guild gradually quieted down. Everyone is so enthusiastic, we didn't expect so many people, this is our mistake, sorry everyone, but we have thought of a selection plan. So, our Qian Wang boss will come on stage soon, and everyone who has signed up, except for the auxiliary and healer, will come on stage to attack him in turn. Players who enter the top 50 in each damage system will enter the next stage. There are not many opportunities to test your own damage with Qian Wang boss, come on. After Lin Qiming finished speaking, everyone in the audience talked about it. This opportunity to become famous has come, if he is killed in 1 second. Of course, there are only a few people who think so, and the idea of others is to see how much damage they can deal. With Wang Qianhua's defense and injury higher than that of ordinary bosses, it is really a dream to want to kill him in 1 second. After Lao Wang came on stage, he stood in the center of the ring and looked at the people below with some emotion, and then said, "Who will go first?" "I will." As soon as Lao Wang finished speaking, Yu Xiaoyu shouted first, and then controlled the Heavy Hammer General to jump onto the ring. General Hammer is a power-type thunder attribute mecha, which is a mecha born for strength. It is covered with purple heavy armor, like an ancient victorious general. At the same time, he holds the perfect level heavy hammer given to him by the Sword of Miracle in his hand, and the whole mecha is majestic. The thunder attribute itself is famous for its attack, and the power-type heavy hammer is the existence that ranks first in single-target attack. Seeing Yu Xiaoyu accumulating thunder power on the heavy hammer, Lao Wang did not dare to be arrogant and summoned the lava shield. Not long after, Yu Xiaoyu jumped up, and the heavy hammer flashed with thunder, and rushed towards Lao Wang like the god of thunder. The heavy hammer fell on the lava shield, and the lightning scattered and shattered a large area of the venue. However, although Lao Wang's lava shield vibrated violently, it still stood firm. Critical hit -1536, -1536. 2 identical damages appeared above Lao Wang's head, one blue and one red. The red one deducted Lao Wang's health, that is, the shield value, and the blue one deducted the mana. This was caused by the passive of the Lord of Elements, and it was precisely because of this passive that Lao Wang's shield was not broken. Otherwise, the shield would have been broken for sure in that attack just now. Although Lao Wang did not fight back, a damage number of more than 400 still floated above Yu Xiaoyu's head. This was his passive counter-injury. What the hell? My Thunderbolt can hit the boss 5,000, but it only hit you 3,000? Yu Xiaoyu looked at his own damage and said unsatisfiedly. You can be proud of the fact that the elemental damage can cause 3,000 damage to me. Our guild is not even a hand above you. Lao Wang. Humph. Yu Xiaoyu didn't listen at all. She snorted proudly and stepped down. After he stepped down, Lao Ma came up immediately, but he used all his strength to hit Lao Wang's health by 900. Pervert. Lao Wang, He suspected that the hangman came up to the stage just to scold him, but he had no evidence. After Lao Ma stepped down, the people from the future guild came up one after another. These people once again witnessed Lao Wang's perversion. There are so many people in the entire guild, but there are less than 1,000 people who can deal 3-digit damage. Only Lin Qiming and Xiao Hai can deal more damage than Yu Xiaoyu. Liangshan Meijing, who has the legendary equipment of ignoring defense skills, also did not deal more damage than Yu Xiaoyu. The damage bonus of his equipment skills was too low. After the players of each attribute were selected, everyone started to select personnel through the competition according to the plan, and 500 people were quickly finalized and signed up. After the main team was determined, the others began to form their own teams. They could go to the first round and get system equipment for free. How could they miss such an opportunity? Chapter 165. After the guild's affairs were almost done, Lao Wang left the base and drove the Night Owl alone to the depths of the starry sky. He wanted to find materials for the evolution of the Elemental Lord. When he reached level 20, the system listed the materials needed for his evolution. There were nearly 100 kinds of materials that Lao Wang needed for this evolution, but Lao Wang had most of them. He only lacked a material called star meteorite. This is a very special material. Lao Wang found nothing in the system mall or the quartermaster. Later, he got information about this thing from Dark Knight. It turned out that this thing was a man-made material produced by starships above the Dreadnought class, which jumped and sailed in the starry sky. This material has few uses, but the output is also not much, so it is only available on the Dreadnought class main ships of each army. The Dreadnought class main ship is a level 4 starship, a truly terrifying existence that can annihilate stars. The Mother Star Base is a retired Dreadnought class starship. It's just that before the Mother Star Base was retired, it was also relatively powerful among the Dreadnought class starships. Lao Wang's destination this time is the Eastern Army base in the Alliance's four-party army, the front line of the battle between humans and Zerg. He obtained the purchase qualification of star meteorite iron from the quartermaster, and needed to go to the Eastern Army headquarters to buy it. For some reason, the various army headquarters cannot be teleported to, otherwise Lao Wang would not have to fly slowly in the Night Owl. The Eastern Army's base is really far away. Lao Wang used the teleportation function to come to the nearest star field, and he also needed to use the Night Owl, whose engine was improved by several big guys, to fly on the surface, which took 2 days. The reason why he didn't go there some time ago was that he was waiting for the engine to be modified. If it wasn't modified, it would take Lao Wang 4 days to fly there. A big boss is a big boss. With a casual modification, the Night Owl is twice as fast. And these big bosses are really particular. They put all these scientific research results under the name of Future. They gave Future the right to dispose of every result obtained from the things obtained here. Of course, some special Future guilds are also very considerate and handed them over to the relevant departments for operation. They can't be greedy and don't want to be greedy for these things. But even so, the Future Guild has already started to take off. In the starry sky, Lao Wang looked at the magnificent environment around him and felt a little bored. Even if the environment is beautiful, you will get impatient if you keep looking at it for a day. 0. How long will we have to fly before we can see people? We will reach a supply planet in an hour. After adding supplies, we will reach the destination, the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Legion, in another 19 hours. 0 replied. It's going to take so long. How can those people who have been floating in the universe for several years endure this kind of torture? Wang Qianduo wailed. None of those people would travel in space by themselves, and they would prepare a lot of entertainment facilities in advance, and they wouldn't just drift in the starry sky like this all the time. Ling analyzed to Lao Wang. Lao Wang. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. 0 analyzed all the mistakes Lao Wang had made, so Lao Wang felt particularly hurt. He really shouldn't have traveled in space alone without any preparation. The quietness of the space environment is incomparable to that on the ground, and Lao Wang, who brought nothing with him, was basically in confinement. If it weren't for 0 to chat with him in this absolutely quiet environment, he might have gone crazy before he got there. How reckless. Lao Wang sighed as he flew into the supply planet. In fact, it was only 2 days of flying, and Lao Wang didn't have anything to supply, but he still approached the supply planet. He didn't need to supply anything, just find 2 people to talk to. Is anyone there? After approaching the supply point of the supply planet, Lao Wang looked at the silent supply point from a distance, and suddenly had a very bad premonition. When he arrived at the supply point, he saw the mess and blood everywhere, and knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. This place was attacked, and judging from the scene, it should be the Zerg that attacked them. Only the attack of the Zerg would leave basically nothing at the scene except traces, because everything is energy to them. Soon, Lao Wang stepped into the supply point that was about to collapse. He wanted to confirm whether anyone survived. But just as he stepped into the base, a hydralisk suddenly emerged from the ground, scaring Lao Wang. Then, before it could attack, it was attacked by the Elemental Lord like a storm. Scared me to death. Damn it! Lao Wang roared while burying it directly with his skills. When Lao Wang stopped, the hydralisk had evaporated, and the entire building had been razed to the ground. However, the Zerg has never been a creature that appears alone. Lao Wang's attack was like poking a hornet's nest. Countless hydralisks and worker bees attacked Lao Wang like a tide. Without saying a word, Lao Wang used a photon beam to repel the things rushing towards him, then ran to the Night Owl and chose to escape directly. He had to run. As I said, the Zerg never appeared alone. And how terrifying are the Zerg in groups? Just look at the fact that humans have such a powerful magic mecha, but they are still suppressed. However, Lao Wang had just taken off when green rays from the ground of the supply planet swept towards the night owl. The flying skills of the night owl driven by Zero were already perfect, but the performance of the night owl was there after all, and the rays were too dense, so the night owl was soon swept down by a ray. Lao Wang immediately drove the Lord of Elements out of the cabin. After watching the night owl fall into the dense swarm of Zerd below, he underestimated and said, "Explode." As soon as he finished speaking, white light came from the place where the night owl fell, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The energy of the explosion enveloped the entire land, and countless Zerd were instantly wiped out. Lao Wang obviously underestimated the explosive power of the night owl, and he himself was also hit by the violent explosion and had little health. Damn! Is this the small change that the big guys mentioned? After recovering his health, Lao Wang looked at the mushroom power cloud that lingered in front of him for a long time, and said in disbelief. He never expected that these big guys would add such a dangerous thing to the night owl. Judging from the explosion effect, this directly detonated the nuclear fusion reactor in the curved engine of the night owl. To put it simply, this thing is a hydrogen bomb. The system must have limited its explosive power, otherwise Lao Wang would have been wiped out with the alien insects below. However, the explosion of the night owl solved the Zerg in the base, but he now faced another problem, that is, how to leave here. The location of this base planet can be said to be in the middle of nowhere. If he flies back at the speed of the Elemental Lord or flies to the Azure Dragon Legion base, it is estimated that it will take a year to fly there. The more reliable way now is to die and go back, but he is worried about losing his equipment. What? When Lao Wang watched the mushroom cloud gradually dissipate and thought about how to leave this supply-based planet, he suddenly found that the ground under his feet was vibrating. Just as Lao Wang was about to land to check, the mountains and rivers under his feet shook more and more violently, and the ground began to crack. Then a terrifying creature that looked like a whale, but was covered with a hideous chitinous shell flew out from under the earth. Kuan, oh no, Leviathan! Lao Wang was completely shocked when he looked at the monster in front of him, whose level he could not see at all. Wang Qianduo could not see the full picture of this Leviathan at all, because it was too huge. Lao Wang felt that he was in front of it, just like an ant standing in front of an elephant. The oppressive feeling made it difficult for him to move. After Leviathan appeared, it looked at Lao Wang with its huge eyes, whose pupils were larger than his mecha, and then countless black spots on its body flew towards Lao Wang. When these things got closer, Lao Wang could see clearly that these black spots were actually terrifying flying units with a pair of bat wings and a huge tail, the Zerd Dragon. Even if Lao Wang had never played StarCraft in his previous life, he had heard the saying, "How can you lose if you hit a dragon on your face?" This sentence was enough to prove the horror of this creature. Before they got close, they shot out green rays from their tails. This was the ray that shot down the night owl just now. Lao Wang looked at the sky full of rays flying towards him, and he was in danger. Chapter 166. The sky full of rays made Lao Wang basically have no place to hide, but he did not give up, but made him a little excited. Because this is the interstellar battlefield he has always wanted to fight, the excited Lao Wang activated all his skills, and the flaming wings, like phoenix wings, sprayed out from his back, and the active skills of Lava Shield and Black Shark Spike were all activated. The status skills were added, and Lao Wang, who was full of light, rushed up to the sky full of rays. Although Lao Wang could not see the level of Leviathan, he could see these flying dragons. Their levels were generally between 30 and 40, but the lowest level of them were elites. But what can I do? Fear. It doesn't exist. No matter what kind of monster you are, I have only one fight. Lao Wang relied on the continuous use of potions to survive the attack of the flying dragon army. And not only that, the anti-injury special effects of Black Shark Spike and Lava Shield instantly made a large number of flying dragons in the flying dragon army directly have residual blood. Then, Lao Wang's photon beam shot down a large number of flying dragons. The excited Lao Wang drank the potion without paying, and countless skills burst out from the hands of the Lord of Elements. The flying dragon army couldn't do anything to him for a while, but that was it. There were too many flying dragons. If one was killed, two would immediately replace it. They covered the sky and the sun, and were not afraid of death. The unified meaning made them obey orders, not afraid of life and death, without desire, and almost immune to the attack of mental skills. The strong body allowed them to cross the stars. Their super adaptability allowed them to adapt to any environment, and evolve countermeasures according to the enemy's means. Their invincible reproductive capacity means they have no shortage of troops. This is the Zerg, the most terrifying life form in the universe. The will of the Master is immortal, and humans will never be able to eliminate the Zerg, even if they are maintaining the situation now. On the battlefield, Lao Wang has already opened the enhanced skills Sunrise Eternal Sky Light 10,000 feet, but his situation is still not optimistic. The starry sky beast Leviathan saw that the flying dragon could not attack for a long time, and let out a low roar. When it called the stronghold star, the earth immediately collapsed and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Lao Wang was also shocked by his overclock sound waves, and his blood volume plummeted. The Sunrise Eternal Sky Light 10,000 feet was directly interrupted. But the flying dragon seemed to be unaffected by its sound waves, and continued to fly towards Lao Wang. At the same time, Lao Wang, who was struggling to move, suddenly saw disdain and mockery from Leviathan's huge eyes. Such a humane look made Lao Wang furious. He used all his strength, summoned the Rui Jingu Bang and threw it at it, and shouted, "Ding Hai Bang." The Rui Jingu Bang thrown by Lao Wang streaked across the sky like a golden ray, hitting Leviathan's huge eyes, and then a golden light like a missile explosion burst out from its eyes. The violent explosion directly destroyed Leviathan's eyes, and its painful roar shattered the world. Lao Wang could no longer hold on, and was shot down by it. However, Leviathan's sonic attack this time was not only aimed at Lao Wang. A large number of flying dragons were directly exploded by his roar, and the whole sky was raining blood from the swarm of insects. At this time, Lao Wang, who was falling from the sky with both health and mana reaching the bottom, and was also paralyzed, raised his middle finger to Leviathan, which had only one eye left, and said, "Look again." Lao Wang thought he would fall to death when he fell to the ground, but he was lucky enough to have 15 drops of blood left. He tried his best to make himself move, and after using a holy light, Lao Wang flew up again. But the angry Leviathan obviously didn't want to play with him. Several kinds of alien insects that Lao Wang had never seen before flew towards Lao Wang again, with countless flying dragons, and the Leviathan horse began to condense terrifying green magic in its abyss-like mouth. The level of these newly appeared alien insects was invisible to Lao Wang. He knew that they should be above level 50. Level 50 is the absolute top combat power in this universe, and it is indeed not something that they can see through at level 20. At the beginning, he could see the levels of General Huang and Lao Luo because his favorability was high enough, and the two did not think of hiding their levels from him. Otherwise, with the strength of the two, he would be exhausted, and he would not be able to see their levels. Lao Wang was already very tired to deal with the level 40 flying dragon, and his general skills at level 50 were basically to give people a scrape. This was the result of him ignoring the monster's massive defenses. Looking at the swarm of insects getting closer and closer, Lao Wang's mind was clear, and he had a clear idea of every function. How to maximize the benefits of this attack, how to prevent the swarm of insects from approaching, how to kill more alien insects, and where the weaknesses of alien insects are. These things were clear in Lao Wang's mind. At this moment, he was like a sophisticated machine, and every attack was perfect. But Lao Wang's level was there, and the alien insects were still approaching him little by little. When they were about to enter the attack range and tear him apart, the Leviathan in the sky chirped again, and countless alien insects immediately stopped their actions and began to retreat quickly to the top of the Leviathan. Then the space in front of Leviathan was broken, and a dark space channel opened in front of him, and it slowly flew in. Before it entered, it used its only remaining eye to look at Lao Wang, and then flew into the space channel and disappeared. The next second after Leviathan disappeared, the sky of the supply star suddenly darkened, and a starship larger than Leviathan appeared in the sky. After the spaceship stopped, countless fighters and mechas flew down from the spaceship, followed by strategic-level destroyers and frigates. Report to the Horned Ship, King Leviathan has opened a space channel to escape to the outer domain. In the vanguard of the giant fleet, the leading yellow mecha took a look at the energy collection device in his hand, and reported to the main ship. Headquarters received. Order, Dragon Horn Unit 7 clears the battlefield, rescues the wounded, and eliminates the remaining Zerg. Dragon Horn Unit 7 received. After the yellow mech replied, the spaceships and warships behind them began to approach the giant ship above the sky, leaving only the mechs to explore the planet. Isn't this nonsense? How could there be survivors of a Leviathan-level Zerg invasion? These people are not good at fighting, but they are really good at ordering people to work. Someone from Dragon Horn Unit 7 complained. Dragon Horn Unit 91. Here. The complaining person heard the voice from behind, and his whole body shuddered and answered immediately. After returning, carry a load of 20 kilometers. Yes. Ha ha ha. Seeing this man being punished, the others laughed, but they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. But they stopped laughing, because below them was the devastated land destroyed by the Zerg. There was no life here at all. This was the Zerg. They could absorb all the energy they could absorb to reproduce, and they could be called planet destroyers. They were fighting at this moment because they didn't want to see the situation under their feet and the life detection device that didn't respond. When number 91, who was punished to carry the weight, flew towards the base in a depressed mood, his life detection device suddenly lit up a green dot. The green dot of the life detection device represents people, and the red dot represents insects. The extra green dot proves that there are still people alive on this planet. He thought he saw it wrong at first, but he rubbed his eyes and confirmed it again before he believed it was true. Report: wounded people found in the direction of the base. What? The leading yellow mech was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said, Number 91 and the medical team, follow me to rescue people. The others continue to explore. After he finished speaking, he led the team to fly towards the green dot. Not long after, they were shocked by the scene before them. The entire base had been razed to a huge deep pit by the explosion of an unknown object, and something seemed to have broken out of the deep pit. Then, there must have been a tragic battle at the scene. The corpses of the Zerg almost filled the entire deep pit, and the corpses of the Zerg in the center were piled up like a mountain. A white mech sat cross-legged on the mountain of Zerg corpses. Although his whole body was a little embarrassed, he was simply a god of war in the eyes of everyone at this time. The mountain of corpses below him was his throne. He sat cross-legged on the throne, looking down at all living beings. Chapter 167. Are you okay? The man in the yellow mech flew to Lao Wang and asked. But Lao Wang did not answer him directly, because he was calming down everything that was churning in his mind. The state just now was obviously not a normal state, and its sequelae were really not easy. Fortunately, I'm just a little tired. Lao Wang suppressed the discomfort in his mind and said, Doctor, come and see. The man in the yellow mech heard Lao Wang say that he was a little tired, and immediately said to the medical team. The mech of the medical team immediately came up to scan Lao Wang's information, and then said that there was nothing wrong with his body, but his mental strength was a little overdrawn. The man in the yellow mech heard the words, and looked at the Zerg corpses, like a mountain around him, and then looked at Lao Wang sitting there, and immediately felt extremely admired. What kind of person is this? Killing so many Zerg troops, but there was almost no damage. Incredible. After confirming that Lao Wang was fine, they confirmed Lao Wang's identity, and took him to the main fleet Horn ship with a spaceship. The Horn ship is one of the 7 Dreadnought-class flagships of the Azure Dragon Corps, and one of the destinations of Lao Wang's trip. The name of the Horn ship comes from the 7 eastern constellations, the ancient star worship, and the 7 eastern constellations of Azure Dragon are Jiao, Kong, Di, Fong, Xian, Wei, and Ji. This dreadnought starship is more than 70 kilometers long and nearly 50 kilometers wide. It has a dreadnought-class engine and 12 constellation-class thrusters throughout its body. The powerful power allows it to perform space jumps and curved surface navigation at will. At the same time, this space battleship is also equipped with a hyperspace drive, a man-enhanced hull, a super dreadnought-class energy shield, 50,000 multi-turbo laser cannons and space shock cannons, and even a lot of super weapons such as neutron energy cannons. However, as the absolute main fleet, the Horn ship rarely goes into battle, and is equipped with a super defensive warship group. The battleship group of thousands of starships prevents the enemy from getting close to it, and will be annihilated by powerful firepower. This is a space city, a mobile fortress. If it had not captured the signal of Leviathan this time, it would not have been dispatched at all. Guarding the border is its real mission. Investigate. Investigate from top to bottom. No matter who has a problem this time, no tolerance will be given. Yes. When Lao Wang came to the Horn ship, he saw the scene in front of him when he followed someone to see their command hull. A middle-aged handsome man in military uniform, the truth was scolded by his subordinates. This person should be the captain of the Horn ship, Wang Daolong, the deputy commander of the Qinglong Legion. After his subordinates received the order, everyone saw Wang Qianduo walking towards them. Captain, this is the Major Qianwang who fought against the Zerg desperately and exposed them. The man who brought Wang Xiaoduo and introduced Lao Wang Dao to Wang Daolong. Wang Daolong brought everyone to Lao Wang after hearing this and shouted, "Salute!" Pa! Everyone in the room saluted Lao Wang in unison, which was their highest etiquette. This scene made Lao Wang very stressed, and he quickly said to everyone, "No, no. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for your desperate resistance, the Leviathan would not have been exposed. We also couldn't have known that the Zerg had actually broken through our space blockade." Wang Daolong looked at Lao Wang and said seriously, "Lao Wang actually saved humanity in disguise. If a few more Leviathans lurked in, they would have cooperated inside and outside, and the entire Eastern Army might have been in danger of annihilation. Once the Eastern Army is annihilated, the entire Eastern human star field will fall in an instant. The Zerg will become stronger as they eat more. With the rich Eastern human star field as a supplement, the entire human star field will be in danger. In a big way, Lao Wang really saved the world. In a small way, Lao Wang also saved the careers and even lives of everyone in this room. So it is not excessive for them to salute Lao Wang. I really didn't think so much. I just wanted to add some supplies, and that's it. Lao Wang. You don't have to be modest. Your victory is not something that everyone can achieve. I have sent people to count your merits. I will give you 10 times the merits for those Zerg. At the same time, we will double your losses. I already know your purpose, and I have asked someone to prepare things for you. Wang Dalong's personality is not consistent with his appearance at all. He is the kind of cold male god, but he is surprisingly warm-hearted. Thank you, Lao Wang said. No thanks. Do you want to come to my Eastern Army? I can directly promote you to Colonel, Wang Dalong said. His words made Lao Wang's eyes light up, but after thinking carefully, he still refused, because the Star Frontier was obviously not an open map yet. It takes too long to go back and forth for dungeon activities, and now is not a good time to join. Hearing Lao Wang's refusal, Wang Dalong didn't care, and then he received a communication and his face darkened, and replied, got it. You should rest for a while, and wait for your things slowly. I still have things to deal with, Wang Dalong said to Lao Wang after hanging up the communication. After that, he left with murderous intent. Old Wang knew without thinking that he was going to kill someone. I didn't expect that they would investigate so quickly. The 7 dreadnought battleships of the Azure Dragon Legion blocked the Eastern Star region. It is impossible for the Zerg to tear through this space and enter here from the outside world. But they came in, which means that someone neglected their duties and ignored the space guards. Or there may be other reasons. But no matter what the reason, the death penalty is a gift to them for this crime. Old Wang also looked curiously. A total of 125 people were arrested, and the oldest one was actually a lieutenant general. Why? Wang Dalong said, looking into the eyes of the old lieutenant general with white hair. The man didn't dare to look directly at Wang Dalong, and slowly lowered his head and said, why else? It's for those damn resources. You know my talent. If I don't have enough resources, I will basically have no hope of becoming a legend in this life. But I'm not willing to accept it. I'm not willing to watch you, who are of similar talent to me, being promoted to legends one by one with the help of the family. I'm not willing to get any help from a commoner. I'm not willing to be a lieutenant general of a logistics unit for the rest of my life. I'm not willing to die like this. Look at me. We are the same age, but you are still so young, and what about me? I'm going to die. I don't want to die like this. I want to see what a legend is like. I also want to go to the interstellar front to kill the enemy, just like when I was young. So when those people found me and asked me to shut down the space drive to cooperate with them in smuggling foreign materials, I agreed after just a second thought. Because they can give me the 5th floor, and they can also find resources to help me advance to the legend, but I didn't expect. When the lieutenant general said this, Wang Dalong went up and punched him, and grabbed his collar and roared at him. Do you dare to say what you just said to the 51 brothers who died in the outer domain? Have you forgotten the oath you made on the first day of joining the Azure Dragon Corps? The lieutenant general stopped talking after hearing this, and Lao Wang looked at him with a slowly dimming look, becoming like a dead person. Seeing the state, Wang Dalong also let him go, and left without saying anything, and then they were taken to a flying boat and left the Horned ship. They were sent to the Alliance Center Star, where they would be sent to the Central Military Court, and only there could people of this level try them. Later, Lao Wang learned that the lieutenant general surrendered himself, because he knew exactly what kind of mistake he had made. The rest of the people were brought out by him, so that's why the investigation was so fast. As for the interstellar smuggling gang behind them, they were not pulled out because they were too involved. The lieutenant generals of one army were just a link in their huge interest chain. You can imagine how powerful they are. However, although they were not pulled out, they were definitely hurt. However, these have nothing to do with Lao Wang at present, and those people will not be angry with Lao Wang because of this. On the contrary, they should thank him. If it weren't for him, they would not be as simple as hurting their bones. If the entire Eastern Star region really has problems, then even if the forces behind them are strong, they can't cover it up. Chapter 168. After the matter on the corner ship was resolved, the space fortress quickly flew back to where it should be and blocked off the starry sky again. Lao Wang finally figured out why he had to fly from the interstellar front to the planet closest to him. The 7 Dreadnought-class battleships of the Eastern Army blocked the space of this star field, and they restricted all space teleportation skills. The purpose was to prevent the Zerg from directly crossing the front line and raiding the star field behind. After figuring out the key here, Lao Wang also gave up the naive idea of saying that he would tell them and teleport himself back. The lieutenant general was brought to court for shutting down the space device for smuggling, and he didn't want to die. Life is short. Why do you have to take shortcuts? He still wants to live forever, but he doesn't want to overtake others at a young age. After giving up the unreliable idea, Lao Wang began to wander around this corner ship. The area of the Horn ship is actually not as large as the Mother Star base, because the Mother Star base has basically given up navigation and is expanding the area of the starship without limit. The only starship that can be larger than the Mother Star base is the legendary first ship of the Alliance, the fifth stage of the Bright-class interstellar battleship Halcyon ship. However, although the area of the Horn ship is not as large as the Mother Star base, the garrison force on it is beyond the reach of the Mother Star base. Except for the legend of General Huang, the other garrison forces of the entire Mother Star base cannot be compared with the Horn ship. But the Horn ship is only one of the 7 Qinglong ships, and it is not the main ship. Major Qin Wang, please come with me, the things you want are ready. Just as Lao Wang was visiting the star battleship, an officer found Lao Wang and said, "Okay, please lead the way." After Lao Wang agreed, he and the man came to a tall warehouse. Lao Wang looked at the various weapons and equipment in the warehouse, and exclaimed from time to time, looking like he had never seen the world. But this can't be blamed entirely on Lao Wang, because these equipment are too high-end, and weapons that can destroy planets are everywhere. Lao Wang and the officer went deep into the warehouse, and saw Wang Daolong who was waiting for him here. "In order to thank you for your contribution this time, I decided to temporarily open this Qinglong Core military merit warehouse to you. The things in the warehouse need you to exchange for military merits. You have been issued 10 times the military merits for killing those Zergs, and playing a key role. Now go and exchange things," Wang Daolong said to Lao Wang. Then, in addition to gold crystals and diamonds, his virtual interface has a military merit column, and there is a string of numbers behind the Qinglong Core military merit. After a careful look, Lao Wang found that they rewarded him with 150,000 military merits. Is it so hard to get the military merits of the Azure Dragon Legion? I killed so many Zergs, but 10 times only gives 150,000. When Lao Wang saw the 150,000 military merits at first, he was a little dissatisfied, but after seeing what he could exchange, he suppressed all his thoughts. Because he saw a level 60 legendary weapon in the warehouse, which could be exchanged for only 100,000 merits, and 150,000 seemed to be a lot of money. But Lao Wang picked and chose, and didn't find anything suitable for him to exchange. These things were either too high level for him to carry, and he didn't like the ones he could carry. When Lao Wang, who was gradually losing his patience, was asking the officer with him for any recommendations, a khaki bead appeared on the shelf in front of him. "How many merits does this thing cost?" Lao Wang asked excitedly as he looked at the khaki bead. He didn't know why there was no price tag on the bead. The officer looked at the form in his hand and said, "Thick earth bead, a legendary item, exchange price 50,000 merits. This is a treasure that was just delivered a few days ago, and there is no price tag. Change it." Lao Wang didn't say anything nonsense after hearing this, and directly exchanged the bead, and then his heart flew a little. This thing is the last piece of the puzzle of his exclusive weapon, the Fury of Ailment. Lao Wang's heart is no longer in this warehouse. He is anxious to see what his exclusive weapon will look like after it is perfected. But he can't leave yet. If he doesn't spend the remaining 100,000 merits, he may not be sure when he can come to the Qinglong Legion next time. After Lao Wang forced himself to calm down, he soon gained something again. He saw a weapon that perfectly matched his mecha. Kong Long, Legend 100%, Mace. Available for Guardian mechas above LV20. Attack plus 150. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Intelligence plus 50. Attack power plus 5%. Skill damage plus 10%. Ignore defense plus 10%. Cooling down plus 20%. Sword and staff. Can be used as a weapon for mage mechas or sword mechas. Weak point break. After activation, the next attack will trigger a critical hit on the weakness. Sky Slash. After charging for 3 seconds, launch the Sky Slash to attack a large range of enemies, and the slash will cause 500% of the attack power to the hit enemies. Next evolution condition, Mecha level 30. Remarks: the dragon will regret it. This is an evolutionary equipment. According to the officer with Lao Wang, this equipment can be evolved to level 50. Whether it can be evolved to a higher level, that person doesn't know, because his former owner was only level 50. He was a brilliant genius, but he died in the siege of the insect swarm before he stepped into the legend. The reinforcements failed to rescue him, and only took back this weapon from the insect swarm. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few mechas with the Guardian attribute, this thing would never be cheap for Lao Wang. Because of the universal characteristics, Lao Wang ignored the equipment requirements. As long as the level reached, he could carry equipment of all attributes. This equipment is really amazing. It was a level 1 equipment at the beginning, and it immediately became level 20 after it was in Lao Wang's hands. Not only did the attributes increase, but there were also 2 more attribute entries. This equipment is exactly 100,000 merits. Lao Wang chose to take it himself. After all the merits were spent, Lao Wang and the officer found Wang Daolong again. After he traded the meteorite iron that Lao Wang needed to him, he took Lao Wang to a small red spaceship that looked very familiar to him. Your interstellar spaceship exploded. Judging from the power of the explosion, your spaceship must be very special. We don't know how to compensate you. The spaceship in front of you is a modified version of the Styx, the crystallization of the ultimate technology of the Alliance. By the way, do you know what the Styx is? Wang Daolong. Lao Wang. I know. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he looked at the summoning device in his hand. He didn't just know that it was that simple. Good to know, Wang Daolong said, without noticing Lao Wang's little move, and continued, the name of this flying boat is Lava. It has the combined strengthening function of the Styx, and can also be used as a spaceship. Although it may be because of too many functions, its level is only perfect. But even so, if your contribution this time is not great enough, I really can't bear to give it to you. After Wang Daolong finished speaking, he handed a red summoning device to Lao Wang, and Lao Wang immediately looked at its attributes. Lava Arm Summoning Device, perfect, all attributes plus 5 note. Special device for summoning Lava Armed. Lava Armed Legend Binding External Arm Mecha Attack Power x2 Mecha All Attributes x2 Burning Ray. Consume 2000 mana points to charge for 5 seconds to release Burning Ray, causing 600% attack damage to the target, and applying a burning state to the target, while reducing defense by 30%. Note: the modified equipment of the Styx armor can be used as an interstellar flying boat, but because too many functions have been added, its properties have been somewhat reduced. Lao Wang originally wanted to give this thing to his subordinates, to the guild members. After all, he already has the legendary Styx armor. And after his mecha evolves, he should be able to control the Styx armor. But when he obtained this summoning device, he found that this thing could actually be superimposed with the properties of the Styx armor. This made Lao Wang a little excited. After all, even if his mecha evolved, he could only barely control the Styx armor. It seems that the consumption of this thing must be much smaller than that of the Styx armor. It seems that he will have another conventional big move in the future. After Wang Daolong gave Lao Wang the things, he left. He was very busy, and could come to deliver things to him in person, which was already a great honor for him. Lao Wang put away the summoning device of the lava armor. Chapter 169. Lao Wang, who put away the lava armor summoning device, drove the lava and began to return. When Zero stabilized the flight of the lava, Lao Wang took out the thick earth orb from his backpack and merged it into the Wrath of Element. Wrath of Element, exclusive, the only legendary. Equipable by the Elemental Host armor. All attributes skill level plus LV2. All attributes skill effect plus 20%. All attribute skill release distance plus 200. All attribute single skill damage plus 20%. All attribute group skill range plus 100%. All attribute group skill power plus 20%. All attribute skill cooldown reduction plus 20%. Exclusive skill, Elemental Rampage. Elemental Rampage. Consume a legendary element crystal to let the Elemental Master enter the Rampage state. When the Elemental Master is in the Rampage state, the release of skills does not consume mana. Skills released for less than 60 seconds will not enter the cooldown. The skill damage is increased by 30%, the duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 10 days. Note: in the Wrath of Endless Elements, Turn to Ashes, after seeing the attributes of the Fury of Element, Lao Wang only wanted to say one thing: woohoo. Take off. After having this equipment, as long as he is willing to spend money, there will be no enemy he can't deal with. However, legendary element crystals are not easy to obtain. Even a strong person like him can only get 7 per month. However, he can only use this skill 3 times a month, and 7 are enough. After equipping the Lord of Elements and the Dragon, Lao Wang put away the Breath of the Wind that he had replaced. Although the Breath of the Wind is only a level 10 equipment, its attributes are still very domineering. He can improve the attributes of his teammates when he doesn't need it. After arranging everything, Lao Wang asked Ling to watch the route and fell into a deep sleep. These things happened one after another, which made him a little tired, and he needed to take a good rest. After Lao Wang fell asleep, a one-eyed giant beast in the endless outer domain tore through space and fell to a planet where sulfuric acid rained continuously in the sky, panting violently. This cruel environment had no effect on it at all, but corpses kept falling from his body. This was the Leviathan that Lao Wang found. It seemed that the forced air braking had a great impact on it. Just when this Leviathan was resting, a giant beast as big as the planet it was on appeared above him. If you take a peek at the whole picture of this giant beast from the universe, you will find that it is actually a creature with a similar shape to that on that planet. This giant beast is the carrier of the will of the Zerg Master, the king of Leviathan. So that's how it is. Has the Elemental Lord appeared again? What a trouble. The Zerg Overlord will soon know the whole story, because it could monitor the brain of every Zerg at will, including the Leviathan below it. All brainworms listen up. The infiltration plan failed, and the angel plan will be accelerated. After the Zerg Overlord will send a message to all brainworms, it fell silent again. If someone could come under the huge Leviathan King, he would definitely see the hideous wound on its body. This was left by it during the last raid on the people. The people were seriously injured and dying in their raid. How could they feel good? After the Zerg Overlord will gave the task, the Leviathan King slowly disappeared into the starry sky. The Leviathan that fell on the planet also slowly flew up and disappeared into the starry sky. The speed of the lava was much faster than that of the Night Owl. It took the Night Owl 2 days to fly the distance, but it only took more than 1 day to fly it. After arriving at the planet, where the teleportation function could be used, Lao Wang immediately spent a lot of money to teleport him and the lava back to the Dawn. After Lao Wang returned to the deck of the Dawn, the guild members gathered around the flying boat that they didn't recognize. When they saw that it was Lao Wang who came down, some people dispersed. Their boss didn't prepare for the competition these days, and no one knew what he was doing driving the boat. He even had the leisure to change the color of the boat. However, ordinary players didn't notice the change in his driving the spaceship, but some people did. You too? You too? Don't rush to dismantle it. This thing is different from the Night Owl. It may have confidentiality measures, Lao Wang said, as he looked at the 2 big guys who hurriedly walked towards the lava. He was really desperate when he saw the 2 as soon as he got off the ship. No one in the entire guild knew the Night Owl better than them. They didn't even need a second glance to see that it was not a human. No! Was it the original flying boat? It really is, Professor Zhang said with a very serious expression after walking around the lava. He took a quick look. This thing had 10 encryption methods just on the outer shell. It was more complicated than the core engine of the Dawn, and second only to the main gun installed on their bow. He heard from this kid that the main gun was the most advanced technology in the game, and their analysis was almost the same. They had no idea about that thing, but they didn't expect that he got another next-generation product. I'm not in a hurry to use this thing. You two can study it slowly, Lao Wang said after seeing them calm down. Okay. Thank you very much. I won't let you down, the 2 professors said to Wang Qianduo with a smile, and then took the students to bring the lava into the laboratory. Lao Wang, you are really decisive. Although the 2 didn't say much, Lao Wang knew that they would definitely not let him down as they said. But he was still thinking about using this thing to kill everyone in the competition. Alas, but it doesn't matter, even without this thing, he can still kill everyone. Lao Wang may be afraid that winning is too easy, so he is crazy about planting flags for himself. Major Qian Wang, General Zhang invites you to come over. When Lao Wang came back from the interstellar front and was building a mecha evolution pool, the quartermaster found Lao Wang. How to build a mecha evolution pool is recorded in his master's notes. It seems that he really thought of everything for him before he left. But what surprised Lao Wang was that other mechas didn't use this thing, and he didn't know why he was the only one who used it. When others saw the high-end thing Lao Wang built, they all lamented that Lao Wang was not playing the same game as them. General Zhang? Lao Wang, who was building the evolution pool, frowned when he heard this. Lao Wang is a new person under his command. Yes, General Zhang, General Huang was transferred some time ago, and General Zhang is the new highest commander of the Mother Star base, said the quartermaster. Lao Huang. No! General Huang was transferred. Is there anyone who can transfer him? Can Brother Ma tell me? Wang Qianduo was shocked when he heard this. Come with me first, we talk on the way. Okay. On the way to the command post, the quartermaster told Lao Wang what happened. General Huang was not transferred, but he asked for it. As for where he went, the quartermaster did not tell Lao Wang, and asked him not to ask too much. No wonder Lao Wang seemed a little abnormal some time ago. It seems that he triggered some special plot. So he deliberately targeted me during that time in order to draw a clear line with me and not implicate me. After listening to the quartermaster's words, Lao Wang instantly thought of many things, including that the last time Fairy City was targeted, it seemed that it was not simple. General Zhang is General Huang's teacher, a real veteran of our alliance, and a core figure of our neutral faction. After talking about Lao Wang's situation, the quartermaster also told Lao Wang about the new commander. Lao Wang's master. What kind of person must be the master of Lao Wang? A legendary master, Lao Wang thought. He soon met this big shot, and to be honest, he was a little disappointed. The man in front of him was nothing like the tall and mighty man he imagined, just a hunchbacked old man with a white beard. But Lao Wang was not a person who judged people by appearance. Didn't the martial arts novel say that when walking in the rivers and lakes, women, the elderly and children should not be offended? He must be a hidden master. No, he didn't hide anything, he is a master. Maybe his appearance is too deceptive. Lao Wang really doesn't believe that this old man is a master. Because Lao Wang already knows that the more advanced the mecha, the greater the burden on the body, which is why most high-level NPCs are tall and mighty. This little old man will fall down when the wind blows. How can he bear the burden of a high-level mecha? Chapter 170. You are Xiao Luo's apprentice, the one Xiao Huang often mentioned to me, the old man said when he saw Lao Wang coming. His voice was calm and upright, which made Wang Qianduo put aside all the mess in his mind. Yes, Major Qian Wang of the Alliance greets the general. Lao Wang was not less polite at all. He stepped forward and saluted General Zhang. Don't be so polite. I have been here for a few days, and often hear people mention you. Xiao Huang and Xiao Luo are also very optimistic about you. But maybe it's because I'm old. I'm a little stubborn now. The more others recommend me, the more I want to leave it alone. But today, the Qinglong army sent me a message and reported your contribution to me. It's really amazing, and you deserve their recommendation. The old man looked at Lao Wang and said slowly, Thank you, General. Lao Wang. You're welcome. I asked you to come here today not only to see you, a talent recommended by everyone, but also to do something for you. General Zhang stated his intention of asking Lao Wang to come here directly. When Lao Wang heard that there was a task, he was no longer sleepy and immediately said, Please go ahead. You have received the news of the Mecha competition. The final of this competition will be held on the Central Star. The various legions and special forces have selected representatives, but our neutral faction has not. In the past, we did not select them because we did not want to get involved in their affairs, but this time it was different. There were some problems with Lao Huang that affected the entire neutral faction. We, who were originally dedicated to the outside world, became fence-sitters under the propaganda of some people. This time we decided to show our strength, so we need one person to win the championship, only the champion, and all the champions. Do you have confidence? General Zhang asked Lao Wang indifferently. He wanted to see if this person recommended by so many people had the courage. After he finished speaking, Lao Wang heard the familiar system prompt. System prompt. Zhang Beiying issued a task to you win the championship. Do you accept it? Accept. Lao Wang said silently, then looked at the old general and said firmly, I have confidence. After showing his strength in front of countless players, Lao Wang gradually gained confidence. He used to want to hide his strength blindly, which was indeed stable, but it could also be said to be a lack of confidence. Okay. Then I trouble you. The old man smiled at Wang Qian's appearance. He is now optimistic about this kid. After leaving the command hall, Lao Wang sat on a step and looked at the task he had just accepted. Winning the championship, the only hidden at the request of the neutral faction of the Alliance. Win all the championships of the Mecha competition. Mission progress. Individual champion, 0 to 1. Team champion, 0 to 1. Group champion, 0 to 1. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty, unknown. Try hard. Lao Wang, who accepted the task on impulse, said to himself, with a hint of sadness in his tone. After that, he returned to the dawn again and began to build his own evolution pool. Lao Wang's actions attracted everyone in the station. They looked at Lao Wang, who kept placing rare materials in the energy pool inside. Hey me! Are those perfect materials? Just throw them in piles. More than that. I also saw legendary materials. Didn't you find that this energy pool itself is a legendary item? Is this the secret of its power? These materials are enough for my mecha to evolve 10 times. The Dragon Princess mecha, which has surprisingly expensive evolution materials, shouldn't be so expensive, right? Boss Lin evolved the Dragon Princess Mecha 2 days ago, and his cost was not even 1/3 of this. In one word, strong. Those who can enter this room are the core figures of the future guild, and Lao Wang didn't hide anything from them. It's too tiring to hide everything in your heart. Isn't it necessary to pretend to be cool in life? After throwing the last material into the energy pool, the entire energy pool immediately calmed down, and the milky white energy liquid was crystal clear and beautiful. You guys go out first, I'm going in. I don't know what will happen next, so you better stay away, Lao Wang said to the crowd watching. After hearing this, everyone walked out of the room. After Lao Wang saw them leave, he drove the elemental master into the energy pool. This time, he prepared enough energy under the advice of his master. After Lao Wang entered the evolution pool, the white energy once again enveloped him. The colorful elemental crown flew out of the elemental master's body and hovered above his head. The system prompt came again. System prompt. The elemental master is ready to evolve. Please choose the evolution direction and click the confirmation button to start the advanced assessment. This evolution is different from the last one. There are 2 more options in front of Lao Wang. These 2 options are Lord of Holy Elements, Special Evolutionary Mecha of Lord of Elements, who comprehends Holy Energy, Lord of Abyss Elements, Special Evolutionary Mecha of Lord of Elements, who masters 9 Nether Energy. To be honest, Lao Wang wants to choose both of them, but the system says that he can only choose one of them for assessment. Lao Wang looked at these 2 options with some hesitation. In fact, it is not difficult to guess the origin of these 2 evolutionary types. His attributes related to Holy Energy and 9 Nether Energy are only his special skills. Lord of Holy Elements must be because of the Holy Energy to master skills, and Lord of Abyss Elements is obviously the Dark Abyss Gate. 2 evolutions are feasible. Judging from the attack power alone, the second one is definitely higher. The terrifying power of strengthening the Dark Abyss Gate is still vivid, which is incomparable to Holy Energy. But, after thinking carefully, Lao Wang still chose the first evolutionary branch, Lord of Holy Elements. After all, the second branch is about the negative energy of the Dark Abyss Gate. The energy is strong enough, but the negative state is too terrifying. The negative state can affect Lao Wang in reality, which shows how terrifying it is. Lao Wang really feels that he can't control this energy, so he doesn't go for it. This is not a matter of confidence, he really doesn't want to take shortcuts. After choosing the evolution branch of the Lord of the Holy Elements, a white light bloomed in front of Lao Wang, and he appeared in the assessment copy. System prompt. The first round of the assessment, the baptism of the Holy Element energy is about to begin, please be prepared. The first round of assessment of the Lord of the Holy Elements was in a room full of laser weapons, leaving Lao Wang with basically no place to hide from the attacks. As soon as Lao Wang appeared, he was greeted by a volley of laser weapons of various colors, and he was instantly hit by 95% of his health. After Lao Wang took a few potions to replenish his status, the next round of attacks came immediately. Then round after round, Lao Wang survived for 5 minutes, and the Lord of the Elements outside was completely wrapped in white energy. After 5 minutes, the system prompted him that he had passed the first round of assessment, and the second round of assessment recognition of the Holy Elements would begin immediately. Lao Wang knew that he had definitely not passed the first round like this. After all, no one else could pass the assessment like this except him. But it didn't matter. If he passed, and if he passed by taking drugs, he passed. Just as Lao Wang was thinking about this, the scene in front of him changed again, and he appeared in a magnificent temple. In front of him were 4 golden warriors with full golden armor, helmets that only revealed a pair of golden eyes, and a pair of flowing wings on their backs. They held 4 weapons, sword, shield, axe, and gun, and blocked in front of Lao Wang. Behind them was a majestic throne. Lao Wang's task was to defeat the 4 of them, and sit on the throne with the golden elemental crown. The 4 guys in front of Lao Wang were at the same level as him, but they had a characteristic that Lao Wang hated the most, that is, ignoring magic attacks. Fortunately, they came one by one, and Lao Wang relied on medicine to resist, and smashed them with Konglong mace. From their low blood volume, it can be seen that they are testing Lao Wang's battle, but cheating players do not need this test. After smashing them, Lao Wang finally sat on the golden throne, and the 4 figures, and the elements of various attributes that he had seen before appeared below, and began to salute him. Chapter 171. After the element greeted him, and acknowledged his status as the Lord of Elements, the pure white energy once again enveloped Lao Wang. It was more painful than the last evolution, and the feeling of being torn apart in every part of his body once again attacked him. You should know that Lao Wang is no longer the same as before, and his physical fitness has almost reached the limit of human beings. But this heart-wrenching pain is still unbearable for him. The same illusion appeared again, and the surroundings were colorful. But this time Lao Wang knew that these things were not illusions. These colorful light spots flying around his body were the incarnations of the elements. And that made him extremely painful, as if something was drilling into his body, and the itchy and painful feeling was also the surrounding energy strengthening his body. Although this time was more painful than last time, with the experience of last time, these things were not so unbearable. When this feeling lasted for a while, and began to fade away, a soft energy covered Lao Wang's body, which was sweating profusely again, and restored his condition to the best. At the same time, the Lord of Elements also completed its evolution, revealing its new image after evolution. The overall image of the Lord of Elements has not changed much, except that the original colorful element embellishments have become golden sacred energy embellishments. The overall mecha is more angular, and the original tuxedo-like armor has become light armor, and the mecha is taller overall. The white headdress symbolizing the crown of the elements has also turned golden. This is the new mecha, the Lord of Sacred Elements. System prompt: the Lord of Elements has evolved, and you have obtained a 20-point increase in all attributes. The mecha characteristic element dominator has been improved, and the passive skill Lord of Elements has evolved into Lord of Sacred Elements. The characteristics of the elemental dominator actually did not change much, only increasing the attack growth by 0.1. But this is already terrifying. After adding all the attributes obtained from the upgrade to the intelligence, coupled with this unimaginable growth, Lao Wang's attack instantly reached 1107. Not only did it directly break through 1000, but it also broke through 1100. At present, the general attack of the 30-level mecha in the game is around 500. There is no need to mention how terrifying his attack is. Then there is the passive skill of the Evolved Elemental Master, which is now called the Holy Elemental Master. Holy Elemental Master, passive, epic attack damage increased by 20%, damage received reduced by 30%, 60% of the damage received will be converted into mana deduction, skill cooldown reduced by 30%, skills under 6 seconds become instant, and the release speed of skills over 6 seconds is increased by 30%, compared with the past. This skill not only has greatly enhanced attributes, but also has no elemental attribute restrictions, and the attack surface and coverage are wider. After the evolution of the Elemental Master, Lao Wang felt that his mission to win the championship had more confidence. But this is not enough. The competition will start in 3 days, and he has to think of some ways to strengthen himself. He felt that this mission was crucial to him, but not today. Although Lao Wang's physical condition was restored to its peak level after evolution, he was still a little tired mentally. This feeling of fatigue came from the painful torture during evolution, and it was not something that could be directly restored by the body being restored. Did you take a shower in there? Lin Qiming asked Lao Wang, who was covered in sweat. No, this was caused by the evolutionary mecha. Didn't you feel the transformation of your body after evolution? Lao Wang asked very confusedly, and then he performed a parkour that surpassed the physical fitness of human beings. His action that seemed like a light skill made everyone silent. Of course, they felt the strengthening of their bodies, but your level of strengthening is evolution. It's a mistake to give this hanging man another chance to be Versailles. In fact, it's not just that. After the Lord of Elements evolved this time, he could clearly feel a special energy, which should be magic energy. At the same time, he could also feel that as long as he evolved again, he could use this energy to achieve true transcendence. Lao Wang didn't tell everyone about these things. After all, he was not sure. It was just a feeling in the dark. Is there anyone who wants to put up a flag with me? I want to feel the strength of the evolved mecha, Lao Wang said to everyone. Everyone gave him a blank look and then dispersed. He could kill everyone in seconds before the second evolution, let alone now that he has evolved. Lao Wang's terrifying attributes made everyone lose the desire to fight, and they didn't want to give this hanging man a chance to show off. Lao Wang, you guys dispersed so quickly. I am willing to call you the strongest for attacking me. After everyone dispersed, Lao Wang went to the arena to have fun twice, and then went offline after getting familiar with the damage in the training ground. He wanted to take a good rest, and then continued to look for ways to strengthen himself tomorrow. After Lao Wang went offline, in the endless star field, a 6-armed Ming Wang mecha came to the battleship, one of the 7 main ships of the Xuanwu Corps. Like the Qinglong Corps, the Xuanwu Corps also has 7 Dreadnought-class starships, named after the 7 stars of Xuanwu. They are Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai, and the Xuanwu Corps is headed by Do's ship, because it represents the legendary Big Dipper. General Huang, please come in. General Zhang has been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as old Huang landed on Dou's ship, a man came to him and said to him, "Lead the way." General Huang, who put away the mecha, said after taking a look at the man. The man didn't dare to say anything after hearing that, and took old Huang, who was obviously in a bad mood, to a building. "Come on, take a look at my calligraphy." After old Huang followed the man into the building, a man with gray hair in his 30s smiled and said to him, "It's crooked, as dark as your heart," old Huang said disdainfully after taking a look. "Ha ha. Thank you very much. The calligraphy is like the person is the highest evaluation of me." Old Huang looked at the shameless posture of this man and fell silent. This man has always been like this. When he was in school for several years, he didn't know that this man was the eldest son of the Zhang family. Who would believe this shameless character, saying that the Zhang family is famous for being calm? "Stop talking nonsense, you said you have what I want?" Old Huang asked seriously. After hearing what old Huang said, his expression calmed down, and then asked old Huang, "Do we really have to check it? Do you also want to be a lobbyist for those people?" Old Huang asked indifferently. "I'm afraid that something will happen to you. Don't you know your physical condition? Why did the Federation ask you, the Aquila, to retreat to the Mother Star base? Don't you have any idea?" Zhang Pinon asked a little excitedly. "Don't you worry about this? I know where I can get the holy light. These problems are not a problem," old Huang said indifferently. After learning from the Alliance that Xu Anmin was cured by the holy light sent by Lao Luo, how could he not know where this thing came from with his understanding of Wang Qianduo? However, his physical problems were not serious enough, and he did not need this legendary magic medicine at present, so he did not ask Lao Wang for help. Zhang Pinon, from what you said, this super potion still exists? Can you give me a bottle? You know my uncle's situation. What are you thinking? If that thing is so easy to get, would I wait? What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Lao Huang. Forget it, I won't stop you. This time, I want to ask you to say that the people who target your granddaughter are not from our two sides, but someone else. They are not targeting you behind the scenes. Their target is Xiao Rui, or Xiao Rui's special talent. You know me, I will definitely not do such a wicked thing. Although the kid surnamed Li Mei, he will not touch your tiger whiskers at that time. Zhang Pinon said to Lao Huang in a low voice. Tell me in detail. Old Huang. This story started decades ago, when the Alliance's secret forces obtained a magical meteorite, or building, from the outer domain. This thing actually has the ability to stimulate human potential, but it is very unstable, and the people whose potential is activated by it will change their temperament and gradually lose their human emotions. The Alliance calls this thing the obelisk. Old Huang. How do you know? Do you know why I was injured? Is that so? It turns out that you suppressed those people, didn't I say so? Zhang Pinon. Chapter 172. The Alliance learned about the obelisk incident after Xu Anmin fell into a coma and Zhang Pinon took over some of his duties. It was at that time that he learned that there were so many bloody secrets in the Alliance. But he didn't know the details. Old Huang looked at him and told him about this dark history. When the Alliance first got this thing and knew that it could help humans evolve, they were very excited. Because it meant that it would be easier for humans to give birth to legendary strongmen. People who were born with special talents would definitely be promoted to legends as long as they grew up. And this thing can give people talents, which is very abnormal. As long as there are enough legendary strongmen, humans can counterattack the Zerg and even completely solve their only competitor in this universe. The Alliance's initial experiment was successful. They selected 100 people to test the activation of talents, and all of them were successful. Although the talents they activated were good and bad, they did open a shortcut to legends for people. This result made them become unbridled, and they began to select some veterans, who were stuck before the legend level to help them break through the legend level. Although there were some setbacks, they still helped 2 people advance to the legend level in a year, and this news shocked the human high level. But just when people were full of joy and ready to increase their efforts, the first 100 people who conducted the experiment had problems. After they conducted the experiment, the level of the mecha increased rapidly, and there was no bottleneck at all. But gradually people found that they seemed to have lost all human emotions, and gradually turned into a machine with the same appearance as the original person. In the end, they gradually stopped labeling themselves as human beings, and looked down on other people whose talents were not activated. This was not the worst, until one day one of these people attacked his comrades in the army, and kept saying, "Purify everything here, and wait for the arrival of the true God." Then the 3,000 people in their army were killed by their 100 transformers. The driver of the 57th level perfect mecha Hurricane Hunter, the highest commander of the army, was killed by them. Lao Huang knew about this at that time, because the Alliance sent 3 legends to secretly solve this problem, and he was one of them. The 3 of them completely crushed the 100 people. If you don't reach the legend, you will never understand the horror of the legend. But these people are easy to deal with. But the 2 people who broke through to the legend with the help of this obelisk are not easy to deal with. One of these 2 people broke through to the legend after the 100 people, and he had lost his humanity, and was surrounded and suppressed by the 3 people. Lao Huang was injured in that battle, and then it became more and more serious in the years of war, until it broke out a few years ago. The person who broke through the legend with external force should be very weak. But on the contrary, he originally had no talent to break through the legend, but with the help of the obelisk, he could almost fight 2 people alone. If it weren't for Lao Huang's large number of people, the result of that battle would be hard to say. The other person was simple. Because he had just broken through to the legend with that thing, he was easily controlled by the Alliance. In the end, I heard that he and those who used the obelisk later were executed because they couldn't find a solution. Hearing you mention it, it seems that there is a hidden story, Lao Huang said, and looked at Zhang Pinon. They were secretly imprisoned in Prison Star. How could Xuanmin's men give up these perfect experimental materials? Zhang Pinon. Who are you? Are you qualified to say anything about them? Lao Huang. At least I won't let them escape. You know about the black shark, right? What do you want to say? You don't want to say that the one who targeted me in the Alliance was Mao Ziyuan, who had been imprisoned and then escaped, right? Lao Huang. Of course not. After those people escaped, they fled to the outer domain and established a sect headed by Mao Ziyuan. I believe you have heard of this sect, which is the White Lotus cult. But they have been active in the outer domain, and we don't know much about them. However, Xuanmin and his men met these people 2 years ago. After decades of development, 7 of them broke through to the legend. They clashed with Xuanmin's main force in the outer domain. Although they were repelled by Xuanmin's troops, Xuanmin's personal guards also suffered heavy losses. Why was he ambushed by King Leviathan some time ago? Wasn't it because of his personal guards? The guards suffered too many casualties in that battle. After that battle, some of Xuanmin's men suggested restarting the obelisk project, and Xuanmin agreed. In addition to not using humans for experiments in recent years, they actually did not stop the project. So after restarting the obelisk project, they soon achieved new results. They found that this thing can not only help people awaken their talents randomly, but also transfer the talents of the natural talent holders to others. And there are no side effects. When Zhang Pinon said this, Lao Huang understood the whole story of the matter, and he understood it thoroughly. Haha, this is the Alliance I am loyal to. Tell me which old man is interested in her talent. Old Huang said to Zhang Pinon in a low voice. His almost materialized killing made the air around him drop by several degrees. The only ones who dared to attack his granddaughter in the entire Alliance were those old guys who were about to die. They were all going to die, so what else did they care about? Don't be impulsive. Xuanmin won't be able to jump for much longer. As long as he goes down, I promise you that I will help you settle these things. Zhang Pinon. The fundamental meaning of his words was that he wanted old Huang to help him seize the only position in the next competition. No need, Xiao Rui's talent is very special. He has 2 special talents, special psychic energy, and the ability to communicate with magic energy. There are only a few people who need these 2 talents to break through the legend and are about to die, and there is only one person who can contact the obelisk. The person in charge of the obelisk project, the driver of the psychic mecha, and the person in charge of the Alliance Technology Research Center, Ford. Old Huang said directly. He has been investigating this matter, and Zhang Pinon has given him a lot of information. When did you become so smart? Zhang Pinon said with a wry smile. When my only flesh and blood was hurt. Old Huang, listen to me, wait a little longer, how long can Xuanmin protect them? Zhang Pinon. Got it. After Old Huang finished speaking, he left. Zhang Pinon wanted to say something, but he didn't say it after all. He felt that he had made a mistake. He hadn't communicated with his roommate for too long, and he had forgotten what kind of person he was. How could the 6-armed king tolerate such a thing as using other people's talents and lives to break through the legend? What's more, this happened to him, so he would never let those people go. Don't get into trouble, old classmate. Zhang Pinon thought silently. The next day, at 8 o'clock, after resting for a night and recovering to the best mental state, Lao Huang logged into the game again and came to General Zhang again. Yesterday, after his mecha evolved, he received a system message. He didn't pay attention to it at the time, and only saw it after he went online today. The system message to him said, "Congratulations on his evolution to the next stage," and euphemistically mentioned that General Zhang heard that his attack power had broken through to more than 1,000, and wanted him to go over. This was the prelude to triggering the task. He was dumbfounded when he saw the message when he went online, and he didn't know if it was too late to go over now. "You are really good, almost as good as me back then. Let me give you another task. I want to eat lamb chops. Go to planet M32, and give me 10,000 lamb chops. Can you do it?" General Zhang, the old man with a white beard, said to Lao Wang. After he finished speaking, Lao Wang heard the system prompt again. System prompt: General Zhang wants you to issue a task, Supernormal Road 1. Do you accept it? Accept. Supernormal Road 1. Please complete General Zhang's test. Task progress: lamb chops, 0/10,000. Task reward: 50,000 experience points. Is this a series of tasks? This old man wants 10,000 lamb chops. Can he eat them? Lao Wang looked at the task, and didn't know where to start complaining. What kind of task is this? Supernormal Road? Will you learn superpowers after completing it? Chapter 173. From the system message, it can be seen that the mission of the Extraordinary Road is a special mission that is triggered only when his attack power exceeds 1,000. This should be a reward mission. The name is related to becoming stronger. So Lao Wang rushed to the destination with great enthusiasm. He thought that General Huang wanted 10,000 lamb chops, and there should be a lot of sheep on this planet. But when he flew out of the Mother Star field and came to the M32 planet, he found out, what is this? 70% of the area of the entire M32 planet is a cruel desert environment. At the same time, there is only one kind of sheep on the entire planet, that is, the sand sheep unique to this planet, a star beast of about level 30. But although each of these sand sheep can drop a lamb chop, their number is really small. If they are not refreshed by the system, Lao Wang feels that he can kill them all. Does he have any idea of protecting animals? Do you know that humans and animals should live in harmony? Sheep are so cute, why kill them? Old Wang complained, while searching for sand sheep in the yellow sand. He felt like he was going crazy. For a whole day, he found more than 700 sand sheep. It was not difficult to kill them with his damage. The only difficulty was finding them. They were too scattered and well integrated with the environment, making it very difficult for Old Wang to find them. "Old Wang, how are you doing?" Old Ma sent a message. "Not going well, is there anything wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to tell you that the second group has passed the centipede." "Are you panicking?" "I didn't panic when the first group reached the second stage of Baitianyu. You have just passed the centipede, and you are so embarrassed." Lao Wang replied after looking at the progress of the first group, and then he silently began to fly to the teleportation point. After the Black Shark Pirate Lair was refreshed today, the members of the Future Guild made a bet. Team 1 and Team 2 led the guild members to the dungeon respectively, and bet on who could clear the level first. Team 1 and Team 2 are the two teams participating in the team competition in the future. For the sake of fairness, Lao Wang did not join them. And he needs to lead a team to the dungeon alone, because only he can lead the team to clear the dungeon by himself. "Where did you fight to?" Lao Ma asked. I haven't formed a team yet, but it doesn't matter. I will surpass you soon." Lao Wang. "You didn't forget it? How is it possible?" Lao Wang said. He really forgot. The task of the lamb chop was too overwhelming. If you lose, you have to treat everyone. Invite everyone in the guild to an offline dinner. Someone will not vomit blood by then, right? Lao Ma said sarcastically. "Are you kidding me? I will lose." After Lao Wang and Lao Ma said a few harsh words, they came to the entrance of the Black Shark Star dungeon and started to recruit people. Soon, 49 players from the Future Guild were pulled into the team. Big Thousand King. "Are you going to the group dungeon?" "Fortunately, I was quick. Do I have a chance to go to the team dungeon too?" Big Thousand King. "The one upstairs hasn't entered the dungeon yet. Shout first." After everyone joined the group, because there were players from all the groups, the team channel was a little messed up. But Lao Wang didn't care. He just asked everyone to gather quickly. He wanted to struggle a little. Otherwise, although he is not short of money now, he will still feel distressed. These 49 people are also very sensible. They gathered in less than 5 minutes and entered the dungeon under the leadership of Lao Wang. "Everyone knows the precautions, right?" Lao Wang said to everyone. "I know. Don't worry, boss. Okay, you guys fight whichever boss I fight, and try not to touch the other one. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he rushed towards the Stoneman brothers. In the past, he might need others to trick them with their skills, but after the evolution of the Lord of Elements, Lao Wang didn't care about them at all. Their two skills are full of threats to others, and even Lao Wang's lava shield can't knock them down. In the future, everyone in the guild only saw that an elemental ray shot at one of the two stone men. Minus 10,309. Minus 9,710. Critical strike minus 22002. A series of damage numbers shot out, and the blood bar on its head fell like a blood avalanche, and it fell down soon. Because the other stone man was basically unharmed, the self-explosion of the fallen stone man had little power. Only a few people on the field were killed instantly because of their low level, and the whole group had basically no damage. After killing one instantly, the other one didn't last long and soon went to find his friends. Resurrect the fallen one, everyone who needs it, roll the points, I will collect the materials. After the stone man fell, Lao Wang said to everyone. They were still immersed in the shock of Lao Wang's instant boss just now, and Lao Wang called them several times before they reacted. Fuck. This. Is this the damage of the first person in the game? Love it. Boss is awesome. All kinds of compliments kept filling the screen, and Lao Wang's mouth curled up. But although it was very cool to see, he still stopped everyone. There was no other way, he was in a hurry. The Erdwa and the centipede Mecha behind the Stone Brothers were basically solved by Lao Wang's routine. They could not withstand Lao Wang's explosive damage. The trouble for Lao Wang in this copy was the three things of Mecha, but fortunately he had the magic cone. As long as he nailed the Mecha that reflected magic damage, the first stage was fine. And he also had a special skill for the second stage of mind control, which was to kill all his teammates before this stage arrived. In this way, Bai Tianyu would not release the counterattack, and he could also output as much as he wanted. The uncounterattacked Lao Wang summoned the golden hoop, and with the enhanced skills, a flaming war god gilded halberd directly penetrated the giant incarnated by Bai Tianyu. Weakness critical hit reduced by 167,000. After a series of attacks, Bai Tianyu fell down again without saying a line, and then Lao Wang looked at the team. It was found that Team 1 had been through the level for a while, and Team 2 had also passed the most difficult control stage and reached the last 5%. But Lao Wang still won, and Lao Ma received the message as soon as possible, and then sent him a fuck. Lao Wang smiled, and gave him a middle finger. Clear the level, open the box. Lao Wang said to everyone, he didn't care what dropped. This. After Lao Wang finished speaking, a little beauty in the team came forward to open the treasure chest. This little beauty is a relatively famous player in their guild, and also a game anchor, supported by Lin Qiming and others. A beauty? She is always popular, so the task of opening a box falls on her. But everyone looked at the golden light in front of them, and they really didn't expect her to be so popular. It's not long now. This is the first time that a legendary equipment has been released in the future except for the first kill, and it is the legendary weapon, the Spear of Dark Attack. Xiaomi is so popular. This is too popular. Mijie is invincible, the number 6 in the universe. If I had known, I would have let you open it a long time ago, Lao Wang also said. Everyone, During this period, the drop rate of legendary equipment is lower than people's imagination, and no one has heard of anyone getting this equipment in the whole game. When everyone was excited, Lao Wang waved his hand and said, the legendary equipment, Spear of Dark Attack, needs roll points, but it's best not to sell it after you get it. If you want to sell it, contact Boss Lin, and the price will definitely satisfy you. His words made the scene silent. What did they hear just now? They must have heard it wrong. Yes. I heard it wrong. What the hell? He said roll points, right? For this kind of welfare group, this kind of equipment should not be received by the guild, and then given to the elite group players? No one wants it. No one wants me to send it to the guild treasury. Lao Wang continued to say when he saw that they did not make any moves. President, don't you want it? Your equipment is still the level 10 Breath of the Wind, right? One person asked Lao Wang. Don't you worry about me, I have already changed my weapon, and there is no place for this thing for me, Lao Wang said. Everyone, Is this the world of top players? The weapons they dare not even dream of have no place in the opponent's hands. Scared, under Lao Wang's persuasion, the players who could equip this weapon chose to roll. When people's luck is at its peak, it is really red and purple. In the end, this thing was actually taken down by the player named Xiaomi with 100 points. Chapter 174. Laoma and his team lost the internal competition, so the offline event will be held by Lao Ma and his team. But this kind of activity involving the entire guild takes a lot of time, so they arranged the event time after this mecha competition. Then it will be a celebration banquet. You are making trouble. Crazy flag planting. Then I must protect you. I can't let you in too easily. Get lost. Leoma and his team have long been financially independent because of the future guild shares. Although there are many people in this event, it is definitely a drop in the bucket. 2 days later. Today is the day when the mecha competition begins. Countless players are online early to prepare for this unprecedented event. Hello, everyone, welcome to watch the mecha competition broadcast by Penguin TV. I am the host Tion. Hello, everyone, I am the host Miami. The publisher of this event game attaches great importance to it, and almost sent all of its head hosts. Then all channels were used for broadcasting, and help was also obtained from the game, so that they could get the first, second and third perspectives of the players at will. The next step is the individual competition trials. When the competition time comes, the registered players will be transferred to the selection venues of each attribute mecha. The selection rules of each attribute mecha are different, but the top 100,000 will be selected today, and the top 10,000 will be decided tomorrow. Tion. Yes, oh. The players have entered the venue, and they have entered the waiting area. We can see that magic mechas mostly compete in output, and strength mechas mostly compete in monster resistance. Yen me. Friends, I just received news that the light and dark mechas have been directly promoted because there are less than 100,000 in total. Rare mechas are different. Tion. It's really enviable. While the two hosts were talking, Lao Wang had already killed sheep again. He was also classified as a light mecha, and was directly promoted. Now, he just needs to wait for the team selection in the afternoon. The qualifying round will be held 2 days later, after the top 10,000 teams and individuals are selected. Lao Wang was watching the game while looking for the sand sheep. As he was looking, a box appeared in front of him. This thing was the random treasure chest that could be obtained by watching the game. The drop rate of this thing is quite high. Lao Wang said, as he looked at the box in front of him, and then he opened the random treasure chest casually. He didn't expect anything good to come out of this thing, but a golden light made him stop in his tracks. System prompt. Good fortune has come from the sky. Player Qian Wang opened the random treasure chest, and obtained the legendary battle vehicle Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex blueprint. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, legend, durability, 10,000. Attack, 650. Defense, 60. Movement speed, 500. Skills, crushing, B1 missile, ultimate energy bomb, transformation into a dinosaur tank. Remarks. A new concept intelligent mechanical flying car designed with multiple advanced concepts. Or a flying dragon? Old Wang looked at the golden blueprint and the attributes of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus in front of him, and was silent for a while. I'm so lucky? But what's the use of this thing? This mechanical Tyrannosaurus is somewhat similar to a man-made mecha. Even though it has 650 attacks and 10,000 HP, it's actually not very useful. Lao Wang can't not drive it in front of the Lord of Elements. It's just a means of transportation. So if you want to say how useful this thing is, it's actually not. After all, it's just something similar to Santana. But this thing has the most important thing, that is, handsome, and handsome in a very different way. Human beings are really special. We are the only creatures that have spiritual pursuits after being satisfied with food and clothing. In other words, being strong is temporary, but being handsome is lifelong. You can imagine that you drive this mechanical dinosaur to a very high-end party. Even if other people's cars are good, they can only ask the hotel staff to stop the car, but when you get there and jump off it, you can say to the staff, "Help me stop the dinosaur." This is so cool. Although it sounds like a fool, you are definitely the most handsome guy tonight. Okay. This thing is really useless except for pretending to be cool. Lao Wang doesn't know whether his luck is good or bad. When Lao Wang fell into deep self-doubt, the world channel had exploded. It's him again. You see, I said he is dragging his feet. Why not me? Why did I get a gold crystal when I opened the box, and others got a legendary item? Why didn't I even see the box? I saw it, I was eliminated, the consolation prize was opened, a rare equipment. Did he get eliminated as well? What do you want? If he can be eliminated, is there still something to play in this game? To be honest, this thing seems to be useless. Why is it useless? Even if he made this thing, I can't beat his mount. You can't beat him even more if he doesn't use a mount. Lieutenant General Lao Wang was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, but soon someone also found that his award was really useless. However, This couldn't stop everyone from being envious of him. After all, the best items everyone gets are rare equipment, and it's really a bit overwhelming to suddenly have a legend. But just as they were sighing, one day the system prompt came. System prompt: good fortune has come. The player K-Layer's bunny opened a random treasure chest and obtained the legendary prop fried box. Fried box. Consumable. Bound. Legend. Effect: get a random effect after use. Cooling time: 10 seconds. Another legendary prop was born, which made the players shift their attention slightly. Before the players could digest the information, system prompts started to sound one after another. Items or equipment appeared on the world channel one by one, and the best of them was a legendary equipment. Elemental Orb. Legend. Bound. Available for mechas above level LV30. Attack plus 220. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 40. Intelligence plus 90. Skill attack power plus 10%. Cooling down plus 15%. Ignore defense plus 10%. When attacking an enemy, there is a 5% chance to randomly apply a negative attribute to the enemy. Elemental Shock. Causes 200% of the attack power elemental damage to enemies within a 500 by 500 range, and silences the enemy for 1 second. Note: feel the power of the elements. This thing is a level 30 intelligence type rare Mecha Thunder. After he got this equipment, he took off directly. At the same time, because of this equipment, the whole game was boiling. Then the big guys from all sides began to swipe the screen in unison, and the world channel was finally no longer full of envy and jealousy. Xinghe Guild collects treasure chests at a high price. Wanli Guild collects treasure chests at a high price. XX Guild collects at a high price. The entire world channel changed from the side just now to which guild or who collected treasure chests at a high price. If the things in the treasure chests were not directly bound together after they were opened, they would definitely collect the things directly. But now they can only collect treasure chests. But treasure chests really depend on luck, and not everyone can play with them. And because of the competition among everyone, the price of this thing has risen to tens of thousands of yuan each, and is still rising, becoming something that ordinary people can't afford. At the same time, because of this thing, the enthusiasm of the crowd to watch the game was unprecedentedly high. After all, one piece is more than 10,000 yuan. However, the individual trials in the morning ended quickly, and they could only wait for the afternoon competition. Should we collect some of this? Lao Ma asked in the Future Guild channel. Don't touch it, Lao Wang said. That's right. This thing has become a pure gambling. If you get into it with a fluke mentality, it is possible to go bankrupt. Lin Qimeng. You are floating. You want to play with this kind of thing. Sister Hua said, and then she took Lao Ma's ears to educate him. When the people in the Future Guild saw this scene, some of them, who had clear ideas, immediately knew that this was a show for them by the big guys. How could Lao Ma, a smart man, not understand these things? They just wanted to remind everyone. However, the people in the Future Guild can control it, but some other guilds may not be able to do so. This thing is definitely a change. Chapter 175. While the treasure chest was in the spotlight, the afternoon team competition began. The selection for the team competition was very simple. The system set up 10,000 competition venues, and then randomly threw the registered teams into the competition. The top 10 teams in each competition venue advanced to the next round of selection, which was very simple and crude. After the competition began, Lao Wang and his team appeared in a jungle ruin. This environment not only had enemies, but also various traps. Lao Wang and his team had only taken a few steps when a huge rock rushed towards them, but was cut in half by Lin Qimeng. Then Lao Wang attacked in a direction with a series of lightning strikes, and a team of people screamed, and they were eliminated instantly. This team just wanted to come and see what was going on here, and never thought that they would be eliminated because of this. At the same time, countless people saw Lao Wang and his team's performance. Because of Lao Wang's fame, they were the focus of the broadcast. Lao Wang and the others didn't know all this. After dealing with this team, Lao Wang flew up to the sky and began to observe the battlefield situation, and at the same time observed where the center of the poison circle was. It is impossible not to set up a poison circle in this large-scale battlefield chicken game, because if there is no control of the poison circle, the entire game will take too long. The center is quite far to the east. Let's go directly there. Lao Wang landed and said to Sister Hua after confirming the center. Go directly there. There's nothing good to brush on this map. Sister Hua. After hearing this, everyone began to carefully rush to the direction marked by Lao Wang. They were not afraid of the enemies on this battlefield, but they had to be careful of traps. What if they trigger a trap that kills the whole team instantly? causing them to be eliminated. Where can they go to seek justice? Just as Lao Wang and his team were on their way, the host had already switched the live broadcast screen to them for a while. Now, except for the team on the screen, the first guild, the future guild, we can see that their strength is really strong. The boulder trap that killed so many people was easily broken by them. Tion. Indeed, the strength of the second level dragon princess is indeed very strong, but I still look forward to that person's action. It seems that his mecha has also evolved. Yanmi. Well, let's see. He suddenly attacked. It turned out that a team was approaching them. Wow, just one strike, all 7 mechas on the opposite side were destroyed, and he didn't even look at them. It's really too exaggerated. The 7 people on the opposite side must have died inexplicably. Is this chain lightning? Yes. Well, we saw the introduction on the system side. It turns out that his mecha is called the Lord of the Holy Elements. They seem to be going directly to the center point. They are really very confident. The live broadcast continued. Lao Wang and others were heading all the way to the center point, and did not have any battles with other teams, so the main screen was quickly cut away. Only teams like them would choose such a route, because they have some absolute confidence. After all, there are not many people in the whole game who can confront their team head-on, let alone this small battlefield. Opponents similar to them will avoid them from a distance because of Lao Wang's existence. In fact, even ordinary people will avoid a team of rare mechas from a distance when they see them, not to mention that Lao Wang's mecha is so exaggerated. And those who dare to attack them are definitely not their competitors. These people dare to attack them, either because they are very confident in their tricks, or because they are brainless. Will those with tricks be afraid? Not to mention those without brains. After Lao Wang and others came to the center, they looked at the wars that rose from time to time around them, as if they were 7 people eating melons. Do you think there is a team from our guild here? Sister Hua. Who knows? We can't contact them. Lao Ma. In this battlefield, the communication is closed, and only a few of them can communicate normally. Of course, they can't contact people in the same guild. It's hasty. If I knew it earlier, I would have made a gathering plan, Lao Wang said. Who could have known this thing earlier? Lin Qimeng. While the few people were eating melons and chatting, their battlefield had gradually stabilized. The gap between teams is still relatively large. Some teams are all level 30, and even have rare mechas. Some even have several level players, who are here just to get the rewards. Such teams have almost been eliminated at this time, and the remaining lucky ones will be eliminated by the poison circle in a while. There are now 21 teams left in Lao Wang's battlefield, and they are distributed around Lao Wang and others. These people obviously know Lao Wang and his team, so no team dares to move forward. They are waiting for other teams to lose patience and go up to die, or when the poison circle shrinks, they fight each other. Judging from the situation on the scene, there are obviously no people from the future guild in these teams, otherwise it is impossible that they would not come to recognize each other in this situation. As the poison circle shrank, the war around Wang Qianduo and others was ignited again, and even they were affected from time to time. Lao Wang and others didn't want to care at first, but more and more attacks made them annoyed, and more importantly, someone deliberately directed the attack to them. And there are more and more such teams, and Lao Wang and others' silence makes them more and more presumptuous. After being deliberately attacked again, Lao Wang took action, and the photon beam skill was activated. All the surrounding players were cleared out of the battlefield, and they were directly promoted. Lao Wang could understand those people's thoughts. They just wanted to confirm whether Lao Wang and others were really that strong, and wanted to see if there was a chance to become famous. But Lao Wang wanted to say that you can become famous, but you have to bear the things you need to pay during this period. Lao Wang's attack was broadcasted by the main channel that had just been transferred. Some people saw his powerful attack power and powerful skills, and also saw his unreasonableness. Yes, it is unreasonable. What these people saw was that the people in those teams had deliberately avoided them, but they still eliminated them. As for their intentional attack on Lao Wang and others, wanting to see if there was a chance to become famous, they did not see it at this moment. If I didn't see it, it doesn't exist. If these things don't exist, then you are overbearing. Lao Wang also knew these things after leaving the arena, but he didn't care. Because since the black equipment incident, the reputation of the future guild and him has always been bad. Even though the guy who spread the rumor has been sentenced, it is not new that it takes a lot of effort to refute it. As long as those videos that have been circulated exist, they will always face this problem. At the beginning, Lao Wang could still go online to rant with them, but later he got used to it, and was too lazy to rant against him. However, the impact of this incident is much smaller than that of the black equipment, because there is no one behind the scenes to push it. After all, the future is different now, and those who push behind the scenes are much more careful. Especially after their guilds have starships, they are more afraid that Lao Wang and them will be in a desperate situation. How is your research? They should be our biggest opponent on the road to winning the championship this time. Is there any good way to deal with them? After all the games on the first day were over, in the meeting room of the Galaxy Guild, Wang Xinghe played all the video materials of Wang Qianhua's actions and said, "Not easy to deal with. Galaxy Light. Well, his damage is too high, we may not have a chance to use our special moves. Well, it seems that the only way now is to break through level 30. Wang Xinghe. Is it reliable this time? Absolutely reliable, in fact, I should have thought of it earlier. Yes. Who would have thought that players are the same as monsters? The competition ended that day, and the main teams of all major guilds advanced, and then they began to study their opponents without stopping. Among them, Lao Wang was the one who was studied the most. After all, his achievements were there, and it was really impossible to ignore. Lao Wang, who was studied by everyone, did not study his opponent because he was busy killing sheep. Seeing that the progress of the big project of 10,000 lamb chops was already halfway through, Lao Wang felt that there must be a big secret behind this task, so he worked so hard on the task. I hope the reward will not disappoint me too much. Chapter 176. The second day. Above a magnificent sky arena, the Lord of Elements fired various elemental attacks, and the light attribute mechas below dodged in a panic. Today is the second day of the selection competition, and the system will select the top 10,000 in the individual and team competitions. Old Wang doesn't know how other attribute mechas are selected. He only knows that the system has given 10,000 arenas to the light attribute intelligence attack mechas. Then the player can choose an arena to defend, or choose to attack. As long as you are the champion before the time is up, you will automatically advance to the next round. Each person has 1 chance to choose, and 3 chances to attack. If someone chooses the same arena during the selection period, they will have a big fight to decide the champion. If you challenge the arena, it is 1-on-1. Old Wang naturally chose the 666th arena, which is the sky arena under his feet. But maybe this number is too auspicious. More than 300 people chose the same arena as him. The rules of the ring competition are the same as those of the arena. All skills above rare are cooled down. However, this thing does not affect Lao Wang now. He not only has a high cooldown reduction, but also has a large number of exquisite skills. The acquisition of skills from the Molten Gold shop has never stopped. He has obtained hundreds of skills from there one after another. Although there are no more good perfect skills, Lao Wang feels that rare and exquisite skills are enough. What he lacks now are auxiliary skills and various functional skills. He has asked Chen Hong of Molten Gold to help pay attention to these. Let's go back to the sky arena. After Lao Wang was teleported in, he was a little confused when he saw the 300 people, but he quickly adjusted himself. It was a small scene, don't panic. However, other people were basically desperate when they saw it, but people's fighting spirit is infinite, especially since this is a game. What is there to be afraid of? People were a little desperate when they saw him during the countdown, and then someone shouted, "They are all rare mechas, why are we afraid of him?" and directly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Then, as soon as the countdown ended, this selection match turned into a challenge match for more than 300 people to defeat him as the boss. You should know that light attribute mechas are very difficult to deal with. They restrain dark attributes, and are not restrained by any other attributes. Instead, they have some suppressing effects on other attributes. In particular, most light attribute mechas have a very strong control skill, which is silence. Lao Wang is most afraid of silence, so this battle is not very friendly to Lao Wang. Fortunately, they all need time to release the magic of the mage mecha, but Lao Wang does not need it. He came up with a wave of bursts, solved the opponents around him, and then took off successfully. At present, the sky is Lao Wang's home ground. He has never seen another person who can compete with him in the sky, and of course he has never seen anyone on the ground. After Lao Wang took off, the scene at the beginning happened. Endless elemental attacks burst out from his hands, suppressing the mecha below. They must dodge all the time, otherwise if they are hit by Lao Wang's skills, they will basically be killed instantly. And there is another bad news for them, that is, Lao Wang's ultimate skills are all cooling down. The cooldown time of skills, like Photon Ray, is only about tens of seconds. Once the cooldown of this skill is over, the life of the people below will be even more difficult. However, just when his skills were about to turn, someone in the crowd suddenly said, It is my honor to deal with this hangman with you today, but he is too strong, so we must make sacrifices to restrict him. I have a special skill, but I need to walk 20 steps in front of him. As long as I walk, I will be 100% sure to control him. I hope everyone can cover me. After I release this skill, I will definitely die. I just hope everyone can kill this hangman. Brother, I will cover you, don't worry. Don't worry, we will make him buried with you. The emotions of the people on the field suddenly became a little tragic for some reason, and Lao Wang was stunned. Brother, do you have to be so dramatic when playing a game? Why do you make it seem like a life and death separation? Just as Lao Wang was complaining, the man who was shouting had already rushed towards him, with 4 mechas in front of him holding up barriers. Looking at these people, Lao Wang also became playful, and he wanted to see how far these people could push him. But he didn't want that person to get too close, so he raised his hand slightly, and a flash of lightning went towards them. But just as the lightning skill was just launched, a mecha in the distance flashed in front of the lightning, and then embraced the lightning and turned into charcoal. He shouted "come on" before being eliminated, making the atmosphere more and more tragic. If this were a movie, then Lao Wang would be the ultimate villain, and they were the heroes who sacrificed themselves to deal with the villain. One hero fell, and another took over. Their spirit deeply touched Lao Wang, and Lao Wang slightly increased the strength of his attack. Psycho, however, because Lao Wang still deliberately let them go, and they really tried hard, he still came within 20 steps of Lao Wang. Come with me, Feng Yijihua. The man drove his golden and white mecha to within 20 steps of Lao Wang and roared. Then he disappeared on the spot with golden light all over his body, but Lao Wang was surrounded by 2 golden chain phantoms. Everyone come together. My friend's skill can seal all the enemy's magic skills, and double the damage of light attribute skills. Now is the best time to kill him. It will be too late if you don't go up. Lao Wang was checking his status. After hearing the man shout, he found that it was true. What a powerful skill. But he was not panicked at all. He drew out the Konglong mace, and looked at the remaining 30 or so mechas rushing towards him. After moving his wrist and neck, he turned the round tube of the Konglong mace's blocking part, turning it into a flashy glowing red-gold color, and then rushed towards them. This special effect is really just a special effect, and it has no other effect except being handsome. Although Lao Wang himself has his magic skills sealed, he still has a lot of physical skills. He just doesn't use these skills normally. Although he is a little unskilled, it is more than enough to deal with them. He is like a tiger among sheep, moving around in a group of mechas, and these people have no power to resist. Damn, the script is wrong. We are all so tragic, shouldn't he be sealed with skills, and then we take him down with difficulty? How can this be? Why does he still have melee physical attack methods for them? What kind of mecha is this? Damn, the damage to him is only a few dozen points. What's the use of doubling it? What is this? Everyone was sent out of the dungeon one by Lao Wang amidst the wailing. The other audiences outside the factory laughed so hard that their back teeth came out. These people are so funny. Did they go to school to study comedy performance? This comedy came to an end after Lao Wang killed the last person. The system purified Lao Wang's state, and the chains on his body are still broken. After killing these people, Lao Wang never saw another challenger until he was promoted. Everyone tacitly avoided the number 666 arena, because they knew there was a demon king that they could not defeat. At the same time, many people reported to the game company that Lao Wang's mecha should not belong to the light attribute mecha at all. It was unfair that he occupied a quota for the attribute. They asked the game company to give compensation, but the game company didn't even give them any. The people who reported it could not be the 10,001st person who was suspended by Lao Wang. They just wanted some benefits. After the individual competition ended, Lao Wang did not go to kill sheep because it was not long before the team selection competition started. He came to the station to help Lin Qimeng and others count the players who entered the top 10,000 in the individual competition in the guild. These are the elite seeds of their guild, and they must have a certain degree of understanding. If the loss of talent is caused by neglect, it is undoubtedly very stupid, and the future will not last long. There are a lot of ruthless people in our guild. There are thousands of people who entered the top 10,000 in the individual competition. Sister Hua sighed after everyone finished counting. After all, we are the first guild. Lin Qimeng. Chapter 177. Lin Qimeng was right. The reason why the future guild has so many top 10,000 players is largely because they are the first guild. Establishing a guild ahead of the entire game not only allowed them to recruit many masters, but also gave their guild players enough time to grow. Since they created the guild, they knew that the guild was the real sun of the game, and the mercenary group was not comparable at all. The various benefits of the guild were simply not comparable to the mercenary group. After everyone had almost counted the situation of the guild players, the second round of the team competition was about to begin. After betting all the star diamonds on their own team, Lao Wang and others entered the competition venue. The team selection today was similar to yesterday, both of which were chicken-eating mode games. The difference was that there were only 10 teams in one map today, while there were probably hundreds yesterday. At the same time, 10 teams advanced to one map yesterday, but only one team advanced today. Welcome everyone to continue watching our game. We can see that the players have entered the competition venue. I think today's game will be very exciting. According to the statistics of our staff, the system seems to have intentionally separated the top teams. It seems that no team from more than 40 guilds appears in the same stadium. This is not absolute, you see. The first team of the future guild and the team of the new guild Glacier are in the same team, aren't they? Really? Let's watch the game together. While the live broadcast outside was in full swing, Lao Wang and others were carefully exploring the cosmic arena filled with broken meteorites. They didn't know who their opponents were, but what made them so careful was not the opponents, but the possible traps in this venue. It's unlikely that traps would be set in this space environment, Xiao Hai said after everyone was careful for a long time and nothing happened. But as soon as he finished speaking, a meteorite passed right in front of him. Xiao Hai, so slapped in the face. Then he looked in the direction where the meteorite came from, and found that a team of all rare mechas were looking at them from a distance. There were indeed no traps in this environment, and the meteorite just now was man-made. This team was not simple. They had entered the danger warning range of Lao Wang and others, but Lao Wang and his team didn't feel it at all. This shows that they have concealment technology that surpasses Lao Wang and his team. If they didn't intend to let everyone find them, they would be in a lot of trouble if they launched a sneak attack. What do they mean by this? Do you look down on us? Lao Wang said, as he looked at the team observing them from afar. The whole team has rare mechas with water attributes. This is the team of the Glacier Guild, Lin Shimeng. The Ice River Guild is one of the newly established guilds. There is no game club behind them. It should be a hidden guild like Huashan Sword of Miracle. The whole team is water attribute mechas, so they will be beaten to a pulp by thunder attribute mechas. Xiao Hai. While Lao Wang and his friends were discussing the 7 members of the Ice River, the other side was also discussing them fiercely. What are you doing? Isn't it good to sneak attack? Are you a spy? Said Diamond Star, the president of the Ice River Guild. You still need to sneak attack to deal with a group of internet-addicted teenagers? Can you be more capable? Said one person. That's right, Captain. Don't forget that we still have a trick. These people are really not to be feared. Said another person. Leave the strongest silence to me, and let me show you what slaughter is, said the man who threw the meteorite. They are actually the elites of the Western Secret Forces, and they were ordered to enter this game. Their super control of mechas is indeed much better than that of professional players, and they know more about the battles between mechas. For the Western forces where personal heroism prevails, it is really uncomfortable for them to watch those professional players become famous. Now that the upper level has relaxed the restrictions on them, and ordered them to achieve good results in this competition, they will certainly not miss this opportunity to defeat the future guild head-on and become famous. Diamond Star looked at his teammates speechlessly, and chose not to speak again. A bunch of idiots. He will retire after this game. Staying with these people for a long time will affect his IQ. Why can't they come up? Xiao Hai goes up to test their depth. Sister Hua said, but as soon as he finished speaking, the 7 opponents dispersed and flew towards them. Xiao Hai. Are these people voice-controlled? Shit! But even if you complain, you still have to take the battle seriously. A great man once said, strategically despise the enemy, tactically take the enemy seriously. Although Lao Wang and others don't think they will be the opponents of their own people, they still have to be serious. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, he disappeared into the shadows. After Sister Hua and Fairy added buffs to everyone, Miracle came forward with a shield. Lao Wang and his team's formation is currently the most mainstream formation, with the tank in the front, the output in the center, the auxiliary at the end, and the assassin wandering outside the team to look for opportunities. But the opponent is not like that. They are lined up in a row, staggered in front and behind each other, and the distance between each other is not much different. At the same time, Lao Wang and others found that the opponent's 7 mechas had no defensive mechas, and this was a pure output team. When the two sides were about to get close to the output distance, one of the 7 mechas of the opponent burst into energy in its hand, and a Glacier Phantom composed of ice magic energy burst into the team of Lao Wang and others. Although the damage of this move was not high, It slowed down everyone except Xiao Hai, who was free from the team. Seeing this, the Fairy Jinja shot out a healing wave from the Witch Mecha to decelerate everyone, and Miracle also entered the range of his skill at this time. He rushed towards the opponent's magic mecha that was charging skills, and then the group taunt was turned on. This time, he not only interrupted his skills, but also controlled 3 mechas of the opponent. At the moment when Miracle attacked, Sister Hua flashed forward and controlled 6 people with the flame vines. He originally wanted to control 1 team, but 1 person escaped his control. But it was harmless. When the flames began to burn on several people, Long Ji, who came on the flames, began his harvest rhythm. The precious sword came out of his body, and the fire dragon circled from his body, and fell into the opponent's team with him. The burst of flames directly crushed the 3 opponents to a low health. Water-based mechas do restrain fire-based mechas, but that also depends on the equipment. Lin Qiming is not only equipped with a full set of Black Shark Perfect Suit, but also with a legendary weapon borrowed from Xiaomi. The damage is so great that the opponent can't understand it at all. After the fire dragon hit the 3 people to a low health, she swung the precious sword in her hand, and a half-moon-shaped cold light flashed, and the 3 people were taken away directly. Then she swung 2 more slashes to take away 1 person, and after the person was killed, the flames on the Dragon Flame sword bloomed. This is the new feature of the Dragon Flame blade after her mecha evolved. Killing an enemy, or continuing to fight will enchant the Dragon Flame blade with flames. Attacking the enemy will cause fire damage. If the enemy is in a burning state, or she is in a Dragon Flame state, the damage will be doubled. This feature undoubtedly makes her stronger as she fights. After the Dragon Flame blade was enchanted with flames, Lin Qiming attacked another person, and the 6-pointed star of flames passed by, and the person was also killed instantly. The death of these 5 people was almost in an instant, and they didn't even have time to get rid of the control on them. The other person, who was controlled, was also entangled to death by the flame flower vine controlled by Sister Hua. Lao Wang didn't even have to make a move, and they were almost killed. The only person left wanted to rush towards Lao Wang after seeing this scene, and it seemed that he was going to fight to the death. But he didn't notice the fluctuations of the shadow behind him at all. A series of shadow thorns shot out from his own shadow, piercing him like a sieve. That's it? Xiao Hai looked at the position where the 7 people were eliminated, with a puzzled look on his face. With their level, why would they challenge them? It's really confusing. Tian, do you understand why they challenged me? Yen Mi. I don't understand. They gave up the most powerful Xuan in the team. Maybe they had absolute confidence. Maybe they didn't expect that they would be broken by a touch. Tian. It feels like they are not here to compete, but to make trouble. Haha, it really looks like that. They probably bought the future, and then came out to claim the reward. In fact, not only Lao Wang and others were confused, but the audience was also confused. They really couldn't imagine that these people actually had a complete plan to deal with Lao Wang and others, but they just didn't use it. Chapter 178. The plan of these 7 people is not difficult. The group deceleration skill that their team started with is actually a very powerful control skill. This skill not only has a long control distance and is instant, it can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 30%, and can also cause a lot of damage to the enemy. The most important thing is that after using this skill, they have a follow-up skill, which is the skill that another person is charging but not releasing. That skill can be said to be their killer. This skill can freeze the slowed enemy for 1 second, and add magic damage of 30% of the current health value. The only disadvantage of this skill is that the charging time is a little longer, but after a large amount of release speed is superimposed, this skill is only a little more than 3 seconds. They planned that after the skill was successfully released, they would use a special prop to silence Lao Wang, and then rely on the operation to grind them to death bit by bit. The plan was perfect, but there was a problem when it was implemented. Unlike the enemies they had dealt with in the past, the equipment of the people in the future guild was too good. This made the damage of their deceleration skill not ideal, and the speed at which the people in the future guild lifted the deceleration was beyond their expectations. Then the Sword of Miracles came one after another. The group taunting made them miserable. Then the attacks from Sister Hua and Lin Qiming made them explode. These people can be said to be frogs in the well who asked for trouble. They don't pay attention to the information in the professional circle, and have no idea how abnormal the damage of Lao Wang and others is. In Lao Wang's team, almost all members except him are equipped with perfect suits, and even have a few legendary weapons. As for Lao Wang's equipment, it's not necessary to mention that this kind of equipment has formed a crushing advantage, which cannot be compensated by operation at all. Moreover, The operation they are proud of may not be able to suppress Lao Wang and his team. However, this team should be the weakest among the hidden forces, and they are the kind of people who hide themselves stupidly. Judging from the situation on the field, the system should be allocated according to the team's combat power, as the host said, and it has staggered all the high combat teams. This team can match Lao Wang and others who are definitely at the top of the combat power list, which means that they may not even be in the top 10,000. After this group of clowns went offline, Lao Wang and others accelerated the progress of the game. After all, no one in the other teams could stand up to slay the dragon, and they were slain by Lao Wang and others one after another. After they easily advanced, a bunch of people received star diamonds rewarded by the system. These are all people who bought Lao Wang to win. However, the odds of buying Lao Wang to win are only 1 to 1.1, which is the lowest odds in the entire game. But there are still countless people who bet on him to win. After all, betting on Lao Wang to win is basically a stable financial management. There are people who use the little money in their hands to gamble for a future in other teams' competitions, but such people are only a minority at this stage. After the top 10,000 individuals and teams were decided, Lao Wang continued to kill sheep, and tomorrow's team competition was left to Huajie and others to arrange. After the game ended today, when they reviewed the game, they also guessed that the combat power of the Ice River Guild might be after the 10,000th place. This gave Lao Wang, who was originally calm, a sense of urgency. Although he didn't want to admit it, being his strength was actually pretty good. But they are after the 10,000th place, and the strength of others can be imagined. Only by continuing to improve can they feel more secure. Old Wang, go back to the guild, something happened. But maybe it's really not what people want. Just when Old Wang was trying to kill sheep, Lin Qimeng sent a message. After receiving the message, Old Wang frowned and immediately flew back to the dawn. If it wasn't an important matter, Lin Qimeng wouldn't have such a tone. What happened? After Old Wang returned to the base, he saw that the senior leaders of the future guild had basically arrived, and asked in a deep voice. It's like this. Hearing Old Wang's question, Lin Qimeng and others told Old Wang what happened. It turned out that several anchors of the future guild were killed, or their guild's legendary equipment was targeted. The future guild now has 5 legendary equipment on the surface, and they are also the only guild that has legendary equipment on the surface. The 5 pieces of equipment are Liangshan Mei Jing and Xiaomi's 2 dark attack spears, Lao Wang's black shark armor, Lao Wang's eliminated wind breath, and the sword of victory that Lao Wang evolved into a level 30 legend. In order to help the anchor of their own guild attract popularity, Lao Wang's eliminated wind breath and sword of victory were assigned to the anchor of the guild. In fact, the original plan was to only have wind breath, and the sword of victory was assigned to the sword of miracle, but he may not have come out yet, and refused to take it no matter what, so it was also assigned to the anchor. After all, other people are embarrassed to use this weapon in front of him, which would be eye drops for others. And they also hope that Miracle will come out and pick up this sword. Although Miracle's sword said he didn't want this sword because the attributes were not suitable for him. Because of these 2 weapons, the anchors under the future guild grew very fast, and later Xiaomi obtained the Spear of Dark Attack, which almost made their guild take off. But the problem this time happened here. Just now, a group of people appeared and frantically hunted down their anchors. The 7 anchors under the future guild, including Xiaomi, who were broadcasting or not, were killed at least twice. This is actually nothing, but the key is that one of them dropped the sword of victory. This 30-level legendary sword with explosive attributes is not as good as the Conlong mace in the hands of Lao Wang. After all, the Conlong mace has only grown to level 20, but even if it grows to level 30, they are comparable. In fact, the future has already thought that someone will take these legendary equipment, and they have equipment insurance. The so-called equipment insurance is a special backpack, which usually has only 3 to 5 slots. As long as you put the item in it, it won't drop when you are killed. Every anchor must bring this item before going out. If you are chased by someone, you can put the legendary equipment in it for absolute safety. The anchor who dropped the sword of victory this time actually brought this item, but he was killed instantly as soon as he left the safe zone, and he didn't have a chance at all. He didn't broadcast live at the time, so he didn't guard against these things. Whose hand, have you figured out? Lao Wang asked after pausing. It's a group of notorious mercenaries. Their mercenary group is called the Scorpion Group. But it's not known whether it was their people who did it, or the task they accepted. From the analysis point of view, they shouldn't have this kind of strength, and it's likely that someone hired them. At the same time, we investigated their base. Asking you to come back is like asking you to go. It's unstable if we are the only ones. Well, Let's go to their base first to see the situation. After knowing the whole story, Lao Wang led the team to the base of this group of mercenaries. But they didn't have much hope. The base of a group of mercenaries can't be abandoned just like that. In order not to make a wasted trip, and to understand the whole story, Lao Wang once again used his trump card, which is Zero. Sorry for bothering you, Zero, to investigate the whole story for me, starting with the person under our command. It seems that the other party had planned this incident, but there are some strange things everywhere. Why did this group of people risk being hunted down and offending the future? How did they know the location of these anchors is a problem? Several of them did not start broadcasting, including the man who threw the sword. He was ready to broadcast, but he did not start the live broadcast. But they were caught in one fell swoop. In fact, the breath of the wind almost fell this time, but fortunately it did not fall. There is also Xiaomi's Spear of Darkness. If she hadn't lent the equipment to Lin Qiming for the competition, this equipment would also be dangerous. Because they were all killed instantly, this is another doubt. These people can kill instantly, and their skills are pretty good. Judging from the previous strength of the Scorpio group, they must have received a lot of help. Did the people behind them really help them so hard just for the legendary equipment? And how can they be sure that the Scorpio group will not betray them? Their reputation has always been bad, and betrayal is commonplace for them. Got it, sir. Zero, who had not appeared for a long time, heard Lao Wang's order and answered, and then fell silent again. Sir, I have a clue. Lao Wang. So fast. Yes, because I found the real money transaction records of the Scorpio group and confirmed the person you are looking for. Chapter 179. Zero's ability is getting more and more terrifying, and now it is so terrifying that Lao Wang dare not use it casually. It's not that he doesn't believe in Zero, he doesn't believe in himself. What is the specific situation? Lao Wang put aside those messy thoughts and asked Zero. The person who paid the Scorpio group to hire them is a financial institution called Ella, and the back of this financial institution is the White Stone Society. But this time it shouldn't be their hand, because all their management don't know about this, and the money is controlled by one of their middle-level people. Those people should want to provoke you, and the White Stone Society. It is not clear who is behind it. They did not use electronic information channels to communicate. I only know that the name of the organization behind is Saint 10-0. Help me keep an eye on those people. Okay, sir. And the Scorpio group has set up a force field trap in their base. They should be plotting more than just a legendary weapon. Zero quickly reported the situation he investigated to Lao Wang, and helped Lao Wang make an analysis. Okay, I know. I be careful. After saying this, Lao Wang's eyes turned cold. Since you like playing with these things so much, let me show you how to play. By the way, has anyone in our guild found out? Wang Qianduo. I found out. It's him, Lao Wang. The future guild quickly came to the Scorpio group's base. Their base was still crowded with people, and there was no intention of moving. Just when everyone was about to enter the range of the opponent's force field trap, Lao Wang stopped the team. They look down on us so much? Xiao Hai. It's not looking down on us, but looking up to us, Lao Wang said, as he looked at the force field trap devices that were scanned by Zero and targeted at them. Boss, the people of the future have arrived. One of the Scorpios reported the news to their leader Death Ray. Well, prepare for battle, let's have a good meeting with the #1 player in this game. Said a turquoise mecha that looked a bit like a scorpion in the Scorpio's base. He was the leader of the Scorpios, the owner of the Scorpio mecha, Death Ray. Boss, something is wrong. They just stopped outside the trap. Are we exposed? A subordinate looked at Lao Wang and his group, who were parked far away, and said in a panic. Impossible, the power and concealment of the trap are not detectable even by those veterans. What can a group of spearhead boys with no hair on their heads find? Come with me to see. After the Scorpio's leader, Death Ray, gave a call, he took the people in their guild and flew towards Lao Wang and others. Everyone from the future guild, what are you doing outside our base with such a large force? Death Ray came up and complained first, and it was obvious that he was inexperienced on Myoji. Don't talk nonsense, where is the stuff? Lin Qiming said. Stuff? What? Death Ray continued to play dumb. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Don't you know that if you are killed, the system will prompt you? Don't talk nonsense to us, let me ask you again, where are the things our people dropped? Lin Qiming. It's unfair, boss, we are just a group of ordinary mercenaries, how can we know what it is? Or you can come to our base and search? It seems that they want to be a road to the end, the future people thought, when they saw the Death Ray. Lin Qiming wanted to say something else, but was pulled back by Lao Wang, and then he raised his hand to summon a scorching laser heat line, which hit the opponent directly. But the death ray surprised him. The opponent was hit by his skill directly, but did not die. Jedi counterattack? It seems that you are really not simple. Lao Wang looked at him and said, "What do you mean? Why did you suddenly attack?" Death Ray looked at Lao Wang in disbelief. But Lao Wang ignored him. He waved his hand again, and a blizzard was summoned by him, and fell on the Scorpio group. These people were talking to them to delay time. Someone had already gone to change the position of the trap, and Lao Wang certainly couldn't let them get their wish. With the blessing of his exclusive weapon, the blizzard that was more than twice as big as others enveloped the Scorpio group. Countless ice cones took away the Scorpion members in front of him, and the Death Ray could not escape the attack range of Lao Wang's skills even with the Jedi counterattack. After these people were dealt with, Lao Wang came to a place where Zero Reconnaissance had found a trap and pulled out a cylindrical object they had buried underground. There are 6 more of these things. I have marked them. Go and get them all back. One should be on someone. Kill that person and don't leave it behind, Lao Wang said as he looked at the thing in his hand. 7-star formation 3. Consumables. Perfect. Effect. After using 7 formation eyes, set up a 7-star formation to restrict the enemies in the center of the formation. Use times 1/3. Lao Wang didn't know how powerful this thing was when it was activated, but the power of 7 perfect level consumables in one would not be weak. You have to know that the Holy Light is just a perfect consumable. If Zero hadn't discovered these things in advance, they would have been in danger. The people of the Scorpio group are not opponents of the people of the future guild. They intended to take one of these things and escape, but unfortunately they failed. After the 7 array eyes of the 7 stars array fell into Lao Wang's hands, Death Hotline and others were resurrected. Where did you get a set of perfect consumables? Although this thing is not as valuable as our Sword of Victory, it is almost the same, right? Lao Wang said. In fact, it is much worse. The perfect sword still has room for growth, while this thing is just a one-time consumable. However, the people of the Scorpio Club should not know these things. This thing is obviously given to them by someone to deal with Lao Wang and others. How did you find it? Death Ray asked unwillingly. The other party found the 7 array eyes so quickly, which obviously meant that there was a problem inside them. Otherwise, they would not be able to take away even one core. Now that this thing has fallen into this person's hands, it is really troublesome. They have the ability to research and develop. Even if they destroy this thing, it cannot fall into the hands of the future guild. What went wrong and who went wrong? How did I find out? Of course, your people have abandoned the dark and joined the light, right, Xiaowang? Lao Wang said to the anchor who lost the Sword of Victory. This person is an ungrateful wolf in Zero's investigation. This is not the first time he has betrayed the future guild. He has always used the information of the future guild to make a profit. This time, he took the opportunity to borrow the Sword of Victory and threw it away. Boss, what are you talking about? Is there something wrong? Xiaowang couldn't help but tremble after being called out by Lao Wang. Don't be nervous. How can the Saint Ten Society be so lawless? They dare not do anything to you. Even if they dare, they are an illegal organization. Can they hurt you who stay in the future club? Lao Wang continued. Death Ray heard the name of Saint Ten, and knew that it must be the nail they planted in the future who betrayed. You dare to betray Saint Ten, you really have lived enough. Death Ray was about to leave after saying this, but was stopped by Lao Wang. Did I let you go? Just go. You shouldn't be just a mercenary leader, right? Are you also a member of the Saint 11? So, you can tell the Saint 10 that they will return the Sword of Victory, and then come and kill us a few times by the members you killed for no reason, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will let them know what shady means are. Old Wang knew that the Saint 10 was not simple, and that Era Zero could not find any information about them on the internet. But what can be done? These people are just a group of shady rats who dare to move abroad. Old Wang was really unhappy about the loss of the Sword of Victory. He felt that he could not get over this hurdle if he didn't discuss them. After Old Wang finished speaking, he used a wind blade to split the Death Ray in front of him again. After killing him, Old Wang gave everyone a look, and everyone in the future immediately rushed to the remaining people of the Scorpion group, and only the anchor named Xiaowang stood there stupidly. Chapter 180. You can quit the guild yourself. I won't hold you accountable for breach of contract and the legendary weapon. Lao Wang said to Xiao Guang beside him, looking at the future people who were really hunting down the members of the Scorpion group and destroying their buildings. No! You can't hold me accountable. I beg you. You must send me to prison. I have committed a huge number of crimes. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, Xiao Guang immediately grabbed Lao Wang and said. Lao Wang looked at Xiao Guang, who was begging him to send him to prison, and felt a little emotional. It seemed that the Saint Tin was not as simple as he imagined. How could I blame you? After all, you have abandoned the dark and joined the light, right? Lao Wang said with a smile. This man has been training the Future Guild since he joined it, because of his good looks and some experience. And the Future Guild also lent them legendary weapons. Lao Wang believed that no other guild could do this. But even so, he still chose to betray, and he started to betray when the Future was training him, without a single regret. If the threat from Saint Tin was not too great, Lao Wang believed he would turn around and leave, and call him an idiot. This man can definitely do it. I didn't say these, please let me go, please let me go. Xiao Guang knelt on the ground and begged. I don't understand some things, can you explain it to me? Lao Wang looked at Xiao Guang kneeling on the ground and said. Excuse me, please. Since you joined the guild, the Future Guild has been good to you, right? What makes you feel at ease to betray the guild again and again? What made you call the people in the guild a jerk and call me a jerk in front of your clients after you sold out the guild? What made you blatantly give those public accounts false information and spread rumors about our guild? What made you say that you could borrow the Sword of Victory after others finished talking about the plan, and then take the initiative? To propose a plan to throw this equipment? Tell me, why is this? Old Wang looked at the man kneeling in front of him, and asked coldly. His voice did not fluctuate at all, but Lin Qimeng and other people who eavesdropped on their conversation knew that he was really angry. The man kneeling there was already scared by Old Wang. He never thought that Old Wang had already known all this. You monitored me. Xiao Guang stuttered, Old Wang's deadly. The chain of questions made it impossible for him to answer. He was originally a well-known anchor in the game circle, but he was not good at playing the game in the early stage, so his live broadcast career failed. He picked it up again and took off after joining Future. But he still looked down on Lao Wang, a loser who got good equipment because of luck. So he betrayed Future again and again without any psychological pressure, and leaked important information about Future to other guilds. This information includes the construction of Future Guild's warships, the research results of the head of the Central Institute, the devil-breaking cone, and other very important news. Let's put it this way, if it weren't for him, the second guild might have to wait a few days to pass the Black Shark Pirate Lair. In fact, Lao Wang was not very angry when there was a traitor or spy in the guild. But he was also insulting everyone in the Future Guild while being a traitor, which made Lao Wang angry. During this period, negative news about the Future Guild on the internet has never stopped. Recently, there was a rumor that Xiaomi, the anchor of the Future Guild, was Lao Wang's mistress. Before today's incident, Lao Wang always thought that someone was jealous of Xiaomi's legendary equipment, but he didn't expect that half of these rumors came from him. No wonder those SB reports would add a sentence according to insiders. I monitor you and keep you until today? Do you deserve it? I just don't want to hang you, but if I want to check whether I can get the influence of your first plane shooting, do you believe it? Lao Wang. It's not impossible for Zero to do this, but he obviously has some bragging in it. Lao Wang didn't say this to the man kneeling on the ground, but to the other people in the guild. There must be people like this in the guild, but they are not as blatant as him. Help me, I know you are a good person, please. Xiao Guang kowtowed to Lao Wang, who avoided him. Seeing his miserable appearance, Lao Wang actually softened his heart. He was always soft-hearted. But after thinking about it, Lao Wang still didn't give in. Because he believed that if the guild collapsed in the future because of what happened today, he would be the one kneeling here, and this man would definitely not let him go. Perhaps not only would he not let him go, but he would also kick him twice or something. The man saw that Lao Wang didn't say anything, and suddenly stood up, and then shouted to Lao Wang, "You won't let me go, right? I won't let you have an easy life either. If I can't live, you can't live either." After that, he went offline, very excited. Monitor his movements, come to the Future Club and tell me. Okay, sir. Sir, he came directly to the Future Club. Zero only monitored him for more than a minute, just like Lao Wang reported the situation he least wanted to see. Heh. Lao Wang, who was watching the Future people destroy the Scorpio base, sneered and went offline. This time, his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. Lin Qimeng saw Lao Wang go offline and said to everyone, "You can go back after destroying their base, I go and see." Modu. In a room, Xiao Guang came out of the virtual game cabin, thinking about what happened just now. He was scared and angry. He had already knelt down and begged for mercy, but the other party still refused to let him go. Thinking of the cruelty of Saint Tin that the man said, he was trembling with fear. He just wanted himself to die, and a voice exactly like his kept roaring in his heart. Then let's die together. The interweaving of anger and fear finally destroyed his reason, and he went out and headed straight for the Future Club. Until this moment, he still didn't think there was anything wrong with betraying the Future Guild. In his heart, the people of the Future Guild were still a group of losers and internet addicts. He knew that it was Saint Tin who wanted to kill him, but he was afraid of Saint Tin. They were a group of evil people. Even if he killed someone, he would not think of Saint Tin. And those people in the future were just losers, they were not scary. He wanted to take revenge on these people. He wanted to let these people experience everything he had suffered. It can be said that bullying the weak and fearing the strong has been engraved in his bones. What kind of mind can do such a thing? Old Wang thought as he looked at the man who was coming towards the Future Club building with great momentum. Old Wang thought that he was not worthy of the name Xiaoguang. The man on the opposite side also saw Old Wang. At this moment, anger broke out in his heart. He summoned a magic mecha in reality. Of course, Old Wang did not indulge him. He also summoned the Lord of Elements. The two behemoths fought in the street. It is not accurate to say that the two sides fought. It should be that Old Wang beat him unilaterally. As soon as the Lord of Elements appeared, he jumped in the air and pressed the head of the man's mecha into the ground. Then he stepped on it with one foot, and then he summoned the Konglong mace, which disabled his hands and feet one by one, and tore up his propulsion device. This is because the mecha in the present world has no health bar, otherwise he doesn't know how many times he would have died. He couldn't bear even one blow from the Lord of Elements, let alone the continuous attacks. After doing all this, Lao Wang sat on him motionless, waiting for the police to arrive. A mecha war in the city of the present world is no small matter, and the police arrived soon. The force dispatched by the police can be said to be a dragnet, with a large number of mechas and fighters surrounding him. Lao Wang raised his hands without resistance, pushed aside, and took back the Lord of Elements. The man's mecha was also suppressed by the police. After the two of them were handcuffed to restrict the mecha, the police prepared to take them back to the police station. Please wait a moment, can I say a few words to my colleagues? Lao Wang looked at Lin Qiming and asked the two policemen who escorted him. After the two policemen looked at each other, they looked at the leader, and after the man nodded, they brought Lao Wang to Lin Qiming. Lao Wang looked at Lin Qiming in front of him, and he came up to hug her awkwardly with handcuffs, and then said, "Wait for me to come back." Chapter 181. Lin Qiming's face turned red after being hugged by Lao Wang, and then she nodded. Lao Wang waved at him, and left with the police. He was not worried about this matter at all, because there was nothing to worry about. After he dealt with this man just now, he suddenly understood a lot of things. He felt that he had suppressed himself too much before, and he didn't need to do so at all. As a cheater, why didn't he take revenge? When Lao Wang and the police returned to the police station for investigation, the video of his battle with Xiaoguang Mecha was quickly spread on the internet. With the popularity of the Lord of Elements, he was quickly recognized. Is this the elemental master of Qianwang? Is he arrogant? Summoning mechas openly on the street? I don't know if he is arrogant or not. I just know that he has committed a crime. It should be self-defense? I saw in the video that it was obvious that the other party summoned the mecha first. The specific situation is unclear, so let's wait for the official announcement. The people in the Future Guild have been watching the comments online, but this time, unlike the malicious comments they imagined, the people online saw this incident quite calmly. They did not blame Lao Wang one-sidedly, and looked at this matter very calmly. And those behind-the-scenes pushers did not jump out, and I don't know what they are worried about. Maybe they have a guilty conscience, maybe they were frightened by Lao Wang's quick transformation of the other party's mecha into a human pig, or maybe there are other reasons. In short, they did not come out to stir up trouble on the internet again, but although they did not come out to stir up trouble, Lao Wang's trip to the police station was not smooth. Even though Lao Wang had given the police all the information he had obtained from Zero, they had no intention of letting him go. The matter of summoning mechas for self-defense had actually passed. The police kept Lao Wang to listen to them because of the Saint Tin. Can you tell me how you knew about the organization? Someone asked Lao Wang in the interrogation room. No, Lao Wang said simply and directly again. There was no way to explain Zero's matter to them, because if it went wrong, humans would face an intelligent machine crisis. He just wanted to play games peacefully. He didn't want to fight Skynet. If you can't, just stay. Based on your behavior, we will keep a 24-hour record of you, the man said and left. 24 hours was the limit of Lao Wang's fault. As for the compensation for the street and pedestrians, This needs to be determined by the court. Lao Wang's side is a small matter. Xiao Guang's side is a big matter. Intentional murder, illegal use of my magic mecha, commercial espionage, etc. None of the crimes are light. Lao Wang didn't say anything after hearing this, but he might miss the team selection tomorrow, but he was confident about the future. Even if he didn't appear in the future, it wouldn't be difficult, and the rules allowed 2 absences. He didn't have the time to find a lawyer to argue, so he took this day as a break, just to think about what to do in the future. On the way to the cell, he also contacted Lin Qiming, and told him not to wait for him tomorrow. Boss, there's a new guy. In this kind of place, it's impossible to give Lao Wang a single room, because there are already 5 people in his room. Including Lao Wang, there are exactly 6 people just full. Judging from the clothes and injuries on their faces, they should have come in because of fighting. Lao Wang ignored them. At this age, who are still fighting in society, anyone with the IQ of a primary school graduate would not do such things in their 40s. What era is it? Still hanging out in a society, although some people are indeed helpless, in the final analysis, it is only their own fault. Lao Wang ignored them after entering the room, and found his bed, and lay down. Just as he was thinking about things, a pillow flew towards him, and Lao Wang subconsciously punched the pillow back. Then he stood up and looked at the gangsters, and found that they were looking at him with a smile. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. It seems that he has become a tool for them to play. Lao Wang didn't say anything, but walked towards them. Several gangsters looked at Lao Wang, who was walking slowly. For some reason, they felt as if they were being stared at by some dangerous animal. After several people swallowed their saliva at the same time, the leader among them said with a trembling voice, You, what are you going to do? I tell you, think about where this place is, don't make a mistake. Lao Wang ignored him, but came to the bed of a gangster, flicked his index finger at the iron railing on the bed, and the iron railing suddenly twisted. After seeing this scene, several people were so scared that they lost their souls. Lao Wang looked at this scene and nodded. His physical fitness was indeed still improving. Then he put his index finger in front of his mouth and said, I like quietness. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he returned to the bed again. Several gangsters dared not breathe, and one of them even held back the fart he wanted to let out, and his face changed color. The next day, while Lao Wang was still thinking about life in bed, the selection of the team competition began. Because of yesterday's situation, the future guild was really in the spotlight today. Didn't we see King Qian? Should we use this news? No use. He came out within 24 hours after receiving the news. Really don't use this opportunity? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If used well, it will definitely hurt them. Don't do that. This matter is not a trivial matter. Whoever touches it will die. Is it so exaggerated? It's really so exaggerated. Because of bribing those people, several presidents of the Mecha Guild who wanted to make King Qian miss this competition have been taken away for investigation. So scary. Yes. After Mecha and the others knew that Lao Wang was arrested, the 4 lords suddenly became extremely excited. They didn't investigate, so they mobilized their connections to see if they could keep Lao Wang in prison for a while longer. At this time, they didn't ask him to do anything, just let him miss this event. But as soon as their request was sent out, it was discovered by the special investigation team set up against Shenshi, and then the entire management of their guild was taken away. With the IQ of these people, Lao Wang felt that they had nothing to do with Shenshi Kinj. But they were suspected of taking bribes, which was not a small problem. Although there was no evidence, they could not be brought down. Lao Wang thought that these things really had nothing to do with him, and he would be released in one day. They are not doing well. At least they will definitely miss today's team competition. Mecha is really stubborn and unlucky. If they didn't have a strong foundation, the guild would have collapsed long ago. They finally took a break during this period, but this happened again. The people in the guild are really screwed. The game started soon. It was a normal one-on-one battle, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, to determine the top 1,000 teams. Because there are not many teams that meet the registration requirements, 2 games are enough. The specific process of the game is to throw the 2 teams into a map. In fact, it is still a chicken-eating mode, but it is a chicken-eating mode for 2 large teams. The strength gap between the teams in the game is still very large, and it is basically a crushing game. However, there are still accidents, but not for the future guild. Although Lao Wang only participated in the second game of the 2 future games, he easily crushed the opponent in both games. The unexpected thing is Mecha. Their senior management disappeared collectively. After winning the first game very hard, there was a problem in the second game. They met the team of the Thunder Mech, which had obtained the level 30 legendary weapon Elemental Orb. The Thunder Mech itself is a rare mech that is very good at team battles, and the legendary weapon makes it even more terrifying. And because some masters and commanders did not come, everyone restricted his performance and was directly killed by him. Although the people of Mecha fought hard, they were still defeated by the Rolling Thunder and lost to the opponent by 3 people. As one of the top 10 guilds in the game, Mecha was eliminated unexpectedly, which really surprised many people and made some people go bankrupt directly. Then, they were abused by countless players, and the capital behind them was completely disappointed. 2 days later, when the top leaders of their guild came out, they found that the world had changed. It turned out that a good guild was left with only a mess. Chapter 182. Mecha can no longer stand up after this. No matter how strong their foundation is, they will never have a chance to make a comeback. Although they did not lose many masters, their masters are not invincible, and the game guild cannot rely on them. The resources of this game are fixed. One more guild means one more person competing for game resources. How can the guilds let them rise again? This time, Mecha collapsed, and the future guild also got a share of the spoils. Their guild did not like other things in the future, but they liked Mecha's commander Wuhan. But this cannot be rushed. This person is a little selfless, and they have to communicate slowly. 3 days later. Lao Wang, how is life in prison for a day? They are waiting for you to eat and wash away your bad luck. I'm not here. After everyone in the future guild went offline, Lao Ma came to Wang Qianhua's office and pushed the door in. After looking at the scene in front of him, he closed the door and left. He wanted to see what Lao Wang was doing before he left, but when he opened the door, he saw Lao Wang and Lin Qiming biting each other. His sudden entry startled the two of them, and after they separated, there was a thread between them. Lao Ma felt very panicked after leaving the room. He thought that he would not be silenced. He thought about the two people's evil intentions, and thought that he could not beat any of them, and suddenly felt desperate. What are you doing? Let's go! Lao Wang and Lin Qiming said to Lao Ma after they sorted out their clothes. You guys? As you can see, we are together. Lao Wang and Lin Qiming said, and gave Lao Ma a heart together. Lao Ma was not surprised to see these two people together, but he found that Lao Wang seemed to be a little different this time. What are you thinking about? Lao Wang and Lin Qiming both set off hand in hand, but Lao Ma was still standing there motionless. What's different about thinking about you? Nothing is different, I am me, the different fireworks. Lao Ma, He seemed to be having an illusion, this hangman is still the same. Lao Ma, Lao Wang, and Lin Qiming came to a hot pot restaurant with laughter, and everyone in the future club was already waiting for them. These 3 days are the off-season, and the elimination round will start tomorrow. The first competition is the individual competition, and the team competition will start after the top 10 are decided, and then the team competition. After the 3 of them arrived at the restaurant, everyone saw Lao Wang and Lin Qiming coming in hand, and immediately knew what was going on. Then, there was a round of joking, but Lao Wang and Lin Qiming were not afraid at all, and they fought back one by one. Seeing the two's powerful fighting power, everyone immediately stopped fighting and shifted their attention to other places. We have contacted Wen, but this guy is really weird, he won't offer any conditions. Sister Hua said. She is the one who wants everyone to poach Wen, because the guild is really in need of commanders in the future. She can't handle it alone, what they need now is a team. But commanding requires too much experience and talent, and it will take a long time for a newcomer to grow up to be able to stand on his own. He doesn't offer any conditions? He basically doesn't give us the opportunity to offer conditions. Lao Ma. I've already said that it would be difficult to dig out Wen, said the Sword of Miracle with a smile. You are still laughing, tell me why? Said Lao Ma. He knew that the Sword of Miracle must know something because he was Wuhan's old rival. Mecha is actually a family guild, and Wuhan is also from their family, but he is their son-in-law. The Sword of Miracle slowly told everyone the story of Wuhan. If his wife was alive, Wuhan would definitely be easy to dig out, because I have seen his wife, and she is a very smart woman. But unfortunately, things are unpredictable. Now you can see Wuhan, because that woman is powerful, otherwise it might be. The Sword of Miracle continued. So infatuated, said the anchor named Xiaomi of the guild. Not only Lao Wang and others came out for dinner this time, but also the middle-level staff of the future guild. It was Lin Qiming's idea to call them out. After all, these people also need to be comforted after what happened to that person, otherwise it would be bad if they all ran away. Everyone was sweating after hearing what Xiaomi said. Are you listening to romance novels here? There was no result with Wuhan, so everyone didn't force it. Their guild was about to upgrade, and the next wave of expansion was the key. They had decided to find a planet to build a base first. The Dawn alone could not meet their needs. However, choosing a planet as a base meant that they gave up the protection of the mother planet base and had to face the tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves outside alone. But the mother planet base was like a mother's cradle. Although it was always safe and warm, they couldn't be a baby who never grew up. If everyone wants to grow up, they need to leave the cradle. They have already chosen the location for the base, and have bought the land and started to prepare. The location they chose is exactly the Wave Star, where they eliminated Shark Pepper. After Shark Pepper was eliminated, it never refreshed again, which is normal because he is the task boss. However, the platform where they fought is still standing there. They have observed this thing. It is like a sea-stabilizing needle inserted in the sea, very solid. The leader of the central courtyard is also very optimistic about this place, so it was decided. After discussing the work, everyone in the future began to toast and exchange cups, and they were very happy. The happiness was not affected by this at all. Just when everyone in the future guild was eating and drinking, Lao Wang suddenly received news that Xiaoguan was dead. But it was not Saint Sure who did it, but he committed suicide in prison with handcuffs. This is the result of zero monitoring him. No one hurt him or anything. He actually scared himself to death. Why can't this person figure it out? If Saint Ten is really that awesome, why don't they come out to rule the world? It's really not worth it for him to die. This may be the case of people who have been brainwashed by pyramid schemes. Lao Wang really can't understand it. But Saint Ten has remembered it. He won't let these people have an easy time. What happened? Nothing, nothing. Come and eat some mutton. I feed you. Ah. While Lao Wang and others were happily eating and drinking, in the Fengwixuyu Club, a group of senior executives sat in the conference room without turning on the lights or talking. It's been 8 hours. It's getting dark. Say something. Finally, one person couldn't stand it anymore and said, "It's been 8 hours, and these people are just sitting here staring at each other. What are you doing here?" What to say? What else can you say? What can you say when the guild is in this state? Said the Moon Lord. They were originally a good guild, but they had to make things difficult for that person. Now it's bad, all the capital is gone, and there are not many members left. You can't stay here and endure it like this, said the person. Actually, there's no need to panic, we're not in a desperate situation yet, said the Snow Lord. What bad ideas do you have? Can you stop messing around? Can our broken guild withstand your mess? Said the Moon Lord directly. But the Snow Lord ignored him and continued, the problem we are facing now is just the withdrawal of capital. The people who left were not our core. As long as we find someone to invest, all this will not be a problem. Do you need to talk nonsense, brother? Is there anyone willing to invest in us now? We are all in the street, you know? Do you know what in the street means? Moon Lord. Don't talk first, listen to me. Those people will leave because we have no results and are embarrassed one after another. I still have 2 ways to go now. The first is to get good results in the next individual and team competitions, so that those people will look at us with new eyes. Snow Lord. Just say the second one. You know what level those people are. If you are unlucky, I think it will be difficult to get into the top 100. Wind Lord. The second one is that actually someone wants to invest in us now, but it is a bit dangerous. Snow Lord said cautiously for some reason. Who? Saint Ten. Chapter 183. Holy Ten? Isn't that the organization that caused us to be investigated? How dare you contact those lunatics? Moon Lord. I didn't contact them, they contacted me. Snow Lord said. We can see how dangerous they are from what we have experienced in the past few days, but this is our only chance. Well, let's wait until the end of this competition. What if we get good results? Don't stay here, go back. Wind Lord said to everyone. After everyone left the room, Snow Lord, who was left alone, said to Wind Lord, Brother, do you really want to reject those people? Reject? How to reject? Don't forget what they have in their hands, and how we got to this position. Wind Lord said. What did you do just now? Just to appease them. If they run away, the guild will be finished. So, Snow Lord looked at Wind Lord and didn't know what he was thinking, and they didn't notice that Luo Wuhan wanted to come back to get something outside the half-open door. This story tells us that we must close the door when telling secrets. The next day. Today is the day when a new game starts, and people are watching the game in a carnival. When the game time is up, all the top 10,000 players, including Lao Wang, are teleported to the arena. The top 10,000 players advance to the top 5,000. They are all one-on-one PK matches. The game is limited to 30 minutes. The one who defeats the other party advances. If the 30 minutes are over and neither of them is eliminated, then the one who causes more damage will advance. This rule is customized for auxiliary mechas and meat shield mechas, and in fact, the time is also. If there is no time limit, 2 tank mechas can spend a whole day there. When the game started and the preparation time was not over, Lao Wang advanced. His opponent was so angry that he gave up directly after seeing him. In this way, Lao Wang became the first person to advance. No one was surprised at Lao Wang's advancement. It would be a surprise if he didn't advance. After Lao Wang advanced, he also started other people's live broadcasts. The opponents of the 10,000-strong tournament were still determined by the system draw. Therefore, the opponents of the top players are still far behind them, so the games of those seeded players are generally not very interesting. But there are always accidents. Wu Xinqi of the Daqing Guild encountered an enemy who was on par with him. Wu Xinqi's mecha attribute is a rare mecha sickle warrior with fire attribute power. This is a violent output type warrior mecha. He is one of the more famous top players, and many people bet on him. The reason why these people chose him was that his odds of winning were 1 to 1.5. Compared to Lao Wang's 1 to 1.1, the profit was greater and relatively stable. At least people thought that he should not have any problems at this stage, but the accident still happened. Wu Xinqi wielded a huge sickle with great vigor, and the flame splashing from the sickle, and the shattered field could imagine the attack power of his mecha. But even so, he still fell into a disadvantage, because the mecha facing him was very familiar to Lao Wang, and it was the Warhammer General. However, unlike Yu Xiaoyu's Thunder attribute, this Warhammer General was a Fire attribute. The nickname of the driver of this Warhammer General was Stores, and everyone had never stopped calling this nickname before. The two were obviously head-to-head players. They were all covered in flames, and their weapons were clashing against each other. The two had similar health, but Wu Xinqi was actually retreating and had already fallen behind. However, there was one thing that Lao Wang did not quite understand. Warhammer General was famous for his head-to-head skills. This mecha was definitely the best in single-target physical damage. As a senior member of the Qin dynasty, Wu Xinqi obviously could not have not known that he was still fighting against the opponent even though he knew he was not his opponent. This was a bit telling. Did you buy this guy? What are you doing? If I win, I'd be in the top 5,000. If I lose, I have a villa by the sea. What would you choose? Sure enough, Lao Wang was not the only one who suspected that he had a problem. After all, his acting skills were indeed a bit poor. But just when the crowd was angry, a reversal came. Wu Xinqi, who was about to be suppressed at the edge of the dojo, had a red glow on his scarlet sickle. He knocked Warhammer General back with one blow, and then raised the sickle above his head and began to accumulate power. So he was accumulating anger, ready to go all out? Who is the other party? Why did he resort to such means? After seeing this scene, Lao Wang touched his chin and said, Wu Xinqi had obviously planned this from the beginning, and he obviously knew the other party. However, the mecha driver of the Warhammer General did not panic. The red energy of the Warhammer in his hand burst out, and he also began to charge skills. Lao Wang knew that this should be the final collision. Wu Xinqi was the first to prepare his own skills, and the blood sickle was swung from bottom to top. 3 red slashes cut through the ground and flew towards the Warhammer General. The Warhammer General's skills were also charged, and a Warhammer projection of dozens of meters smashed towards Wu Xinqi. Lao Wang originally thought that they would both lose, but after the huge Warhammer and the red slash collided, the slash was shattered by the Warhammer, and Wu Xinqi was smashed into a pancake. This result once again shocked everyone. The top master of the Daqing Guild was defeated so thoroughly. Who is the other party? And with the strength of the other party, how did the two of them meet? No matter what, Wu Xinqi should have the combat power of the top 100 fire-type power mechas. If they follow the rules of the system, they should never meet each other. Now they not only meet, but Wu Xinqi also obviously knows him, which is really confusing. His upset exit still has a great impact. Many people went bankrupt because of him, and the star diamonds they had accumulated with great difficulty were directly emptied. A small number of people who were against pressure took off directly, and they got dozens of times the profit. At the same time, this also led to fewer people buying these famous masters. Almost more than 70% of people invested their star diamonds on Lao Wang. Although Lao Wang's odds of winning are not high, he is stable. This made Lao Wang feel that if he lost, he would be scolded by these people. What's wrong with you? How did you run into him? After Wu Xinqi returned to the Daqing station, the players in the meeting asked him. Wu Xinqi obviously didn't get over the blow just now, and said very disappointedly, I don't know. Okay, don't think too much, that person's mecha actually restrains you, said Qin Wangzheng, the president of Daqin. I didn't expect these perverts to come out. It seems that this event is not easy to handle. But you are really unlucky to run into them right away, said the Daqin guild cadre, god of war Tian. I feel like he hit me on purpose, Wu Xinqi said. Impossible. What the people of Daqin didn't know was that Wu Xinqi's feeling was right. These people had mastered the method of matching the control system. Although it was not very accurate, they had more than 60% chance of hitting the opponent they wanted to hit. Are we cutting the leaks too early? Said a person sitting in a meeting room. It's not too early. If it's later, we might run into people from several of their families, and it would be difficult to cut them then, said Stows, who had just defeated Wu Xinqi. Then he continued, if it weren't for my equipment that could reduce a lot of fire damage and just restrain him, this leak wouldn't be so easy to cut. They deliberately hit Wu Xinqi for the purpose of Star Diamond. Wu Xinqi's odds of winning were 1 to 1.5, but because too many people bet on him to win, his odds of losing were 1 to 65. The dozens of times of profit were too tempting. It just so happened that they had a way to control their opponents, so they chose to cut this wave of leaks. Although they don't have a lot of Star Diamonds now, this method will be useless if they wait a little longer. The odds of the failure of the Qian Wang have reached 1 to 650. Do you have the confidence to cut him? A person in the conference room looked at the bets in the system and suddenly said in shock, how many people bet on him to win? The man named Apollo was also very shocked when he saw the odds, and then smiled and said, if it was a few days ago, I might not have it, but I am different now. Indeed, the light mecha actually restrains all magic mechas, and this person's odds are basically at the top. Then cut it? Cut it! Chapter 184. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Qianduo, who was killing sheep, was teleported to the competition venue by the system, and then he saw his opponent, a player named Apollo. What a cool guy! He actually used the name of an ancient Greek god as his nickname. This guy's hand speed is not slow. Lao Wang thought after seeing his name. Names like the ancient Greek gods and the Nordic gods are nicknames that many people would use. To be able to register such a name, it must have been registered when there were not many people in the public beta, and the hand speed must be fast. But Lao Wang didn't care too much. The name is cool, and does not increase combat power. Even if he is called Zeus, what can it do? Then the game entered the preparation stage. Both sides summoned their own mechas, and the opponent's mecha surprised Lao Wang. Apollo's mecha is a red mecha mixed with dark gold, and the overall mecha is very burly. The forearms, shoulders, and outer thighs are covered with heavy armor. It doesn't look like an intellectual mecha at all, but like a warrior. At the same time, his chest is an energy core like the sun, and there is a red sun relief on his forehead, which makes Lao Wang feel like a real sun god. This is amazing! Lao Wang muttered as he looked at the opponent's mecha. His nickname is Apollo. Lao Wang doesn't care, but when his nickname is added with Apollo, the mecha is so close to the image of the sun god, which is amazing. This is a rare mecha that Lao Wang has never seen before. He doesn't know what the opponent's ability is, so he also cheered up and took it seriously. After the countdown ended, Lao Wang took off first, and threw a super long-range ice cone at him. The attack distance bonus brought by the exclusive weapon made Lao Wang like distance suppression. But the opponent's response surprised him again. Apollo's mecha drew out a red pulse energy sword weapon, and smashed Lao Wang's ice cone with one sword. This was the first time Lao Wang had seen such a method. Is this his skill or operation? But then again, isn't he an intelligent mecha? Lao Wang thought after seeing this scene. If it is a skill, then it's nothing, but if it is an operation, this guy is really amazing. Just as Lao Wang was thinking, Apollo in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then a murderous aura attacked from his left side. Lao Wang immediately dodged and avoided the opponent's red sword. This person's space jump skill is so far that even his Dawn can't jump so far. However, although Lao Wang avoided the opponent's first attack, Apollo's attack did not end because Lao Wang avoided this attack. He stuck to Lao Wang and kept swinging the sword in his hand at Lao Wang. Lao Wang avoided every attack of his. Although it looked dangerous, he was actually very comfortable. No way. No way. Is he going to crash? What is he doing? Why hasn't the game ended yet? When Lao Wang was suppressed, the world channel had already exploded. Lao Wang's crash and Wu Xinqi's crash are not the same concept. More than 70% of the players in the entire game bet on him. What a number. However, Lao Wang didn't know what was happening on the World Channel. After dodging Apollo's attack for a while, he turned on the air combat mode of Dawn, and used space jump to distance himself from him. Seeing this, Apollo immediately followed, but the cooling speed of Dawn's space jump skill was not something he could compare with. He was still pulled away by Lao Wang, but he did not give up attacking Lao Wang. He waved the pulse energy sword in his hand continuously, and white slashes flew towards Lao Wang. Is this really an intelligent mecha? Lao Wang said after avoiding his attack with space jump again, looking at the Apollo mecha that revealed the appearance of a warrior in every attack. On the other side, Apollo, looking at this person who only avoided his attacks but basically did not fight back, finally realized that the other party was playing tricks on him. In fact, Lao Wang did not want to play tricks on him, but he wanted to know more about this mecha he had never seen. However, Apollo obviously did not think so. He looked in the direction of Lao Wang, and the pulse sword in his hand shone with light, and a golden sun pattern larger than him appeared out of thin air behind the mecha. You are indeed very powerful, but you shouldn't give me a chance to feel my strongest skill and die painfully under the sun sinking star. After Apollo finished speaking, the whole person turned into a stream of light and flew towards Lao Wang. At this moment, Lao Wang felt that there were countless enemies around him, and they kept attacking him, again and again. However, Apollo's attack lasted for 2 seconds and then suddenly stopped. He then looked at Lao Wang, who still had half of his health, and dissipated unwillingly in front of Lao Wang. Lao Wang advanced, although countless spectators did not understand how Lao Wang, who had always been at a disadvantage, won, it did not prevent their hearts from falling back. As for how Lao Wang won, it was very simple. Apollo's big move just now was actually just to put himself into a high-speed state and keep slashing Lao Wang. Lao Wang only turned on the lava shield and the black shark spikes. In 2 seconds, he didn't actually attack Lao Wang a few times. If he attacked more, he would have been gone long ago. This battle was a crushing victory of equipment, and also a slack by Lao Wang. If he was serious, this guy would have no chance to attack him. But his attack was also quite high, and he could reduce Lao Wang to 2/3 of his health with a few attacks, which was not easy. Hurry up and kill the sheep, I always feel that there will be monsters in this game. Lao Wang, who had advanced, returned to the original map and said that there were only a dozen left for 10,000 lamb chops, and he would definitely complete this task today. While Lao Wang was trying to kill the sheep, the group returned to their room again, but this time, they sat there for a long time without saying a word. Because these people were too confident, they set all the leeks that Wu Xinqi had cut into him, and even failed to steal the chicken, and lost the rice, and the principal was also lost. Don't be like this. If you want a high return, you have to take this high risk. Apollo, tell me how you felt about fighting with that person. In case someone of us encounters him later, or in a team match, we can be prepared, said the person in the center. No feeling, he killed me with his equipment without even making a move. I can't tell how deep he is, Apollo said unwillingly. Actually, I can see a little bit. He avoided your first attack with the space jump, which shows that he has very fast perception and reaction. The opponent is very interested in your attack method. He obviously wants to know the information of your mecha, so he has not made a move. And from his initial micro movements, he is very curious about your intelligent mecha's attack method with an agile mecha, which means he doesn't have a mecha like you around him. Also, you can't even resist his counterattack. If he wants to make a move, your immunity to some magic damage may not be useful, said one person. What's the point of what you said? Apollo said. No use, it just makes you realize that you are no match for the other party. So I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it from your legendary skill? The man said. You. The man's words made Apollo completely autistic, and then everyone in the room fell silent again. Forget it, don't waste time here, start plan B. After they were silent for a long time, the man in the middle said, Yes. At the same time, Lao Wang finally killed the last sand sheep and collected 10,000 lamb chops. He immediately returned to the Mother Star base, and swore that he would never come here again in his life. But 10 minutes later, Lao Wang returned here again, because General Zhang issued him Task 2. The Road to Extraordinary 2. Please complete General Zhang's test, and go to planet M32 to collect 1,000 sand gold. Mission progress. Sand gold, 0/1000. Mission reward, 50,000 experience. For this mission, Lao Wang just wants to say, Damn, what's wrong with you, little brother? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, would you have picked this thing while hunting lamb chops? You are making me lose face by doing this. I just made a vow. Okay, Alas, life is not easy, Lao Wang sighed, but even if he complains, he still has to complete the mission after complaining. This may be life, but fortunately, for him with a keen eye, sand gold is easier to get than lamb chops. This mission can be completed in about 2 days. Chapter 185. General, the gold sand you want. 2 days later, Lao Wang found General Zhang with the 1,000 gold sands he had collected. Nothing special happened in the 2 days of competition. His opponents were the same as the first one on the first day. They gave up as soon as they saw him. There were also a few professional players who were eliminated unexpectedly like Wu Xinqi. They were simply nailed to the pillar of shame by the players. Lao Wang was scared. People on the internet are really bamboo shoots. Lao Wang also broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the posts mocking Wu Xinqi. It's pretty fast this time, very good. I still need 100 thornwood trunks. Go to planet K35 to get them for me. This time, you only have 4 hours. General Zhang took the gold sand and said to Lao Wang. After hearing this, Lao Wang immediately rushed to the destination after accepting the task. The road to Extraordinary 3. Please complete the test of General Zhang. Mission progress, Thornwood, 0 out of 100, mission reward, 50,000 experience. Though Thornwood is wood, it is not a collection material, but a monster material dropped by Thorny Tree Demons. The Thorny Tree Demon is a level 30 plant monster that is relatively rare in this game, and lives on the planet K35. This mission is not easy, because the Thorny Tree Demon is a very thick monster. It may take more than 2 minutes for ordinary people to kill one, and it may not be possible to kill 100 in 4 hours, not to mention the search and travel. But for Lao Wang, killing is not a problem. Ordinary leaders at level 30 cannot withstand his attacks. His only problem is to find monsters. But fortunately, the Thorn Tree Demons are everywhere on the planet K35, and it is not difficult to find. Damn, what's going on? After Lao Wang came to K35 through the teleportation array, he saw a devastated scene, as if it had been bombarded by missiles. He flew into the sky and found that in the distance, a large group of people were surrounding a towering tree and attacking it non-stop, and under this towering tree were countless Thorn Tree Demons. Thor Tree King Special, LV 30. Lord. HP 15 million. MP 5 million. Attack 690. Defense 80. Skills, Rooting, Vitality, Natural Protection, Thorn Entanglement, Tree Demon King, Spike Burst. This is convenient now, we don't have to look for them one by one, Lao Wang said, as he looked at the scene in front of him. This should be the Tree King activating its Tree Demon King skill. The guild that Lao Wang was fighting monsters in front of him happened to know, and it was the Time Ruins Guild, one of the few allies of the future guild. At this time, they had already reduced the health of the Tree Demon King to less than half, but in Lao Wang's opinion, they were already at the end of their strength. The health of their guild members was not much lost, but the mana of the entire guild was almost empty. Once the mana was empty, they had to land, but there were countless tree demons waiting for them below, and they would be dead if they landed. Boss! This won't work. If there is no way to recover mana, the whole team will be wiped out. How about retreating first, and then find a solution? The commander of the Time Ruins was obviously aware of the problem, but he had no solution. Normally, with the strength of their guild, the boss with 15 million health points should have been taken down long ago. But this tree demon has 2 blood recovery skills, Rooting and Vitality, and Natural Protection, a high damage reduction skill, which has consumed all the mana of their entire guild. The president of the Time Ruins, Sand of Time, heard the command and thought about it, and was ready to agree, but at this moment his communication device lit up. He didn't want to take the chance, but after taking a look at the caller, he chose to answer the call. After talking to the caller for a few words, he hung up the phone and laughed and said, "No need to retreat, our reinforcements are here, tell the brothers to retreat away, don't be accidentally injured, wait until all the monsters are dead, then we will go up." The commander was a little confused after hearing his words. Does this mean to retreat and let others come up to clean up the monsters, and then take on the boss? Is there such a good person in the game? Are you sure he didn't come up to grab the boss? And I didn't see any other forces? However, his good qualities all the time made him not ask more questions, but conveyed Sand of Time's words. The people of the Time Ruins retreated quickly. Although the Tree King was resistant to attack, it was unusually heavy, so they retreated far away without much effort. After they retreated far away, some people noticed the mecha flying towards the Tree King. At first, they thought it was their guild that went up to hang hatred, but soon someone recognized the unique mecha in the entire game. Is that the Elemental Lord? Is this the reinforcement you mentioned? The commander of the Time Ruins said while looking at the mecha in the sky. The moment he finished speaking, 21 photons appeared in the sky, and the most representative skill of the Elemental Lord, the photon ray, appeared. Countless rays fell and bombarded the tree monsters below, and then there were flying fire meteors, blizzards, dark storms, and falling rocks, and various large-scale attacks bombarded the tree monsters below. The tree demon soldiers that gave the Time Ruins a headache were all GG in less than a minute under this violent attack. Lao Wang looked at the task he had completed, made an OK gesture in the direction of the Sand of Time, and flew towards the teleportation array again, leaving the tree demon boss with a low health to the Time Ruins guild to deal with. Don't look at it. Hurry up and take the boss. The health will be restored in a while. The Sand of Time said to the members, who had been watching the direction where Lao Wang flew away. This damage is too exaggerated. When can I be like this? By the way, when did our president become so impressive? He could invite Qian Wang to work for him. You don't know this, our guild and the future are allies. Is our guild so awesome? While discussing, the people in the Time Ruins took over the tree demon boss. It was much easier for them to deal with it without the monsters. After completing the task, Lao Wang returned to the Mother Star base, and then ushered in the next round of tasks. General Zhang asked him to collect 10 perfect element crystals within an hour. This is the easiest task he has taken in this task chain. Not to mention the element crystals, even the higher level element crystals, 10 seconds is enough for him. After pulling 10 element crystals from the system mall, Lao Wang completed this round of tasks in a shocked expression, and then received the last round of this task. The end of the extraordinary road. Please complete General Zhang's test, and clear the Black Shark Pirate Lair within 30 minutes. Task progress. Clearance time, not cleared. Task rewards. Mech advanced to elite level. Mech pilot advanced to intermediate mech pilot. Experience 50,000. So this is what the elite road means. So the player's mech can also be advanced like a monster? Seeing this, Lao Wang finally understood the meaning of the name of this task. Let the players advance to elite level, and become elite level is the meaning of this task. If Lao Wang is right, the level 30 level where countless people are stuck must be related to this elite or intermediate mecha pilot. In fact, they have thought that this advancement has always failed because of the junior pilot on the character panel, but they can't find any way to improve this thing. Lao Wang doesn't know whether his path is suitable for others, but he thinks he should not have this level. As for the 30-minute clearance of the Black Shark Pirate Lair, this is not a problem for the future guild. He can complete it with his own team. Is there anyone who still has the Black Shark Pirate Lair dungeon today? Come to the next dungeon with me, and clear it within 30 minutes. After receiving the task, Lao Wang sent a message in the guild elite group. Yes. Boss here. Please help me, boss. Because of the threshold problem, even the elites of the major guilds still need a lot of time to pass the Black Shark Pirate Lair. Because of the competition, many of them simply gave up today's number of times. Suddenly, how could they not be enthusiastic when they saw Lao Wang leading people to the dungeon? Lao Wang quickly clicked a group, and then led the team to the Black Shark Star. After a few instructions, he entered the dungeon. There were no twists and turns in the dungeon process. Lao Wang used all his strength to avoid accidents. Bai Tianyu and others could not rely on this explosive damage. Because Lao Wang's speed was too fast, some people in the future guild had not reacted after they had passed the level. Then one person looked at the clearance time, 19 minutes and 38 seconds. Very good. Not only did it not take 30 minutes, but even 20 minutes was not used. Chapter 186. You are really outstanding. This is your reward. General Zhang looked at Lao Wang and said after Lao Wang completed the task. The man in front of him completed the most difficult advanced challenge at level 20, which can be said to be unprecedented. How many years has it been since anyone completed this level of challenge? 50 years or 100 years? He couldn't remember clearly. He only remembered that the last person who completed this challenge was Sun Min, the current leader of the Alliance. Although part of the reason is that although this challenge is difficult, there is no difference between the advanced and ordinary advanced routes, but this is not a reason to deny his strength. System prompt. You have completed the end of the extraordinary road, your mecha has been upgraded to elite level, and you have become an intermediate mecha pilot. Elite. Your mecha has successfully stood out from countless ordinary mechas, but don't be proud that your extraordinary road has just begun. Life plus 50%. Magic plus 50%. As soon as this task was completed, Lao Wang immediately felt a force pouring into his body, and his own strength also increased a lot. Then he looked at his attributes again, and both his HP and MP were over 10,000. At the same time, the name above his head changed from white to blue, which indicated that he had become an elite. Thank you, General. Looking at his attributes, Lao Wang, who was as happy as a fool, thanked General Zhang and was about to leave, but General Zhang stopped him. Stay, I have another thing to give you. Please go ahead. Hearing that there was still a task, Lao Wang stopped immediately. You must have heard about Xiao Huang's problem, but you probably don't know what it is. Yes. Xiao Huang betrayed the alliance and fled to the outer domain. General Zhang said in a very low voice. What? General Zhang's words shocked Lao Wang, and he cried out. It's not his fault that he made a fuss. People in General Huang's position are almost the pinnacle of the alliance's power. He actually betrayed the alliance. Why? Lao Wang asked after calming down. The specific reason is unclear. I just received news that he killed Ford, the highest commander of the alliance's scientific forces, and then betrayed the alliance and fled to the outer domain. General Zhang paused here. His tone was a little low. It seems that Lao Huang's defection has a great impact on him. After calming down, he continued, You should know that Xiao Huang is my disciple. I felt it was abnormal when he asked me to take over the Mother Star base for him. I actually sent people to investigate, but this problem occurred before the result. I don't think he is the kind of person who would betray humanity. There must be something here, so I need your help. What can I do? Lao Wang asked. Alas, no matter what reason Xiao Huang has, he killed General Ford and fled to the outer domain. This is witnessed by many people. So in order to avoid suspicion, my people are not very good at taking action. I need you to help me investigate the reason for all this. Can you do it? General Zhang said. System prompt. General Zhang issued you the only special hidden main task Alliance secrets. Do you accept it? Accept. I try my best. Lao Wang looked at the system prompt with a lot of information and said after a moment of silence. Regarding this task, he really didn't dare to say too much. This task is definitely the most difficult task he has taken since entering the game. The terms unique, special, main line, and hidden all have super high returns when they appear in the task. Now they appear in the same task at the same time, and the reward of this task may take off. But it must be accompanied by hell level difficulty, but you must accept it. If you don't accept the task, you're just playing a game. Don't worry, I won't let you check from the beginning. Although my people didn't find out what happened to Xiao Huang, they also found some clues. Before he killed General Ford, he went to Tianqiu Star, and there should be some clues there. After General Zhang finished speaking, Lao Wang's task was updated. Alliance Secret 1, Unique Special Hidden Main Line. General Zhang asked you to investigate the reason why General Huang, the former head of the Mother Star base, defected from the Alliance. There may be secrets hidden behind this that you can't imagine. Mission requirements. Go to Tianqiu Star to investigate clues. 0/3. Rewards. 50,000 gold crystals, 1 perfect skill treasure chest, 1 Nebula-class battleship core engine, 1 random legendary material. Number limit, 1. Just as Lao Wang imagined, this mission has rewards beyond the limit of ordinary missions, and perhaps also has difficulty beyond the limit. He needs to plan it well. After saying goodbye to General Zhang, Lao Wang left the headquarters. General Zhang looked at his back and pondered for a while, and the quartermaster Ma Huading and the sheriff Chi Su came behind him at the same time. General, can he find out? Chi Su asked. I don't know, but he is our only chance. As soon as Lao Wang's problem came out, those people directly targeted us to death. General Zhang. Is there any news from the general that night? No one can understand what he is thinking now. He has been on that planet since 300 years ago, and has not moved. Otherwise, the neutral faction would not be as scattered as it is now, existing in name only. You don't have to worry about these things. Be careful during this period, and don't give those people an excuse. Yes. After leaving the headquarters, Lao Wang did not log off directly, but went to the Dark Knight Pier. He wanted to find out where the Tianqiu Star was first. He had seen this place in the background of the story of Black Shark and tried to find it on the star map. But at present, not only him, but all players in the game have not been able to find this place on the star map. It seems that this place does not exist. There is no information on the map at all. He originally wanted to ask Zero Gang to find out, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. It was better not to bother it with such a small matter. Old Wang quickly arrived at the Dark Knight Pier and found Alan and the other two. Are you starting to retire? After Old Wang entered the room where the three were, he saw 3 people sitting in a row drinking tea, one holding a large enamel pot, and his mouth twitched. Although I gave you this thing with this idea, Your comprehension ability is too strong. No, but it will be soon, Yuan Wuji said after seeing old Wang and putting down the teapot. The Dark Knight organization is getting worse and worse due to the suppression of some people in the alliance. Although the nightclub business has not been affected, the intelligence business has basically stopped. The three of them didn't know how to run a business, so they could only retire here. Lao Wang didn't say anything about their situation, but said, "Since you like this teapot so much, I give you some good tea." After that, Lao Wang took out a bag of perfect tea Mingqian Longjing, which was a real good thing for them. Even Lao Wang didn't have many of these perfect tea and wine treasures. For some NPCs, this thing was even more precious than a legendary item. Or you can talk about the matter first. Yuan Wuji looked at the tea in Lao Wang's hand, swallowed his saliva, and said with difficulty. After spending so much time together, they also had a certain understanding of Wang Qinhua's character, that is, no one comes to the temple for no reason. If he could take out such an item, it means that he wanted a lot. For the current and Yi, they dare not take on some big deals. Okay. But no matter whether you can help me or not, this tea is for you. Lao Wang sat down and pushed the tea to the three people and said, and then without waiting for them to say anything more, he waved his hand at them and continued, "I just came here for nothing else. I want to ask Yi if he has any clues about Tianqiu Star." This matter? If it is this matter, we will take this tea. The three people breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me quickly. Okay, it's like this. The three people quickly talked about Tianqiu Star with Lao Wang. It turns out that although Tianqiu Star is called a star, it is not a planet, but a spaceship. However, this spaceship is very large, almost like a planet, but it does not have any external weapon system, so even ordinary prisoners do not know that they are on a spaceship that can fly at any time. In addition, the only function of the Tianqiu Star spaceship is a prison, so although many people know about it, not many people know where it is. But this definitely does not include Dark Knight. This kind of information is not difficult for them at all. Chapter 187. Until Black Shark escaped from prison, Tianqiu Star was the place where the Alliance held important prisoners. In fact, it is not difficult to find Tianqiu Star, especially for you, because it is the Vannert family who is guarding Tianqiu Star now. The three people's intelligence is very detailed, and Lao Wang did not waste a bag of perfect tea, especially how to find it. After knowing everything, Lao Wang left the Dark Knight Wharf, and then put this matter aside and went offline to sleep. It is necessary to put it aside. The Sky Eagle Star region where the Vannert family is located is very far away from the Mother Star region, and there are special entry requirements like the Central Star region. That is to say, you have to do the door opening task first, which is not a task that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. So Lao Wang plans to slowly complete the task while competing during this period, and then go to the Vannert family there to ask Lao Luo for a ticket after the competition is over. He did not tell the people of Dark Knight about General Huang because this matter involved too much. The recent situation of Dark Knight let Lao Wang know that the strength of their organization is really limited. 3 days passed in a flash. Quick, quick, quick! Quickly control him. Don't let him run away. Yun Zhongda. Okay. Okay. Nice. Jingjia Fairy. Nice, you guys block them. I go see the 2 bosses and test their strength. Miracle Sword. Okay, you go. I see if I can dismantle his fountain and make them talk nonsense. Lao Wang. They were not playing League of Legends, nor were they playing King of Glory, but playing a team game. The top 10 players in the individual competitions have been decided in the past few days. In addition to the upset of Wu Xinqi, many professional players were eliminated unexpectedly. Only about 1/5 of the top 10 players in each department, who were originally voted through various channels, entered the top 10. The rest were people whose reputations people had never heard of before, which made everyone sigh that these hanging people were really hidden. The 2 main teams of the future guild had no one overturned, and their equipment was too good to make up for a lot of things. In fact, if it weren't for the temptation of legendary equipment this time, those people might continue to hide. At the same time, because the people who were originally favored by countless players were eliminated one after another, more and more people bet on Lao Wang. Fortunately, he is very stable, and has not encountered opponents like Apollo again. Today is the day of the team elimination match. Unlike the individual competition, the style of the team competition has changed a lot. It is no longer the kind of one side destroying the other side, but a tower-pushing game like League of Legends. It's just that there are 3 parties on the map instead of 2 parties, and one party has 7 people, and the level is the same as the level of their own mecha. Of course, there are still soldiers and field equipment in this game, And the field equipment are some very powerful weapons, and some equipment with attributes that are so strong that people can't understand them. But Lao Wang's two opponents did not have the opportunity to buy these things. Although the attack and defense of the defense towers on this map are very high, they encountered Lao Wang, a pervert. His super long attack range allows him to attack the defense tower outside the range of the defense tower, which is simply a plug-in. The people on both sides had no chance to develop at all. Lao Wang quickly cleared the defense towers, and then was blocked in the fountain by the future people. If they hadn't been familiar with the map, they would have pushed down the crystal and ended the game. This is really miserable for the two teams of the future guild, each with their own team on one map. It can be said that there is no game experience at all. The official commentator said with cold sweat as he saw the two teams being pressed into the fountain by the future every day. What did we see? The people of the future guild have already started to destroy the fountain in a frenzy. That's right. I don't know what the designer of this game map was thinking. The fountain defense tower on this map actually has health points. Although there are a lot of health points, it is still possible to be destroyed. As for why they are so frenzied, it is because this team of players joined forces with another team to fight Lao Wang and his team right from the start. But this is not the main reason. The main reason is that they are really mean. Not only do they keep mocking Lao Wang and his team, but they also keep scolding them. How could Lao Wang and his team let them go easily? They really don't care about mocking Lao Wang and his team. But what does that malicious abuse mean? Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Fish Liang? Although such a game is fun to watch, is it okay for them to lose character like this? This guy can hit the tower by standing outside the defense tower, and can also use skills to push the tower. Who can play with him? Killing people is too much. If you have his ability, you will definitely play more excessively than him. There must be a grudge between them, otherwise they would not block this family and kill them like this, and basically ignore the other family. The game lasted for 15 minutes, and the two teams surrendered in humiliation. In the end, Lao Wang still failed to demolish the fountains of their two teams, which was a bit regrettable. The main reason was that the fountain was too thick. Even though Lao Wang's output was abnormal enough, he still only hit 2/3 of the health. If the current competition format is adopted, the guild will basically have no rivals in the future, even if the two guilds join forces. This guy is too outrageous. I only felt that his skills were very long before, but this time, I finally have a clear understanding. He is even farther than the defense tower. It shouldn't always be like this. Haven't you noticed that the system competition system is also changing? I have noticed, but it will definitely not change before the top 100. We can only pray that we don't run into them. For Lao Wang's abnormal performance, those big guilds and some hidden forces that have been promoted have no way to deal with it. This guy is outrageous. How can he be so strong? Even those hidden forces that originally looked down on the game guild have put some thoughts aside. They also thought about whether they can really beat this abnormal person. After the game, Lao Wang summarized the game and analyzed the next tactics, and then Lao Wang went on the mission. Lao Wang is really a man like the wind. Lao Ma. Indeed, he is indeed very vigorous and decisive, and no matter what he does, he has only one characteristic: fast. Miracle Sword. You said Lao Wang is fast. How do you know? Lao Ma smiled wretchedly and looked at the Sword of Miracles. But they are all old hands, so why is the Sword of Miracles afraid of this? After he got familiar with the future people, it seemed that his true nature was exposed. He also smiled in the same way and said, I don't know, but if you want to know, someone should know. After he finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at Lin Qimeng together. She rolled her eyes at everyone and said, Do you want to practice more? I ask him to compensate you for a few more games? Let's see how much faster it can be. Haha, then that's not necessary. Old Ma and Sword of Miracles immediately scratched their heads and said, their movements were exactly the same, like a pair of twins. Let's not talk nonsense. Prepare for the afternoon game, and since we are so free, let's go to help the fairy complete the task together. Lin Qimeng. Everyone, got it. Old Ma, come with me to pick up someone first. Our hoes have been swinging for so long and finally have a result. Sister Hua. Did Lu Wuhan agree? Lin Qimeng asked in surprise. No, it was their club that agreed, but I feel something is wrong. Lu Wuhan's condition is not good. Then we will go with you. Everyone. Okay. Lu Wuhan's condition can no longer be said to be not very good. When everyone came to the agreed place and saw him, they found that he was about to die. Everyone in the future guild immediately contacted the hospital and sent him in. What's the situation? Lao Wang also came to the hospital because he received news that several people in the future were isolated, and they might not be able to play in the afternoon game. It's my fault. I never thought they would use human lives as a trap, Sister Hua said helplessly in the isolation room. After Lu Wuhan entered the hospital, the doctor saw his condition and immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The entire hospital entered a special state, because they found that Wuhan's disease was a very terrifying viral infectious disease, which has no cure in this era. And according to records, the last person who died from this variant of the virus was Lu Wuhan's wife. However, although this virus is powerful, it is said that the infectiousness is not very strong, but the next few people will need to observe for a long time. At least they may miss the afternoon game. Chapter 188. After hearing this, Lao Wang's face darkened. It didn't matter that Lin Qiming and the others were absent. Lao Wang was confident that he could play in the afternoon match, but the second team couldn't. However, the match was not important. Using human lives as a trap and threatening the people around him really touched Lao Wang's bottom line. However, this should not be the work of Feng Wuxiyu. They didn't dare to play like this. 0. Check it for me. Okay, sir. When Ling went to check the cause and effect, Lao Wang found the doctor and handed him a golden energy stone. This is a special potion brought out of the game. It can remove any negative state. You should be able to save Wuhan with this. I know there is no basis for this thing, but it is the only way at present, isn't it? Thank you. This golden energy stone is a consumable item for purifying negative states at the legendary level. It can not only act on mechas, but also on people. In fact, Lao Wang discovered a secret some time ago, which is why the legendary items in this game are so expensive. That's because anything of legendary level can be materialized, but it just takes different amounts of gold crystals depending on the level. The official should have known about this long ago, otherwise the gold crystals and legendary items in the game wouldn't have that kind of price. The doctor took the energy stone and used it on Wuhan with a try it attitude, and Wuhan recovered immediately. His organs had weakened to the limit in the last second, but now he has been resurrected after a full month. Can you believe it? This thing simply challenges the doctor's understanding of the world, and then after a checkup, they found that the other party was indeed fine. I still have a few here. One is for you and the hospital to study. The others are for my companions to use. Don't let them stay in there. After knowing that his tools were useful, Lao Wang immediately took out a few more and said to the doctor, "This is a bit of a waste. They can actually be out of isolation in a few days. As long as they are fine, there are plenty of opportunities to get this thing." Okay. With the help of Lao Wang, Liao Wuhan, Lin Qiming and others were out of absolute isolation in almost no time. For this, Lao Wang spent 12 legendary items and 120,000 gold crystals, but these things are not comparable to a few people. However, they did not go back to the base directly, but were kept by the hospital, but they can play the game normally. They can't play the game when they are in absolute isolation, because the equipment can't enter. As for why they are not allowed to leave, it's because although they don't have any problems now, the hospital still needs to stabilize. After all, they can't joke about such a high-risk disease, and there is no precedent for the technology in the game for them to refer to. So they could only choose mild isolation, and then report the situation. Lao Wang and his team were not in a hurry, but went online to play the afternoon game first, and then began to cooperate with the people above to investigate the situation. The speed of the people above coming was much faster than everyone expected, because this matter involved the organization called Shengshi. What kind of organization is Shengshi? Lao Ma said irritably while they were waiting. Although he was a relatively successful person, he was ultimately just an ordinary person living in a peaceful environment. This kind of trap that uses human life as bait was the first time he had seen it, and fear was a normal reaction. Lao Wang could answer this question, but he couldn't say it, because once he said it, Lao Ma would be in endless trouble. Zero's investigation had already yielded results, because this time Lao Wang gave Zero the maximum authority. Zero also once again showed Lao Wang its true horror. This force that the human government had been tracking for decades could not escape his half-hour investigation. According to the government's records, the Holy Ten was the most cruel and terrifying in the world that suddenly appeared 31 years ago. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts. In the first year of their appearance, they captured people from some weak countries everywhere to conduct human experiments on life engineering and biological weapons. 30 years ago, because a city with a population of more than 1 million people was turned into a dead city overnight, this organization became the common enemy of all mankind. But because they were afraid of the threat of biological weapons in their hands to ordinary people, The wanted list for them only stayed at the top level. They set up a special task force to capture the Holy 10 worldwide, specifically responsible for capturing the people of the Holy 10, but this capture lasted for 30 years. According to Zero's investigation, the investigation team sacrificed a total of 125 people in 30 years, but only one of the 10 core members of the Holy 10 was captured, and he was dead. If they hadn't thwarted 2 plots of the Holy 10 to destroy the city, Lao Wang really suspected that there was a traitor among them. However, although the Holy 10 hid well, they offended Lao Wang today. It only took Zero half an hour to investigate all the personnel information of the Holy 10 organization. No one could have imagined that behind this organization was a world-famous 1,000-year-old Chable, and the controller of the Chable was the leader of the Holy 10, Ironically, he just won the World Peace Prize. This organization did not appear 31 years ago, but has been around for hundreds of years. The original purpose of this organization was to help the controller of the Chable find items that can make people live forever. It's just that they have always focused on magical items since their establishment, until more than 30 years ago, when the current one inherited this position, and everything changed. He no longer focused on the illusory sacred items, but on biotechnology. 30 years ago, their people extracted a biological cell from a meteorite, and then through a series of shocking operations, triggered the plague and became the public enemy of mankind. However, although so many people died, they did not have any regrets at all, and the company even used these things to make profits. And Liao Wuhan was indeed unaware of this incident, because he knew that his wife was killed by the collusion of their guild. He went to take revenge, but was discovered by Feng Wuxuiyu's people, and then they controlled him. Because of Xiaoguang's matter, Shengshi may think that the future is also a problem, so he asked Feng Wuxuiyu to go all out and take the future with him. Regarding all the information about Shengshi that Ling obtained, Lao Wang asked Ling to anonymously pass a copy to the investigation team. He is not yet a match for this organizer, so this is his best choice at the moment. After receiving Lao Wang's message, the investigation team was immediately in an uproar. They initially thought that this was done by the hackers of Shengshi, and they investigated from top to bottom. But after they verified some of the information, they were sure of the information and started the arrest. 3 days later, the moment the top 10 of the team competition was announced, Shengshi collapsed, and Feng Huashuiyu and the Chable collapsed with him. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with him even in their dreams. While the 9 leaders of Shengshi were eating hot pot and singing at home, they were surrounded by the army one by one. The entire organization, from the leaders to the guards, was not left behind, and all were brought to justice. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out why they were destroyed and what the problem was. The destruction of Shengshi and the Chable behind him also affected the game. De Qin and Wanli, who seemed almost hopeless, won the top 10 of the team competition because of the absence of the key opponents who decided the top 10. Their absent opponents were Shengshi and the Chable's people. Now there are 4 game guilds in the top 10, and the others are still hidden forces. These days, Wuhan still hasn't been able to get out of the blow, but Wang Qianduo and others didn't say much, but still signed him. Lao Wang felt that if what happened to him, it would be difficult for him to get over it. Fortunately, all the members of Feng Wuxuiyu have been punished, and the second lord of Fengxue had the worst fate, death penalty. In addition to being suspected of colluding with the Holy 10, they also committed intentional homicide, attempted homicide, and many other crimes. The 2 brothers really deserve to be the people chosen by the Holy 10 of this generation. They basically have no humanity. The names of doing all kinds of evil and being full of evil are not enough to describe them. Fortunately, everything is over now. The future Team 2 failed to advance in the group stage. They were unlucky. When deciding the top 10 teams, they met their own Team 1. Lao Wang alone demolished their home. Chapter 189. The terrifying enemy of Saint 10 came quickly and fell quickly, which fully proved the strength of Zero. An organization of more than 100 years was turned into ashes by him in half an hour. This level of power made Lao Wang somewhat afraid. Lao Wang finally understood that the VIP 1 to 15 gift package and the V10 gift 0 were the best rewards. Probably, after reading all the information of Saint 10, Zero was also confused by his recently awakened ability called thinking. Humans are so strange. Carpet search, teams 1 to 5 on the left, team 6 to 10 on the right. Sister Hua commanded everyone on a planet with a jungle environment. They were participating in the second round of the elimination match of today's team competition. They easily crushed the first game. The competition system of this team competition has indeed changed again. The competition mode of the 500-person team competition is no longer a large-scale chicken-eating game. Instead, It has become a strategic game mode. There are resources on this map, and the team can use these resources to build bases, fortifications, and troops. Even if there are enough resources, you can build super weapons, which is a great test of teamwork and development capabilities. But the future obviously does not want to develop peacefully with the other party. They use the ultra-long vision provided by Lao Wan to raid the other party's base camp. Their plan was very successful, eliminating 497 of them at once. But they can't find the remaining 3 people anyway. Their base has been destroyed by the future. Without the base, their people can't be resurrected. As long as the future solves the 3 of them, they can advance, but they hide too well. This is already the 3rd carpet search in the future, but Lao Wang feels that they still have a hard time finding them this time. However, Sister Hua's intention is not to find them. The time for the game is limited. She just doesn't want these 3 people to develop safely. What if something unexpected happens when they develop? These 3 people are really good at playing. Who would have thought that they would hide underground in their own camp in the future? But what's the use? If they don't have a home, won't they still lose when the time is up? It's not completely useless. At least they provide the team behind with a way to avoid Qian Wang's super long-range vision detection. Can you still hide underground with a whole group? How many such mechas do you have? How did they avoid the radar? Qian Wang's perception has always been like a perspective plugin. How did they avoid it? Wow! The big boss of Xinghe upstairs. While everyone was communicating on the world channel, the time for this game was up, and the future guild successfully advanced. However, their victory in this game was really frustrating, and they let the 3 of them drag it until the end of time. Although they won, it seemed like they didn't win. In short, it was frustrating. After leaving the battlefield, Lao Wang went to do the door opening task again, and Lin Qiming and others also went to complete the hidden task received by Fairy Jingzhe. Fairy Jingzhe received this hidden task after everyone first passed the Black Shark Pirate Lair. However, the difficulty of this task exceeded her imagination, and she was stuck for a long time at the first level. After the second level required finding 9 teammates, she immediately contacted Lin Qiming and others. But an accident happened in the past few days, and everyone didn't go. This mission requires us to go to the abandoned Sagittarius planet and find an ornament left there by the employer. Why do we need so many people? Miracle Sword said, as he looked at the introduction of the mission. Maybe the search area is too large. Besides, no matter what the reason is, we still have to go there? Old Horse. That's true, but I feel that this mission is not easy. We have to be very alert. Got it. Got it. As they were talking, they came to a planet near the planet, and then they summoned the aircraft they rented and flew there. According to the public information of the Alliance, the reason why this planet was abandoned is because there is a special field on this planet that will destroy the space transmission device. The NPC worked hard to build a transmission array, but it will be corroded within 3 months. The key is that all the spaceships of the Human Alliance at this stage have space devices on them. This energy not only destroys the transmission array, but also the spaceships. The Human Alliance has been studying this energy, but unfortunately no one has achieved any results. And although this planet is habitable, the environment is still a bit harsh. At the same time, after the entire planet was detected, there were no special minerals, and even the content of ordinary minerals did not meet the standards. To put it bluntly, the Alliance felt that it was too useless, so it was abandoned. At the same time, in order to prevent this place from becoming a base and shelter for interstellar criminals, the Alliance will conduct irregular inspections here. And at the same time, not everyone can come here, and some special procedures are required. But for players, there is basically no such restriction. They need to come here basically for the mission, and it is impossible to have no procedures. We are here. According to the introduction, we have 5 hours to stay. We must hurry up. If the spaceship breaks down after the time, we can only die and go back to pay the money. After everyone landed, Jingzhe Fairy said to everyone. She is not afraid of losing money, but she is afraid of causing losses to everyone. If she loses money herself, it will be lost. If this mission fails, everyone in the future will basically not let her help to bear the losses, but she will feel bad about it. Considering others and everything is the character of this girl, and it is also the reason why she is a good master, but has always been unknown. If Lin Qiming hadn't met her during a dungeon, she might still be in her team now, always with her vampire girlfriends. Okay. Everyone in the future also understood what she was worried about. In order not to increase her worries, everyone chose to agree directly. Before everyone arrived at this planet, the name of the planet felt very strange. But when they arrived, they found that the name was so accurate that it couldn't be more accurate. Everything on this planet was spherical. Mountains, plants, patterns on the ground, and even buildings abandoned by humans were twisted into spherical shapes by an unknown force. After Lin Chimeng and others landed the spacecraft, they entered the station where the employer used to be and began to search. While everyone was searching, Jingzha Ferry introduced the storied background of the mission to everyone. It is said that the employer of this mission was once a member of the exploration team of this planet. It was also on this planet that she met her husband, and it was on this planet that her husband confessed his love to her. Her husband gave her a bracelet he made himself as a token of love. Later, there was a problem with the planet, and she and her husband evacuated the planet together. But they were in a hurry when they evacuated, and she dropped the necklace on the planet. But they didn't care much at the time. After all, they were both fine. Now, I don't know how many years have passed. Her husband left her forever for some special reason some time ago. Her only wish now is to find the token of love back then. The one who issued the task to me may be his granddaughter. I haven't seen the old lady yet. Jingzha Ferry. The story is quite touching, but... Forget it, let's find it first. Sister Hua hesitated. Found it. Jingzha Ferry wanted to say something else, but Yu Xiaoyu shouted loudly, holding a bracelet made of 12 glowing stones. Everyone saw that the task item really changed from 0 to 1, and it was completed? So simple? Miracle Sword was a little unbelievable. When the fairy sister Jingzha raised his big eyes and wanted to say something, their feet suddenly began to shake, and the building began to collapse. I said that this task would take 10 people. It's really not easy. The people who summoned the Mecha looked at the big yellow stone ball that covered the sky above their heads, and the miracle sword said. As soon as Lao Ma finished speaking, Zhou Ran opened a pair of eyes on the stone ball, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Then a crack appeared on the stone ball, and then it turned into a bloody mouth that could swallow a mountain and bit everyone. What is this? Everyone said after flying to avoid his bite. It seems to be. The little yellow face expression has become a spirit. Sister Hua. Expressions can also become spirits? And this is too big, right? Lao Ma. Why can't expressions? No, run. Sister Hua had only finished half of her words, and the mountain-like expression bag bit everyone again. This thing is invincible, run separately. Lin Chimeng said after she attacked the emoji with the fire dragon, and found the word immune on the other party. But as soon as everyone dispersed, this thing didn't hesitate at all, just like Yu Xiaoyu chased after it, and everyone immediately realized that this thing was part of the mission. Chapter 190. Xiaoyu, throw away the quest item. Yu Xiaoyu narrowly avoided several attacks, and when he was about to be in danger, Fairy Jingzha shouted at him. I can. Throw it away. Okay. Although Yu Xiaoyu thought she could still operate, Fairy Jingzha didn't want her to take the risk. Yu Xiaoyu had already entered the top 10 of the individual competition. If she lost her equipment because of helping her with the task, she would not easily forgive herself with her personality. Yu Xiaoyu obviously knew this, so he threw away the ornament in his hand. As soon as the ornament was out of his hand, the thing with a spirit-like expression immediately dissipated in front of everyone. Fuck. What is this? Is it so magical? Night Owl. Something's wrong. Since this thing is invincible, what's the difference between 10 people and 1 person? Sword of Miracle. Is there any detail we didn't find? Lin Chimeng. How about forget it? Fairy Jingzha. No. Everyone. I don't believe it. There is such a difficult task. Miracle Sword. Just as everyone was looking for a solution, several black spots in the sky were approaching quickly, and in the blink of an eye they came to everyone. Who are you? Don't you know that stealing the origin of the planet is a capital crime? The people who came were several very high-level mechas. They looked down at everyone, and one of the mechas with a ferocious green face and fangs like a demon said, Everyone, ? There must be some misunderstanding here, Lin Chimeng said, and then explained their purpose to several NPCs. Impossible, if you are just looking for ornaments, how can you trigger the counterattack of the planet's will? The guardian of the origin of the planet will not appear if you don't move it, said the driver of the ferocious mecha. We don't have to lie to you. You see, the ornaments we are looking for are right there, said Fairy Jingzha. Oh my god! Who uses a bracelet made of the origin of the planet? This is too cool, exclaimed a person behind the ferocious mecha. I remember who it is. I remember it too. That lord is not. That's right, it's the lady. Alas, it seems that she doesn't want to believe it. Several NPCs revealed a lot of information to the future people one by one. It seems that this simple love story is not simple. Since you are here to find this thing that has an owner, we will not pursue your theft charges. But how do you want to take this thing out? The Guardian, who is the incarnation of the planetary will of the star, is simply invincible on this planet. You 10 people can only take this thing out if you find its weakness and defeat it to get the star's approval. They will only be hurt by the weak points. However, judging from the size of the Guardian just now, at least 10 of his weaknesses must be attacked. The first and last periods cannot differ by 30 seconds. Can you do it? The ferocious Mecha said that he directly told everyone how to complete the task. After he finished speaking, he led the team away without waiting for everyone to answer. Although he's a little ugly, he's really a good person. Fairy Jinja said as she looked at the backs of the group of people going away. Can't you tell he did it on purpose? I heard it, but I can feel that he is a good person. Captain, won't it be a problem if you tell these people how to deal with the Guardian like this? One of the people who left asked the ferocious Mecha driver. It doesn't matter. I believe in the Master's judgment of people, and with this thing, the Master's wife can help the Master, the man said. After the team left, Lin Qimeng and others picked up the bracelet again and summoned the Expression Guardian. We have limited time, we need to be faster, Sister Hua said as she looked at the huge Guardian in front of her. Got it. Everyone agreed and flew towards it together, and then Xiaohai took the bracelet and started to run away. Found it, his body is lines, and the place where these lines converge is the weakness. The miracle sword is still strong, and it didn't take long for the opportunity to find the weakness of the Guardian. Very good, determine the position first but don't attack. Sister Hua. The reason for doing this is that they are afraid that the weakness will change after the attack if it is not killed once. It is not strange for the monsters in this game to do such things. We have found them all, but there is one under us, Yun Zhonggu. It doesn't matter, wait for him to jump up. I will deal with the bottom miracle sword. Okay. Then Yun Zhong number 1, Xiao Hai is front number 2. Miracle's bottom number 10. Stand in position, and we will act when he jumps next time. Sister Hua. As the top team in the current game, the future team made all kinds of decisions at the top level, and they quickly allocated the attack direction. When the Expression Guardian jumped again, everyone immediately used skills at the same time and accurately attacked the Guardian's weakness. The moment the Guardian was hit by the attack, it slowly dissipated in front of everyone. After seeing the situation, everyone in the future evacuated to their spaceship as soon as possible, started the spaceship and left this place of trouble. Not long after they left, the ground there began to collapse, and the original human architectural relics disappeared. However, the people in the future guild did not see these things. After leaving this planet, they returned to the planet they came from and teleported back to the Mother Star base. The moment they walked out of the teleportation array, they happened to meet Lao Wang, who was returning from a mission. What's going on with you? Lao Wang looked at the nervous people and said, Nothing, just a little problem, Lin Qimeng. They didn't know why they wanted to escape, but they felt that if they didn't escape, there would be serious problems. Fortunately, this feeling disappeared after returning to the Mother Star base. Then everyone told Lao Wang a brief account of their mission. When Lao Wang heard about the green-faced Fong Mecha, he interrupted everyone and asked, Are you sure it's green-faced Fong? How many arms does he have? Sure, of course there are 2 arms. Lin Qimeng. Not 2, but 4, but 2 of them have not been moved. Miracle sword. Is it true? Fairy, can I go with you to see that person? Of course. What happened? We talk on the way. On the way to the place where Fairy Jingja handed in the task, Lao Wang told everyone in the chat channel about General Huang's defection. General Huang defected? But what does it have to do with this task, Fairy? Lin Qimeng asked puzzledly. Because General Huang's mecha is called the 6-Armed King, which is similar to the mecha you saw. Your mission is related to General Huang. I want to see if that person can know any secrets. I have too little information now. Lao Wang. Lao Wang and others soon arrived at their destination, a residential house with a yard built on the Mother Star base. This place is not right at first glance, and the style is too different from other buildings. I knew that the Mother Star base was very big, but even if it was bigger, it was still an interstellar spaceship. How could such a waste of land appear? What is the concept of this thing here? It's equivalent to building a villa in the CBD of Beijing. Jingza Fairy stepped forward and was about to knock on the door, but the door of the building suddenly opened by itself, and a pleasant voice came from inside and said, Come in. This? Fairy, you? When you accepted the mission, was it like this here? Lin Qimeng said with a somewhat unnatural look. While she was talking, she leaned towards Lao Wang, and then her fingers quietly grabbed Lao Wang's sleeve. What's wrong? Jingja Fairy asked in confusion. You don't watch movies? Haunted houses are all like this. Lin Qimeng. Keys. 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 My cousin has been afraid of this kind of ghost-like thing since she was a child. It's okay, I'm here. After saying this, Lao Wang took her hand and walked in. He felt that every cell in the body of the fearless man behind him was resisting, and he wanted to laugh for some unknown reason. After everyone entered, the door behind them closed, which made Lin Qiming even more scared. She almost walked into the room with her eyes closed, but it turned out that she thought too much. The room was not dark and there were no ghosts. On the contrary, everything in this single room was very neat. Although it was a little smoky, it was full of sunshine. Chapter 191. Seeing the display in the room, Lin Qiming was finally no longer afraid. Maybe, at this time, a woman in a white cheongsam walked out of the smoke, holding a delicate and slender white jade pipe in her hand. This was the source of the smoke in the room. The woman looked to be in her 20s, very beautiful, with three-dimensional facial features that gave people a very stunning feeling. Lao Wang felt that she looked a bit like Zhang Yuqi. She said nothing after seeing everyone, but slowly walked to the chair and sat down elegantly. Sister, this should be what you are looking for. Jingzhe Fairy came to the woman with a luminous bracelet and said, Sister? Lao Wang exclaimed when he heard the address from Jingzhe Fairy. What? Do you have a problem? The woman asked in a very magnetic voice. No. No. Just continue. Lao Wang said immediately. At the same time, he thought to himself that this woman really likes others to call her sister no matter how old she is. If Lao Wang guessed correctly, this woman should be about the same age as General Huang. If Lao Wang remembered correctly, General Huang was 310 years old. The 22-year-old fairy Jingzhe actually called her sister. Lao Wang felt that calling her grandma was an offense to her. With his way of thinking, how could he be called a straight man? Seeing that Lao Wang was tactful and didn't say anything, the woman took the bracelet handed over by Fairy Jingzhe and then entered a state of absent-mindedness. Everyone was intimidated by her aura and didn't dare to interrupt her memories. After a long while, she said leisurely, You completed this task very well. This is your reward. From now on, you are my disciple. What? Hurry up and meet the master. Lao Wang said to Fairy Jingzhe. Oh, meet the master. After being reminded by Lao Wang, Fairy Jingzhe also reacted. Although I don't know what the use of becoming a disciple of an NPC in the game is, I know it must not be a bad thing to see Lao Wang's anxious expression. Have you heard of me? The woman turned around and said when she saw that Lao Wang was more anxious than the apprentice she was going to accept. No. Lao Wang said truthfully. He didn't ask who this woman Ling was, so he really didn't know. Now, except for daily chatting with Ling, he rarely uses its powerful information function. You didn't give people random advice. Aren't you afraid that I will mislead the students? How could it be? Senior, you must be a legendary strongman. How could you mislead the students? Lao Wang. It seems that you really know a lot of things. No wonder the old man trusts you so much and gives you that task. The woman looked at Lao Wang seriously and said, Can I dare to ask you in General Huang? Lao Wang. You guessed right, we are husband and wife. It's just that we had some conflicts and separated for a while. I just learned about his news not long ago, and I may not even know as much as you do. In fact, if you didn't come today, I would still go to find you. I need you to tell me everything you know, said General Huang's wife. Is it appropriate? Or you can go to General Zhang to confirm it? Lao Wang. You are quite vigilant, but this is okay, said General Huang's wife, summoning a holographic projection, and General Zhang appeared there not long after. She made a video call to General Zhang. General Zhang hung up the call after a few words, and he indicated that Lao Wang could tell her anything. Okay. General Huang's situation is a bit complicated. His abnormal behavior started when I helped him save his granddaughter. Lao Wang began to speak, but he was interrupted by General Huang's wife just as he began, and then she asked, Xiao Rui has a problem. What's wrong with her? I don't know the details, but judging from her need for high-quality sea soul stones, it should be that the Mecha evolution failed and was backfired. Lao Wang. Xiao Rui's Mecha evolution failed. How is this possible? With his talent, it should be easy. What's the problem? I don't know this either. I haven't even seen your granddaughter Lao Wang. Well then what? Then General Huang started the investigation, but it seemed that he encountered a lot of obstacles. It was at that time that he began to draw a clear line with everyone. At the same time, I also found out that in order to help him, Dark Knight was targeted and was a bit miserable. Now their intelligence department is basically out of work. Old One told everything he knew, because he felt that this trip to Tianqiu Star might not go smoothly. Old Wang needed help. Players couldn't help him, but NPCs could. Shadow and Molten Gold couldn't be relied on. He originally wanted to find his master Lao Luo. But the situation with Lao Luo is not very clear now. There is a clear situation on the scene, and Lao Wang must grasp it. But as Lao Wang talked, he found that the more he talked, the darker her face became. Your information is already very detailed, and the Alliance Intelligence Department will not be better than you. After Lao Wang finished speaking, General Huang's wife felt that something was suppressed and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. When you go to Tianqiu Star, call me. This is my communicator. You go back first. I talked to my apprentice." Okay. After everyone left, Fairy Jingja quickly caught up. So fast. Just a few words. What is the fairy's reward this time? Night Owl. The perfect job transfer certificate of Guardian Light, and the method of breaking through the 30th level of the Mecha. Fairy Jingja said in a low voice. Is it what Lao Wang guessed, evolving the Mecha to the elite level, and then advancing to the intermediate Mecha pilot? Sister Hua asked. Yes. But not entirely. My master just said that as long as you become an intermediate Mecha pilot, it will be fine. Normal people can't evolve the Mecha to a refined level before level 30. Fairy Jingja. I said you are a monster. Even the NPC thinks you are abnormal. Lao Ma. He. Go back and practice? Get lost. Who wants to practice with a pervert like you? Calm down, President. Help. Everyone went back to the base while playing around. They needed to digest today's news. A few days ago, Lao Wang told everyone that he had received a perverted main line, but none of them cared. After all, he often received such tasks. But after seeing this incident today, they realized how perverted the perverted main line he mentioned was. This is likely to be a task that pushes the plot into the next stage. It is indeed a perverted main line. However, this task is for one person, and they really can't help Lao Wang. They can only plan how they should develop once the game enters the next stage, and players break through level 30 on a large scale. The most important thing is, should we inform the elites in the guild about the method of breaking through level 30? I think we should, because this news is about to be popularized. And other guilds should have guessed it long ago, they just lack the method. Lin Chimeng. Yes, and after we tell you, we can find a way to become an intermediate pilot together. It's obvious that becoming a disciple is not a normal method. Sister Hua. Well, but the name of my mecha has turned blue, and no one seems to have noticed it. Let's wait for the news that the mecha can be advanced to elite. Lao Wang. Oops. That day, the future elite group received a message from the top of the guild. When they opened it, they were stunned. What did they see? Isn't this the method to break through level 30 that they have been seeking so hard? The big guys announced it now? Everyone, this news has only been announced to the elite group and some level 30 elite players. I hope you can keep it a secret. Boss is awesome. Although Wang Qianduo and the others told everyone that becoming a disciple is not an orthodox method, everyone at least saw the possibility. And the fact that they could share this news really deepened the sense of belonging of the future elite group. Hey! Yes, it's me. The future announced a method to break through level 30. That's right, it's a breakthrough of level 30, but this news is not cheap, and it's not easy for us to get it. You see? But the leak is certain, and keeping it secret is just a joke. There are so many people in the future elite group, and there are too many spies. But they don't care about these things, and they even hope that someone can find an orthodox method, so they can save trouble. It's so easy to pick up something ready-made. Chapter 192. Future has announced the method to break through level 30 with the elite group. We guessed right. The last level is to become an intermediate mecha pilot. In the meeting room of the Galaxy Guild, President Wang Xing has said to everyone, they are really one step ahead in everything. Do you know what method they use? Galaxy Light. Become a disciple, find an NPC master, and become an intermediate pilot directly by completing tasks. Wang Xing. Become a disciple? It's the same as our method. But this method can't be popularized. And the difficulty of the apprenticeship task. Galaxy Light glanced at the people next to him, and said something difficult to say. As long as the road is right. I'm almost done with the task, you don't have to worry. Galaxy Foaming. You said the same thing 2 days ago. Brother, do you know how much money we have spent? Galaxy Jinsha, the financial officer of the Galaxy Guild, said. Don't make a fuss. The task over there must continue anyway. Qian Wang is not yet level 30. This is our chance. As for us, try hard to find one. Wang Xinghe. Yes. Such conversations are not only happening in Xinghe, but also in other guilds, and those hidden forces. These people are like leeches, hanging on the future guild to absorb nutrients. But the future guild is strong and healthy now, and doesn't care about them, and they are deliberately raising them. When they need it one day, they will put something different in their blood, which will definitely make them unforgettable for life. A few days later, after Lao Wang easily solved the trouble brought by Wuhan, the future guild never encountered any twists and turns, and they easily crushed into the top 10. Except for future, other big guilds rarely failed this time. 7 out of the top 10 are relatively famous game guilds. If Fengwuxiu has no problems, they should be able to come in. As for why this happened, Lao Wang and others analyzed that the game of this team is closer to the game mode familiar to these big guilds. Although the cooperation and technical execution of those hidden forces are much better than those of these conferences, they underestimate the impact of the game mode. These professional players are definitely good at collecting game resources. Even the special elites in the world can't compare with them. Although those hidden forces have advantages in the early stage, they are all under the super weapons without exception. This result also makes the stocks of all game companies rise, and capital is further entering the market. Except for the Freak Future, the shares of other guilds have been further divided. Lao Wang and others have also thought about joining them. It's good for everyone to make money together. As long as you lead me to cut leaks, I can be your thug. As one of the many leaks in his previous life, Lao Wang really didn't mind those. But these people have too big an appetite. They just want Lao Wang and his friends to be thugs, and don't want to take them to cut leaks. Then what's the point of talking about chicken feathers? Lao Wang just asked them all to get out. You don't want me to cut leaks, right? Then I find a way to cut you. This directly led to the fact that the conflict between the guild and other guilds in the future was almost unadjustable. If neither side gave in, the fight would definitely continue. There was no game today. The finals of various games were still being prepared, but Lao Wang didn't play the game. Because he was called away, the medicine he used in the hospital that day attracted the attention of the superiors. This kind of thing that can almost solve all the troubles of the human body in an instant is too precious and too eye-catching. Excuse me, who are you? After Lao Wang came to the hospital's memory room, he looked at the many people who had arrived in the conference room and asked. He really didn't expect so many people to come. After all, this thing should still be a secret at this stage. How come everyone knows it? Are you Qian Wang? No one in the room answered his question, and a man with a shiny slick back hair said, Yes, who are you? Lao Wang raised his mouth slightly, thought about something, and looked at the man and asked, You don't need to care who I am. I think you should know why I asked you to come this time, right? The man with the slick back hair said with a proud face. The other people in the room frowned when they heard this. They didn't seem to plan it this way, right? And they haven't come yet. Do you think it's appropriate to say this? Although they thought that what this person said was inappropriate, they didn't say much after all. Ha! Cabby! Lao Wang muttered with a smile after watching the whole scene for a few seconds, and then he left without looking back. This big boss, who came from nowhere, wanted to show him off. Haha! Lao Wang is not afraid of the various forces in the real world, not to mention what price the society has to pay to touch a person like him. Just say that he is not afraid of any force with zero around. He just doesn't want to use this super weapon, not that they can ride on his head and shit. What do you mean? A legal restriction of personal freedom? I'm going to call the police. Lao Wang couldn't walk out of the door, because 2 men in black blocked his way. Mr. Qian Wang, please be calm. We have no ill intentions. Director Gu can testify to this, said a white-haired old man, pointing at another middle-aged man in the crowd. But Lao Wang didn't even look at him. He came here today at their invitation, and he also gave enough face to everyone in the room and arrived on time. Even after joining the group, he took the initiative to talk to them. After the man spoke rudely, he was still friendly, and even used honorifics. But these were indeed a show of power by the man, but he was not disappointed with these people. In the few seconds he looked at the people in the room, if someone stood up to say a word for him, he would not turn around and leave. Even what the man said now was full of threats, because Director Gu was the second-in-command director of his city. But what can this do to Lao Wang? A group of people who don't know how to respect, I don't care who you are, today even if the King of Heaven comes, he will definitely leave. After hearing what he said, Lao Wang came to the door again, and the 2 men in black came to stop him again. But this time, Lao Wang didn't indulge them. He put his hands in his pockets and kicked one of them. It was obvious that the 2 had practiced before. After seeing Lao Wang's movements, they wanted to control him, but they underestimated Lao Wang's strength that had exceeded the limit of human beings. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the man who wanted to intercept his attack with his legs bent to a strange degree and flew backwards, hitting the wall of the corridor behind him heavily. The other man saw his companion and immediately went to help him. When he saw his companion's miserable appearance, he had only one thought in his mind. Fortunately, this is a hospital. He can be sent directly to the ICU. After doing all this, Lao Wang was not in a hurry to leave. If he just left, he would be criticized. Hey, I'm an XX hospital. Someone wants to illegally restrict my personal freedom. They have already started. Come quickly. Lawyer Zhang? Come to the hospital. I need your help to deal with something. He clicked on the virtual projection and chose to call the police, and then contacted his lawyer. All this was seen clearly by the group of people who had just arrived in the distance, and the people in the room behind him. They were really numbed by the show, and they really didn't know what to say for a while. But while they were stunned, some people didn't. After receiving the news that their companions were injured, a large group of black-clad people surrounded Lao Wang. What are you looking at? Lao Wang, who was leaning against the wall waiting for the police and lawyers, looked at these people who were staring at him viciously and said, You? Lao Wang is worthy of being Lao Wang. His taunting skills are absolutely maxed out. He directly exploded them with just one sentence. Several people rushed up to seek revenge on him. Stop it, look at what you look like. An old man in the crowd in the distance came up and said to the black-clad people. After seeing that they had calmed down, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I'm He Lu from the Black Bodyguard Company. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Old Wang looked at the burly man who called himself He Lu with a dead fish eye and said, No need to apologize to me. I've called the police. You can explain to the police later. The company logo on He Lu is exactly the same as the big back hair. Are you playing a black face and a red face with me? However, Old Wang couldn't make He Lu lose his temper. Judging from his confused expression, he should not know something. Chapter 193. The police arrived quickly, but left quickly because their top and second in command were both here. The man in black also insisted that his injury had nothing to do with Wang Qianduo, making him look like a bad boy. After the police left, Lao Wang also wanted to leave, but he was stopped again. This time, he had to stay because the two bosses of their guild stopped him. When Wang Qianduo saw them, he knew that he seemed to be taken advantage of by someone, but it didn't matter. He would give these people a surprise. Why did you two get involved? The samples I provided you were not enough? Lao Wang looked at the two people, and said to them, with an extremely disappointed feeling. Two professors, ? What and what? However, from the scene, it was not difficult to guess that he was wronged, and then the two of them looked cold and said to someone beside them, Director Gong, don't you want to explain? Director Gong was asked by them, and cold sweats came down, because he didn't know what happened. He just arrived like the two of them. It's all misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It's like this, when Mr. Wang arrived just now, Vice President one of the Black Clothes Company didn't say something well, and Mr. Wang wanted to leave. Hearing that his superior was questioned, Director Gu couldn't sit still, and came out to explain. Nonsense! Who gave you the right to speak nonsense here, and let your company's bodyguard stop people? Get out of here! After listening to Director Gu's words, Director Gong went crazy and scolded the big back-haired man, and even drove him out. Old Wang watched them perform quietly. When he saw the big back-haired man getting up and leaving, he said, It's tiring to perform, right? Aren't you lonely going out alone? And you left by yourself? Your like-minded companion Dean Lin and Director Gu, the brilliant planner of this play, are so lonely here. Oh, by the way, what do you think of the pharmaceutical companies that are invested behind you? Old Wang's words made everyone in the room change their faces, and the whole conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Alas, those who are doing this, and that behind the scenes should get out and turn themselves in. I will not investigate the companies behind you, otherwise I, an old man, have some power. After everyone was silent for a while, a strong old man said. After he finished speaking, the room was quiet again. After a while of silence, Director Gu took the lead and left the room, and some people followed silently. Their backs were a little hunched as they left. They never thought that the thugs in their eyes of the game club could do this. It was incredible that he knew about today's situation. Are you all gone? After more than a dozen people left the room, the white-haired old man asked Lao Wang. There are still two left, Lao Wang said lightly. After he finished speaking, the two people in the room fell directly from the chair and left the room in embarrassment. Don't look at them, my friend, they can't run away, and the pharmaceutical companies behind them can't run away either. Today, these pharmaceutical companies were called here to ask them to support funds and help promote new drugs. I didn't expect such a problem to occur. I'm really sorry, said the sturdy old man. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. You just overestimated their humanity. Wang Qianduo. Maybe, but people are old and their eyes are inevitably blurry. Wang Qianduo still has great respect for the great man who invented countless new drugs and saved countless lives in his lifetime. He is different from those pharmaceutical companies that only care about profits, and there is no comparison between the two. The main reason why Lao Wang came here today was that the hospital notified him that the research on the drug had made progress and wanted him to come and see the results, but Lao Wang felt that it was definitely not that simple. So why did you call me here today? If you don't understand, just ask directly. We really want you to see the research results. We have basically replicated the thing you gave us, the sturdy old man said, and played a video for Lao Wang. In the video, they used a machine to simulate the function of the legendary consumable. Then what? Lao Wang said, as he looked at the disposable machine in the video. There are still many areas for improvement in this machine, but the energy of that energy crystal has been lost, so don't worry, we will definitely not let you spend in vain. After the research of this thing is successful, your guild will have 2 shares, which will be valid forever. And in the future, no organization on this planet will cause you trouble like today or some time ago, said the sturdy old man. Deal. There is nothing to consider, and Lao Wang does not hesitate just for the last point. This is what you want. I have several other special consumables here. You can take them and study them together. I hope you keep your word. Lao Wang put several energy crystals and some other potions on the table and said, it will definitely work. The sturdy old man looked at these things and smiled happily, and then he asked someone to collect these extremely precious things. The old man's reputation is well known, and Lao Wang still believes in his words, but Lao Wang is a little surprised by his energy. However, even if his energy is not high, he should be able to block some trivial matters, which are the most annoying. Take today's situation for example. If this was said yesterday, none of these things today would have happened. However, after returning to the station in the afternoon and seeing the news, Lao Wang found that he really underestimated the old man. The company that the 2 people who wanted to get away with it was really ordered to close down after being investigated. Although the reason for their closure was the fraud of health products, when they started their business, the reason for their investigation was still today's meeting. Seeing this, Lao Wang directly did not have many worries. As long as these things were gone, the progress of future development would be doubled. At least the base of Ocean Star does not need to be hidden anymore. In the future, the guild will never be afraid of enemies in the game. Central Star Field. Central Star. Because the next game will be held here, some areas are open to all players for a limited time. Then they fully felt the popularity of this game. The entire Central Star can be described as overcrowded. People crowded together is not enough to describe the situation here. People stacked up on top of each other may be more accurate. In such an environment, it is difficult to find any tasks, even to move. However, the Central Star Field is different from other planets. It is really big, and the things are really expensive. System prompt. Tickets for the competition venue are open. Only by purchasing tickets can you stay here for a long time. As the system prompt sounded, countless players rushed to the tall arena. Because they know that only by staying here can they have the possibility of further discovering more things. This makes the situation on the Central Star even worse. In fact, with the scale of the Central Star, if a large part of the area is not restricted, this situation will not happen. Lao Wang and others took a look and left here. This situation will not last long. The system will not let them continue like this. Players have seen the self-regulation ability of the system. The ready-made example of Fairy City is there. They have plenty of opportunities to come again. Why squeeze with them here? There are many people who can see this situation clearly, but most people still can't see it clearly, and they still squeeze desperately. Lao Wang can understand these people. Most of them subconsciously think that 10,000 years is too long, and they only fight for the day. But the day is really hard to earn. After returning from the Central Star, everyone calmed down and went about their own business. The Central Star soon sent a message that the system will sell tickets for the Central Arena at noon today. At present, all players have been teleported back, and the players have also taught the people of this world a lesson. It turns out that there are really people who are so crazy, they are going to squeeze the Central Star to pieces. At the same time, those NPCs standing at the top of this world saw for the first time these alien adventurers, who have always been active only near the Mother Star Field. They had never paid attention to them before. There were many adventurers, but their activity range was too small, and their strength was too weak to attract their attention at all. Now that they have seen these adventurers, they know that they may be wrong, and they are seriously wrong. Chapter 194. Go and form an army of adventurers from another world. I will give you the best authority. After the farce of the player subsided, Xu Yunmin said to his subordinates. Although they are crazy, they don't need to be taken seriously, right? Said another person in the meeting room. Stupid. Have you inquired about their strength? Xu Yunmin didn't say anything, and another person under his command said, Oh, please enlighten me. These adventurers from another world appeared a year ago. At that time, they were only a few million people, and their strength was nothing. However, they all had magical mechas by nature, so we still paid some attention to them, but not too much. A year has passed, and their number is unknown. At the same time, their strongest group has grown to level 30 for a long time. You all know what this means, right? They have completed the journey that a normal soldier of ours takes more than 10 years in less than a year. If we hadn't restricted the assessment of intermediate mecha pilots, they might have reached level 40 now. These people have grown too fast, and are not afraid of death. They are simply perfect warriors. After this incident, they have appeared in front of all forces, and we can no longer suppress them. If we don't take the opportunity to win them over, then if they are won over by our opponents, the consequences will be disastrous. The man explained. Sorry, I'm stupid. Okay, let's settle this matter. Let's talk about the next thing. Friends, if this continues, I will be in office in a short period of time, but I am not willing to accept it. Are you willing? Xu Yunmin whispered. I am not willing to accept it. The people in the room were not of high character. You are unwilling to accept that you have not made any move yet, and you are unwilling to watch that man kill General Ford, who is so important to us. I know what you are thinking, and I also know that you have no ambition, but we are now grasshoppers on a rope. If I resign, those things will not be covered up. Do you want to be infamous forever? Xu Yunmin roared at everyone in the room. This was the real reason why he asked everyone to come. The player has indeed aroused their ideas, but Xu Yunmin and others have no time to care about it now. Because he is about to reach the final stage of resignation. If he moves at that time, it will be too late. Power is like a glass of addictive wine, and Xu Yunmin is definitely a drunkard among drunkards, but they didn't realize it before. Now he is forced to quit drinking. How can it be possible? Just thinking about this makes him uncomfortable all over, and he dare not imagine what it feels like to hand over the wine glass. We know. Then do it. After Xu Yunmin finished speaking, he left the meeting room, and then the others slowly left. Do you really want to do this? Just for show? I don't want to be infamous forever. If those things are exposed, he will be the real one affected. We will only be imprisoned at most, but if we do that, we will be infamous forever. That's right. The next day. 8 o'clock. Today is the day for the top 10 in each department of the individual competition to decide the first place in each department. At this time, the third venue of the Central Star Arena is really crowded. The cheapest ticket for this competition is 100 gold crystals, but this can't stop the enthusiasm of the players at all. Some people even spent 10 times the price to buy scalper tickets, but still couldn't get them. The reason why the ticket is so expensive is that it is equivalent to the entrance ticket to the Central Star, but more importantly, it is because the system said that there are rewards for watching the game on site. Many people think that the gift boxes of random rewards can open legendary equipment, so this reward for watching the game is not high. In addition to the legendary equipment on the first day, 2 more legendary equipment were released these days. One of them was opened by a lucky novice who knew nothing, and he was also the object of envy of countless players. The other one was different. The person who opened it was very famous in the whole game. He was Mr. Wang, the son of the down payment. For his legendary equipment Arrow of the Soul that can grow, he spent a total of 700 million on gift boxes. This is a real local tyrant, a Krypton Gold player. After him, the price of gift boxes soared further, and countless people made a lot of money, but there were also many people who lost their fortunes and died for it. Whether this thing is good or bad, Lao Wang doesn't want to comment, because he knows that he is not worthy of commenting on these things. Everyone is a free individual, and they have their own choices. Since you have chosen, you must pay the price for it. Whether the price is good or bad is the result of your choice, and no one is qualified to judge. Now the competition between the first place of Earth-type Power-type Warrior Mecha and the first place of Thunder-type Warrior Mecha is going on. The two big guys' mechas are really colliding. The battle of Power-type mechas may not be gorgeous, but the punches are absolutely passionate. With the passionate commentary of the official host, the atmosphere on the scene was extremely warm, and countless people cheered and shouted, including Lao Wang and others. However, unlike most people on the scene who supported the Earth attribute, Lao Wang and his team supported the Thunder attribute Mecha, even though he was already at a disadvantage and was about to fail. Because this Mecha was Yu Xiaoyu's Warhammer General, yes, this girl really won the first place in the Power-type Warrior. The Earth attribute Mecha on the field pressed forward step by step with a battle axe, and Yu Xiaoyu was forced to retreat. However, as heavy weapons, the axe has much higher lethality than the hammer. Yu Xiaoyu's equipment is actually slightly better than the opponent's, but he is not level 30, while the opponent is level 30, and this lead is made up by the opponent's level and equipment. In terms of operation, Yu Xiaoyu is much worse than the opponent. The opponent's laser battle axe was wielded by him tightly, and showed his master style. Compared with this, Yu Xiaoyu is much worse. Although she has been studying hard these days, it is still difficult to change the rigid habit of the game. Under such a gap, it is understandable that she retreated step by step. You are very powerful, but I must win, so I can't afford it. On the battlefield, the Earth-attributed Mecha driver said to Yu Xiaoyu, who had been cornered by him. Next will be his killer move. Although it is a bit embarrassing to use this move against a girl who has not received military training, he must appear, and this legendary equipment cannot fall into the hands of other forces. Ha! But Yu Xiaoyu did not answer. After shouting loudly, the war hammer in her hand hung up, showing her attitude. The original giant hammer lit up, and a general phantom with thunder all over his body and a giant hammer in his hand appeared out of thin air. Its movements are exactly the same as Yu Xiaoyu. When it appeared, Yu Xiaoyu said, "I don't want to lose either. This is my strongest skill. Let's fight it out." After she finished speaking, she raised her warhammer high and smashed it at the opponent, and the phantom of the general behind her did the same. But the Earth-attributed Mecha seemed to be completely fearless. He held the war axe in both hands, and swung it from bottom to top towards Yu Xiaoyu, and her phantom of the general. As soon as his swing was in place, the sharp axe head rotated and split into three and flew out, heading straight for Yu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyu concentrated all her strength and could no longer dodge. Boom! Yu Xiaoyu's warhammer collided with the ring, and the three rotating axes flew far away, and were then stopped by the ring barrier. After the smoke and dust on the field dispersed, Yu Xiaoyu gradually fell down, and the Earth-attributed Mecha won. His attack flight speed was faster than Yu Xiaoyu's, and the Earth attribute also restrained the Thunder attribute to some extent, so this result was not surprising. Well done! When Yu Xiaoyu returned to the audience, everyone immediately said to him, "But you still lost?" Yu Xiaoyu said a little unhappy. "You've done very well," said Lin Qimeng. "Yeah, I didn't even make it to the finals," said Lao Ma, who was eliminated by miracle in the first 10 stages. "And I was eliminated by miracle. Shame on you. Go away. Ha ha. Eh? Why didn't I see where the boss is?" Yu Xiaoyu. "He's in the next game." Dear audience friends, let's give a warm applause to thank the players who brought us a wonderful game in the last game. We also welcome the 2 players in the next game. The red team in the first game is Yang Wenli, the driver of the Tidehunter Mecha, and the blue team is Qin Wang, the driver of the Elemental Host Mecha. Let's welcome them. Oh! As soon as the host finished speaking, the whole arena was boiling. The scene just now was incomparable, and there was no comparison at all. Chapter 195. Yang Wenli's popularity was not low to begin with, and with the addition of Lao Wang, who was even more popular, this situation was normal. Yang Wenli's mecha evolved, and it was no longer a level 30 wave chaser, but an evolved Tidehunter Mecha. It seemed that he had discovered the secret of mecha evolution, and had stepped ahead of everyone else. "Please teach me." After the 2 of them appeared, Tidehunter said to Lao Wang with a fist, and Lao Wang also returned the salute, and then the game began. As soon as the 2 of them started fighting, Tidehunter summoned a stream of water to fly towards Lao Wang. This water stream did not seem to have much power, and Lao Wang did not dodge. After waving his hand, a stream of ice froze the water he shot out. As the number 1 water attribute power mecha, Tidehunter's strength is naturally beyond words. Lao Wang sent people to study him carefully. When he was still the wave chaser, he liked to get a lot of water to wet the field when he fought. At first, he thought it was just a side effect of his moves, but after they carefully compared the video, they found that his attributes were about 20% higher when there was water on the field than when there was no water. Of course, this data was calculated by Zero and him while watching the game together. Lao Wang just found that he was a little stronger. Even a lion must go all out to fight a rabbit, so Lao Wang certainly can't be any worse against the enemy. However, Lao Wang's move surprised Yang Wenli. He was thinking of using his ultimate move to trick Lao Wang, but he didn't expect that the first step would go wrong. Then he threw out a few more streams of water, but they were frozen by Lao Wang, and he also avoided Lao Wang's attacks several times. Although the two sides seemed to be evenly matched, he would have no chance of winning without water on the field, and Lao Wang's ultimate move should have been cooled down. So he was a little anxious, and people will make mistakes when they are anxious. Wave attack. The wave appeared out of thin air from under the Tidehunter, and the Tidehunter drove the wave towards Lao Wang, and the tall wave submerged the battlefield. Although the scene was shocking, some people immediately saw that he was anxious. This should not be his rhythm. He was going to lose. In front of that person, releasing such a skill that cannot move is simply seeking death. This is also the fact. Lao Wang looked at the Tidehunter, who was rushing towards him, and spread his hands to use several skills. Yang Wenli, who had no way to dodge, was eliminated directly when he attacked in front of him. Yang Wenli was a little absent-minded after being eliminated. He prepared a lot of things for this game. After he evolved the mecha, his confidence was a little inflated, so he panicked after Lao Wang easily broke all the preconditions for his preparation. That's why he had the naive idea of using tidal assault to soak the battlefield in water. He wanted to bet that Lao Wang would dodge his skills. As long as he could meet the prerequisites, what awaited Lao Wang next would be endless assaults. But it turned out that he thought too much. Lao Wang was not stupid. He took advantage of the moment when he couldn't dodge and killed him instantly. It's too far away. Yang Wenli shook his head and laughed at himself. After calming down, he returned to the guild team and prepared for everyone in the guild to watch the battle. You lost miserably, brother. Yang Wenli's younger brother Yang Shanha said after seeing his brother. Their brotherly relationship is really good. The people of Wenli Guild who were watching Yang Wenli beating Yang Shanha said with emotion. Others, is this a good relationship? To some extent, it can be considered. After all, fighting is love and scolding is love. After the match between Lao Wang and Yang Wenli, there will be no future guild matches today. Only Lao Wang, Yu Xiaoyu, Miracle Sword and Yun Zhongga from the future guild entered the finals. Among them, Yu Xiaoyu has been eliminated, and the match between Miracle Sword and Yun Zhongga will be held tomorrow. Lin Qiming originally had a chance, but her final opponent was Wang Xinghe, who had evolved for the third time. The two of them, both fire attribute agile mechas, fought hard, but in the end, Lin Qiming lost one move due to experience problems, and was defeated. Don't worry that there are very few people from the future guild who enter the finals. In fact, the number of people from the future guild who enter the finals is already the largest among all forces. What does it mean to participate in the individual finals? That is the first place in each attribute mecha. There are only 63 in the whole game. The future guild occupies 4 mechas, which is already quite impressive. This is due to their equipment that is one level ahead of others, and their constant training and improvement. Although there is no game for their guild today, they did not leave. They also need to know more about their opponents. At this time, those who like to hide their weaknesses can no longer hide. If you still hide your weaknesses at this time, it will be easy to hide and be eliminated. Even if you make a mistake, your opponent will not give you another chance. The power competition, skill display, and endless strategies of these mechas are eye-opening for the audience. Ordinary audiences are currently the mainstream in the game. Those players over level 10 saw these scenes, and said that they were not playing a game at all. These people are playing Wishwang Mowing, they are playing Survival Road. How can the gap between people be so big? This really fits the saying, the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. Just as today's game was gradually coming to an end, a person who came on the field caught the attention of Lao Wang and his group. Not because of anything else, just because of the sword of victory in his hand. Whose man is this? Lao Wang asked a few people. Several people shook their heads. They had no impression of this person. They only knew about this person in the past few days, and didn't know what kind of person he was. Didn't Shengshi get wiped out? This weapon should have disappeared with their people. Lao Ma. It's good that it didn't disappear. We just have a chance to get it back. Remember this person's nickname. If it is related to Shengshi, Lao Wang. Are you sure this is ours? Don't make 2 of this weapon and make another mistake. Miracle Sword. You can find out if you ask. Lao Wang. Yes, if he is guilty or arrogant, then there is nothing to say. Miracle Sword. He was actually just worried that everyone would get into trouble for him because of the sword. If it was really theirs, they would definitely take it back. While they were talking, the 2 people on the field started fighting. The one holding the victory sword was a wind attribute agile attack type mecha, and his opponent was a Thunder Attribute Meat Shield Mecha that was more restrained than him. However, the Thunder Attribute Mecha obviously knew the victory sword. Through the live broadcast of the Future Guild, this weapon has become an open secret in the game. At the same time, they also knew that the weapon was missing. The Thunder Attribute Mecha looked at it in surprise. Is this man so confident? Isn't he afraid that the future will cause trouble for him by taking out this weapon? The people who targeted the future in the present world fell one after another, and finally these so-called big forces calmed down. What happened during this period can be hidden from ordinary people, but not from them. When they looked at the future again, they only felt a chill on their backs. This game club that was in its heyday was definitely not as simple as it looked. Fortunately, they didn't come and take action. Forces like the Holy Ten have fallen. It only takes a wave of their hands for them to destroy them. But now this person actually took out the sword of victory that the future had lost at this time. They really admired his courage. The person holding the sword of victory won, and won easily. President, the Future Guild is visiting, and the people are already outside the door. In the meeting room of the Wudong Guild, a person came in and reported to everyone in the meeting room. So fast. A person in the meeting room said in surprise. They thought that the future would come to the door, but they never expected it to be so fast. After all, they are a hidden force. How come they were found so easily? I told you to keep a low profile. Can't you use this weapon with other weapon appearances? Look, they have come to your door. What should you do now? Don't talk about those useless ones. Wouldn't it be the same if you used the skills of the weapon with other appearances? That would be even more troublesome. This weapon is indeed what we picked up. What's so scary? How can he be so unreasonable? Said the mecha driver who used the sword of victory in the game. Xiao Dong is right. Let's invite them in to see the situation first. We are not Huashan. We are not so easy to bully, said an old man in the center. Chapter 196. Picked it up from the stone? Are you sure you're not rubbing our IQs on the ground? Lao Ma. After the future guild members entered the room, Wudong told them about the situation, or told them a rather legendary story. The protagonist of the story was the wind-attributed Mecha. One day, he went to a planet to do a mission, and happened to see the sword of victory inserted in the stone, so he picked it up. After hearing this simple story, everyone in the future frowned, and Lao Ma couldn't help but complain directly. That's the fact. We Wudong don't bother to tell such lies, said the old man in the middle of the Wudong group. What they said should be true. Jian Yu first got this weapon, and picked it up from the stone, but the stone was watched by the boss. The Sword of Miracle looked at Lao Wang and said, they had already guessed why this thing was randomly refreshed there. It was probably because the original Holy Ten leader who held this weapon had died. Given the crimes he committed, the death penalty is really too easy for them. Sorry to bother you. In fact, we didn't get this weapon from a legitimate source. We stole it from someone else. We didn't intend to get it back. But you must have heard of the organization that stole this weapon from us. It was the Holy Ten. We originally thought that Wudong was colluding with the Holy Ten, but now it seems to be a misunderstanding. But I suggest you explain it to the investigation team. We take our leave now. Lin Qiming said. That's the case. Thanks for letting me know. Come with me to see them off. After seeing off the Future Guild, the Wudong people were very happy. Then, they sent a message saying that the Future Guild recognized the legal status of their equipment. This was obviously an attempt to trick Lao Wang and his team, and Future didn't say much about it. The Sword of Victory might really have nothing to do with Future Guild, but it doesn't matter if it's not theirs. As long as they knew that these people had nothing to do with Saint Ten, they didn't care. Seeing that Future Guild didn't say anything, they knew that Future really recognized their weapon, which made Wudong completely relieved. After they explained to the investigation team, the weapon was completely theirs. But what Wudong didn't expect was that endless troubles followed one after another, catching them off guard. The wind-attributed Mecha with this weapon was killed 3 times in one day. After they went to take revenge, they were killed again, and they knew that things were in trouble. Mr. Xiao Wang's 700 million legendary equipment that can grow has stimulated many people. In fact, if the equipment was not bound, he would be in danger. In addition, Future Guild recognized the loss of the weapon, and they would not go to find it again, which made some people's minds active. This Sword of Victory seems to be a growth-oriented equipment, right? As long as he gets it, he won't have to worry about his future, not to mention the rest of his life. Fortunately, his weapon didn't fall, but these individual people and small forces are not the most troublesome. Those big guilds and hidden forces are. When the sword is in the hands of the future, they are afraid of the future and dare not make any moves. That's because of the future's super intelligence ability. They can't keep the weapon at all, and may even expose more troubles. But these forces know that Wudong is not good. They don't have the intelligence ability of the future, and their strength is far behind the future. Even though they are very strong in the whole game because of their special kung fu and heritage, they are still far from the future that is unique because of Wang Qian Duo. So although they dare not touch the future, they dare to touch Wudong, and they don't assassinate, they just tell you directly that I want to rob openly, you should be prepared. Wudong is not their opponent, and they know this themselves, so they asked for help from the Wuling Alliance Wuming. But their Wuming disappointed them, because they also wanted this weapon. Although Wudong has a long heritage, and has the legendary real kung fu, they are still a little short of so many forces. Master, what should we do now? If this goes on, Xiaodong won't have to participate in tomorrow's game. That night, the people of Wudong gathered together again. In just one day, they went from great joy to being at a loss now. In the future, when everyone recognizes their weapons, they will all be overjoyed, and then the cruel reality will give them a heavy blow. Looking around, the whole world is their enemy. This is their situation. Alas! We can't keep this thing. Let's give it up, said the white-haired old man who was the head of Wudong. I don't understand. Why are they fighting for a weapon that they don't want in the future? This weapon has grown to level 30, which is already the limit. Can anyone find the illusory epic victory stone? And even if they want to grab the legendary equipment, there are still 3 in the hands of the future guild, and it's unknown how many there are on the Qianwang. Why are they staring at us? Why? Xiaodong, who got the sword of victory, asked in confusion, holding his head. The future guild doesn't want this weapon, because they understand it. At the same time, as you said, this weapon that is extremely important to other guilds is not unique to them. Those people don't know that this thing has actually reached its limit. In fact, even if they know it, they won't care. Although Wudong is very strong, we don't have the absolute control ability of the future, nor do we have the intelligence ability to know everything. In the eyes of those people, the future is a tiger, and we are a soft persimmon. It was us who took the initiative to announce that the future gave up some weapons and recognized the legal status of this weapon. The treasure that the tiger gave up was taken by the soft persimmon. What is the ending of the soft persimmon? Is there any need to say more? The head of Wudong said. He answered the man's questions one by one, and then said, I hope you remember the feeling of powerlessness today, and then one day you will get back at it. Yes. The fire in the eyes of the Wudong people was burning, and they would definitely remember everything today. Then head, what should we do next? Will we fight to the death with them? Asked a Wudong person. Their net is too strong. If we resist, we will only die, but the net will not break. We don't want this thing, said the head. I don't want to give them any advantage. I've already sent the item to Qianwang. Don't they want it? Why don't they ask the future guild for it? Well done. Lao Wang didn't know anything about Wudong being surrounded, because his mission to open the door had already entered the final stage. He was stunned when he saw the email that came suddenly. What's the situation with Wudong? Why did they return this weapon to me? Lao Wang asked after sending a screenshot of the sword of victory to the group. This may be the virtue of a master who knows that it is yours, and must return it to you. Maybe? Lao Ma. What virtue? Wudong's base was surrounded by more than 20 guilds just for this thing. They thought too simply, and directly sent out the message that we don't want this equipment. They never thought that they couldn't keep this equipment at all. Lin Qimeng. So that's it. While Lao Wang was talking to the guild members about the whole story, the people who surrounded Wudong were about to take action. Please wait a moment, everyone. We know what you want, but that thing has now been returned to its original owner, and is no longer in our hands. The head of Wudong appeared in a mecha and said to everyone, Returned it to its original owner? Did you return it to the future? Asked one of the people who surrounded Wudong. Yes, there are screenshots as evidence, and you can also go to the future guild's top master Qianwang to confirm Wudong head. How dare you? Besides, this thing originally belonged to our sword and rose. Shouldn't you give it to us? The heavenly sword roared. We really don't know about this. The thing is no longer with us. You guys should stop crowding around, right? Said the head of Wudong. His words made many people waver. Although they didn't come for the weapon, they came to pick up some benefits when the Wudong base was destroyed. But now there is no excuse for starting a war. If they force a war, they can also get benefits, but they also have to think about whether they can withstand the revenge of Wudong. It is easy for these 20 guilds to destroy Wudong, but they will have to defend themselves against Wudong's revenge. Chapter 197. In the end, the crowd still did not attack Wudong, but some of them were obviously unwilling to get any benefits. At this time, the Heavenly Sword suddenly stood up and said, "My fellow guild members, I am the Heavenly Sword of Sword and Rose. I think many people should know that the Sword of Victory was originally the weapon of Sword and Rose. I think you all came here today to help our guild to seek justice, but the sword has been given to the old thief Qian Wang. The Qian Wang is tyrannical, and I think you have suffered from him for a long time just like us. I want you to help me seek justice and help me destroy the future guild. I only want the Sword of Victory, and the other legendary weapons and treasures will be divided among you." He spoke quite passionately, and some people at the scene immediately became active. There are more than 20 guilds on the scene. If they attack the future together, maybe they can really do it. That's the future. There are more than 4 legendary weapons in the rich guilds, and they only need one, really. I support you, brother. I will definitely get this justice for you. The crowd was silent for a while, and then someone shouted, "I support you too. We too." Sword and Rose received the support of 12 guilds in total. The Heaven-given Sword looked at this scale of army and smiled coldly, and led the team to the Wave Star. The people of other guilds calmed down and did not support them openly, but they also went to the Wave Star together, under the pretext of watching the fun. The people in the future did not expect such a turn, so when the mechas and spaceships covering the sky and the sun descended on the Wave Star, the air defense alarm of the entire Wave Star sounded before they had time to react. The interstellar battleship of the future guild is in front. They are really looking for death by letting such an important thing leave the port of the Mother Star base. What are you waiting for? Let's go together. I don't know if I can grab a legendary weapon. You are dreaming. If there is a rob, I will grab it. Under the leadership of the God-given sword, these people had no intention of communicating with the people of the future. They went straight to the dawn. Although the dawn has been used as a foundation, it is also an interstellar weapon. Facing the charge of these people, the dawn's counterattack began. A large number of particle pulse cannons fired in unison, and countless mechas were shot down from the sky in an instant. In the open space of the future base where the foundation had just been built, many weapons also rose up and began to shoot at these uninvited guests. Damn! What is this future for? Where did they get so many weapons? Is this the time to talk about this? Find a way quickly, otherwise you can't get in at all. Form a formation. God's Sword. When the attacking players were at a loss, God's Sword rushed to the front with the sword and rose. Their mechas were connected by energy chains, and several mechas formed a magic array in the sky. An energy barrier helped them block the artillery attack of the dawn. Come behind us, let's rush over. God's Sword shouted loudly. Some people immediately flew behind their barrier, and when some people wanted to move, they found that the red main gun at the front of the dawn, which had been silent, moved. They stopped silently, and the next moment a red energy ray shot out from the muzzle, hitting the energy shield formed by God's Sword and others. The shield that easily withstood the bombardment of the dawn was annihilated by the energy beam in just a moment, and the people of God-given sword and the mechas they protected were all evaporated in an instant. The entire battlefield was silent. After this attack, all the weapons in the future base stopped, and the people of the future rushed out of the base and fought with the coalition forces that suffered heavy losses. Unlike the invaders with low momentum, the people of the future had an unprecedentedly high fighting spirit. In their eyes, these people were not invaders at all, but points and contributions. In this situation where both sides were weakened, those players were wiped out before long. Lao Wang and Lin Qiming didn't even make a move. The 13 guilds joined forces. In this mode of the future, they were wiped out before they could attack the Shield of the Dawn. Today's battle taught many guilds a lesson. They also learned that players can actually have this kind of firepower defense. They actually knew that these 13 guilds might not be the opponents of the future, but they didn't expect that they would be defeated so easily. The firepower of the future guild is too strong. Just when everyone was sighing at the strong firepower of the future guild, Lao Wang returned. He ignored the guilds who were watching the fun, turned around and said to the people of the future guild, "These people attacked our base for no reason. I want to take revenge. Will you go? Go!" What responded to him was the thunderous shouts of the people of the future guild, and this momentum silenced the guilds who were watching the fun. The future guild is now the only second-level guild in the game. They have a total of 50,000 people, which is only the number of the 5 one-strike guilds. But judging from the momentum they showed, let alone 5 first-level guilds, even 15 guilds were not as powerful as them. Is this the future? Ha ha ha. Good. Start the dawn, target sword and rose. Lao Wang laughed after seeing the momentum of the guild members. Then he landed on the dawn, and the first starry sky battleship for players in this game slowly started. When he rose to the sky, the space channel opened, and then it tore through the space and came to the sky above the Sword and Rose station. Straight to the point, Lao Wang and others did not bother with the people of Sword and Rose at all. They prepared a lot of rhetoric, but Lao Wang did not give them a chance to perform. The powerful firepower of the dawn was fully released, and the station of the Sword and Rose Guild was razed to the ground in an instant. After the baptism of artillery fire, the mechas of the players of the future guild were dispatched, and no one was spared. This is the strategy of the future. The people of Sword and Rose hid and ran for 15 minutes. Lao Wang just stood at the front of the dawn and watched the battle. He didn't need to make a move at all, they couldn't hold on. Their interstellar battleships did not stop at the base. At present, only Future moved the battleships out of the base of the Mother Star. Other guilds did not dare to do so. After they were destroyed, the Dawn set off and headed for the base of the next guild. They would not let go of any of the 13 guilds today. If they were not scared once, the trouble would only increase. Future's tyranny silenced the people who were hiding in the dark and watching this incident. That person didn't make a move today, and these guilds fell one after another. Even more than half of the guilds abandoned their bases and fled before they arrived. After today, Future will completely widen the gap with other guilds. If others want to take any action against them, they will definitely think of the fate of these guilds and then think about it carefully. In another dark room, the images of the future people driving the Dawn to bombard various bases were playing. Everyone in the room looked at the scene on the virtual screen without saying a word. Until the video was over, one of them said, "You have seen their strength. Do you think they can participate in our plan? With their strength, they can definitely do it, but won't there be any problems in asking civilian forces to participate in this plan? They are strong and have not received professional training, so it is easy to have problems," said one person. What's the problem? Even a regiment may not be their opponent. If they can't beat them with real swords and guns, what's the point of training? I support them to participate, so that we can learn some strengths from them, right? Said another person. That makes sense, and after investigation, this kid has no problem with his personality and his family, so I agree. Agree. In the room, except for the person who spoke at the beginning, 9 people agreed to Future's participation in the plan they mentioned, and 3 people disagreed. 9 in favor and 3 against. Does that mean we need to review it again? Let's see the result of this mecha competition. If our team is beaten to the ground by others, we can ask them for help. There is nothing shameful about losing. Knowing where you are not good at, and working hard to correct it is the right way. If we win or lose by a narrow margin, we will work hard on our own. If they can't crush us, they can't help us at all. The man thought about it after seeing the number of votes and said, I agree. But you can ask someone to predict it first. I agree. Chapter 198. After the Dawn was so powerful, everyone in the future continued to build their own guild base. Tomorrow is the top 10 individual competition. In the future, only Lao Wang and Sword of Miracle will enter the top 10. Yuan Zhongda met Wang Xinghe on the way to promotion, and was defeated by the third evolution of the Dragon Hunter mech. Now the mech is no longer called Dragon Hunter, but Fiery Dragon. After the dragon-slaying boy bathed in dragon blood, scales grew on his body, and sharp horns grew on his head. The dragon-slaying warrior finally became a dragon. This Fiery Dragon mech is the first fully transformable mech that most people have seen. As soon as this mech came out, Wang Xinghe immediately became known to everyone. For most people, this game is really just a game. Although the mech can be brought into the real world, the current restrictions on mechs in the real world are so many that it makes people's scalps numb. At the same time, they can't get in touch with legendary items, and the feedback brought by mech evolution. This game is just a game for them. Because it's a game, they don't care whether your fancy stuff is useful or not. Being strong is temporary, but being handsome is for life. Being handsome is enough. In fact, Lao Wang's elemental lord is also very handsome, but other elemental lords don't know how to evolve. Let alone them. Lao Wang can't find another elemental crown if you ask him to, let alone others. Dragon Hunter is different. His evolution route is announced, and newcomers have a chance to evolve. Although it is very expensive, there is always hope, right? So Wang Xinghe became a national idol in an instant. Of course, this must be due to his original accumulation and the operation of capital behind him. Wang Xinghe is an opponent that Lao Wang needs to pay attention to. He thinks there are only 3 people who need Lao Wang's advice besides the top 10. Among these 3 people, Miracle Sword has a place. His operation has really entered the superb stage. Miracle Sword, who abandoned the sword and took 2 shields, seemed to have found the right way, and the whole person changed qualitatively. However, although Miracle is strong, the two people who often PK know each other well, and Miracle also knows that once Lao Wang goes all out, he has no hope. In addition to Miracle, one of the other two is Xiao Wang holding the Arrow of Mind, and a purely technological mecha. Xiao Wang's mecha evolution is called the Arrow of Punishment. It is a very strange dark attribute mecha, and no second one has been seen in the game so far. At present, he should not have used his full strength, but from his battle, the attack of this mecha has some causal attack feeling. That is, sometimes his attack hits the target first, and then people see him attack. There is no way to defend at all, plus the attack bonus and special control effect provided by the Arrow of Mind. It is really difficult to deal with. As for the other technological mech, the driver is named Lung Feng, who is also the strongest opponent for Lao Wang to win the championship. This person should be a big shot in the current army. He uses various very difficult technological weapons to perfection. There are very few people who drive technological weapon mechs. This is not because they are not strong, but because they are too difficult to use. Take the neutron cannon as an example. This is a powerful weapon that can be equipped on a level 30 mech. But to hang it on the mech, an ordinary player needs to enter for 2 hours, and it takes 30 minutes to change ammunition. Fire one shot every 30 minutes, and the preparation time for this shot is at least 30 seconds. This shot can kill ordinary bosses in seconds under normal circumstances, but many bosses have some invincible skills. Coupled with the consumption characteristics and prices of weapons, this thing is really a matter of who knows. Simple weapons have no power, and powerful weapons are very difficult to use and expensive. This is the fundamental reason why there are very few technological weapons. But this is for ordinary people. For Lung Feng, he uses various weapons almost to perfection, and his rare mechas are also some mechas that have bonuses for technological weapons. He basically strikes at everyone with dimensionality reduction, and various powerful weapons make his opponents unable to survive for a minute. This man also successfully suppressed Lao Wang, and became the first favorite to win. That's right, since Ling Feng came out of nowhere, Lao Wang is no longer the biggest favorite to win. His odds of winning have risen to 1 to 2, and his odds of losing have dropped to 1 to 5. The next day. These 3 days are the finals of the individual competition. The 10 of them use the points system. The 10 people play 2 games in pairs. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point, and the loser gets 0 points. After all the games are over, the champion will be ranked according to the points. Lao Wang is the first to appear today. His opponent is a fire-attributed magic mecha. This person is really unlucky, not because he met Lao Wang, but because Lao Wang's mecha is a natural counter to all elemental mages. Elemental attributes do not do much harm to Lao Wang, and the magic casting speed of the mage is even more impossible to compare with Lao Wang, who casts instant spells. At the beginning of the game, the opponent immediately threw 2 instant fire skills, and pulled away from Lao Wang, and began to charge spells. But an ice cone interrupted his spell, and he fled immediately in fear, because he found that he was only hit by an ice cone, and 1/3 of his health was gone. When he thought his position was about right, and started to prepare for the next spell in flight, an ice ball hit him again. This time, not only was his spell interrupted, but his mecha was also put into a blue deceleration state, and it became difficult to move. He wanted to resist. He had top-level technology, and a fire-type ultimate skill that he bought with a lot of money, but he hadn't used these things yet. He couldn't fall down, but Lao Wang couldn't hear his voice. The man just turned around in the sky, and an ice spear hit his chest. The ice magic exploded, and a little bit of crystals fell from the sky. His physical strength was completely emptied, and Lao Wang won the first battle. What the hell is this? Is this really the final? He won too easily. I wonder who is better between him and Lung Feng. It's so hard to beat him. In this battle, Lao Wang gave people the feeling of crushing, a complete crushing, and eliminated the opponent with just 3 skills. It's also the bad luck of the red mecha driver. After Lao Wang's game, he was the next one. In this game, he played against Lung Feng. The game was over the moment it started. Lung Feng used a heavy mecha sniper cannon to kill the opponent directly. Confirmed, Lung Feng is strong. This guy is unlucky. Boss, I maxed it out, how about you? Who can withstand this? Max it out. Max it out. That's it? Why do I feel like I can do it? Anyway, I'd be killed in seconds. After 2 games, the driver of the fire attribute mecha began to doubt his life, and sat on the bench in a trance. What made him a little desperate was that the 3rd game was still his, and this time his opponent was a water attribute swordsman mecha. He was really unlucky, and this time the opponent's mecha perfectly restrained him in every aspect. He was a little desperate after entering the field, but he was ruthless when he looked at the opponent. After the countdown ended, he threw out 2 instant skills in his hand again. The water attribute Mecha split one and chose to take the other one hard because he wanted to get closer. But his connection was broken, and the attack exploded on him, and the flame spread to his whole body, and he was ignited. But he didn't care. He quickly attacked the fire attribute Mecha, but he didn't notice that the special flame on his body affected his speed. He failed to attack the fire attribute Mecha before the opponent's skill charging ended. The raging flames burst out from the Mecha's hands, knocking him back, and then long whips of flames emerged from the ground and entangled him. The Ice Mecha driver was obviously not a pushover to get to this point. He swung the long sword made of ice in his hand continuously, cutting off all the flame vines that kept coming out from the ground. But as he was slashing, he suddenly realized that it was dawn. He looked up and saw that the fire Mecha was holding a huge fireball and looking at him. Oh! Accompanied by a sigh from the ice swordsman Mecha, the huge fireball fell from top to bottom. The fierce flame soared into the sky, and a column of fire shot straight into the sky. After the flames dissipated, the entire arena had been burned beyond recognition by the temperature brought by the flames. Although the Ice Mecha had a high fire resistance, it still couldn't withstand this violent attack and was eliminated. I'm not weak either. What happened just now? Chapter 199. Flame counterattacks Frost. He is indeed not weak. The reason why he lost those 2 games is because the opponent is too strong. After this game, some of the people who watched this game were silent, because they found that it seemed that they were not good enough to play. How did this guy lose the first 2 games? Where is the brother who said you can play? After watching this game, I suddenly realized that I can't imagine how strong Qian Wang and Lung Feng are. Hurry up for the next game. I'm looking forward to it. After the fire attribute Mecha achieved a breakthrough, the next game started soon. This game was Miracle Sword against the Earth attribute Power Mecha holding a battle axe that eliminated Yu Xiaoyu. Miracle Sword's Mecha Empire Barrier is actually an Earth attribute Power Mecha, but it is a defensive mecha, so the 2 met in the finals. Logically speaking, among the 7 attributes of Earth, Fire, Water, Wind, Thunder, Light, and Dark are definitely the strongest. But among the top 10, including Lao Wang, there is only 1 Light and 1 Dark mecha, and Lao Wang's mecha is not a pure Light attribute. This is because these 2 attributes are too rare, and the probability of elites is low when there are few people, so the top 10 are basically 5 normal attribute mechas. The battle between the Sword of Miracles and the driver of the Tomahawk mecha has gone from being thrilling just now to a fist-to-fist fight. The 2 of them are just a pure physical competition, or in other words, the Sword of Miracles is holding 2 shields and taking a one-sided beating. However, although the Sword of Miracles has been beaten, he has not fallen into a disadvantage at all, and even pressed towards the Tomahawk mecha. This is the domineering part of the Imperial Barrier. I can stand here and let you hit me, but you must not get tired, otherwise what awaits you will be a storm. The mecha on the opposite side of Miracle seemed to be a little tired. His attack failed to borrow the power of the previous attack. Miracle seized the opportunity and counterattacked him and made him stagger. Then the group taunt was used, which made his attack rhythm stop immediately, and did not give him the opportunity to use skills. He charged with a shield to repel the man, and stepped on the ground to knock him away with an impact. After the double shields were reduced to arm shields, the Sword of Miracle showed everyone what a combo was. For a full 70 seconds, he did not let the man land. The control plus the wireless combo consumed him to death in the sky. You should know that the mecha can fly, and floating in the air is not an effective control. But such a difficult control was used to perfection by the Sword of Miracle. Not only the audience was amazed, but even his opponents were convinced. Although everyone knew that he was unlikely to win the championship due to the limitations of the mecha, this did not prevent everyone from admiring him. After the Miracle Sword competition ended, Wang Xinghe drove the Flame Dragon to the stage. The moment the Steel Dragon soaring in the Sky Dragon turned into a mecha, the audience watching the live broadcast were boiling. This is the charm of the transformed mecha. Just one appearance makes people excited. His transformation did not disappoint the audience. His opponent was the Ice Attribute Swordsman Mecha. The Flame Dragon performed a flying combo that was second only to the Miracle Sword combo, and won the game. His performance was not as overwhelming as Lao Wang and Ling Feng, which disappointed everyone, but it still did not affect everyone's love for him. As I said, for most players, being handsome is enough. After his game, Lao Wang appeared again, and this time his opponent was Xiao Wang's Punishment Arrow Mech. The skill of this mech is the only one that Lao Wang has not understood so far, so Lao Wang suffered a loss at the beginning of the game. Xiao Wang drove the punishment arrow and shot an arrow. Lao Wang subconsciously dodged and was hit in the shoulder. He clearly saw the arrow fly past the edge of his body, but the arrow was actually stuck in his shoulder the next moment. What's more terrible is that after the arrow hit Lao Wang, all his magic skills went black, and Lao Wang was silenced. But this is because he was unlucky. One of the weapon's special effects of the soul arrow is that it will randomly give the opponent a negative state after hitting the enemy. Lao Wang was really unlucky. It happened to trigger the silence passive. The opponent obviously knew his state, so he just took the opportunity to draw the bow again. But this time, Lao Wang didn't give him a chance. The Konglong mace in his hand lit up, and a light attributed slash came out from Lao Wang's hand. Xiao Wang didn't dare to take it head-on, so he could only dodge. But his arrow still shot out. Lao Wang didn't dodge this time, but opened the energy shield to hit it. When he hit the arrow, looking at the sword that disappeared in front of him, and the sword that hit his leg, he also understood the principle of the opponent's attack. This skill is not a causal attack at all, but just a high-end illusion skill. The arrows shot by the arrow of punishment are divided into yin and yang swords, among which the yin sword has no killing power, and can only be used to confuse others. The real killer move is the yang arrow covered by the yin arrow, and Lao Wang was hit in this way just now. However, since he had seen through the opponent's attack, Lao Wang decided not to give him any more chances. Although all his magic attacks were sealed, Lao Wang now had a lot of physical attack methods. After approaching Xiao Wang, the Konglong mace in Lao Wang's hand turned into a sky full of phantoms, and a series of slashes broke out in all directions. The opponent obviously didn't expect Lao Wang to have such a method, and was hit head-on by the burst of slashes. Lao Wang's current basic attack power is over 1,000, and with the skill bonus, no player can withstand it. And in order to target him, Lao Wang's attacks mostly used light attributes, and Xiao Wang was killed before he had time to struggle. Damn! Is this a magic mecha? After being eliminated, Xiao Wang was stunned for a while and complained. He thought that he had a chance because of his good luck, and got the magic sealing attribute randomly. But Lao Wang's unreasonable attack directly broke his fantasy. Go back and push his information to me. Is this how you do things? Can you figure out whether it is a physical or magic mecha? After complaining, he said to his subordinates. Although he knew that he had little chance, he still felt uncomfortable being killed in such a second. After the match between Lao Wang and Xiao Wang, there was no match for him in the morning. But he did not go to do the task, but quietly watched other people's games. Lao Wang found that his advantage did not seem to be that big, especially Leng Feng gave him a lot of pressure. Have you found out what evolutionary type that mecha is? In the NPC audience, one of Xuanmin's subordinates, who came to watch the game, asked the people around him. Mr. Luo registered him. This person is his disciple. The mecha is called the Lord of Elements, said the subordinate looking at the information in his hand. He really succeeded. Someone was able to meet such conditions. By the way, did the Vannert family come this time? Yes, but it's not Mr. Luo, but Mr. Bit, the newly promoted legend of their clan leader. Bit? Newly promoted legend? What a coincidence. He was promoted to legend as soon as the results came out. He is really not afraid of problems. He dares to try such experiments. But what does it have to do with me? Xuanmin has become more and more unpredictable since the last incident. Otherwise, I'd better quit. But I'm always unwilling. But what can I do if I'm unwilling? The problems within the alliance are getting more and more serious, because the time for Xuanmin to step down is approaching, and the conservative and radical factions have started competing again. It's just that this time there is another competitor, Xuanmin, who is unwilling to step down. It seems that he wants to continue to be re-elected, but how can such a thing be so simple? Among the three forces, Xuanmin's force is the strongest, but he is also the one who suffers the most. If there is no big movement in the alliance, it is almost impossible for him to be re-elected, even if he is now at the peak of power. Although his position is not low, he can't protect himself in this level of battle. If he doesn't want to become a victim, retiring due to illness is really a good choice. These people on the field seem to be masters from other worlds. But except for the one I haven't seen before, it's not difficult to see the shadows of those people. The one I haven't seen before is probably the representative of the neutral faction. Are they also leaving the field? After this game, some things may come out. The man looked at the battle on the field, and his thoughts slowly flew to who knows where. Chapter 200. That afternoon. The first match in the afternoon was the one that the audience was most looking forward to, the first match between Qian Wang and Leng Feng. Before the match started, all the major odds were already full. Unexpectedly, the betting ratio between Lao Wang and Ling Feng was 3-1, Lao Wang won 3, Ling Feng won 1. You should know that Ling Feng has been hyped up by countless big shots these days, and he was almost praised to be able to kill Lao Wang in seconds. But as soon as the betting ratio came out, some people instantly knew that they might have been fooled. Those so-called big shots deliberately led Ling Feng to be invincible, and then bet on Qian Wang to win to gain more benefits. You guys are such bastards. No, didn't the internet say that Ling Feng is invincible? Why did you buy Qian Wang like me? Playing tricks? If Ling Feng loses, I will report you one by one if I don't sleep tonight. I'm a little panicked. What should I do? Fuck. The world channel is already boiling. They can't accept this result. A very energetic young man on the viewing platform came to a cold and stern warrior who was resting with his eyes closed and asked, "Captain, who will you buy this time?" "I asked you to buy me. Will you buy me?" "No, there is an order from above." The young man shook his head immediately. "Then why are you asking? You are unsure. How about you give me a hand?" "I can't beat you even if I don't give you a hand, don't worry." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and waited. "I know, the old squad leader said you have no chance of winning, so he asked you to admit defeat. How strong is this person?" The young man sighed. Captain Ling Feng has always been his idol. This man who is the best in their army and everything is his goal. But such a person, in the mouth of the old class, who awakened special abilities, had no chance of winning against that person. They actually didn't believe it, but the superiors ordered them to buy that person to win so that they could exchange resources. They knew that the superiors were serious. Because the superiors knew the captain's character, they didn't force him to admit defeat, nor did they let him deliberately let the water. But this is undoubtedly the most hurtful. It is clear that even if you go all out, you will not be the opponent. This made the young man a little unacceptable. He always thought that the captain was the strongest person in the world. No matter how strong, I will go all out. Even if there is no chance of winning, I will go up and try it. Ling Feng. The waiting before the game ended quickly, and Ling Feng and Lao Wang stepped onto the field. After the two came on the field, they silently watched each other waiting for the end of the countdown of the game. The scene was also affected by the two and gradually became quiet. 5, 4, 1, 0. Start the game. The moment the countdown ended, the two immediately took action. The Lord of Elements driven by Lao Wang turned into a stream of light and attacked Ling Feng's Thunder Blade, but Thunder Blade jumped back to avoid the swing of Konglong Mace in Lao Wang's hand. Konglong Mace fell on the ring, and the extremely solid ring was shattered. Thunder Blade is essentially an agile mecha. This kind of mecha should advance when fighting against an intelligent mecha, but his first choice when facing Lao Wang was to retreat. Because Ling Feng's means of attack all rely on the technological weapons loaded on his body. Although his melee ability is not weak, if he fights in melee with the elemental lord whose attributes crush him, he will be out of his mind. Lao Wang obviously knows this. After his attack failed, he started the Dawn Air combat mode, and he caught up with Ling Feng again. But the Thunder Blade flashed with lightning, and once again distanced himself from Lao Wang. At the same time, a sniper rifle used by a mecha appeared in his hand. After the trigger was pulled, an armor-piercing bullet wrapped with thunder came straight to Lao Wang's face. Seeing this, Lao Wang's whole body of magic energy burst out, and stone walls and barriers appeared in front of him. In a flash, 12 defenses were laid in front of him. Ling Feng's shot was indeed terrifying. It broke Lao Wang's 7 defenses in an instant, but it stopped there. It stopped before the 8th defense. However, the bullet stopped, but Ling Feng did not. He threw out 2 metal balls the size of watermelons. The balls landed and transformed into 2 small turrets, rooted on the ring. After the turrets appeared, Ling Feng retreated again, and just avoided an ice cone from Lao Wang. Although the 2 turrets were affected by the ice cones, they were not destroyed. After 2 infrared lasers were aimed at Lao Wang, 2 thunder pulses came straight to Lao Wang. The rays had strong penetrating power, and Lao Wang's remaining 5 defenses were directly penetrated, and it seemed that their power did not decrease much. Lao Wang could only dodge with a flash, and he didn't want to take the attack of these 2 things head-on. After attacking the 2 turrets that were avoided, the muzzles were immediately aimed at Lao Wang, and the next attack began to accumulate power. Ling Feng, who was already some distance away from Lao Wang, arranged 2 more small turrets, and then began to install various devices on his body. The 4 turrets didn't charge for long, and they attacked one after another. Although they couldn't kill Lao Wang instantly, it was still quite troublesome. When Lao Wang dodged the turret attack again and his own attack was ineffective, he focused his eyes, and swung the Konglong mace in his hand forward. Energy burst out from Lao Wang's swing, and the entire ring reacted after the swing. The ground of the ring collapsed and cracks appeared, swallowing up several turrets. Lung Feng's expression changed when he saw this, and the propulsion device was fully running and flew into the sky, avoiding the attack of the ground crack energy. No, the captain's external armament has not been equipped yet. The guy on the ring saw this scene, and became worried about Lung Feng. Lung Feng was actually at a disadvantage in this competition system. Although he could use all the technological equipment on his body, he couldn't prepare it in advance like in the wild. Just like the Thunder Pulse device on his body, it takes at least 15 seconds to prepare, and it has basically no power if it is not equipped. 15 seconds is fast, but that's because he is Lung Feng. If it were me, it would take at least a minute. However, when fighting with this guy, Lung Feng didn't even have 15 seconds. The 4 machine guns that could deal with him were dealt with in one go. This guy has too many skills, and all kinds of methods emerge in an endless stream. It's hard for the captain. Although they bought Lao Wang to win because of the order, all of them actually hoped that Ling Feng would win. No, look, the lightning is on. The captain broke his own record, and he compressed the equipment time to within 10 seconds. As one of them exclaimed, they all looked at Lung Feng, and saw that Lung Feng's body was covered with purple arcs, and all the weapons equipped on his body were activated. The captain is worthy of being the captain. He has improved again. If the captain wins, the higher-ups won't blame him, right? No! Lung Feng activated his weapon system on the field, and aimed all his weapons at Lao Wang, and purple energy pulses swept towards him. Lao Wang dodged these attacks one after another. After the energy pulses fell to the ground, violent energy exploded, and the ring was instantly destroyed. Is this really the same game as mine? It's over. It's over. I feel like Qian Wang is in danger. I didn't believe it, but now it's all good. Just wait and get rich. Boss Lung Feng is invincible. After the audience saw the situation on the field, those who bought Lao Wang wailed, and those who bought Lung Feng were extremely excited. However, Lung Feng was not as optimistic as they were, because he found that he had not hit the opponent at all. Lao Wang's attack made his energy shield shaky. His energy shield had a durability of 20,000, but it only took a few attacks from the opponent. The attack durability of technological equipment generally has nothing to do with mechas. They have the same attack and durability when they appear. For example, his sniper rifle has an attack of 1200, so whether he uses it or a level 60 legendary mecha, the damage to the same enemy is the same. Although his mecha is a rare technological mecha, it only has some bonuses. His shield is also technological equipment. Once the durability is lost, it will be scrapped. If you want to use it, you can only spend money to repair it or find a new one. He is not distressed about money or his equipment. If the durability of this shield is lost, he will face Lao Wang's attack head-on. With the attributes of his mecha, he is likely to be killed instantly by Lao Wang. Chapter 201. Lung Feng knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer, he had to fight desperately. Thinking of this, Lung Feng's Thunderblade mech was jumping with arcs all over his body, and half of the battlefield was dyed purple by him. Then his magic power and health value dropped rapidly and entered the invincible state. At the same time, the weapons he was equipped with began to change, and a huge pulse weapon gradually appeared in front of him. Lao Wang knew that he was going big. He felt a strong threat from the opponent's pulse cannon. But he laughed, and laughed excitedly. The audience thought he was crazy because of too much pressure after hearing his laughter. But after Lao Wang took out a button and pressed it, they knew that they still underestimated this pervert. 3 magic circles wrapped Lao Wang, and a red fighter plane tore through the space in the sky, and changed its shape to merge with Lao Wang. The Styx armed forces appeared in the world, and all the audience stood up and looked at the shocking scene in front of them. The hundreds of meters of Styx armed forces exuded a breath of destruction, giving people a feeling of being invincible. Lung Feng, Lao Wang's opponent, of course saw it. He suppressed his shock, aimed the fully charged pulse weapon at Lao Wang and shouted, "Thunder burst!" Accompanied by his roar, a purple pulse ray rushed straight towards Lao Wang. Seeing this, Lao Wang shouted, "Come on!" Red Lotus blooms. The hundreds of meters of Styx armed forces responded, and a red lotus appeared in the sky. A red ray in the red lotus bloomed towards Lung Feng's thunder. In people's impression, this kind of wave should be evenly matched until one side can't hold on, and is overwhelmed by the other side. But the battle between Lao Wang and Lung Feng was not the same as they had imagined. The moment the thunder burst and the red lotus ray came into contact, they were crushed by the red lotus ray. Thunder burst, pulse energy cannon, thunder blade mech, were destroyed and evaporated in an instant. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. Styx armament is a legendary plug-in equipment, plus the difference in attributes between the two. This situation is normal. Lung Feng's failure was expected by some people, but his quick fortune was beyond their expectations. They originally thought that Lin Feng, who had broken through his limits, could cause some big trouble to this person, but now they found that they were still naive, and the other party didn't even lose blood. Let's call him for the mission. That person said that Lin Feng had no chance of winning. It seems that he was not aimless. Okay, I contact him after all the games are over. After the game between Lao Wang and Lin Feng ended, there were actually several more games, but after watching this game, the players felt bored watching other games. Even Wang Xing's fiery dragon didn't interest them. The Styx armed forces were too shocking. They were the super weapons that players had always dreamed of. When players were asking around about what this was, the NPCs in the stands fell silent. Players had never heard of the Styx armed forces. How could they not have heard of it? However, the Styx armed forces, whose owners were unknown at present, were only made from the one-time blueprint applied for by General Huang, who betrayed the alliance. The other few were all registered. With a blueprint, he was able to make a finished product so quickly. It was impossible that he didn't have faction support behind him. The radicals, conservatives, and the people of Xuanmin all know each other very well, but none of them have heard of this person. Then this person is worth studying carefully. He must be the representative of the neutral faction. But what is his relationship with General Huang? What attitude does his appearance represent for the neutral faction? Is he dissatisfied with Xuanmin's behavior, or is the neutral faction that has been silent for so long about to emerge? Is the wings of the sky that once dominated the interstellar space going to come back? They have to consider these things. The struggle at the top of the alliance has begun. If they take a wrong step, they will be doomed. They don't want to be unclear. Sir, the people we sent to investigate him are back. What's the result? His information was transferred away by Mr. Zhang and classified as top secret. They didn't find anything. Humph, this old man is more than 900 years old. He doesn't study his 1,000-year calamity, but comes to meddle in these things. Are you really not afraid of passing it over? The man said angrily after hearing the report from his subordinates. But he was just incompetent and furious. Not to mention that General Zhang was higher in rank than him, and was the absolute core figure of the neutral faction. He was no match for the other party just in terms of the mecha level of the two. Report this news to Xuanmin, and don't worry about other things. The person next to the man looked at his companion, who was venting, thought for a while, and said to the person who reported, "Don't say this nonsense in the future. If the old man knows about this, Xuanmin can't save you." After his subordinates left, the man said to the incompetent and furious man, "Can he still convict me based on his words? I can't convict him, but he can play a death match with you. Are you his opponent?" The man was completely quiet after hearing this. Indeed, if he was shameless and had to fight to the death with him, then he would really be dead. He had been a legend for hundreds of years, and he was not even a legend. What the hell? After the first day of the competition, everyone had already predicted the final result. The first place must be Lao Wang. He should be the leader with all the wins. As soon as his Styx armor came out, everyone knew that he could not lose. None of these people could be his opponent. Then it should be Lin Feng. He should only lose to Lao Wang, and others should have no way to deal with him. After that, it should be Wang Xinghe. His strength is still very strong. Originally, some people wanted to play AQ, wondering if Lao Wang's Styx armor was just a one-time big move, but the system directly gave the attributes of the Styx armor. Everyone knew that this perverted thing was actually equipment, and the exaggerated attribute bonus of 5 times made people have no idea of fighting against it. I'm so surprised. In addition to the equipment on the body, players can also equip this special equipment. I begged Xianwan to tell me where to get this equipment. My roommate is dying. He wants such equipment before he dies. Please give me a way. Same request. Stop it. This is legendary equipment. If it was easy to get, it would have taken off in the future. Even if he told you, you wouldn't be able to get it. I want to know who Qian Wang is now. Why can he get such rare equipment? The system announced the Styx arms, which once again ignited the game, and the reputation of the future guild also rose again. After washing up at night, Lin Qiming looked at these comments on the internet, but her brows were furrowed. What's wrong? Are you worried? Lao Wang hugged Lin Qiming, who was watching the virtual world from behind, and asked, thinking at the same time, this screen is really big. After Lin Qiming finally controlled his rebellious hands, she rolled her eyes at him and said, why didn't I find out that you have this talent before? If you show your talent casually at that time, you will be in prison. You are quite proud. Of course. Ah. It rained in the world tonight, and the raindrops hit the windows with the wind, crackling, very rhythmic. After the clouds and rain, the moon quietly showed its head through the dark clouds. It might be a little shy, and it was still pulling a wisp of mist to cover itself. On the bed, Lao Wang held a bowl in his hand and gently kneaded it. He asked Lin Qimeng, who was leaning on his chest and closing her eyes to savor the moment, "So why were you unhappy just now?" "Nothing. I always feel that the future has reached a height that does not belong to him because of you, and I am a little worried." "Are you worried that I will fall?" "On the one hand, and you are always alone. If you always rely on you, you will get tired one day." "I am not alone. Don't I still have you?" "You are so sweet." "Moi. You started it first." "Ah, no, I was wrong." The two started fighting again, and the moon hit again. Lao Wang could understand Lin Qimeng's worries. He is actually training future teammates including her, and it has already achieved initial results. Lao Wang can now confidently say that even if he falls now, the future will just not be as prosperous as it is now, and he will not fall out of the first-class conference. However, he believes that he will not fall. His lead has even been a gap with other players. Chapter 202. The next day. Lao Wang, who had a match today, didn't show much affection to Lin Qimeng, and he went online. Lao Wang was a little reluctant to go online. Alas, the gentle countryside is indeed the tomb of heroes. The ancients were not deceiving me. The first few matches today were quite intense. Judging from the situation of their confrontation, they did not study each other a lot after returning. However, it was said that the match that everyone was most looking forward to was still the match in which Lao Wang played, because they could manage their finances steadily. After what happened with Ling Feng yesterday, Lao Wang's odds returned to 1 to 1.1 again. This time, no matter who led the rhythm online, the odds could not go up. Lao Wang actually thought about deliberately losing a game, and then cutting a wave of leaks. After all, he only needed to win the championship, not all wins. But then he thought about it. Everyone was just trying to get a reward, and betting on him to win was considered supporting him. If he wanted to cut leaks like this, it would be too unethical. In fact, the main reason was that he didn't lack this little reward, so the matter was left alone, and countless leaks escaped. After Lung Feng and another player finished their match, it was Lao Wang's turn to play. His opponent in this match was Wang Xinghe. Lao Wang felt the flaming dragon falling from the sky at close range, which was really cool. However, Lao Wang, who inherited the blue-winged dragon, could tell at a glance that the flaming dragon in front of him had not yet mastered the beast form. It was obvious that he had developed the path himself, without the guidance of a master. You are not driving the flaming dragon correctly. Although the dragon form is a beast form, it is also you who controls the beast form. After all, you are a human, not a dragon. Don't think about turning into a dragon. Just control it like a mount. Transforming into a dragon is not the right path. Wang Xinghe gave Lao Wang a good impression, so Lao Wang gave him a hint. Don't underestimate this sentence, King Qian. As the saying goes, a true message can be passed down in one sentence, but a false message can be passed down in 10,000 books. The more Wang Xinghe pondered Lao Wang's words, the brighter his eyes became. After he thanked Lao Wang, he chose to admit defeat. He finally confirmed that this man was not just lucky. His words saved him from countless detours. What's going on? Wang Xinghe is the leader of a club, but he surrendered now. What else can I say? I can only say that King Qian is awesome. It's okay to repel the enemy with one sentence. Wang Xinghe, you are embarrassed. You are not embarrassed. You don't even have the chance to go up and embarrass yourself. While the players were arguing fiercely, Lao Wang ushered in the next game. This game, it was him again, and his opponent was the only mecha he hadn't met among the 10 people. This was a water-attributed agile mecha, and it was also a very low-key mecha. How low-key was this mecha? If it wasn't for Lao Wang's opponent in this game, Lao Wang wouldn't have realized that he was actually the second place at the moment. He had never met Lao Wang and Lung Feng before, and he had never lost a game. If Lao Wang hadn't played one more game than him, they would have tied for first place. This was a bit too much. Although he hadn't met Lung Feng and himself, this kind of record should definitely not be so invisible. Even Wang Xinghe lost to him. So why was he still not famous? Lao Wang looked at the mecha with a Tai Chi tattoo on his chest in front of him, and secretly cheered up. He didn't want to overturn. 3, 2, 1, 0. The game begins. After the familiar countdown, Lao Wang threw several lightning bolts at the mecha. As long as these lightning bolts hit, Even the Golden Immortal could not save him. But the other party performed a magic trick for Lao Wang. After a yin-yang tai chi diagram appeared in front of him, all of Lao Wang's lightning bolts were absorbed. Lao Wang could clearly feel that his lightning bolts were led into the ground. This scene made Lao Wang's eyelids jump. Where did this big guy come from? Lao Wang had never heard of such a skill. May I ask who you are? After Lao Wang's attack did not work, he immediately moved away from the meeting Mecha and asked the other party. Wu Meng, Chen Baidi. The driver of the water-attributed Mecha said leisurely. Wu Meng. Is it the force behind Huashan sect and Wudong? So you still have masters of your level? Lao Wang. It's not accurate to say that it's the power behind the scenes. The Wuming is actually a collection of Jianghu forces. Huashan and Wudong are both part of the Wuming. Chen Baidi said. You guys seem to know a lot more than us. Can you tell me? Lao Wang asked again. I'm afraid that's not possible. We signed a confidentiality agreement. That's boring. Please come in. Please. After the two of them exchanged some fake courtesy, Lao Wang drew out his Conglong mace, and countless spells flew towards Chen Baidi. Chen Baidi was not panicked. The yin-yang tai chi diagram in front of him began to operate. All of Lao Wang's attacks were directed to the diagram, and then spread underground. When Lao Wang was at a loss, and was about to use the stick's armament, Chen Baidi moved. He was very fast, and arrived in front of Lao Wang in an instant. He didn't use teleportation, it was really fast. Lao Wang felt a flash of blue light in front of him, and he was already in front of him. Lao Wang wanted to use teleportation to distance himself, but his teleportation skill failed the first time. At this time, he noticed that a large yin-yang tai chi diagram appeared under his feet at some point, covering the two of them. Domain? No, I am not suppressed by the attribute, but I can't use skills other than water attribute skills. It's a pseudo-domain, Lao Wang said after checking his status. Lao Wang's words made Chen Baidi's eyes flash, and then he said, You are really knowledgeable. You are flattering. You are too good, Lao Wang said. While he was talking, the other party had already rushed up, and a sword made of water slashed towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang subconsciously blocked it with Conglong mace, but the sword was blocked by Conglong mace and turned into a strange arc, hitting Lao Wang directly. Fortunately, his attack power was not very high, and Lao Wang did not lose much blood. Lao Wang was a little annoyed by his continuous attacks, and a blue light flashed in his eyes, and an ice ring bloomed from the body of the elemental lord. But this attack disappointed Lao Wang again. The control of the ice ring was actually immune to the opponent, and the water attribute attack did not cause damage to the opponent, but restored the blood. The blood bar that was originally reduced due to some damage suffered by Lao Wang's passive counterinjury was actually restored directly, and even some of the overflowed blood was converted into some shields. Lao Wang's eyes condensed slightly when he saw this. It seems that the opponent came prepared. All of this was prepared for me. I vowed to kill him. After Lao Wang failed in one attack, he was caught by the opponent and hit him several times. This man's attack was very elegant. Although he was driving a mecha, he still gave people a feeling of being a fairy. Compared with him, Lao Wang was like a fool. Attack, can't hit, defense, can't defend. When the audience saw this, their hearts were hanging again, but because of the lessons learned from the previous few times, Lao Wang still had a lot of blood, and some people didn't rush to jump out. The opponent's continuous attacks on the field did not make Lao Wang a little flustered. He endured the opponent's attacks, and finally found an opportunity. A frontal attack made the opponent unable to avoid left and right, and he could only choose to retreat and dodge. Lao Wang finally distanced himself from the opponent, but he didn't try to fly out of the Bagua map easily, but stood on the ring from a distance and confronted the man. The 1,000 kings, who are praised as invincible, are only at this level. It's really hard to live up to their reputation, the man said as he looked at Lao Wang, who was ready for battle. Lao Wang didn't say anything, but just looked at him silently. Although the skills of his equipment were also banned, the passive of the equipment was still there. Now that he was standing on the ground, his health was recovering rapidly, and Lao Wang was analyzing the principle of his skills. Seeing that Lao Wang didn't say anything, the other party's verbal ridicule became more and more severe. From now on, don't call yourself the number 1 player in the game, just change your name to the number 1 coward in the game. The game has a time limit. With the damage I have caused you, I will win when the time is up. Just based on the bets placed by countless players on you, I think they will spray you to death, right? I am looking forward to the arrival of this day, but I don't know if the bright future can survive it. Chapter 203. However, Lao Wang's mentality surprised Chen Baidi. No matter how he mocked Lao Wang, he just kept silent and watched him silently. He knew that Lao Wang was analyzing his skills, but he didn't have any good way to deal with Lao Wang. He controlled Lao Wang and sealed all the skills that Lao Wang was proud of, and even the active skills of his equipment could not be used. But his equipment was very different from Lao Wang's. Lao Wang was hit so many times by him, but he only lost some blood. Even when he was talking, he had recovered all his blood. But he couldn't do that. He might not be able to withstand a casual attack from Lao Wang. If Lao Wang, who was fully alert, hit him, he might lose half his life. So he could only use words to stimulate Lao Wang here, with the purpose of making him make a mistake. But this kid didn't look like a young man at all. He was not moved by his mockery at all. This made him a little anxious. "You are anxious." Lao Wang looked at Chen Baidi opposite him, and said, "What did you say? You are the one who is going to lose now. The game time is almost half over. How can I be anxious?" Chen Baidi said with a very disdainful tone. "Really? Then just waste it. The energy of this pseudo-domain is provided by my skill just now, right? Although my attack power is not low, it is only more than 20 levels after all. How long can I provide energy to the pseudo-domain? The magic power under the ground is almost exhausted. What will you use to maintain this skill? Your insignificant mana or some special treasure?" Old Wang looked at Chen Baidi and said, "He is now fighting alone against Chen Baidi, and he can't even see his shadow. But how long has he been playing this game? How long has he been playing against him?" The other party said that he was from the woman, so he must be a person with some means in the world. Before this game, such a person must be a big shot that Lao Wang had never seen. Chen Baidi, whose means were seen through by Lao Wang, was silent, but he could not wait any longer. Lao Wang was waiting for his skills to disappear. What was he waiting for? Waiting to die? The energy of the propulsion device behind him burst out, and Chen Baidi once again turned into a blue stream of light and attacked Lao Wang. Lao Wang did not dodge and swung his Konglong mace against the stream of light, but the gap between him and Chen Baidi was still a bit big. He still had no good way to deal with Chen Baidi's attack, and could only be led by the other party again. However, Lao Wang suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face while fighting. He was a mage. Why did he fight the other party in close combat? He could silence the mage's general attack. After thinking this through, Lao Wang suddenly put away the Konglong mace, and 7 elemental magic balls around him rose and rotated around Lao Wang. This was the first time he used the Fury of Element as a weapon, and he was a little surprised by its effect. However, despite the surprise, Lao Wang did not stop. In addition to the water-attributed spells, other magic balls began to shoot out energy bullets. Lao Wang's attack speed is actually very fast, even top-notch, but he rarely uses ordinary attacks, and no one pays attention to this. Today they noticed that this man's attack was as exaggerated as a machine gun, and Chen Baidi was beaten back. Even if his body skills were good, he couldn't avoid all attacks at this level. After all, his basic attributes were there. He was only hit twice by Lao Wang's spells, and he was now at a low health. What's more fatal is that he can't leave the range covered by the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. This skill, which existed to restrict Lao Wang, became his grave. After being hit by Lao Wang again, he fell down directly after being hit by a critical hit. Chen Baidi actually had the skill of Jedi counterattack, but this Tai Chi diagram restricted not only Lao Wang. This match was the most dangerous match Lao Wang had played since the start of this match. If it weren't for his attributes being too overwhelming, he really had no good way to deal with the opponent's skill. The control skills in this game are all kinds of strange. It seems that there must be a way. Lao Wang thought silently after leaving the battlefield. After winning this game without any danger, there was no suspense in the subsequent games. Whether it was Lung Feng or Chen Baidi just now, they did not use the big move just now when they met Lao Wang for the second time. It seems that these skills of theirs are not without cost. Knowing that they can't do anything to Lao Wang even with these skills, they finally chose not to waste materials. Lao Wang easily won the championship of the individual competition, and then he went to the equipment treasure house in the central star field under the guidance of the NPC. The top 3 in the individual competition are all legendary equipment rewards, but this reward is different from the random reward for the top 10 in the team. This reward is taken from the treasure house. The top 3 in the individual competition are Lao Wang, Chen Baidi and Ling Feng, Lao Wang first, Chen Baidi second, and Ling Feng third. After the 3 entered the treasure house, Ling Feng chose a sniper rifle weapon blueprint and retreated very decisively. Chen Baidi chose a finished level 30 legendary sword, and after choosing, he also looked at Lao Wang. This sword is a level 30 legendary, and Ling Feng's blueprint has growth potential. It seems that he is not very convinced and wants to get the factory back in the next team and squad competitions. After having this sword, he will have a chance to win when he fights with Lao Wang later. At least the damage will not be scratched. Because he was afraid that he could not make it, he did not choose the blueprint of the legendary growth weapon. It seems that he has a big plan. This sloppy old Taoist priest is so ambitious. Lao Wang did not say anything about his choice. When the time comes, the truth will be revealed. Just don't cry. After both of them finished their choices and exited the warehouse, Lao Wang followed the NPC into the depths of the warehouse. This is a special reward for the first place. Neither of them can enter here. After looking around, Lao Wang focused his eyes on the 4 epic items in the center. As someone who owns epic items, he knows how big the gap is between legendary and epic. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is an essential difference between the two. It is impossible for him to watch legendary items when he has epic items. The 4 items are an inlay stone, a level 30 epic propulsion device, a level 30 epic energy shield, and a growing epic core engine. If it were someone else, they would get the core engine right away without having to choose, because the other items are not at the same level of reward as this core engine. But Lao Wang is different. He has the Black Phoenix engine. Judging from the growth rate of this thing, it is definitely epic. So it is definitely a loss to take this thing. After all, the equipment selected here is bound. As for the other 2 pieces of equipment, it is even more of a loss without even looking at them. So Lao Wang immediately looked at the inlay stone. Shadow Blood Fiend. Epic. Bound. Inlay part, weapon. Main attribute plus 70. Attack power plus 10%. Attack speed plus 15%. Movement speed plus 10%. Blood Fiend, only passive when attacking an enemy. Each time you can absorb 20% of the damage caused and convert it into your own health. Shadow, active after use, the mecha enters the shadow state, immune to any spells, and adds 20% of its own attack power to the enemy when attacking, for 3 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. Equipment requirements, can control the power of the abyss. Notes, it is made from the essence of the superstar beast Shadow Blood Demon Eagle, and is the lifelong pursuit of the abyss assassins. After Lao Wang introduced this thing, he chose it without saying a word, and then he thought of the provocative eyes of the sloppy Taoist Chenbaidi, and hoped that you can still be so confident next time we meet. When Lao Wang took this thing to inlay, the NPC who had been following him reported his every move. He didn't choose the tampered platinum engine, but chose the Shadow Blood Demon that no one could use for many years? Is it exposed? Or does he really want to take something? In a conference room, a man in his 30s wearing a pair of myopic glasses said after listening to his subordinate's report. This man is Li Yulong, the leader of the radical faction today. Yes. And he didn't even look at the legendary platinum engine. We originally planned to pull him into our Kaikuo sect under the pretext of helping him solve his problems. But now it seems that this won't work, said one person. It doesn't matter if he doesn't work, he's just an alien at best. But Xuanmin is really cruel. If I'm not mistaken, he saved Xuanmin with the Sacred Heart, but he actually tampered with the platinum engine. No poison, no hero. Maybe he also intends to use this method to win him over? Chapter 204. Unaware that he had escaped a disaster, Lao Wang embedded the stone on his weapon and came to Ocean Star. On Ocean Star, the future guild's base has taken shape. This is because of the influence of the competition these days, otherwise it should have been completed with the future strength. How is it? Are there any difficulties? Lao Wang said to Lin Qimeng, who was looking at the construction plan after landing on the Dawn. It's almost finished. What difficulties can there be? Everything is on track, just waiting for the day of completion. Lin Qimeng. That's good. By the way, what reward did you choose? Please see. Lao Wang sent him the attributes of the Shadow Blood Demon. This? A stone is stronger than one of my equipment. It's really abnormal, Lin Qimeng said, after reading the introduction of the Shadow Blood Demon. It's okay. Lao Wang put his arm around Lin Qimeng's slender waist, and said with a smile, and then the two of them discussed the situation of the guild's base, and the discussion changed direction, and then both went offline. After the individual competition, there will be a 3-day break, and then the final of the team competition will be held. However, in the eyes of the players, this competition is basically no suspense. Is there anyone who can be stronger than the future? The team competition can be said to be the least concerned competition among players, because the top 10 in the team competition are all legendary equipment rewards, which means that these teams now seem to have no desire to compete. Not only ordinary players think so, but some forces that have advanced to the top 10 seem to think so too. This morning, When Lao Wang and Lin Qiming came to the club to prepare to go online, they received news that people from Wanli Guild were visiting. Wanli. Why are they here so early? Lin Qiming murmured. Just go and see. Lao Wang. The two walked towards the reception room and saw Yang Wanli and others waiting for them in the reception room. President Wanli's visit really makes our little place shine. Lao Wang said to Wanli and others with a smile after entering the room. How dare I, Big Boss Qin Wang is too polite. After Lao Wang came in, the people on both sides began to be polite and business-oriented. After 15 minutes of hammering and talking, Wanli and others still didn't say what they came for, so Lao Wang and Lin Qiming patiently wasted time with them. If you don't say it, I won't ask, just see who is anxious and that's it. Actually, we came here today to ask for something. In the end, Yang Wanli and others couldn't help it, this guy was too good to retreat. Brother Yang, tell me. Lao Wang. Brother Wang, we are already in the top 10 of this competition, and the ranking rewards are exactly the same, so we dare to ask Brother Wang to let us win the championship, and we will definitely reward you handsomely after the success, Yang Wanli said. I'm afraid that won't work. Old Wang said directly. Brother Wang, the first place is just a face, as long as Brother Wang lets us win, I can compensate you with 2 perfect equipment. Yang Wanli. It's not about the equipment, I really can't promise you this, I also have reasons to win. Old Wang said. Is that so? Then we can only see the truth with our hands, Brother Wang, goodbye. Goodbye. Seeing Old Wang's resolute attitude, Yang Wanli knew that Old Wang might have a task similar to his that required good results. Are we going to other homes? Yang Wanli's younger brother asked. No need to go, it's meaningless, they should all have tasks, so don't go and humiliate yourself. After Yang Wanli left, Lao Wang logged into the game and appeared in the base. He said goodbye to Lin Qiming and was about to continue to do the door opening task when Lao Ma and others stopped him. Why are you two here just now? Young people should be restrained. Lao Ma. Get lost, Yang Wanli and others came this morning and we were held back by them, okay? Lao Wang. Why are they here? But it doesn't matter, we may need you to solve the problem here, Lao Ma. What problem? Lao Wang asked with some doubts, and he deliberately used the problem that he was dispatched, so it must be no small problem, but he didn't hear the wind. We explored the seabed, where the central platform is located this morning, and found some things, but we can't get in there, so we want to ask you to go down and try. Sister Hua. Let's go and have a look. After Lao Wang finished speaking, everyone flew into the seabed together. They soon came to the bottom of the sea platform, where there was another door built on the dark seabed. This was the place that everyone said could not be opened. Lao Wang pushed the door forward, but it did not move at all. He was about to attack when he was stopped by Lin Qiming. She stepped forward and put her hand on the door and the entire seabed lit up. After seeing this scene, Lao Wang looked at the few people who were grinning and shook his head helplessly. He was actually fooled by a few fools. How angry. This was a special guild building that only the guild leader could open. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. The following system prompts also confirmed his thoughts. System prompt. The future guild will open an exclusive guild dungeon group under the deep sea. The guild dungeon is open. Experience, gold crystals, and inlaid gems can be obtained by clearing the guild dungeon. The method of opening the guild dungeon has been announced on the event interface. This is another announcement for the entire game. The reputation of the future guild has taken off again, and players on the world channel are once again excited about the future. We are really lucky. Lao Wang explained, as he looked at the several methods of starting the guild exclusive dungeon group announced on the event interface. Indeed. As for why everyone said this, we have to talk about the 3 methods of opening the dungeon announced by the system. The first is to open it with the heart of the dungeon, but the system did not announce how to get this thing, only that this thing can start the guild dungeon. The second is to pick it up for free like Lao Wang and his friends, and build a base in some special places, so there is a chance to check it for free. This is also the reason why Lao Wang and his friends said that they were lucky. Is it bad luck to get it for free? In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is luck. This dungeon is actually their first hidden reward for being promoted to a level 2 guild. Their good luck is accidental and inevitable. As for the third option, it is to seize it. As long as the guild base of the exclusive copy guild is destroyed, their guild's exclusive copy can be restored to the copy heart. From this exclusive copy, there will be one more reason for players to fight in the future. The competition will be more intense, and ordinary guilds will find it more difficult to survive. The winner takes all will become a normal situation. There are different opinions on whether this system is good or not. Lao Wang and others don't want to comment on it. They are glad that their guild is the winner. Let's form 2 teams and go in first, Lao Wang said to everyone. This dungeon group has a total of 5 dungeons divided into 2 roads on the left and right. It seems that the 4 dungeons on the left and right sides must be 100% progressed before the final dungeon can be opened, but these things can only be known after entering. It seems that this can be done alone. Lao Ma. Really? Then I go first, Lao Wang said, and then directly entered one of the only 2 dungeons that can be entered. Everyone shook their heads together when they saw this. This is really an impatient person, but when they formed a team and found that there were exactly 2 5-person teams, they all smiled and looked at the place where Lao Wang disappeared. After Lao Wang entered the dungeon, he had already encountered his first wave of enemies. The dungeon he entered was called the Deep Sea Outpost. The dungeon was also a deep sea environment, and the movement was somewhat restricted. The first wave of enemies in the Deep Sea Outpost were some water-attributed mechas. From the marks on them, it can be seen that they are the remnants of the Black Shark. The level of these mechas is 24, the same as Lao Wang's level, but their level should be affected by the people who went to the dungeon. After these enemies appeared, they were all killed by Lao Wang before they could attack. It seems that their attributes are not strong. After killing 3 waves of Black Shark remnants, Lao Wang entered the next scene, a scene full of traps. At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared in the distance behind him, constantly approaching him. Lao Wang tried to attack the black shadow, and found that he was invincible. He immediately understood that this scene was for him to escape. After figuring this out, Lao Wang released 3 displacement skills in succession, and entered the next scene before the traps reacted. He fully demonstrated the spirit of as long as I run fast enough, the traps can't catch up with me. Chapter 205. After Lao Wang entered the next scene, he found that this scene should be the last one. Because the shadow that had been chasing him revealed his true face, a huge modified octopus rushed towards him while killing the remnants of the Black Shark pirates. This is the final boss. However, the moment this thing showed his health bar, his ending was determined. As soon as the photon ray came out, this huge monster fell down directly. After it fell, Lao Wang immediately gained a lot of experience and gold crystals. At the same time, the future guild also gained some progress in guild construction, and 3 treasure chests appeared in front of him. It seems that he has to choose one of the 3 happiness. Lao Wang randomly clicked on one, and an inlaid crystal appeared in front of Lao Wang. Crystal of the Sea. Exquisite. Inlaid part. Detection device. Field of view plus 50. Defense plus 2. Note. Gift from the sea. Things are better than nothing for Lao Wang, but Lao Wang felt that this dungeon was not difficult, and all the players in their guild could pass it. If this stuff accumulates, no one will be able to shake the leading position in the future, unless they also get the same exclusive dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, Lao Wang found that the progress of the dungeon of a team increased by 0.1%. This 100% must be achieved by the joint efforts of the whole guild. After uploading his clearance video to the guild channel, Lao Wang said to everyone, "The dungeon is not difficult, and the rewards are also good. Everyone should download it when they have nothing to do." This. Boss, your clearance video has no reference value. If I can pass the dungeon like this, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Damn it! He pretended to be me. Lao Ma. Have you cleared the level? In this water group, I have cleared it myself, but you 5 haven't? Lao Wang. The dungeon is really not difficult, just form a normal team. We will send the normal clearance video to the group later. Don't look at the hanging man, it is really not worth referring to. Sister Hua. Lao Wang. Puff, a mouthful of blood. In the next 2 days, the people of the future were all attacking this dungeon, and all 5 dungeons were quickly cleared. The dungeon is really not difficult. The boss in the last dungeon is a little difficult, the giant shark robot. This thing is very fast in the water, and it is a bit difficult for ordinary players to deal with it. But they soon found a special method. There was a pile of water plants in the scene of the last boss. They found that the robot could not do anything to the water plants. After being trapped by the water plants, it could only be slaughtered. In this special dungeon, a team of players can only get rewards for the first 5 times a day, and nothing will be obtained after that. There is a very small chance of getting a perfect inlaid stone in the last dungeon, but this probability is really small. So many people in the future only got 2 pieces in 2 days. However, there are still many rare ones. Lao Wang has now filled all the holes in his body, and the attributes have been improved to a certain extent. The guild exclusive dungeon is not only for the members of the future guild, but also for their guild's allies. The only real ally of the future is the Time Ruins, so they made a fortune with the future. Jealousy makes people crazy and lose their minds. Some guilds dare not take action against the future, so they choose to take action against the time ruins. But these are brainless at first glance. The future is the only ally. Can they not protect their allies? After the forces that targeted the time relics were beaten by the future and time relics, everyone calmed down. 3 days later, the team competition kicked off. The first game on the first morning was the future guild against a guild that everyone had never heard of. The name of this guild was Shadow. The team competition was still a League of Legends game, but it changed from a 3-way battle to a 2-way battle. At the same time, in order to target someone, the defense towers were also strengthened. All the defense towers had magic immunity, and were no longer affected by skills. I go to the jungle, and then you two will be in a line. At the beginning of the game, Lao Wang said after everyone appeared at the fountain. Okay, but let's try to end the game as soon as possible to avoid more trouble, Lin Qimeng said. Well, after a brief discussion among everyone in the future, Lao Wang bought a jungle knife and flew into the jungle. The tall stone statues and terrifying monsters were solved by Lao Wang one by one. After turning them into resources, he flew into their jungle in front of the entire opposing team. After seeing this scene, the Shadow's people could only bear it, and even their jungler had to leave the jungle area quickly to prevent Lao Wang from seeing them. Yes, he saw them. With Lao Wang's current skill range, as long as he saw them, I would basically not survive without the protection of a defense tower, and sometimes I would not survive even with a defense tower. Don't stay in the jungle, come and kill people, there are not many resources in the jungle. The 2 people in the middle of Shadow said to their jungler. Here we come! The 7 mechas of the Shadow Guild are all dark attributes, and Lao Wang and his friends don't know where these people came from. You know, this is not an easy thing. The future guild is so prosperous that it is not easy to gather a team of dark attribute mechas. The Shadow Guild has more than just these 7 dark attribute mechas. After their team entered the top 10, Lao Wang and others investigated them. If you don't check, you won't know that more than 2/3 of the thousands of people in their guild are dark attribute mechas, and half of the dark attribute mechas in the entire game are in their guild. If it weren't for Xiao Wang opening a legendary weapon, they would definitely be able to take the first place in dark attribute. Even Xiao Wang didn't win them by operation. He and Lao Wang both went for the Krypton Gold Crushing Flow, which is a low-profile version of Lao Wang. The jungler of the Shadow Club is the same Dark Blade mecha as Xiao Hai, but his is the 3rd evolution of the Shadow Blade, and Xiao Hai is the 2nd evolution of the Dark Blade. After he was summoned by their teammates, he sneaked into the shadows, and touched Hua Jia and Lin Qimeng who were in the middle lane, and the 2 opposite lines. The future 3-way bottom lane is Yun Zhongda and Jingjia Fairy. 1 shooter and 1 healer are too close to their own defense tower, and have no chance. Miracle Sword and Xiao Hai in the top lane, 1 shield and 1 assassin, are also quite difficult to catch. The only place they have a chance is in the middle lane. Lin Qimeng and Hua Jia in the middle lane seem to cooperate well, but they are actually close to the attack distance, not tanky enough, and have no force displacement, so they can be killed as long as they are controlled. The Shadow Blade mech approached the 2 from the shadows, and transformed from the shadows into practical shadows to bind Lin Qimeng and the other 2. The 2 people on the line of the Shadow Guild immediately launched a surprise attack on the 2, but they knew that the 2 people in the middle lane were easy to catch, so how could they not know it in the future? This assassin of the Shadow Guild cannot go up. Xian Wang flew over from the sky to deceive them. He has already squatted in the bushes. Tian said, when he saw the Shadow Blade mech lurking in the middle lane and the Elemental Lord squatting on the other side in the commentary booth. He has no choice. If he doesn't go online to work, he has nowhere to go. Qian Wan will not reason with him at all, said Wang Xinghe, who was the special guest. Then he said, in theory, Qian Wang's mecha is a mage mecha. In fact, he is not suitable for playing in the wild. But this person's equipment is not reasonable at all. Indeed, we saw Shadow Blade move, he controlled Long Ji, and his teammates also went up. Flame Thorn used the shield skill to block most of their damage, that's it. They found out that they were fooled, but it was too late. The Lord of Elements jumped in the middle of them, and launched the Ice Ring skill. This Ice Ring almost hit half of their blood, and there was another chain lightning. They are gone. When Tian wanted to speak, everyone on the field moved. Just as everyone predicted, none of the 3 shadows escaped. Tian spoke very quickly and clearly, and introduced the situation on the field in a flash. Shadow has no chance. The future rhythm will rise again, Wang Xing has said directly after the 3 fell. Then everyone saw Lao Wang and his 3 companions start to demolish the opponent's middle tower. The defense tower was strengthened a lot, but Lao Wang's devilish attack speed and super high attack made this strengthening basically meaningless. Everyone watched Lao Wang destroy the defense tower in just 30 seconds, and then entered their jungle again. It's really too strong. If President Wang advances, will he meet them? Are you confident? Said the host Nian Mi. No guild will say they are confident if they meet them. If anyone is confident, please tell me, and I will cheer you on Wang Xinghe. Chapter 206. What Wang Xinghe said was true. He really had no confidence, and he didn't think others would have confidence in the future. Although it was true, it also gave some people a reason to criticize him. They didn't care whether you were telling the truth or not. If you were so cowardly, they would criticize you. Is this the former number one in the game? How funny! You have no confidence, just play moi. You are such a coward. No wonder you can't compete with the king of thousands. If these people met Wang Xinghe in person in real life or in the game, they would definitely nod and bow and call him brother. But they are timid in real life, but they hit hard online. Reality. Hello, brother Wang. Online. Wang Xinghe? Who is that? A coward. Is he as awesome as me? The two hosts also noticed that the rhythm of the barrage had picked up, so they immediately brought the topic back to the game. Let's continue watching the game. Is Future going to attack the bottom lane? Are they going to cross the tower? As the host's words led the audience to focus on the game again. Just now, Lao Wang raided Shadow's middle lane again. Although only one person was left, Future had successfully taken down the second tower. Everyone who has played League of Legends or Dead Man's Pest Control knows that the middle lane has always been a battleground. Once the middle lane is lost, it will face a large area of vision loss and the loss of both jungle areas. At the same time, the top and bottom lanes will also lose their sense of security, as others can come and go as they please. It was under this circumstance that Lao Wang, Lin Qiming and Sister Hua touched the bottom lane together. When the two people in Shadow's bottom lane saw Yun Zhongde and Jingzhe Fairy retreating at full speed, they obviously realized that the other party was going to attack them. What should we do? They should be coming down, said one of the Shadow's bottom laners. You guys stay under the tower, we be there soon. With the power of one person under this tower, this may be our chance, said the Shadow Guild's commander. They acted as soon as they said it, and their execution was really amazing. Just when the soldiers were about to reach the bottom lane, the other 5 members of the Shadow Guild all moved to the bottom lane. Because Sister Hua had already shown her head, it was obvious that she was going to wait for your bottom lane soldiers to enter the tower, and then mess with your bottom lane. In order to kill some back and carry out his plan, Shadow even let go of the top lane tower, and the 5 of them came together to support. But when they just left the range of the second tower and had not yet reached the first tower, a pure white mecha appeared among the 5 of them again, and a groundbreaking impact stunned all 5 of them. Then a large-scale halo appeared, binding several people together, and at the same time, lightning shot them into residual blood. At this time, a flaming dragon fell from the sky, clearing the blood of several people and killing them. Pentakill! A loud female shout filled the entire venue, and the audience was all excited. No matter what time it was, a pentakill was always exciting. But people have different joys and sorrows, and Lao Wang just thought they were noisy. He had a blank expression, looking at Lin Qiming, who had snatched his pentakill, as if he had lost his energy. Oh, I was afraid they would run away. Don't look at me like that. I reward you with the posture you've always wanted to try when you go back tonight. It's said that women understand men best. Lin Qiming's words immediately made Lao Wang stand up. Compared with the new posture, a pentakill was nothing. Is it important? How about I help you get a few more pentakills? Do you want a 7 kill? Lao Wang said excitedly. Get lost. When Lao Wang and Lin Qiming were flirting, the two people in the bottom lane of Shadow were already desperate. Why didn't they expect that the other side would choose to surround the point and attack the reinforcements? But now it seems that it is not accurate to say that they are surrounding the point and attacking the reinforcements. The other side is attacking the city and attacking the reinforcements. The other side obviously wants to take their heads, the heads of the reinforcements and the defense towers. But what can they do? They can't resist. They were set back to resurrect by Lao Wang and others with 3 points of unwillingness, 3 points of relief, and 4 points of carelessness. Not long after, the 2 towers in the bottom lane fell in succession. The 7 people in Shadow resurrected and looked at each other, and sighed in unison. Alas! When they were beaten in this game, they were ambitious. They prepared for this game for a long time. They planned various situations, how to develop secretly, how to develop and kill the tyrannical Qian Wang in seconds. But just as the game started, they found that what they prepared seemed useless, because the opponent would not give them a chance at all. Only by facing it in person can you understand the gap between you and that person, and this feeling makes people despair. Just as they were sighing, something happened that made them even more desperate. The outer tower on their way was also lost. All the members of the Future Guild entered the wild area. It was obvious that they were going to get the boss. Are we going to stop them? Shadow said. Go! What's there to be afraid of? We are barefoot to them. Why should we let them wear shoes? Shadow's commander said. The others thought that it was true. To the Future Guild, losing was normal in the eyes of others, and winning was a big profit. Several people flew towards the boss with all their strength. If they cooperated with the boss, they might be able to destroy the future. As long as the future stood in a concentrated position, handed over the main skills, and didn't find them, they would still have the chance to cooperate perfectly. This is too difficult. Shadow's command thought about it, and lost confidence in himself. It was really that they needed too many conditions. However, when he was thinking about this, the host and the audience on the scene had already mourned for them. Because they could clearly see that the Future Guild did not fight the boss, but ambushed on the side. Sure enough, when they arrived around the boss pit, a familiar scene appeared. It was the familiar Lord of Elements and the familiar Halo skills that gathered them together. Then the familiar lightning, the familiar fire dragon, the 7 people turned into ashes in an instant. Have to kill. A female voice that Lao Wang had never heard sounded, and Lao Wang looked at Lin Qiming with a lewd smile. 2 types. Lin Qiming blushed and gave Lao Wang a white look, then said lightly, Pervert. Today, the nightmare of everyone in the Shadow Guild may be the sudden appearance of the Elemental Lord and the ring skill. Tian. It's very possible. They may feel like they are playing a horror game now. Yanmi. Let's see if they can struggle to the death. Wang Xinghe. Shadow disappointed Wang Xinghe. In the end, they failed to kill Weilai alone and were beaten into a Linglong tower by Weilai. In fact, if they concentrated their firepower on attacking the others except Lao Wang, they still had a chance to kill people. But they were too ambitious and just wanted to kill Lao Wang once. But what was Lao Wang's attribute? His 10,004 blue lights plus 12,000 health points were simply bottomless for them. In addition to his immunity to elemental damage and lava shield, all their attacks fell on Lao Wang, and only knocked down less than 1/3 of his health points. Fuck. What the hell? After the Shadow Commander left the dungeon, he thought that he and his team had to use all their strength to knock down that little blood of his, and couldn't help complaining. Pass the order down. Everyone get the equipment. I hope that next time I meet him, each of us will have at least one perfect set. Yes. No one was surprised that the future easily advanced, but everyone was surprised that they were eliminated. However, they still saw something else in this game, that is, it seems that the Future Guild is not only capable of fighting with Qian Wang. They were not inferior to the Shadow Guild in both the upper and lower lanes, and they fought back and forth with them. Even they have firmly occupied the upper hand. If it weren't for the fast pace of Qian Wang, they would have won if they had developed normally. What's wrong, brother? Yang Shanha asked Yang Wanli, who was watching the future video in Wanli Guild. It's no headache. Qian Wang is too popular, so we ignored the other people in the future. It's too late to study now. Brother, I think you think too much. You can't solve Qian Wang. What's the point of studying others? Yang Shanha. It must be said that what Yang Shanha said is very reasonable. But he forgot that there is an emotion called anger. These people in the conference are not ignorant of this, but they really can't find Lao Wang's weakness. They can find others in the future, so they decided to change their thinking. Chapter 207. Old Wang didn't know what these people were studying, and he didn't want to care. After analyzing tomorrow's opponent with everyone in the future, Old Wang and Lin Qiming returned home. After the two entered the room and closed the door, the clothes began to decrease one by one, and then there was a great battle from the living room to the bathroom to the kitchen, and then to the bedroom. Lin Qiming fulfilled her promise, and the two new postures made Old Wang happy. The next day, after cleaning up the house together, the two people went online together, and the crazy result was that this room was really difficult to clean up. The clothes everywhere needed to be put away one by one, and some torn clothes had to be picked up and thrown away. It took the two more than an hour to clean up, although they were not just cleaning the room. The opponent of the future today is the Wudong Guild, the guild that gave them the sword of victory. They are lucky, and they only need to fight one game today. The remaining 3 guilds, Xinghe, will fight with Wanli first, and the winner will fight with a force called the Knights of Light, and the winner will compete with the future for the championship. This schedule is really a rip-off. If it weren't for the fact that this was the first large-scale game, and the rewards were really generous, there might not be many people participating in the game. Wudong directly admitted defeat in the future game. They really didn't have the courage to fight with the future. So the players who didn't have a game to watch seemed a little bored, but at this moment, a system prompt shocked them again. System prompt: Artifact is born. Congratulations to player AW334455 for opening the mysterious treasure chest to obtain the epic equipment Fighting Stars. Fighting Stars, Legend, Bound. Weapon Array. Available for formation type mechas above level LV30. Attack plus 200. Strength plus 150. Agility plus 150. Intelligence plus 150. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Skill damage plus 20%. Cooling down plus 20%. Epic Array. Passive arrays with a preparation time of less than 60 seconds become instant, and the preparation time of arrays with a preparation time of more than 60 seconds is reduced by 50%. Fighting Stars. Active consume all mana to arrange the Fighting Stars array. When an enemy outside the array attacks an enemy inside the array, it will receive double the damage of its own attack. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Qiankun Array. Active consume 99% of the health to launch the Qiankun Array against the enemy. Seal the enemy for 60 seconds, and the enemy receives 2% of the maximum health value of damage per second, damage reduction to the boss, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Growth conditions. Grows with the player's level. Remarks: When the handle points to the east, spring comes to the world. When the handle points to the south, summer comes to the world. When the handle points to the west, autumn comes to the world. When the handle points to the north, winter comes to the world. When this weapon comes out, the whole world explodes. With perfect properties and special effects, people can only think of two words to describe this equipment: invincible. Many people have always thought that legends are the highest level items, but now they know that there are epic items in this game. The abnormal properties and super skills of Dozhuan Xingyi let them know that this person must have risen. This player with a funny name called AA334455 will definitely have a place among the masters from now on. I just don't know if he can copy the path of Qianwang and become an invincible boss. With the birth of this weapon, the treasure chests that were originally awarded because Xiaowang stopped collecting them rose again, and surpassed the previous ones by a lot. 700 million is not as good as a European emperor. This world is so real. It is just unknown how many people will make a fortune this time, and how many will go bankrupt. However, unlike ordinary players who sighed at the European emperor and tried their best to open treasure chests, major guilds including Future started to contact that person as soon as possible. The guilds thought that this skill of Dozhuan Xingyi must be obtained, which is their only hope to defeat Qianwang. And Future and others thought that this thing should not fall into the hands of others as much as possible, otherwise their status will be easily lost. But after everyone contacted that person, a very bad news for Future came out. This AA334455 is a participating player of Wuming this time, and one of Future's opponents in the next team competition. As soon as this news came out, the players' bets changed again, and Future's odds of winning began to decrease. This is inevitable. This thing is a fatal blow to the Future Guild, which in the eyes of players depends on Lao Wang for everything. The whole game began to change because of this piece of equipment. The Future was no longer in the lead, which made people despair, and everyone also had the confidence to challenge them. Because of this equipment, not many people paid attention to the games of the remaining three guilds. The Galaxy Guild fought two hard games and won the finals, but not many people paid attention to it. This is miserable. But these things did not affect Lao Wang at all. He was still working hard on the task of opening the door. So far, he is the calmest person in the whole game. He only sighed that the man was really lucky. It is too naive to think that this piece of equipment can shake his leading position. His lead cannot be caught up by a piece of equipment. Lao Wang's lead is the full range of equipment, skills, mecha evolution and original mecha models. If you want to catch up with him with just one piece of equipment, you must be asleep. However, he is calm, but his teammates are not. After a series of desperate calls, Lao Wang still reluctantly returned to the base to calm their emotions. Don't worry about this matter. Besides, we may not meet them in the team competition. What if they are eliminated in advance? Lao Wang tried his best to stop them from worrying. As a result, the next day, after everyone defeated the Galaxy Guild and won the championship of the team competition, an accident still occurred when they went to draw the opponent. They will play the first game in 3 days, and the opponent is the Wuming. This can actually be said to be an early decisive battle, and it also made Lin Qiming, who went on stage to draw lots, fall into self-blame. Don't worry, there will be no accidents, believe me. Besides, luck sometimes depends on the good or bad. Actually, this is also good, they have been missing several days of development time. Lao Wang said seriously with her little face, which made her less blameless. Looking at her appearance, Lao Wang thought, why would you do your best that day? I don't know if they will resist the beating. It is said that he is angry with the beauty, so should he show it? After the team competition, the rewards are not directly distributed, and the system prompts them to send them together with the team rewards. This is undoubtedly very good news for the future guild. Because at present, there are only many legendary items in the future. Although no guild has 2 teams in the top 10, the effect of an equipment for those masters is definitely different from that of ordinary players. Miracle is the only master who can turn decay into magic in the future, and Lao Wang and his friends are not good enough. They are definitely not as good as Wang Xinghe and others in terms of equipment, so it is undoubtedly good news for the future that this equipment is not issued. Lao Wang originally thought that he would spend these 3 days in peace, and his mission was only 1 step away from completion. But Wuming disappointed him. They may have become arrogant after obtaining the epic equipment, or there may be other reasons. They actually took the initiative to provoke the future guild. At first, Lao Wang didn't care. He thought someone was trying to instigate the 2 guilds. But when they wiped out the mining team sent by Lao Wang and his friends last night, and killed all the mining players, Lao Wang knew that things didn't seem to be as they thought. This time, they were led by the water-attributed Mecha, who was one of the 4 leaders of Wuming. Because today's match was with them, Lao Wang and others didn't bother them last night, which made the direction of public opinion today very unfriendly to the future guild. Have you found out where the headquarters of the Wuming is? Lao Wang asked. It's clear. They don't want to hide at all. They seem very confident. Lin Qimeng. Haha, confidence is good, Lao Wang said with a smile. The 2 parties entered the arena, and the team competition mode was still a strategy game. As soon as the countdown ended, the future began to develop in an orderly manner. The epic weapon still had an impact on Lao Wang, so he didn't rush directly to the base to kill everyone. It's not that he was afraid of the opponent's damage or counter-injury, he was afraid that he would be sealed and then his teammates would have problems. Since it's impossible to win a quick battle, everyone will develop against each other. Chapter 208. When the future guild built its base, it never stopped exploring the location of the Wuming. But they used all kinds of reconnaissance methods, even built a special satellite radar, but found nothing. The whole map is lit up. Where are they? The future people were in their base, and Lao Ma looked at the map of the entire battlefield and said, will they go underground like the enemy that day? Miracle Sword. Unlikely, it is impossible for 500 mechas to go underground without any movement. Sister Hua. We have to think of a way. So, send drones out first to bomb these places that may be the birthplaces of players, Lao Wang. That's the only way. Sister Hua. Let the scouts collect the mineral information of the entire battlefield and infer where they are mining, Lin Qimeng added after thinking for a while. As Lao Wang and his orders were issued, a TIE unmanned bomber was sent out and began to bomb several open areas on the battlefield. But unfortunately, these places were razed to the ground, and no trace of the other party was found, but a lot of resources were wasted. This news made everyone in the future change their expressions, because they were a little confused about what the other party was selling. However, the second method of the future worked. They found that a mountain was hollowed out by the other party. They actually collected so many resources under the radar of the future without their noticing. Hurry up and calculate their position, Sister Hua said anxiously after seeing this mountain. If you don't ask for anything, so many resources are enough to build. That kind of thing. The future quickly deduced the location of the Wuming, but the Wuming people looked at the things in front of them and thought, it's too late. Chen Baidi pressed a button, and a mountain in the distance began to shake, and the simple Wuming base hidden on the mountain slowly appeared. A rocket taller than the mountain rose from the ground, and then ignited and took off. The first stage propulsion device ignited. The first stage propulsion device detached. The second stage propulsion device ignited. The second stage propulsion device detached. The third stage propulsion device ignited. Positioning. Strike. The air defense alarm that resounded throughout the future base, and the super weapon in the sky that changed the color of the sky and the earth made the future people despair. This thing is the super weapon of this map, the world-destroying weapon electromagnetic shock magnetic bomb. Old Wang and others now think that even if this thing is a nuclear bomb, they don't want it to be this magnetic bomb. Because this is a super weapon specifically targeting mechas and electronic equipment, if it is a nuclear bomb, they can run now, but this weapon can't. When this weapon attacks the target, it will first emit an electromagnetic shock wave, which will make all electronic equipment ineffective, which means that you can't intercept it. At the same time, this shock wave will also interfere with the space and greatly reduce the mobility of the mecha, which means that you can't run. And this world-destroying weapon is even more powerful. Lao Wang and others are now unable to move. This world-destroying level refers to the energy level after the explosion, not the explosion range or something. After all, this is a copy space. If a real world-destroying weapon explodes here, this space can't bear it. This feeling of waiting for death is really desperate, and the players who bought the future are also desperate with the future. They didn't think that the future could escape this attack. This was a weapon of destruction. Boom! After the magnetic bomb fell, it exploded instantly, and the entire future base was instantly enveloped by a blue energy, which spread to half of the battlefield before stopping. The future guild base enveloped by the blue energy, all the buildings instantly dimmed, and the blood bars of all the players in the future were directly emptied. The explosion of this blue energy not only destroyed all the buildings and members of the future, but also the hearts of those players who put all their star crystals on the future. It's over, the Martial Alliance said as they looked at the blue energy that came and went quickly. For this attack, they worked hard these days to draw everyone's attention to the epic weapon Qianquan. They even did not hesitate to offend the future guild, just to make everyone think that they would use Qianquan to seal Wang Qianduo. In fact, the epic weapon is important to them because of its quick formation function. Because of this function, they had the opportunity to collectively enter the forest at the beginning, and then use the invisibility array and the soul enchanting array to hide and make super weapons. If there is no such function, they know that they will lose if they rely on the Qianquan strike to fight against the future. Because they know that the future is not just Lao Wang, the Sword of Miracles, Sister Hua, Lin Qiming, etc. None of them are easy to deal with. They succeeded, and the future was taken. After the electromagnetic pulse ended, the buildings, ground and plants of the future station were intact. The only thing that disappeared was the players, and the light of those weapons and buildings. This is the magnetic bomb, a weapon that only targets humans themselves. No, why didn't we win directly? One of the Wuming people who thought he had won, and was admiring the fruits of his victory said. If the previous move had solved all the players of the future, they should have teleported out by now. Did their scouts hide in other parts of the map? It should be. Send someone to find them, and end the game as soon as possible. The Wuming people said, and then one reconnaissance mecha flew out. However, they soon saw the scene they least wanted to see. The mecha, which only had one in the entire game, but was extremely familiar to everyone, was sitting on a high building in the ruins of the future base, looking at them. When he saw the Wuming reconnaissance mecha, he moved, and the images sent back by the reconnaissance mechas disappeared instantly. After seeing this scene, the Wuming people all fell silent. What should we do? He survived? It seems that he didn't lose any blood. No, he recovered after using the Jedi counterattack. His blood recovery skill can actually withstand the subsequent damage of the magnetic bomb. Let's go up and kill him together. With so many of us, why are we afraid of him alone? That's right, and we are not without a chance. Yes, we have an epic and a legendary equipment. How can we be afraid of him? I controlled him with the yin-yang diagram. You just focus your fire, and if it doesn't work, kill me too. Okay, let's do it. The women quickly decided on a method, and then the whole group dispersed and flew towards Lao Wang. They knew that Lao Wang had super skills, so they chose this way. Lao Wang smiled slightly at the hundreds of mechas that surrounded him. It was just what he wanted for them to come together, saving him from looking for them one by one. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lao Wang began his performance. 7 magic balls of different colors floated around the Lord of Elements. A loud phoenix cry sounded, and a pair of golden phoenix wings appeared behind him. Then 7 rays of light of different colors burst out from the magic balls around Lao Wang. They began to rotate around Lao Wang's body. A nebula pattern wrapped Lao Wang in the center, and the space was trembling with the anger of the elements. Their king was angry, and they wanted to destroy everything for their king and calm their king's anger. This was the exclusive skill of the Lord of Elements, the Element Rampage. The audience outside the field only felt that the special effects on Wang Qianduo were very gorgeous, but the Martial Alliance people on the field felt a burst of palpitations. They felt that the world was trembling for the man in front of them, and all the skills with attributes became unusable. Qin Baidi felt that he could not wait any longer. He turned into a stream of light, and appeared in front of Lao Wang, trying to control Lao Wang with the yin-yang tai chi diagram. But the shadow or a burst group on Lao Wang ignored his attack, and then said to him lightly, I'm not in the mood to play with you today. After that, a blue ray burst out and pierced Chinbaidi directly, and Chinbaidi suddenly. Lao Wang's attack did not stop afterwards. He saw a player holding a formation plate in the crowd. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of flames turned into fireballs, firebirds, fire blades, etc., and drowned him in an instant. He was lit up with stars, and 7 stars formed a spoon pattern above his head, and rotated the spoon handle to point at Lao Wang. This should be his Dozhuan Xingyi, but this skill disappointed him. Because Lao Wang activated the Shadow Blood Demon skill, he did not suffer magic damage, but was directly swallowed by the flames. Chapter 209. After solving this only threat, Lao Wang looked at the other members of the woman, who were stunned on the spot, and waved his hand towards the sky. Hundreds of photons appeared immediately, countless rays burst out, and at the same time, the 7 magic balls around him did not stop for a moment, and skills of different attributes bloomed outward. The entire battlefield was baptized by elemental attacks, and more than 400 mechas of the woman were all killed within 10 seconds. Lao Wang killed all their mechas, and he stretched out his palm towards the woman base with 5 fingers open. 7 elemental magic balls came to his palm and rotated, and a colorful energy ray went straight to the woman base. Then the elemental energy burst out, and the colorful elemental energy enveloped the entire mountain where the woman was located. The next second, the duration of the elemental rampage was reached, and the energy immediately disappeared, and the woman base and the mountain disappeared with it. Then the future guild was promoted, and Lao Wang was teleported out of the battlefield. Those players who originally thought they were going to lose all their diamonds and were in despair were still silent at this moment. Just now it was because they were going to lose, but now it was completely because they were scared. Is this Qin Wang, the strongest player in the game? It turns out that he was just playing house with those people during the individual competition, and he didn't use any strength at all. It's those people who are not good enough. He fell down before he even used any strength. Not only ordinary players were shocked, but also those players from large guilds were hit even harder. It turned out that the gap between them was so huge. Tell women that we will not participate in their future plans. No need, they have cancelled it themselves. They must be afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid? Is this the strength that players should have? With the emergence of the guild's exclusive copy, the forces led by the women arranged an action against the future guild. This game is the beginning of their action. They want to win this game at all costs in order to make the future guild hated by countless players. Then, they will guide this hatred and make the future completely stand on the opposite side of the players. After that, they will ignite this emotion and let countless players destroy the future station so that they can fish in troubled waters. The future is leading too much, and this advantage makes them begin to fear. They have already seen clearly that the winner takes all is the essence of this game. If they don't stop the rise of the future. Once the future starts to build a branch guild and recruit players on a large scale, they will have to think clearly if they want to move the future again. Even at that time, the future can decide their life and death. So the women and some forces are not willing to accept it. They know that the future is very strong, but they have to try it. Although the future has no plan to develop a branch, they don't want to hand over their right to life and death to others. But their plan failed before it even started, and the first step went wrong. Lao Wang's outburst ruined their plan, and even because of his strength, these people no longer dared to face him head-on. Because everything they know about the future is speculation, although it may happen, it may not happen. If they still attack the future now, they will be destroyed by the future now. There is no need to choose which way to go. If there are still stubborn people, they can only wish him good luck. I hope you can destroy the future. Come on. An action against the future guild was resolved by Lao Wang invisibly, but he was not very happy. He was now reflecting on himself. Why did such a big advantage come to this point? In fact, he didn't need to play this game like this. The strength of the future is definitely stronger than the opposite woman. But they almost lost. There are reasons for the strategy, and there are also big reasons for him. The current tactics of the future guild are customized around him, but he still wants to hide his strength in this game. Not rushing out at the beginning, resulting in their tactics not being able to play their power. Am I afraid? Lao Wang thought silently. Yes. Lao Wang answered himself in his heart. Because of his plug-in, he is now at the top of the entire game. To be honest, he is also afraid of losing. So he tried his best to hide himself and accumulate various trump cards. Although the last incident made him more confident, it did not fundamentally change his behavior. Is it wrong to hide yourself and accumulate trump cards? That is absolutely not. But because of these things, he was defeated, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, and finally became a pig That's really stupid. No one can adapt to a position naturally, people are growing. Whether in the past life or this life, Lao Wang has never been in his current position, so he doesn't know what kind of mentality a person in such a position should have. But it doesn't matter, he can learn little by little. This incident has taught Lao Wang a profound lesson. From today on, he will change. He wants to be the invincible number one in the game, and he will go all out to deal with any enemy. What happened to him? Didn't he win? Old Ma asked Lao Wang, who stood in the audience without saying a word after leaving the stadium. Maybe it was an epiphany, don't disturb him. Sister Hua. Oh. Okay. Let's analyze how to deal with such an opponent in the future. It's really dangerous this time. We have a big advantage. It's not just Lao Wang who feels uncomfortable in this game, the other people in the future guild feel even more uncomfortable. Because if there was no Lao Wang, they would have lost with a big advantage. Although the opponent's routine is very strong, it is not without flaws. If they can find the problem of mineral resources earlier, the opponent's super weapon will not have a chance to take shape, and the opponent may cry as soon as the bomber comes out. If this desperate gamble fails, the opponent will not even have a chance to turn over. In fact, it's not just Lao Wang, but everyone in the future is also standing in this position for the first time, including the world's top player Miracle Sword. They are also growing up, and this incident has accelerated their growth. They found that because of the influence of Lao Wang's personality, the future is a little timid. They are the kind of people who will not provoke others unless they provoke me. This kind of character is either bad or too passive. If they were not the first guild, this kind of character would have no impact, and they could develop safely. But now they are sitting on the throne of the first guild, and countless challengers below want to kick them off the throne. Their character will only make those people more and more rampant, and the challenge will become more and more intense. They also need to change, at least it is necessary to establish their authority regularly, and it is necessary to occasionally pick 2 rogues to kill the chickens and scare the monkeys. The future gained a lot from this game, and all of them have grown a lot. We will also hold a branch meeting after we go back, and set a small goal of collecting 1 million people first, Lin Qiming said. At the same time, we will target the woman who destroyed our mining team, and trample them to death this time. It seems that we were too quiet before, and we never killed our opponents even when we fought back. But I won't take action this time, everything depends on you, Lao Wang suddenly said. Okay. Agree. The future has no objection to Lao Wang's not taking action, and they can see that he is determined to change. Now it seems that the woman has not given up targeting the future, but that the future is going to take action against the woman. Woman, since you like to jump so much, then you can be the whetstone for the future to change. Because of their repeated actions, they successfully forced the future guild to the path they least wanted to see. After the path was set, the future guild began to prepare, and the action must wait until the end of this game. Because once they win the championship, the future will undergo another qualitative change, and it will be easier to settle accounts at that time. Lao Wang finally completed the task of opening the door. Unlike other people who could only move in the places specified by the system, Lao Wang could now move in the entire Central Star. He immediately looked for the Dark Knight forces to buy intelligence, but only found the sealed Dark Knight wharf. It seems that the Dark Knight in the Central Star region has suffered a much more serious blow than the Mother Star region. But this is normal. After all, the Mother Star region is adjacent to the Dark Knight's base camp, the Dark region, and it is normal that the pressure there is not so great. But the Dark Knight in the Central Star region fell, which made Lao Wang feel a little regretful. He lost an important source of intelligence. Are you going to Molten Gold? But the water there is too deep, Lao Wang murmured. Chapter 210. Is it Mr. Qian Wang? Just as Lao Wang was looking at the sealed Central Star Dark Knight pier, a man came to Lao Wang and spoke to Lao Wang in a voice that only he could hear. Lao Wang was about to turn around, and the man continued, Mr. Qian Wang, don't turn around. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me. Lao Wang's eyes fixed when he heard the words. Although he was a little strange about the identity of this man, he still followed him. This man called him Mr., and considering the situation of the Central Star, it is very likely that he is an NPC. An NPC who took the initiative to find the door. Lao Wang was very interested in his identity. He followed this man around and soon entered a hotel box called Black Pearl. After Lao Wang entered the box, he found that it turned out to be a black brother. Hello, Mr. Qian Wang, my code name is Shadow, and I am currently the person in charge of the Central Star region of the Dark Knight organization. The black brother asked Lao Wang to sit down and said directly, Shadow? This name reminded Lao Wang of his opponent in the squad battle. At the same time, Looking at this black brother, he didn't know whether he should complain about his name. Yes, Shadow. I often hear Xiao Yuan mention you. He said you are our most distinguished guest in the Dark Night. Shadow said. Mr. Shadow, thank you for the compliment. I wonder why you are looking for me today. Lao Wang. It's like this. We know you are investigating General Huang. I have some information for you. Shadow said. Give me information? Why? After hearing Shadow's words, Lao Wang didn't ask him to give him information, but asked the reason. This person appeared very strangely. The current situation of the alliance is becoming increasingly chaotic, and Lao Wang has to guard against their trap. Alas, it's like this. I'm not originally from the Central Star region, but from the Dark Region headquarters. You must know what happened to our Dark Region some time ago. We offended some people because of investigating the issues entrusted by General Huang. These people are madly targeting our Dark Region, especially the Central Star region, which is under great pressure, so the headquarters sent me to solve the problems of the Central Star region. But I was a step late. When I arrived at the Central Star region, my colleagues at the Dark Night Wharf had been sent to the Heavenly Prison Star. Didn't the Heavenly Prison Star stop accepting prisoners casually after the Black Shark escaped from prison? Lao Wang asked. This is what I'm going to say next. Okay, continue. Lao Wang. Shadow. Okay, because the forces of Dark Night were being targeted, we went underground and started investigating General Huang's commission. This is no longer for the commission, but for my brothers. Because we moved to the dark, we soon discovered that General Huang commissioned us to investigate the murder of his granddaughter, which was actually related to the Alliance Scientific Research Institute. Even the people who targeted us were their people, and then we investigated in depth and found out. All this is related to one person, that is, the head of the scientific research, the Alliance General Jian Ford. Jian Ford? Did General Huang kill him because of you? Lao Wang. Not really, he had already betrayed the Alliance before we had time to tell him the news. Shadow immediately waved his hand and said. Then how did he find out? And that's not right. Why did Jiang Ford target Huang Rui? He even offended you and General Huang. Lao Wang said with some confusion and suspicion. If you had asked me this question some time ago, I would have regrettably told you that I didn't know. But those people underestimated us Dark Night too much. Our people sent back a message with their lives a few days ago. That is, Ford and others were secretly conducting human experiments on Tianqiu Star, which seemed to be experiments to forcibly transfer talents. Talent is a special ability that some people are born with. 80% of people with this ability can break through to the legend, and the remaining 20% did not break through because they died young. That is to say, some people who are stuck before the legend, if they obtain the talents of others, then they can break through to the legend. At the same time, we found out that Ford's lifespan is about to end. As long as he breaks through to the legend, he can live hundreds of years longer. And General Huang's granddaughter has the spiritual talent that he needs particularly. I think the reason for all this is self-evident, Shadow said coldly. His words made Lao Wang shudder. Has the top leaders of the Alliance been so rotten? Human experiments, frame-ups, and even sacrificing the granddaughter of a general who has dedicated his life to the Alliance in order to prolong his own life. All of this is refreshing Lao Wang's three views. Is there still hope for these people? Of course, the premise is that what Shadow said is true, but Lao Wang feels that the things he said are very unlikely to be false, because many things can match what Lao Wang knows. Does Xu and me know these things? Lao Wang asked. This is the question he cares about most, because Xu and Min was rescued by him. Xu and Min is their umbrella. It is impossible for him not to know. Shadow. After hearing this, Lao Wang punched the table in front of him. This is the news he least wants to hear. If this is true, Lao Wang swore that he would solve this trouble himself. What do you want to see me about today? Lao Wang turned around and asked. We asked you to help our people on Tianqiu Star. Shadow. How to help? Lao Wang asked. Anyway, he still had to go to Tianqiu Star. One is to complete the mission, the other is to verify his words. This mission can continue. Just give this thing to a person named you. The code is. Okay. Then Lao Wang asked him a lot of information he was concerned about, such as where Huang Rui is now, what kind of person Xu Min is, etc. Seeing that they gave Lao Wang so much information, Lao Wang decided to help them as long as what he said was true. Then Lao Wang took the thing Shadow gave him, and left the restaurant, and they didn't even ask Lao Wang to stay for dinner. Really no sense. He didn't even look at how much information he got from Dark Knight for free, and he was still not satisfied. After Lao Wang left, Shadow's subordinates asked, Sir, can he do it? I don't know, but he is the only hope. After rescuing you, we will retreat to the Dark Domain. This alliance power struggle will definitely be the most tragic one in human history. The human alliance has been comfortable for too long, and even the Zerg can't put much pressure on them. After coming out from Dark Night, Lao Wang wandered around the Central Star, and then went offline, and then came to the meeting room of the Future Club. Lin Qiming and others are now studying ways to deal with the Wuming. This time they want to destroy the Wuming at once, and they are even eyeing the opponent's interstellar battleships. Lao Wang didn't say a word during the whole match, but he thought in his mind, fortunately these people are teammates. The next day, there is no future match today, and today's match is still the top 5 promotion match. Lao Wang and Lin Qiming got up from the bed with difficulty. The nightly revelry made his body beyond the human limit a little tired. Not long after he came online, a group of people came to the future station and asked the future people to contact Lao Wang. The military asked me to help with the mission? Where is the mission location? Qianqiu Star. I be back soon. What's going on? Why are all the tasks concentrated here? Lao Wang said, and returned to the future station and met the military people. Leng Feng told him the whole story. Now everyone in the military has joined the conservative Zhang Ping's men. The pursuit of the military bosses is different from theirs. They actually want to participate in the power struggle of the alliance. They came to Lao Wang to ask Lao Wang to help them collect evidence of human experiments on Qianqiu Star and Xuanmin. They needed this thing to get Xuanmin, who was reluctant to leave that place, to come down and completely cut off his thoughts. You also know about their human experiments on Qianqiu Star? Lao Wang. We just found out too. It seems that you already know. Leng Feng. Yes. I just found out too. It completely overturned my 3 views. The darkness of the upper level is more terrifying than some people imagine, especially their unrestrained system. We will rebuild the human system. This is our goal. Do you want to join us? Leng Feng asked Lao Wang. No, this kind of career is not suitable for me. I can't bear that kind of pain. Lao Wang. That's a pity. Chapter 211. Old Wang thought about it, and refused the military recruitment. First, as he said, he couldn't bear the hardship, and second, he still didn't want to get involved in those things. He couldn't stand such things, and he didn't have the hard heart of those people. If he got involved in those things with a soft heart, he would definitely hurt others and himself. 2 days later, today was the day for Future to play against the Galaxy Guild. Future was a dark horse this time. After they won against Galaxy today, they had to play against the military forces where Ling Feng was. Only if they won both games could they compete with tomorrow's team in the finals. Neither of these 2 games was easy to play, because all members of Future were very alert because of the Wuming matter, fearing that something unexpected would happen. The result was that the Galaxy Guild suffered a heavy blow, and Old Wang, who went all out, didn't give them any chance. He flew into the sky at the beginning of the game, and then I found him with my super long vision. Then Xinghe was attacked by the Lord of Elements, and the mining field of the system was directly destroyed. This cut off their possibility of development, and Xinghe was also very decisive. After this happened, all of them took off and wanted to fight to the death with the Future. But the Future did not give them a chance. The assault troops led by Lao Wang played them around. When they approached the Future station, the Future defense system had been built. In the full sky of artillery fire, Wang Xinghe, who turned into a flaming flying dragon, fell down unwillingly, and the people of Xinghe Guild were quickly cleared out of the dungeon by the people of the Future Guild. In this game, the audience finally confirmed that there was indeed a big gap in strength between the Future Guild and other guilds. At the same time, they also knew why the Wuming had to use routines, because they really couldn't beat them head-on. After the Future easily defeated Xinghe, the next opponent came, which was the guild where Leng Feng was. Everyone originally thought that Leng Feng and others, who were good at using modern technology, could cause more trouble to the Future, but Lao Wang gave them another surprise. He summoned the lava weapon that had been thoroughly studied by the big guys of the Central Academy. Lava weapon changed. Legend. Binding. External weapon. Mecha attack power X5. Mecha all attributes X5. Meteor volcano. Lava weapon erupts with full force, continuously firing lava meteors at targets within a range of 3000 by 3000. Each lava meteor causes 300% attack damage to the target and causes a burning state to the target. Lava power. Passive increase damage to enemies in a burning state by 50%. Note. Big fire. That's right. This equipment has been upgraded from perfect to legendary. Lao Wang can only say Big Brother awesome. 666. If there is such a thing again in the future, he will definitely study and modify it for the big guys first. Lava meteors fell from the sky, and Leng Feng and others were directly hit hard. Half of them were swallowed by lava, and their base also turned into a lava zone. All the buildings in the base were destroyed immediately, and the core components of some people disappeared along with their dead owners. Their plan to prepare for the future has not even started, and it has failed again. Isn't this the latest interstellar weapon? Our fleet is not equipped with it. Why do they have it? The leader of Lung Feng and others in the audience asked the people in the central courtyard around him. Where do you think the latest weapon came from? The man said. So that's how it is. That's right. This is the prototype of our latest weapon. We didn't know he had another one before, but now he's researching that one. By then, we have 2 latest weapons. The man continued. The people on the stage didn't know what was happening in the audience. Lung Feng and the others were much calmer than the people in Xinghe. After their base was destroyed, they immediately broke up into pieces, and all fled into the mountains to deal with the future. But they didn't know that the lava armed forces was not only an external equipment, but also a fighter. They couldn't escape the detection of the lava armed forces after breaking up into pieces, and were quickly defeated one by one. Even the trouble they caused to the future was not as big as Xinghe, which disappointed many people. The day after the future won easily, Wanli also won the game easily, and then the final was the future against Wanli. No one was optimistic about Wanli. When the game started, there were 0 people betting on Wanli's guild to win, which means that their own guild didn't think they could beat the future. This is indeed the case. On that day, Lao Wang summoned the lava weapon again and easily won the game. After the team competition, the rewards for the small and team competitions were also issued. At the same time, Lao Wang won the MVP of this competition, and the system awarded him a golden title. Although this title does not add attributes, as long as it is shown, Lao Wang is definitely the brightest boy in the crowd. Each of the top 10 players in the team was given a random legendary equipment treasure chest, and there will be 7 more legendary items in the future. These things are not tradable, otherwise these top 10 guilds would want to give these 7 legendary items to one person and create an existence like Lao Wang. In addition to the Legend of the Squad competition, Future also won the championship of the team competition, with 500 people each getting a perfect item, which allowed Future to once again distance itself from other guilds. Lao Wang opened the perfect treasure chest and skill treasure chest casually, because these things were useless to him. No matter how good the attributes of the perfect equipment were, they were just decomposed goods to him, and because he had been acquiring skills all the time, he had learned most of the skills he could learn. The skills opened were likely to be repeated, but the slap in the face came quickly. He took a look at the several skills he opened and immediately picked up one of them. Holy Light Barrier. Perfect. Summon a barrier to resist an attack from the opponent. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 0. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Learning conditions, mastering the sacred attribute. This skill is a magical skill if used well, and the invincible skill is a skill that is lacking in any game. Lao Wang learned it without saying a word, and he became stronger. But this is the only thing they can slap in the face, and the other equipment and skills are useless. Skills can be sent to the guild warehouse, but equipment can only be disassembled. He still cares about the legendary equipment treasure chest. Don gradually cannot keep up with his pace. He wants a new propulsion device. Lao Wang touched his pocket watch, and then opened the treasure chest. System prompt, artifact is born. Player Qian Wang opens random legendary equipment treasure chest to obtain the epic equipment Sky Sweeping Wings. Sky Sweeping Wings, epic 100%, bound. Propulsion device. Mecha above level LV20. Strength plus 70. Agility plus 70. Intelligence plus 70. Main attributes plus 20. Attack speed plus 20%. Movement speed plus 30%. Cooling down plus 10%. Flight unlocked. Sky Sweeping Flash. Can freely shuttle through space within a range of 500 for teleportation, with a cooling time of 3 seconds. Sky Sweeping Wings. A mecha equipped with Sky Sweeping Wings has a 30% chance to dodge the opponent's attack. Sky Sweeping Strike. A mecha equipped with Sky Sweeping Wings will attack twice in the next attack after 3 normal attacks. Note, like wings sweeping across the sky, I will use our freedom to make all lawless people pay the price. This. Lao Wang was shocked by the pocket watch again. He actually opened an epic equipment in the legendary treasure chest. However, he also discovered the limitations of the pocket watch. It helped Lao Wang to forcibly upgrade the equipment to epic, and gave Lao Wang the propulsion device he wanted most. However, this equipment is not very suitable for Lao Wang, because it is obviously a magical equipment for an agile mecha. If Lin Qimeng or Yun Zhongde obtained this equipment, They could delete their accounts without qualitative changes. But for Lao Wang, many special effects of this equipment are not very useful, and even the special effect of Sky Sweeping Strike is almost useless. The main damage of the Elemental Lord is still skills, not normal attacks. But even so, Lao Wang was satisfied. What else did he need when the epic equipment was out? He looked at the equipment and fell into deep thought. Then he opened the warehouse and took out the equipment upgrade stone, and chose to use it on the Sky Sweeping Wings. After a burst of light, the attributes of the Sky Sweeping Wings did not change at all, only one more entry was added. Evolution. As the level increases, it evolves every 10 levels. This stone makes this epic equipment, which was originally level 20, become an epic that can grow. Another graduation equipment GAT. Although the Sky Sweeping Strike is basically useless to Lao Wang, this equipment is cool, and just for the name, Lao Wang thinks that this stone is worth using. After all, that was his youth. Chapter 212. The appearance of the Sky Sweeping Wings really looks like a pair of mechanical wings. Unlike the 10-wing structure of the Dawn, the Sky Sweeping Wings look more like a pair of huge steel wings, but these wings are sharp and angular, and have a non-standard sense of technology. At the same time, when not flying, the Sky Sweeping Wings are not as huge as the Dawn when folded. In short, Lao Wang is very satisfied with this equipment, both in appearance and name. After Lao Wang got this equipment, there was no fluctuation in the world channel. They have become accustomed to the surprises brought by this person. If others get epic equipment, they may still envy and hate, but when Lao Wang gets it, they will only say, "Oh, it's him, isn't this normal?" There is no fluctuation at all, it is so real. After winning the championship in the future, the system announcement sounded again at 6 o'clock that night. System prompt. To celebrate the successful completion of the first Mecha competition, from 8 o'clock tomorrow, all game players can get star diamonds as long as they complete special tasks or defeat the special star beasts in the world. Players who kill star beasts will also have the opportunity to get special mecha costumes and character costumes. The event lasts for 7 days, and the star diamond store lasts for 15 days. This event has no appeal to Lao Wang at all, because his current star diamonds are enough to exchange for the highest reward in the store's legendary equipment self-selected treasure box. But he really has no equipment to exchange now, and the equipment in this treasure box is bound. If he exchanges it, it will be a toy, which is really not worth it. But apart from this thing, he really doesn't know what else he needs to exchange, and he can't use other things. He didn't really need any materials or special items in the store. After thinking about it, he decided to exchange it for a legendary mosaic stone, the Mind Gem. Legend. HP plus 1000. Mana plus 1000. Control time reduced by 20%. Mind Zero Barrier. Unique passive immune to one enemy's targeted skills. Cooldown time 150 seconds. Mind Power. Unique passive. The owner of the Mind Gem will have a stronger sense of perception, plus 50% of the perception of everything around. Inlay location. Energy Core. Remarks. You have to pay to get it. This is fair. And unfair. Originally, Lao Wang didn't plan to exchange this mosaic stone. Although it was limited to one in the whole game, its note was too unlucky. In the past, Lao Wang never believed in these things, but rebirth happened to him. Who can explain this clearly? But since there was really nothing to exchange, he decided to give it a try. If it doesn't work, just throw it away. Then when he exchanged this stone, its note changed. Note: I like your stubbornness in not believing in fate, but you won the bet. A designer with a bad taste. Old Wang, You seem to have that serious illness. This introduction made Old Wang speechless, but also relieved him. The future guild won the championship, so they returned to the guild's residence to celebrate. Wine, food, music, carnival, the entire future guild was immersed in a wild party with singing and laughter. At the same time, Lin Qiming announced to everyone that offline guild activities have been scheduled. After that, everyone went even crazier. Such a grand party made people from other guilds envious. After Lao Wang went crazy with everyone for a while, he said something to Lin Qiming and left first. Then he came to the Mother Star base and found General Zhang. "Ha ha! You're here," General Zhang said when he saw Lao Wang. He was very happy. "I'm glad to have fulfilled my mission, General," Lao Wang said. "Good. Very good. This is your reward, take it." General Zhang handed a stone to Lao Wang. Lao Wang was overjoyed when he saw the stone, because he knew that the stone recorded epic skills. Although Lao Wang now has hundreds of skills, there are only a few epic skills, and the active one is only one enhanced skill. Although the enhancement is ever-changing, who would complain about too many epic skills, After Lao Wang took the stone, in order to avoid more trouble, Lao Wang directly chose to use it. System prompt. You have learned the skill Reverse Yin and Yang. Reverse Yin and Yang. Epic. After chanting for 3 seconds, force a result to change. Chanting time, 3, instant, MP consumption, 0. Cooling time, 30 days. Learning conditions, none. Remarks, Yin is Yin, Yang is Yang. This skill made Lao Wang confused. What is the use of this skill? How should he use it? However, Lao Wang has no chance to experiment now, because General Zhang is talking to him. And with this 30-day cooling time, how can he experiment? After chatting with General Zhang for a long time, Lao Wang left the Mother Star base, and then went offline. He still has to find Lin Qiming to be happy. After Lao Wang left, General Zhang called all the leaders of the neutral faction together for a meeting. After the meeting, the quartermaster asked General Zhang, General, are we really going to participate this time? I don't want to participate either. They broke the rules first, and you have seen our current situation. I originally thought that letting that kid win the game would make them restrained, but you have seen the result. They asked me to hand over all the information of that kid's mecha and forced us to stand on the same team. And the 3 of them put pressure on us together, really making us weak and squeezing us. General Zhang still spoke in his calm tone without fluctuations, but this time his tone was a little cold. Just after Lao Wang won the team competition, Sun Min, Zhang Ping and Li Yulong sent a message to General Zhang, the leader of the neutral faction, asking him to support their side. These 3 parties actually broke the rules of the alliance. The neutral faction was established to provide a place for those who do not want to participate in this kind of fight to settle down. So the neutral faction has always been that you can fight as you want, and I will watch silently. When you have a result, I will work hard to help you, the winner. But this 3-party fight broke this situation. The 3 parties actually let the neutral faction stand in line in advance. But when the quartermaster wanted to say something else, he saw General Zhang's fanatical eyes and swallowed his words again. Was the fate of the neutral faction really decided in advance this time? The 3 families had always abided by the rules before, but was it really a coincidence that they were asked to stand in line in advance? Why did Xu Anming get into danger? General Huang, who had always opposed the neutral faction, had problems. Are these things really accidental? He used to be General Huang's right-hand man, so he still had some understanding of these things. This fight was not a 3-way fight at all, but an unprecedented fight between 4 families. The quartermaster didn't know what he should do. He felt that the alliance was no longer safe, but where could he go as he grew up in the alliance? The next day, Old Wang, who was refreshed, came online, and the future people recruited people to do activities steadily. And he was going to Tianqiu Star to do a mission today, and this mission had been delayed for too long. After Old Wang came to the Mother Star base and found Mrs. Huang, he went to the Vannert family in the Sky Eagle Star region with her. Hello, we are looking for Mr. Lero. Please inform us. After Old Wang and Mrs. Huang came to the outside of the Zhuangyuan on the planet, where the Vannert family was located, Old Luo said to the guard. The guard looked at him and said, Excuse me, who are you to Mr. Lero? Do you have an appointment? I'm his apprentice, I don't have an appointment. Lao Wang. Apprentice? Sorry, Mr. Lero said that he won't see anyone without an appointment. The man stopped talking to Lao Wang after he finished speaking. Lao Wang, He thought this mission was difficult, but he didn't think there would be a problem here. He couldn't even get in the door now. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Huang laughed heartily after seeing Lao Wang's defeat. After she finished laughing, she said to the guard, Ask your clan leader to come out to pick me up. I give him 3 minutes. After the guard looked at Mrs. Huang carefully, he seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately went in to make a phone call. It didn't take long for a convoy to quickly drive out of the Vannert family, and Bit, the current clan leader of the Vannert family, came out to greet them in person. What else could Lao Wang say? He could only hug his thigh silently. Chapter 213. Didn't you go on the mission? What brought you here? Bit said flatteringly when he saw Mrs. Huang. Why don't you know? It's useless to ask. Mrs. Huang didn't give Bit, the new legend, any face. After he finished speaking, he got on a car without waiting for the other party to reply, and then asked Lao Wang to get in. Bit was angry but dared not say anything about all this. He got in the car with a gloomy face and asked the convoy to return to the manor. The manor of the Vannert family is very beautiful, with bright colors and exquisite splendor. Various precious plants and decorations are even things that Lao Wang has never seen. But Lao Wang is not in the mood to appreciate it now, because he found that he could not contact Lao Luo. Logically speaking, The communication device Lao Luo gave him should have been usable at such a close distance, but no matter how Lao Wang called, Lao Luo did not respond. This gave Lao Wang a very bad premonition, so he could only sacrifice his super weapon. Zero, help me find out where my master is. Okay, sir. Zero's efficiency was still fast. It took only 1 minute to find out the result, but the result made Lao Wang clench his fist. In order to please Mrs. Huang, Bit specially held a home party and invited all the top leaders of Tianying Star. Lao Wang felt that he invited these people in a fake way, but he really wanted to give himself courage. He seemed to be very afraid of Mrs. Huang. In fact, it was not just him. The top leaders of Tianying Star seemed to be afraid of her. Lao Wang didn't know why, and he was not interested in knowing. After observing left and right, he came to a corner where no one noticed, used a special prop, and disappeared in the banquet. Lao Wang disappeared silently. Because he was low-key at the beginning, the people of the Vanert family did not notice it. But this did not hide from Mrs. Huang's eyes, but she just smiled and said nothing. Lao Wang left the banquet hall and ran all the way to the depths of the Vanert family. Soon he came to a statue. Zero, help me open it. Yes, sir. As soon as Zero's answer fell, a door slowly opened on the statue in front of Lao Wang, and Lao Wang walked in directly. Inside the statue was a road leading to the underground. Lao Wang went deep, and soon appeared in an underground building. Here is the treasure house of the Vanert family. All kinds of materials and equipment, gold, silver and jewelry are countless. But Lao Wang didn't even look at these things, because these things are treasures for the Vanert family and NPCs, and they are just some decorations for players. The system is impossible to let players take advantage of this loophole. In fact, there are countless traps and alarms along the way, but these things are free for Zero. Lao Wang went deeper, and soon came to a room deep inside, where a familiar face was sitting. This person was his master Lao Luo, but his current condition was not very good. He had mecha restraint handcuffs on his hands, a pair of iron hooks on his scapula, and 2 chains bound him there. Master, how are you? I'm here to save you. Lao Wang hurried to Lao Luo and said. As he said that, he asked Ling to open Lao Luo's mecha limiter, but he really didn't know how to deal with the iron hook on his shoulder. You are here, kid? How did you get in? You can enter the most important place of the Vanert family whenever you want. Lao Luo opened his somewhat turbid eyes, and asked Lao Wang. Is this the right time to talk about this? How can I save you? Old Wang looked at the pair of iron hooks, and said anxiously. Since he became his disciple, Old Luo has always been very good to him. Now seeing him suffering this kind of suffering, Old Wang really wants to destroy the Vanert family. You step back? Old Luo said. Old Wang leaned back after hearing this. And then he saw Old Luo holding the iron hook that had grown with his flesh and blood with one hand, and pulling it out directly. This pain made his whole body sweat constantly, but he didn't say a word. Then he followed the same method and pulled down the other iron hook, and blood began to flow from his shoulders. He was about to use special means to stop the bleeding, and suddenly he felt warm all over. Not only were the injuries on his shoulders healed in an instant, but the hidden injuries in his body from the previous battle were also restored, and his whole body condition returned to its peak. He looked up at Lao Wang, who was holding a heart-shaped crystal in his hand, and said, You are so extravagant to use the legendary holy light. Master, no matter what level this thing is, isn't it for people to use? Lao Wang. Yes, I wish I had seen it so clearly back then. Lao Luo, who had recovered, said, Shall we go out? Yes. Go out. After they finished talking, they stood up and left. They followed the path that Lao Wang took when he came, and returned to the manor of the Vanert family. Lao Wang rescued Lao Luo right under his nose, and the entire Vanert family was unaware of it. All this was thanks to Zero. Any electronic surveillance equipment is just a decoration for it. When Lao Luo and Lao Wang came to the banquet hall together, the people in the banquet hall looked at Lao Luo, who was in tattered clothes, and had blood on his body, and talked about it. Who is this person? Why is he dressed like this? Carrot? Why is he dressed like this? It seems that there will be something interesting today. Lao Luo ignored these people. He saw a piece of cake in front of the table, and started eating. And Bit also reacted from the shock. He brought people to Lao Luo and asked, How did you get out? According to the seniority, you should call me Grandpa. Lao Luo didn't look at him, but continued to eat the cake. What do you want? Bit. What do I want? Didn't you drug me, lock my scapula, and lock me in the treasure house? What do you want? Lao Luo's tone was very calm, but everyone could hear the boundless anger under his calm tone. But just when he was about to explode, A group of old men who looked like they were about to die surrounded him. These people are the elders of the Fenert family. Although they look old, they are not older than Lao Luo, and some of them are even several generations younger than Lao Luo. Lao Luo is over 630 years old this year, and he looks a little old because he is a legendary strongman. The oldest of these elders is only over 500 years old, and this is their limit if they are not legendary. Second Grandpa, it is our decision to treat you like this. Please let Big go, and we will let you punish us. After these old men arrived, the leading old man stepped forward tremblingly and said, "Give me a reason." Lao Luo said, "No reason. Do you think I really dare not kill you, or do you think I still have feelings for the Fenert family?" Lao Luo looked at him and said, "You should have guessed it," said the old man. "Is it really him? Then you don't need to say it. I can let this man go, and I can let the Fenert family go, but from now on I have nothing to do with the Fenert family." After Lao Luo finished speaking, he left, but he stopped walking and turned back and said, "By the way, my apprentice is going to Tianqiuxing. You send him there, forget it, I go with him." After hearing Lao Luo's words, everyone noticed this unremarkable young man who came with Mrs. Huang. It was this person who none of them cared about, who rescued the imprisoned Carrot in full view of everyone. Originally, when they heard him say that he was Carrot's apprentice, everyone thought he was an ordinary student, but now it seems that he is the successor. Lao Wang looked at everyone looking at him, smiled at them, and made a haircut hand gesture. This action was as arrogant as it could be, and it made people want to go up and kick him twice. "Come here, send him to Tianqiu's star." The old man saw Lao Wang's expression and squeezed his cane, but still gave the order. Everything that happened to the Fenert family, the other people on Tianqiu's star just watched silently. They didn't dare to offend the Fenert family. After countless years of operation, the Fenert family had already managed Tianqiu's star like an iron pass. But that may have been in the past. Today's events made everyone see the fragility of the Fenert family, but because of the legend a bit, they still dared not show up for a while. Old Wang and his men didn't know these things. They had already followed the Fenert family to the teleportation array of Tianqiu's star. Chapter 214. Master, who is targeting you? After Lao Wang, Madame Huang and Lao Luo came to Tianqiu's star, Lao Wang asked on their way to the system mark. "This is not the time for you to know." Lao Luo thought for a while, and said, "Is it Xuanmin?" Lao Wang. Lao Wang's words made Lao Luo stunned, then he smiled, and shook his head and said, "I underestimated you. It seems that you have known a lot of things. Yes, it is him." Knowing that he had fallen into the trap of his apprentice, he directly admitted it generously. "What exactly does he want to do?" Lao Wang asked. "I don't know. He came to me and asked for a lot of holy light, but I refused, and then he was angry and wanted the Fenert family to force me. But when I just came back, I was the only legend left in the Fenert family. How could they target me? You also know what happened later. After they added a legend, I was abandoned." Lao Luo said. "I was wrong about this person at the beginning. I will solve this trouble," Lao Wang said lightly. "It seems that you know a lot. Why don't you share it with us?" Mrs. Huang asked. After Lao Luo started traveling with them, Mrs. Huang hardly spoke to him, because she felt a little pressured by Lao Luo. Although they were all legendary masters, legends also had strong and weak ones. She grew up listening to the story of the green-winged dragon, so how could she not feel pressured? After thinking for a while, Lao Wang decided to tell her the truth, and then he told her the information he knew. The obelisk experiment? So that's it, they actually dared to touch Xiao Rui. Mrs. Huang said in a deep voice after listening to Lao Wang's words. It seemed that she was also someone who knew the inside story. Has he gone crazy to this extent? It seems that saving him was a mistake. Lao Luo. I will find a chance to correct it. Wang Qianduo. You are quite arrogant, but I will help you. Madame Huang. The atmosphere of the three people on Tianqiu's star was a little heavy. The matter of finding people was really unexpected for them. However, this atmosphere was soon broken because Lao Wang and his team came to the first mission site. This is a lava lake, where the failed experiments of Admiral Ford's laboratory of Tianqiu were destroyed, that is, those bodies that were tortured beyond recognition. Lao Wang did not want to comment on whether it was unethical and illegal to use prisoners for human experiments, but these lunatics are not just using prisoners now. Those who were forcibly deprived of their natural special abilities are not prisoners. Is there a clue here? Madame Huang said with some doubt, as she looked at the heating lava lake in front of her. The intelligence shows that this is right, Lao Wang said, and the system did mark this place. But there was nothing here except the lava lake, and Lao Wang was also a little suspicious. Just when they were at a loss, the lava lake in front of the three began to shake violently, and a giant beast made of lava suddenly pounced on the three. The three immediately summoned the mecha and dodged the attack, and then Lao Luo's blue-winged dragon attacked, and pulled the thing out of the lava lake. This is the power of the legendary mecha. This level 40 Lord Beast is like a baby in his hands, and has no ability to resist at all. What is this? Lao Luo looked at the star beast in front of him, that he had never seen before, and said, "This is an accessory of the obelisk experiment. It is so huge that it should have gathered the energy of tens of thousands of failed products. What a search for people, great." Seeing this thing, Mrs. Huang's last fantasy disappeared, because the thing that gathered tens of thousands of lives was right in front of her. There are so many prisoners on Tianqiuxing? Where did the extra ones come from? Do you know this thing? How to deal with it? Lao Luo asked. Just kill it. Leave the crystal in its head. That is the evidence of this thing's existence. Mrs. Huang. After hearing this, Lao Luo cut the monster into 5 pieces with a wind blade, and then took out a crystal stone. Lao Wang found that his first mission item was found, and they immediately went to the next mission point without stopping. The 3 of them flew in the sky in a swagger, not avoiding the managers and prisoners below. This is the confidence of the 2 legendary mechas. They are not afraid of anyone in the entire universe. The 3 of them soon came to the next mission point, the command center of Tianqiuxing. Madame Huang and Lao Luo looked at the guards of Tianqiu Star from the left and right, and asked Lao Wang to go to their archives to find what he wanted. The guards could only watch Lao Wang search silently, not daring to step forward. Even the guard leader did not ask for help or report, because he knew that he could not do anything to these 2 people even if he reported. Lao Wang searched for a full half an hour before he found Huang Rui's file hidden in the dark cabinet. It was the first time that he felt that doing a task was so simple. If it weren't for these 2, it would be difficult for him to find this file. Not only did he have to avoid the guards everywhere and not be exposed, but he also had to not make any noise. It was not like now, searching openly. After finding the file, Lao Wang's mission was further completed. Now the only thing left was Ford's laboratory. But before they got there, a burst of fire shot up into the sky. The laboratory was blown up to nothing. But the man who blew up the laboratory obviously didn't know whether he didn't understand the power of the legendary mecha or for some other reason. He actually looked at the 3 people from a distance, and then stretched out his hand to provoke the 3 people with a throat-cutting gesture. Lao Wang felt that the space here seemed to be blocked. No wonder he was so arrogant, but he still underestimated the power of the legendary mecha. Lao Luo couldn't bear it after seeing this scene. The blue-winged dragon inserted his hands, and forcibly tore the space in front of him and drilled in. He actually treated the space blockade as nothing. The next moment, he appeared behind the man. Once the legendary field was opened, the more than 50-level mecha couldn't even struggle, and was bound there, and then Lao Luo carried it back like a dead dog. Leave it to you. Lao Luo threw the mecha in front of Mrs. Huang and said without any context, which made Lao Wang a little confused. But the next moment, Mrs. Huang's hand shone with light, and the man's mecha disappeared, revealing his human body, which opened Lao Wang's eyes. And from the looks of him, it seems that not only was the mecha suppressed back, but he couldn't summon it out. Is this the legend? Tell me, who sent you here? Don't think about committing suicide, you won't die with me here, Mrs. Huang said to the man in front of her. The man obviously knew Mrs. Huang, so he didn't move at all, just sat there with a dead face. It looks like this is a death warrior, but the provocative action does not look like what a death warrior should do. A death warrior is a tool man who only has one idea in his mind, that is, to complete the task. Once the task fails, he will commit suicide immediately without leaving any hidden dangers. It is not his job to mock. Is this man pretending? Heh, you are pretending to be a death warrior with me? Have you ever seen a death warrior who would provoke? I will let go of your restraints and give you a chance to commit suicide. Mrs. Huang laughed and broke the man's disguise in one breath. As she said this, she untied the restraints on the man and made a gesture of invitation. Old Huang watched the man sweat constantly, and it seemed that he was really not a death warrior. The loss of mentality made him lose the courage to lie, and then he confessed everything he knew. But this is a fool who is deceived by others. Those people promised him a lot of money and said that they would help him close the space to help him escape, and promised to help him break through the legend. He didn't even know who contacted him, and he believed the other party just by closing the space. You've really lived in vain for so many years. Are the words legend really that attractive? When several people lamented that this person's IQ was worrying, Lao Wang looked at the burning laboratory with a sad face. The laboratory was blown up so thoroughly that he didn't know if he could complete his mission. Perhaps he could be more confident, and this mission might have failed. I knew those people might lie to me, and they didn't disappoint me. I don't understand legends, but how could they not understand them? After all, I saw them help several people break through legends with my own eyes. They may not know this, otherwise I wouldn't be so convinced, the man said a little lonely. Chapter 215. When Lao Wang heard what he said, he suddenly became more energetic. Is there still a chance? This should be what you want. Take it. Please spare my life. Sure enough, the man handed a file bag to Lao Wang and the other two. The files in the file bag were the experimental data, plan and principle of the obelisk experiment. This thing should be what those people want to destroy, but unfortunately they don't know that the person they're using knows their plan. He took this thing out probably because he was afraid that those people would cheat him, and now this thing has become something he uses to beg for mercy. It seems that he is not as stupid as he looks, and he still has some preparations. Lao Wang and the other two looked at the data on the file one by one, and felt a chill in their backs. It recorded the experimental data of more than 40,000 people. Thinking of the giant beast in the lava lake, Ford really deserved to die. This file is indeed the last clue, and Lao Wang's mission has been completed. After they handed the man over to the guards of Kinchio Star, Lao Wang went to meet up with you of Dark Knight, and got what the military wanted. You are so busy, Mrs. Huang. Hee hee. After they finished all this, they left here. The intelligence Lao Wang obtained was confirmed to be basically true, and there was no point in staying here. After several people returned to the Tianying Star region, they returned to the Mother Star base without stopping. Xu Yunmin and others only received the news at this time. Just now, news came from Kinchio Star that Carrot and General Huang's wife raided there. Xu Yunmin's men reported to him. It's not important, don't worry about him. Xu Yunmin. Why, sir? They may have obtained clues about why General Huang betrayed, and the obelisk project may no longer be hidden. The subordinate asked in confusion. If you can't hide it, then you can't hide it. Blame all these things on Ford, and then rehabilitate Huang Ming, and call him back to the interstellar front to fight against the Zerg, Xu Yunmin said lightly. His subordinate paused after hearing this, and then took a deep look at the person in front of him. It turned out that he had planned to give up Ford and the obelisk project a long time ago. No wonder he only investigated Huang Ming after he killed Ford, and he didn't care about those people's investigation. He really planned to give up Ford a long time ago. Xu Yunmin is still the same Xu Yunmin, so cruel. Yes, sir. I arrange it now. When Xu Yunmin acted quickly, Lao Wang and the other two also explained the whole story to General Zhang. I know the matter, but these things can only help Lao Huang turn over, and can't deal with Xu Yunmin. General Zhang said. We know, let him come back first. Mrs. Huang. Okay, I go to the Alliance house right now to help Xiao Huang overturn the case. General Zhang, but he was still a step behind Sun Nin and others who were now in power. While they were still going through the procedures, Sun Nin and others had already reversed General Huang's case and put all the blame on General Ford. They are really cruel. These things are useless now. I give you a task. Go pick up Xiao Huang, take this with you. Click it when you meet an enemy you can't deal with. General Zhang saw the file under the Alliance. System prompt, General Zhang issued a task to you. Do you accept it, Alliance Secret 2? Accept. Leave it to me, I leave right away. Lao Wang left after accepting the task, otherwise he would have chased them away. This old man obviously had something to say to these two people, so he gave him the task and asked him to leave. After leaving here, Lao Wang opened the task and read it. Alliance Secret 2, the only special hidden main line, please go to the outer domain to find General Huang Ming, and please pay attention to safety on the way. Task requirements, find Huang Ming. Rewards, 50,000 gold crystals, perfect skill treasure box *1, random legendary material *1, random perfect inlaid gem *1. Number limit, 1. The description of this task scared Lao Wang. The first ring of the task did not ask Lao Wang to pay attention to safety, but what kind of enemies were they facing? A level 40 boss sneaked into the Tianqiuxing archive room in full view of everyone, and the last person was driving a level 55 perfect mecha NPC. Even with these enemies, the system didn't tell him to be careful. If it weren't for his master Lao Luo and Mrs. Huang, this task would have taken Lao Wang 10 days or half a month. Even if the system counted these two people as insiders, it would have been a big deal for Lao Wang if Ling hadn't saved Lao Luo. Ling is unique in this game, and even so, the task didn't tell him to be careful, which shows how difficult this new task is. But even if he complained, he didn't frown, And he had to do it. After talking to the few people in the guild who were recruiting people and leading people to do activities in full swing, and giving them the newly obtained battleship core, Lao Wang set out on the road to the outer domain. General Huang fled to the outer domain from the direction of the Azure Dragon Legion, so Lao Wang had to go to the direction of the Azure Dragon Legion first. He couldn't teleport there, so he could only fly slowly again. As soon as Lao Wang left the command center, General Zhang told Lao Luo and Madame Huang that he wanted to run for the leader of the alliance. But the two were not interested in his ambitions, especially Madame Huang, who didn't give him any face. "Old man, I am not interested in your ambitions. You said it was for the neutral faction, but it was actually for your own desires. Neutrality. The neutral faction was originally an alliance formed by some people who don't like fighting. But look, the neutral faction, which has been good for these years, has been turned into a gathering place for a group of people with deep hatred by you people. In fact, you have been eyeing that position for a long time, right? The action of looking for people is just an excuse for you. Even if he died, you would not give up, right? I will not participate in your actions. Please don't disturb me. Take care of yourself." Madame Huang left after she finished speaking. If he was not Huang Ming's master, she would not come today. After Madame Huang left, Lao Luo also stood up and said, "Senior Zhang, I am not interested in anything now. I just want to go back to Earth to retire. If the Interstellar Front needs me, please call me again." After Lao Luo finished speaking, he also stood up and left. General Zhang was not surprised at their departure. Because these two people are the most orthodox neutral factions, they are not interested in anything except the Zerg. In fact, more than half of the legends of the neutral faction have this mentality, but even so, the legends of the neutral faction are still the most. For my own desires? Maybe. I really don't want to give up. A major event happened in the game these 2 days. In the future, another interstellar battleship was built, and a branch was established, named Future Second Association. Then they established hundreds of affiliated mercenary groups in one go, recruited hundreds of thousands of players crazily, and they haven't stopped yet. And the Future Guild, which had always been a Buddhist, began to introduce capital. Although it was the second guild to introduce capital, it also attracted countless people. The actions of the Future Guild in the past few days all told the world that they were going to start fighting for something, and the game was going to change. When the total number of Future Guild exceeded 1 million, they slowed down, and then they announced the next move, to take action against the Martial Alliance. After hearing the news, the entire management of the newly born Martial Alliance had a buzzing head. I said don't offend them, now it's good, how to stop them? Master Xuanzi, one of the 4 leaders of the Martial Alliance, said with his hands holding his bald head. Is it time to talk about this? Things have already happened, think about how to deal with it, said another leader. How to deal with it? They have recruited millions of people at once, and they are coming with a fierce momentum just to use us to establish their prestige. How do you want to deal with it? Xuanzi. In fact, this incident is a challenge and an opportunity. If we can beat them back, the woman will definitely be able to move to a higher level. Qin Baidi. Ha! 500 people were killed in 10 seconds. Where do you get the courage to say that? Xian Ci. I got the news that the man flew his fighter plane to the depths of the starry sky some time ago, and will not participate in this operation. Qin Baidi ignored Xian Ci's ridicule. Really? After hearing his words, the other members of the Wuming immediately stood up and asked. 100% reliable. Qin Baidi. Then we are not without a chance. After the Future announced the attack on the Wuming immediately responded, and they tried their best to put themselves in the position of a victim. This is very important, because it involves how many allies they can find, and whether the allies have a legitimate reason. But the Future directly released the video of their mining team being killed by the other side, cutting off their way. From this moment on, the war between the two sides has actually begun. Chapter 216. The war of public opinion is no less intense than that on a normal battlefield. And only by winning public opinion can we take the initiative in the next war, and give an explanation to the investors and capital behind us. The Future Guild in the past certainly didn't have to care about these things, but the Future Guild now can't. Because they introduced a lot of capital to develop the second guild and the mercenary group. In fact, even if these capitals are not introduced in the future, the technological copyrights of equipment, such as the Styx-armed and Lava-armed, can afford the guild's early consumption. But no matter what era, eating alone will not last long, and the evil in people's hearts cannot be guarded against even if you are a god. Win-win cooperation is a compromise, but also a very useful method. This method has been proven to be useful by history, and of course, it will be used in the future. In fact, the entry of capital is more beneficial than harmful to the guild, because they have one more means of profit and more possibilities. There are generally two ways for game guilds or clubs in traditional games to make money. One is to make gold, which goes without saying, that is, to make gold coins, equipment or materials, and sell them for money. The second is to find sponsors, or take on advertising, or take on promotion, or take on tasks, or do live broadcasts, or all of them are early capital entry. The game mech world has an additional means of realizing technological equipment, which is equivalent to having one more way than others, but this way is not easy to take. At present, except for the future, basically no other guild has taken this way. Therefore, the fundamental entry has become an important source of income for countless guilds, one for fame and the other for profit. It can be said that they cooperate closely. Although the future doesn't care much about them, since they have used their money, they must give them an explanation, so it is very important to have a legitimate reason. Although the Wuming spent a lot of money on public relations, their move to destroy the future's mining team in an attempt to anger the future was too bad. This one makes the future stand firmly on the moral high ground and grasp the truth in its hands. After the victory of the War of Public Opinion, the future started 2-star battleships, and brought their newly built star battleship fleet, as well as millions of players. The Wuming attacked my future mining team innocently, and refused to admit their mistakes. I will decide to destroy the Wuming to avenge my players. Revenge. Revenge. The huge fleet and millions of players gathered above the future, and it seemed so mighty that the sky was full of battleships and mechas. After Lin Qiming shouted to everyone on the dawn, the whole station rang with a thunderous response. The future did not intend to hide this grand occasion, and several future anchors have been broadcasting live. Let's go! With Lin Qiming's order, the entire future fleet set off, and the future people followed the space channel torn open by the 2-star battleships, and came to the sky above the Wuming base. The Wuming was the same as most guilds. For safety, they docked their guild star battleships at the Mother Star base. But this also made them lose the opportunity to fight with the future head-on. They could only open a protective shield covering the entire base, and then watch the future star battleships and many affiliated battleships bombard them. This won't work. We will die before the reinforcements arrive. We must fight back, Qin Baidi said in the Wuming protective shield. After all, the protective shield is durable. Although he can still hold on for a while, it's just waiting to die. They originally thought that if Qian Wan was not there, they would have a chance to compete with the future. Now they are bet on here, and they can't even fight back. Everyone knows that this is not a solution, but flying out of the shield means death. How can we fight back? Xian Ci. Alas, we really shouldn't put the interstellar battleship at the dock. Placing the battleship at the dock of the Mother Star base is their biggest mistake. It is very safe to put the interstellar battleship at the Mother Star base. But if their battleship is in the station, they will definitely not be as passive as they are now. The role of the interstellar battleship in the battle is similar to that of the aircraft carrier. The only difference is that its firepower is not comparable to that of the aircraft carrier. But this thing is very important as a transit station. It is because of the existence of this thing that everyone in the future can be so unscrupulous in the sky. Even if their interstellar battleship is in the station, the future will not dare to appear directly above their heads so swaggeringly. Because all interstellar battleships have space engines that can tear or interfere with space to achieve curved flight or super time in space flight. Their starship space capabilities may not be as strong as Future's, but as long as they interfere with Future space channel, Future may destroy the ship and kill people. If their starship is at the base, Future will never dare to appear so arrogantly above them, but will choose to appear far away in space and then fly over. But unfortunately, those are all ifs. Their starship is no longer at the base, but at the dock. Go organize a team to charge with me once. We can't keep getting beaten like this. As long as I can get to the battleship, I have a way to turn the tables. Bring and bring some more milk to charge again, Qin Baidi said to his men. The Wuming acted quickly, and a 100-man assault team was quickly assembled, led by 334455, the only known epic weapon owner in the game. They flew into the sky against the attack of the future and headed for the dawn. Behind them was the large army of the Wuming, and as soon as they opened the line, the large army would go out to fight the future to the death. 334455 hung on the status given to him by the Wuming, turned on the stars and flew towards the dawn with all his strength. But how could the future not be on guard against him? As soon as he flew out, and everyone saw that it was him, various dispel skills followed one after another. He hadn't flown far when all the status on his body changed. All of them fell off, But fortunately, the formation could not be dispelled. His body was constantly flashing with the treatment of the nurse behind him, and he hung several laser cannons. However, the formation could not be dispelled, but the people could not. There was only a cry from the dawn. Six-sided light column. 6 light columns appeared out of thin air and fixed him in midair. The control skills of the nurse behind him were useless. Light expulsion. The same voice sounded again, and a burst of light twisted him, and he disappeared on the battlefield. It didn't matter that he disappeared, but Shin Baidi and others behind him suffered a lot. Without the limitation of Do Zhuan Xingyi's anti-injury, the future would cover the team with firepower, and they would be wiped out without a chance to struggle. The person who expelled 334455 was none other than the fairy Jingzhe. 2 days ago, he was successfully promoted to an intermediate mecha pilot, and used the perfect mecha evolution certificate to evolve into a light guardian mecha. This is a top-level auxiliary mecha. In addition to lower damage, this mecha has all the control, protection and treatment capabilities. The expelled 334455 was not killed, he was just exiled to space, and could fly back later. But by then, the duration of his skills must have expired. Even if he cooled down without the assistance of other mechas, he would not have much threat. The failure of this charge made the Wuming people below even more anxious. If this continues, the base they worked hard to build will be gone. Where are those people? Give them the leader's order. If the headquarters is broken today, the Wuming will never be able to turn over again. Shin Baidi. Here they come! Just as the future guild was preparing to break through the protective shield of the Wuming base in one go, their radar showed red dots appearing around the starry sky. A large number of enemies actually surrounded them, and the branch of the Wuming mobilized 17 Starship Corps to surround the future. The Wuming has never been a guild. It is composed of the 6 major sects in the world and countless small sects. With the development of technology, these sects are actually lonely, but some of them have risen with the help of technology. The Wuming is just a representative guild established by the major sects, and their base is still the original branch. The audience watching the live broadcast saw the future fleet surrounded, and immediately thought they were in danger. It's over, they are surrounded. You deserve it. I told you to be wild. You may be in trouble now. Chapter 217. The future guild's team of 1 million people is actually quite large, but it is dwarfed by the 17 interstellar battleships of the Wuming. The huge number of players covered the sky, and the sky above the entire Wuming base was dark. However, soon someone discovered that the future did not seem to panic at all. Some people who were more knowledgeable about interstellar warfare found that the future guild's fleet was very reasonable, with frigates, destroyers, battleships, and reconnaissance ships. Looking back at the Wuming's fleet, in addition to 17 interstellar battleships, there were only some frigates. Moreover, the firepower of the fleets on both sides is also incomparable. 1 interstellar battleship in the future can suppress the opponent's 5 battleships. This is the difference in military positions on both sides. At present, the core engines of all guilds in the game except the future come from the Alliance military. And the weapons on the battleships must be purchased from the military even by the future. And the military positions in the future are simply not comparable to those of other guilds, not to mention that there is Lao Wang, a player who is on the upper level route in the future. Therefore, the weapons of the entire future are far ahead of other guilds, which is also one of the confidence of the future. The future and others, who were surrounded by many warships, did not feel any surprise. They had already thought that the other party would respond in this way. Wuhan, action! After Sister Hua said a sentence in the guild command group, the entire future fleet moved. Frigates, destroyers, battleships and other secondary ships surrounded the 2 interstellar main ships. Then the force fields interacted between them, and a huge energy barrier surrounded the entire future fleet. This energy barrier is very magical. The entire barrier can be used to attack the future at will, and the attacks from outside cannot be used. This is another trump card for the future. Thanks to the mercenary group under the destroyed Saint 10, the future provided this special consumable array I. After the future obtained this consumable from them, it did not use it, but handed it to 2 big guys. Based on the principle of the weapon, the big guys designed this special large force field shield named Zhou Tianxingdo Grand Array by the future. This thing is actually still flawed at present, that is, this thing requires too high a commander, requiring a huge amount of calculation and a big picture. Because it is still a high-precision array, a problem in one link may lead to the collapse of the whole thing. Originally, even Sister Hua in the future guild could not control this thing, but the joining of Wuhan gave it a chance to be released. Everyone in the future estimated that he was the only one who could control this super array in the entire game. Once the Zhou Tianxingdo Grand Array came out, the future not only had super firepower, but also super defense. The fleet of the woman was beaten a little confused for a while. At this moment, Sister Hua seized the opportunity, and the main gun sticks on the Dawn began to charge. When the unusually charming red lotus bloomed in the sky, the two starships in front of the future wanted to escape. But unfortunately, they were still a step slower, and the red lotus rays crossed the sky. The entire battlefield was dyed red by the rays, and the two interstellar battleships were directly penetrated, and the ships were destroyed, and the people died. The explosion of the interstellar battleship was shocking, and at the same time reminded everyone that the future was serious this time. From this moment on, if there was no accident, there would be no possibility of peace talks, although the future had never had such an intention. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys? If you don't kill it but just beat it, how can it serve as a warning to the monkeys? Use the magic breaking bullet. The commander of the Wuming, who was very distressed by the loss of two interstellar battleships, said immediately, "These are two interstellar battleships, the absolute core of a guild. If they can't find new interstellar battleships for a period of time, the two guilds will be disbanded. The magic breaking cone is the prop that players currently use to deal with the three hanging things of Makabaka next to the final boss of the Black Shark Lair. These props all come from the Molten Gold shop." With the order of the woman commander, a group of fighters flew towards the future Zhoutian star fighting array. The people of the Wuming are all masters of playing arrays, so they know clearly what the weaknesses of the array are and how to crack them. They have even been prepared for a long time. These fighters are loaded with special ammunition modified with the magic breaking cone. As long as they are allowed to approach the array wall of the large array will be broken with one round of attack. But the Wuming also faced another problem outside, that is, the firepower of the future guild fleet was too strong, and their fighters could not get close at all. After seeing this scene, the woman commander said fiercely, "Battleship number 12 pushes forward and opens a path for the fighters." The sex on the number 12 battleship hesitated when they heard the news, but finally executed the order. The Wuming and its guilds are now grasshoppers on the same rope. If the Wuming is really destroyed today, they will not be well. In order not to take the blame, the number 12 battleship directly started to fly towards the Zhoutian Shingdo formation at full power. Anyway, someone will pay for it if it is destroyed. They want to die together. Concentrate firepower to kill the flying starship. Lu Wuhan said after seeing the Wuming's number 12 starship suddenly accelerate. He is now the commander of the future fleet. He is responsible for the mobilization of the entire fleet, and Sister Hua is responsible for mobilizing the Mecha. At Lu Wuhan's command, the future guild's firepower concentrated on the Wuming number 12 starship. Under the powerful firepower attack of the future, the number 12 starship was destroyed as soon as it approached the array wall. But their attack was not over. The group of demon-breaking fighters, hidden behind this starship, had already approached the array wall, and was about to enter the effective range. But these were noticed by Lu Wuhan. They must be extraordinary to sacrifice a starship to cover the fighter group to enter the range. Destroy that team of fighters, don't let them attack. After Lu Wuhan gave the order, everyone aimed their guns at those fighters again. However, although they destroyed these fighters, the opponent's round of salvos was still completed. The black magic breaking shells drove straight in, actually passing the shield and a group of frigates, and directly hit the Dawn in the middle, causing some damage to one side of the Dawn. The Wuming people were overjoyed when they saw this scene, and their commander ordered, "Their shield is broken, everyone press in." With his order, a large number of Wuming players pressed towards the future fleet. But before they started to attack, the Zhoutian Shingdo formation of the future fleet appeared again, which caught the Wuming off guard. The firepower that was originally suppressed in order to lure them over was completely released, and the Wuming suffered heavy losses in an instant. The Red Lotus Ray was fired again, and two interstellar battleships were shot down again. How is it possible? They were hit by the devil-breaking cone, so why didn't the formation break? Neither the scientific formation nor the magic formation should be able to withstand this equipment. The commander of the Wuming said a little madly. The loss was not small. In fact, he was right. If the devil-breaking bullet hit the Zhoutian Shingdo formation, the formation would be broken, but unfortunately they didn't. Seeing that the other party had made such a great sacrifice just to attack the protective formation, he immediately ordered, "Close the formation, avoid the attack, and let the main ship absorb the damage." Although the people in the future didn't understand why he did this, they still executed it perfectly, which led to the scene just now. Devil-breaking cone. How did you know? When the people in the future checked the main ship and found these special ammunition, they finally understood his intention and asked in disbelief. "I don't know. I only know that we are enemies now. We have a big advantage. We just need to stop them from doing anything they want. Woohin. That makes sense. After the plan was discovered by the future, it was difficult for the Wuming fighters to approach. In order to prevent them from using interstellar battleships to cover the fighters, the future's well-charged Styx-armed cannons were not fired again, leaving this to the starships that were ready to cover. The future star formation coupled with their super firepower made the Wuming gradually difficult to resist. Especially after destroying 3 more starships and leaving only 9 starships on the field, they knew that this would not work. If the future keeps this pace, then it is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. But at this stage of the war, you can't leave just because you want to. With the huge target of the interstellar battleship, as long as there is a special action, the future guild will be attacked crazily. Chapter 218. After several attempts to escape, they all failed, and the Wuming lost another interstellar battleship. They only have 8 battleships left now, and the situation on the field is even more defeated. President Lin, please leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Give me a chance, President Lin. We know we are wrong. You stinky woman, wait. If you don't let us have an easy life, we won't let you have an easy life either. The Wuming people contacted Lin Qiming to surrender, but Lin Qiming ignored them. They started to contact Qin Wang, but the system prompted that he was out of service area, so they contacted Lin Qiming. And seeing that Lin Qiming ignored them, those people became more and more manic, and even started to insult Lin Qiming. But Lin Qiming ignored them at all. It was just the incompetent rage of a group of losers. The Wuming command channel is currently in chaos, which is the disadvantage of this kind of alliance organization. When this kind of organization is in the wind, it is good for you, me, and everyone. Everyone grows together, and the big scale divides the gold. But when the wind is against you, if there is no absolutely authoritative voice inside, then the internal struggle and blame will definitely make the already windy situation worse. This is the case with the Wuming now. There are too many voices inside them. And not everyone inside them wants to offend the future. Now that such a situation has occurred, those people naturally stand up and start to blame. When they started, the command channel of the entire Wuming was immediately in chaos. Then the people on the field, who were already under great pressure, became even more stressed. Stop arguing, fight them. All starships are firing at full power, and crash them. As long as this territory stays, we still have a chance to turn things around. Shin Baidi said angrily. But unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. If he had led the team to defeat Lao Wang in the game some time ago, such a problem would never have happened, but unfortunately he didn't. Stop arguing. Listen to me this time. I will take full responsibility if there is any problem, Chen Baidi shouted again. Everyone fell silent after hearing his words. Since someone is responsible, it will be easy to deal with. They came into this game just for the illusory immortality, and they formed a guild to facilitate resource collection. The reason why they want to fight to the death with such a guild in the future is that they are reluctant to give up their initial investment. As for you saying that Chen Baidi lied to them and promised not to compensate them, don't forget that they are a martial arts sect after all. The martial arts are the martial arts. If they don't compensate, aren't they afraid of being exterminated? Chen Baidi's Qinshan sect is very strong, but can you withstand the siege of everyone? Someone is paying for it, so what are you waiting for? Charge. The remaining starships of the Wuming in the sky suddenly accelerated, and Wuhan immediately understood their intentions. Don't worry about those secondary ships and fighters. Attack these starships with all your strength, and try not to let them hit you. But seeing through is seeing through. But whether you can deal with it is another matter. The future has strong firepower, but also has its limits. They are desperate to die together, and the future is still a little difficult to resist. Although they have tried their best, 2 starships are still installed on the Zhou star fighting formation. The formation wall, and some formation I ships and aircraft were crashed together, and the entire formation was directly broken. But this does not mean that the future lost. On the contrary, because of the obstruction of the formation, the 2 starships were also destroyed by the future. Now there is no flying unit in the sky that can compete with the future. If they don't have any special means, it's only a matter of time before the future destroys them all. The Wuming people obviously know this. They subconsciously look at Chen Baidi, but find that he disappeared at some point. Then, they look closely, and find that he has touched the edge of the dawn at some point, and successfully landed on it. Just as he was about to take the next step, a shadow bound him in place, and then a mecha holding 2 shields taunted him. Then a black mecha pierced his chest, and he was sent back to the resurrection point. The miracle sword and Xiao Hai sent him back in a few moves. Obviously, the future has been on guard against such actions by the other party. Chen Baidi, who was easily killed by the future, looked at the special explosive device in his hand that could destroy the starship, as if he had been drained of his energy. He had always wanted to get close to the other party, just to destroy the future's main ship, the Dawn. Only in this way could he give an explanation to those investors, and make a comeback. But now he found that he had no chance at all. Since they chose to attack in this way, they must have thought about these problems. This is because that person did not make a move. If that person had made a move, they would have been killed long ago. Don't forget that person also has the devil-breaking cone. Don't try anymore? Xianci and the other two asked Shinbaiti. He did not speak, but they obviously knew the conclusion. Contact the upper level. If it's too late, the base will be really flattened, Xianci said. On the future side, when the future that had cleared the Wuming Sky Legion was about to launch a general attack, Lin Qimeng stopped everyone's actions. Then she said to everyone, "We retreat and wait for their compensation. They are about to be destroyed, why stop now?" Everyone asked in surprise. "Someone from above has come forward, Lin Qimeng." "Above? What is the relationship between Wuming and them? The reward for the intelligence that Lao Wang gave them last time has not been paid to us yet, and they actually interfered with our actions?" Lao Ma. "It's not them, it's the higher-ups, don't worry, they will give us an explanation." Lin Qimeng. After hearing this, everyone in the future stopped talking. The higher-ups in the military, isn't that where? They actually have a relationship there, but something is wrong. If they have a relationship there, why are they using it now? If they had used them at the beginning, there would not be such a big loss. Now it is equivalent to the entire Wuming branch being destroyed by the future, and the main association is left with this station and a starship docked at the dock. If they knew that they had that relationship, the future would not dare to act so cruelly. Wuming also wanted to use it right from the start, but the key point was that they could only use this relationship once, and it was when their people gambled their lives to get it back when the game started testing. At that time, this game appeared out of thin air, and they needed all kinds of talents to test it, and it was a test that required signing a life and death agreement. Wuming sent 3 people to test it, and Wuming also established the relationship at that time. Although they didn't get hurt in the end, and didn't give much, their contribution was still there. Just when they were about to be destroyed, they begged their superiors to let them protect themselves once, and the superiors agreed. But just as they expected, the superior said that it would not happen again, and they had to pay the compensation themselves. This compensation is really nothing. It is nothing more than the loss of the mining team in the future, and the consumption of this battle. Yes, they have to bear the consumption of the future this time, who told them to lose. And they lost so thoroughly. Because the upper level spoke, the people on both sides quickly came to the negotiation table. This time, the upper level also knew that this move was very unfair to the future, so they specially sent people to help the future calculate the losses and apologize. The future is also happy to sell this face to the upper level. Compared with destroying the Wuming to establish prestige, the favor of the upper level is obviously more important. This matter is wrong by you, but the Wuming did make contributions at the beginning. We will let them compensate for your losses according to the price, said the representative of the upper level. This person's attitude is very kind, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, which makes the future's original emotions dissipate a lot. The people of the Wuming are also very happy to pay the money, but they hesitated when it comes to apologizing, because they really can't let go of their face. What is the equivalent of this incident? Isn't it that they, the dwarfs, jumped up and down to provoke the giant of the future? The giant was angry and wanted to slap them to death, and they asked someone to calm the giant's anger. If this is combined with an apology, then Wuming will no longer have to think about recruiting people. Who will come to such a guild? We can pay double, can we not apologize? Said the representative of Wuming. Anyway, someone will pay the bill, so it doesn't matter how much they pay, but they still don't want to give up Wuming. What do you think? Lin Qimeng said lightly. That's not okay. Forget it, let it be, destroy it, tired. After Wuming paid the money and apologized, they fell directly to a second-rate guild, and it is estimated that they will not be worthy of being the opponent of the future. Chapter 219. After the Wuming people left, the representative did not leave, and it seemed that he had other purposes. He looked around but did not see Lao Wang, so he asked directly, "Excuse me, why can't I see Mr. Wang?" He went to the outer domain to do a mission, and now he is probably in a signal-free area. What do you want to see him for? Lin Qimeng. Is that so? That's a pity. We have a special mission that needs help. If someone can show us the way, only he can help us, the man said. That's really unfortunate. He is expected to be back in half a month. Lin Qimeng. Is that so? Goodbye. Have a good time. The man left after he finished speaking. He was looking for Lao Wang because of the clues from the last time. Because of the means of finding people, the clues they obtained were no longer useful, and they wanted to ask Lao Wang to help them complete another task at hand. Some time ago, the future guild was recruiting people and doing activities, so they didn't come to disturb them. I wanted to take this opportunity to find Lao Wang, but I didn't expect him to go out to run a mission again. But it doesn't matter, this task is not so urgent. Even if Lao Wang is not free, they can complete it slowly. After he left, the future guild began to celebrate this glorious victory. This victory is really glorious enough. The strength of the Wuming is clearly seen by people. They are equivalent to the union of more than 10 unions. But they still lost to the future, and they lost to the future that Lao Wang did not take action. So this victory is of great significance to everyone in the future. On the other side, Lao Wang, he arrived at the buffer zone between the Alliance and the Azure Dragon Legion. He drove the lava this time, so it took less than 2 days to reach the Azure Dragon Legion, and then he could go to the Outer Realm after registering with the Legion. The entire interstellar defense line is unknown how long it is. It is impossible to deploy people to defend such a long distance. If people are needed, all humans can't defend one side. Therefore, the entire interstellar defense line of mankind is actually defended by special devices. In order to prevent the Zerg from evolving some strange bugs, this defense line does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Unless someone is carrying a special device, once other people approach the defense line, the police will be directly called and attacked. Attacks are actually trivial matters. The main thing is to call the police. Therefore, trespassing the interstellar defense line is one of the most serious crimes of mankind. If caught, it is basically a capital crime. In fact, many humans do not understand this, because countless people have sacrificed, so they have never seen the cruelty and strength of the Zerg. The humans in the Mecha world are lucky enough, because they have magic mechas, and they have never met other hunters in the dark forest of the universe before they grow up. When they meet the Zerg, they are already strong enough to compete with the Zerg. So people living in safe areas have no chance to understand the Zerg. They even think that it is these border devices that limit their development. Their reason is that the universe is boundless, and the outside world must be much larger than their territory. Why do the Zerg have to fight with humans? Isn't the vast world enough for them to waste? Their question is actually very good. The Zerg can absorb and utilize any energy. Why do they have to fight with humans? Of course, humans have energy that they cannot collect under natural conditions. This energy is soul energy. Soul energy, as the name implies, is the energy of the soul. This energy is the special energy that ensures that every human is born different. This energy is crucial to the dominant will of the Zerg, so the conflict between humans and the Zerg cannot be reconciled. You are their prey. How can this be reconciled? The result of not being able to reconcile is that the two sides are mortal enemies. For the current stability within the Alliance, I don't know how many soldiers have shed blood on the defense line. Those who talk without any pain should really be sent to the front line to see. In the starry sky, Lao Wang was listening to music and flying boredly, but he felt that he was shrouded by a shadow while flying. A Galaxy-class battleship that he had never seen before enveloped him at some point, but the strange thing was that Lao Wang's radar did not alarm. Even now, his radar still shows that there is no such thing around, which is very strange. Just when he wanted to find out the weather, a strong vibration came, and the spaceship actually wanted to capture him. Even so, his radar still did not respond. Fuck. What kind of fake product is this? No response yet? Lao Wang banged on his radar, and then was captured by the starship. He was not panicked at all, he just wanted to complain. Who are you? But when Lao Wang entered the starship and left his cockpit, he was a little panicked when he saw a group of glowing people in front of him. These people in front of him were blue and emitted a faint light. They were much taller than humans, but they still looked like humanoid creatures. These were definitely not humans. They were intelligent species that Lao Wang had never seen before. The leader of the blue people stepped forward and said to Lao Wang, ######. Can you speak Chinese? Lao Wang asked in confusion, and then the people on both sides looked at each other. Without a language barrier, the situation may be a little bit difficult. Lao Wang thought to himself. He didn't want to fight with these aliens, because he didn't know whether these aliens came with good intentions. If they were messengers with good intentions sent to communicate, then Lao Wang would probably cause interstellar disputes if he did it without knowing the reason. If the situation is more serious, and the two sides have hatred for each other, and there is no possibility of easing, then Lao Wang will be a sinner of mankind. So he won't do it before he understands the other party's purpose. However, from the fact that these people caught him and didn't restrict him, and took the initiative to communicate with him, these people should not be deliberately looking for trouble. But without a language barrier, this is not easy to deal with. Just when Lao Wang was at a loss, the blue people handed Lao Wang a headset-shaped thing and motioned him to wear it. After Lao Wang took the item and carefully put it on, he heard the other party say, "Hello, sir. I'm sorry to have photographed you without your permission." "It's okay. It's amazing technology. How did you do it?" Lao Wang pointed at the headset and said, "It's just a little thing. If you like it, I give it to you," said the blue man. "Thank you very much. What's your name? What race are you from? Why are you here?" Lao Wang asked. "You can call us the Protoss. My name is Shaka. When my subordinates and I were ordered to investigate the situation of the Zerg, we fell into a space wormhole and appeared in this star field. We never knew before that there are other powerful races in this universe besides the Zerg," said the Protoss Shaka. "What a coincidence, we didn't know either," said Lao Wang. Then both sides fell into silence, and they looked at each other and thought about some problems quickly. Lao Wang was thinking about how to treat the Protoss. Now there are 3 ways in front of him. The first is to help them return to their home on the outer world. The second is to introduce them to the Alliance and let the Alliance contact them. And the third is to destroy them and obtain some alien technology that can be worth a lot of money. Lao Wang just thought about it for a while and chose the second one, because they didn't know how strong the race behind these people was. If something goes wrong, he really has to be responsible for the entire human race. "Do you want to go home next, or stay with the human race?" Lao Wang asked. "Of course I want to go home. But this space is blocked, and we don't have the star map of this place to identify the direction," Shaka said. "I understand your difficulties. I can take you to my superiors, that is, the top leaders of the human race, to solve this problem for you," Lao Wang said. "Really? Thank you so much." After a brief communication between the two sides, Lao Wang flew out again in the lava to guide the starship. It's not that he didn't give the star map to these people, it's really too important. His star map is a complete version of the entire human star field. If the other party gets the star map and runs away, Lao Wang will still be a sinner. Chapter 220. Under the leadership of Lao Wang, they soon arrived at the Dreadnought-class horned ship of the Azure Dragon Corps. When the Xingling people saw the horned ship, their faces changed. "Sir, this is already a Dreadnought-class starship. It seems that the technology of this unknown race should not be underestimated," a Xingling said to Shaka. "Yes. I just don't know if they are a predatory race like Chongwu." Shaka. In this universe, the Dreadnought-class battleship is an important symbol to measure whether a race is a high-level civilization race. After Lao Wang arrived at the horned ship, he found Wang Dalong, the person in charge of the horned ship. "It's you? How did you figure it out and want to join the Azure Dragon Corps?" Wang Dalong said directly when he saw Lao Wang. It seems that Lao Wang left a deep impression on him. No. I'm here to see you for something very important." Old Wang was in no mood to talk nonsense with the other party. He directly told the other party his purpose, and then he saw Wang Dalong's expression. "Are you kidding me? Aliens? Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Humans have been fighting in the interstellar for so many years, and have seen a lot of alien life, even the Zerg, but they have never seen aliens." Wang Dalong. "Don't you know this at a glance? What's the point of lying to you? Their ship is still parked at the dock." Old Wang. "Are you serious?" Wang Dalong finally took it seriously after hearing this, and said seriously, "Of course. Take the boy down to disinfect, we will go too, and then contact those aliens and prepare for contact. You dare to face aliens that you have never seen before, you really don't know how to live or die." Wang Dalong. Old Wang was awakened by what he said, and he seemed to have walked through the gates of life and death. People all have viruses. If two races that have never come into contact with each other come into contact, they will carry viruses and infect each other. You have antibodies to the viruses that are carried by the environment you live in for a long time, but people who have never lived in the place you live in do not have such antibodies. You are a source of plague to them, and the same is true for them. In the history of the Earth, the Indian population of Hispaniola was about 8 million when Columbus visited in 1492, and this number was reduced to 0 in 1535. The number of Indians who died from the germs brought by European colonists in the entire American continent accounted for 95% of the total population. There are also communities such as the residents of the Pacific Islands, the Australian Aborigines, and the Khoisan people in southern Africa who have never been exposed to Eurasian germs. Their mortality rate after the arrival of European colonists was as high as 50% to 100%. In 1519, Cortés led 600 Spanish pioneers to the Aztec Empire, which had a population of 1 million. In 1520, smallpox arrived in Mexico with a Cuban slave from a Spanish territory. Then the smallpox epidemic killed nearly half of the Aztecs, including their emperor Cuitlahuachi. This is the power of the virus, and this is just between humans. The entire physiological structure of aliens may be different from that of humans. The little cuties that have no effect on them may be a world-destroying virus for humans. Lao Wang really walked through the gate of life and death. Fortunately, the test found that he did not carry any special virus strains. You can rest assured. We have also encountered the problem you are worried about, so we have already dealt with it before meeting this gentleman. Shaka, who was wearing special protective clothing, came over and said. Lao Wang did not bring the translator given to him by the other party, but he could understand what the other party said. Obviously, humans also have the same technology as them. This has to be prevented. Please forgive me, Mr. Shaka. Wang Dalong. Of course, if we exchange, I will treat it the same way. Shaka. Shaka was unexpectedly easy to talk to. It seems that the other party is indeed not a race that likes to fight. Thank you for your understanding. I have notified our Alliance Council. Can we talk first? Wang Dalong said. Shaka nodded in agreement, and then the people on both sides came to a meeting room and sat down and began to introduce the situation of each other's race. According to Shaka, the stars are indeed a very ancient race, even much older than humans. With their technology and their so-called psychic power, the stars maintain the order and peace of the universe. From what he said, the intelligent races they came into contact with are not just humans. With their highly developed technology and powerful psychic power, they once believed that they were the most powerful race in the universe, but the war with the Zerg shattered this confidence. They will never forget that battle. The overwhelming Zerg swarm was like the devils in hell. Even their most powerful warriors could not fight against thousands of Zerg. This lesson was painful and profound for the Protoss, and even their home planet fell. Therefore, after they rebuilt their home around the new planet Thrall, they began to look for allies everywhere. The invasion of the Zerg has forced the Protoss into a crossroads. If they don't want to accept destruction and failure, they must embrace change to survive and win. In the past, they restricted their powerful technology in order to develop themselves. But as the war with the Zerg became more and more difficult, the Protoss awakened many ancient weapons that had long been forgotten. They have never relied on numbers to win. The individual combat power of the Protoss is very strong. Legend has it that they have hundreds of strong men. Their warriors are said to have unparalleled individual combat capabilities, and the combination of ancient weapons and their psychic power makes them even more powerful on the battlefield. This stabilized the situation. Even so, the Protoss had enough of having to rely on their mobility and unexpected tactics to strengthen their advantages and avoid being dragged into the attrition war that the Zerg is good at. They began to gather allies in the universe to fight the Zerg together. Their previous love of peace and nosiness became one of their greatest advantages. And their fleet, a variety of powerful warships, helped them win back some initiative. After listening to the introduction of the Protoss, everyone was silent. Wang Dalong found that according to what they said, the Zerg that the Protoss encountered was much stronger than the ones they encountered, and the Leviathan King was not the leader of the Zerg at all. It was not until today that they knew that the leader who controlled the Zerg was called the Overlord Will, and he and the Leviathan King were two units. They had always thought that the Overlord Will was the will of the Leviathan King, but the Leviathan King was just a main combat unit of the Zerg. The Protoss faced 12 Leviathan Kings on one side, but they still held on. It seems that humans still have a long way to go. After the Star Spirits introduced themselves, Wang Dalong also introduced the human beings. When they heard about the magic mecha, the Star Spirits paused again. Can you show us the magic mecha? Shaka said. Yes, Wang Dalong said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lao Wang, who immediately understood and summoned the Lord of Elements. 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 God of Elements. After the Star Spirits saw the Lord of Elements, they could no longer remain calm. What did they see? The body of the Star Spirits appeared in front of them. This magic mecha is indeed the same thing as their ancient weapon. It turns out that this thing is not unique to them, the Star Spirits, but also to the human race. In this way, magic power is their name for psychic power. Seeing this, Lao Wang took back the mecha, and then he and Wang Dalong finally calmed these people down. Sorry, I lost my composure. The magic mecha is the same as our ancient weapons, so we are a little surprised. And I didn't expect you to be so strong that you can get the recognition of the God of Elements among the 4 ancient lords. It seems that there will be no obstacles to the cooperation between the star spirits and humans, Shaka said. Among the 4 ancient lords, only their king still inherits the Lord of Light. If there are humans who can inherit the Lord of Elements, who is famous for his kindness, then there will be no problem in their cooperation. This incident made Lao Wang and Wang Dalong and others look at each other in bewilderment. Are these star spirits so careless? But this is easy to talk about. After everyone talked for a long time, Wang Dalong arranged the star spirits and walked towards Lao Wang again. Because he found that he couldn't find any materials for Lao Wang's mecha, he could only ask him himself. From the situation of those aliens, this mecha seems to be very important. Chapter 221. Hey, little brother Qin Wang, what are you going to do? Before Wang Dalong reached Lao Wang, he saw Lao Wang rushing towards him. I was just about to look for you, Lao Wang replied. Looking for me? What for? Wang Dalong. You must have known that General Huang was rehabilitated. I was entrusted by General Zhang to go to the outer domain to pick him up. I was just about to look for you to apply for the qualification to go to the outer domain. If I hadn't been delayed by this star spirit, I would have applied to you a long time ago, Lao Wang explained. Wang Dalong nodded when he heard it. He thought someone would go to the outer domain to look for General Huang, and he also thought that it might go from him, but he really didn't expect it to be Lao Wang. He is actually also a neutral faction, and he, like Lao Luo and Madame Huang, is an absolute neutral faction, not a person like General Zhang. In fact, the entire Qinglong Corps is controlled by the neutral faction, otherwise General Huang would not choose to escape from here. The 4 major legions of mankind, the Eastern Azure Dragon is controlled by the neutral faction, the Western White Tiger is controlled by the conservative faction of Xuanmin, the Southern Vermilion Bird is controlled by the radical faction of Li Yulong, and the Northern Black Tortoise is controlled by the conservative faction headed by Zhang Pinan. The 4 forces do not interfere with each other, and firmly resist the Zerg in the outer domain. This situation has lasted for many years. Why did the last Xuanmin come to power? Wasn't it because the neutral faction had the support of 2 legions at that time? I didn't expect him to let you go. Okay, I give you a pass. Be careful on the way, especially if you see the Zerg again, don't rush with them. No one in the outer domain can save you, and leave me a copy of the information about your mecha, Wang Dalong told Lao Wang. He did not stop Lao Wang from going to the outer realm, because he also hoped that General Huang would come back soon. Okay. After Lao Wang answered, he got the pass and drove the lava away from the horned ship and headed towards the outer realm. The outer realm refers to the area outside the blockade of the 4 major fleets of mankind. Because of the Zerg, this place has not been explored by humans. Folk legends say that this place is rich in materials and resources everywhere, and rare materials can be picked up casually. But with the rampage of the Zerg, how could there be any resources nearby? Those who risk their lives to smuggle in the outer realm are all people from those powerful forces. What they want is the materials from the Zerg. For ordinary people to come to the outer realm, it is just to die. After a day of sailing, Lao Wang suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten. At this moment, he knew that he had arrived at the real outer realm. The starry sky of the outer realm is no different from that of the human range, because they are the same starry sky. The outer realm was only divided by humans. To the universe, humans and insects are no different from stones and stars. After arriving in the outer realm, Lao Wang tried to contact Lao Huang, but he couldn't. So he could only look for it little by little according to the location map provided by the system. But the pitfall was that General Huang's location was unexpectedly far away. In this outer realm without any technological equipment, Zero also lost its super ability. Really can only fly slowly. When Lao Wang flew towards the location of General Huang, he felt that the sky was getting dark again. No way. Here again! Lao Wang looked up helplessly, but this look scared him. What was covering him from above was not a starship at all, but a whale swimming in the void. Leviathan. Although Lao Wang had thought that he would encounter Zergs along the way, he had never thought that they would come so quickly. After Leviathan's huge body covered the lava, the other Zergs on his body began to move and headed straight for the lava. Zergs are Zergs. As soon as they appeared, they covered the sky and the sun, making people terrified. But Lao Wang was not afraid at all. The lava armed forces opened fire at full power and shot all the first wave of Zergs. The high experience allowed Lao Wang to break through level 25 and reach level 26. But such an attack was just a small scene for the Zerg. There would be countless such attacks after this attack. But the lava-armed forces had entered the cooling stage, and it would take some time before the next such attack, so Lao Wang decided to escape. This is the advantage of one person against the enemy. If you can beat them, you can fight. If you can't beat them, you can run away. Ordinary people can't do anything about it. The speed of the lava fighter transformed from the lava weapon was incredible. A few seconds later, Leviathan lost Lao Wang's figure and began to rage helplessly in the starry sky. Lao Wang, who had dodged Leviathan, also put away the lava weapon. The energy level of this thing was too conspicuous in the eyes of the Zerg. It was like a bright light in the dark night for the Zerg, illuminating their way forward. Lao Wang, who put away the lava weapon, hit all the way. If he couldn't avoid it, he would destroy the opponent, and he moved towards the direction of General Huang. 3 days later. Lao Wang had no idea where he was, but only knew where he was. He was already very close to Lao Huang, but for some reason, there were more and more Zergs around him, and they were getting more and more advanced. Hydralisks, flying dragons, thunder beasts, even brain worms and humanoid advanced Zergs. More and more Zergs made Lao Wang unable to move. Lao Huang, are you really still alive? Approaching the planet that Lao Huang said he was on, Lao Wang looked at the Zergs all over the mountains, and said with some uncertainty. But the light spots prompted by the system were still there, proving that Lao Huang should be fine. But with this density of Zerg, even if he had the help of Krypton gold props, it would be impossible to sneak in secretly. Mecha Invisibility Cloak. Special. After use, the mecha can be hidden, and radar and perception can be shielded, not available in the safe zone, and the invisibility effect disappears after attacking. Note, please give up your bad thoughts. This is what Lao Wang relied on to avoid the Zerg search for so many days. If it weren't for this thing, he would have been dead long ago. However, in the current situation of insects fighting insects, this invisibility cloak is useless. The principle of the invisible cloak is nothing more than an optical device with a radar shielding device. If you are too close, the human eye can see through it, not to mention the alien insects, who are many times more sensitive than humans. However, if you can't sneak in secretly, then just kill them. Don't forget that Lao Huang is a legend. As long as Wang Qiandu approaches him, and uses the holy light to restore his status to full, then with Lao Huang's strength, it will definitely be no problem to take him away. Do it as soon as you say it. Catch the thief first. Lao Wang stretched out his hand, and summoned a stick made of holy energy in his hand. The Rig Golden Cudgel is back in the arena. However, this also completely attracted the attention of the alien insects, and countless pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time. This made Lao Wang feel like he was being stared at by countless beasts, but his current state of mind was basically unaffected by this situation. Go to hell! He roared at the purple humanoid brainworm, who was obviously the highest ranking one in the insect swarm, and threw the golden hoop in his hand fiercely. Countless alien insects rushed to block the golden hoop, but they were all torn to pieces by the terrifying energy contained in the golden hoop. In order to kill with one blow, Lao Wang used the strengthening skill, so this blow was really strengthened the golden hoop. However, although the alien insects failed to block the golden hoop, the humanoid brainworm was not a useless person. Seeing the fierce golden hoop, it flapped its wings behind it, and flew into the sky, avoiding it far away. But the next moment, something happened that it could not understand. It heard a voice from the void that seemed to come from the depths of its soul, reverse yin and yang. Then the golden hoop, which was supposed to sink into the earth, appeared in his chest and inserted into it. After looking at this scene in confusion, it fell from the sky. At the same time, the golden hoop began to emit white light, and an energy ball covering half of the battlefield rose up. Everything covered by the energy ball was torn into pieces, and then vaporized and evaporated. This was the first time that Lao Wang strengthened this sacred attribute skill, and the power of the skill surprised him. But now is not the time to stop. He just used the epic skill to reverse yin and yang to forcibly change the result that the golden hoop did not hit the high-level brain worm. The high-level brain worm was killed on the spot, and now he had to face the anger of the remaining alien insects. However, because of the death of the high-level brain worm, the insect swarm below needed to re-establish a carrier of the dominant will. This short period of time was Lao Wang's opportunity. The sky-sweeping wings burst out with all its strength, and Lao Wang flew towards where General Huang was. Chapter 222. The speed of the Zerg's adjustment was beyond Lao Wang's expectation. Before Lao Wang flew far, he heard a sharp insect chirping. The insect chirping caused the air to vibrate and enveloped him, making it difficult for Lao Wang to move. At the same time, because the sound wave damage did not carry any elemental attributes, the damage to Lao Wang was also very high. Lao Wang looked in the direction of the sound wave, and found 3 Zergs with bloody mouths opening and chirping non-stop. The flying dragons, and some flying insects in the distance, were flying towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang's eyes condensed, and several ice blades in the shape of ice cones appeared beside him, and then flew towards the 3 insects. However, the sound wave can not only cause damage to the mecha, but the ice cones were also shattered by the sound wave attack when flying towards them. However, these ice crystals that were shattered into small pieces did not stop, and still flew into the mouths of the 3 insects. The ice crystals, which were already as small as the size of a normal person's fingernail, of course did not do any harm to these giant beasts, but in the next second, small glaciers burst out from these alien insects, freezing them, and the surrounding alien insects that protected them. These glaciers are one of Lao Wang's new perfect skills. Because of its strong concealment, this skill is particularly suitable for ambushing people. After dealing with the 3 sonic monsters that controlled him, Lao Wang tore through the defense line of the flying dragons and other flying insects in the sky, and continued to rush to Lao Wang's location. You should be able to see it after crossing the mountain in front. Don't do anything weird again. Oh my! After Lao Wang crossed a mountain, a plane appeared in front of him. According to the system prompt, Lao Wang was in the center of this plane. But his problem now is that the plane in front of him is full of alien insects and their eggs. This is basically the nest of alien insects. General Huang's position is surrounded by countless alien insects. Lao Wang can vaguely see lightning flashing in the insect swarm. It seems that his condition is very bad. I have to hurry. After saying this, Lao Wang swooped over there, and the elemental rampage and phoenix mode were both turned on, and the sky was full of golden light and lightning. Photon rays and countless chain lightning fell into the battlefield together, and the insect swarms surrounding that arc were all crushed. Lao Wang finally saw the situation of General Huang. His current condition is very bad. 3 of the 6 arms of the 6-armed Ming Wang have been broken. This shield is barely supporting it, but what puzzles Lao Wang is that there is no Zerg around that can cause him such injuries. What Lao Wang doesn't know is that after escaping from the Alliance, General Huang has been looking for Zerg and destroying them. But human power is limited. He was surrounded by Zerg for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally ran out of energy. If the Zerg had not had other intentions for him, he would not have been able to hold on until Lao Wang arrived. At the same time, if he had not killed a large number of high-level alien Zerg, it would not be Lao Wang's turn to be arrogant here. The Zerg swarm surrounding him was destroyed, and General Huang looked up blankly. "General, put away your shield, I'm here to save you," Lao Wang said to General Huang. But General Huang was not moved at all. He met various Zergs these days, and the high-level brain worms left a particularly deep impression on him. Their illusion ability made him suffer a lot, and all kinds of things that he hid, feared, and cared about in his heart were repeatedly arranged by them. If it weren't for his strong will, and the ability of Akela to bless his will, he might have gone crazy now. General Huang's lack of response made Lao Wang think that he was in trouble. He looked at the Zergs that were about to surround him, and felt anxious. The duration of the elemental rampage had passed, and there was not much left in the Phoenix mode. If he was surrounded by the Zerg again, he would be in danger. "I'm sorry, General." Lao Wang took out the demon-breaking cone, and it was the legendary demon-breaking cone he had just bought, and nailed it hard on the shield. General Huang's thunder shield was hit by the demon-breaking cone, and shattered like glass hit by a stone. General Huang was also injured due to the backlash of the broken shield. Lao Wang immediately flew to his side, and used the holy light on him. Fortunately, this thing can be used, otherwise the 2 of them would be dead. "You were really ruthless, you almost killed me." General Huang, who had recovered to full holy status due to the holy light, stood up and said, and the 6-armed Ming Wang who was illuminated by the holy light was also brand new. All 6 arms were restored, and a strong sense of oppression came from his body. "Haha, isn't this an emergency?" said Lao Wang with a smile. "Thank you," General Huang said to Lao Wang who was patting his head. He really didn't make a mistake in choosing someone who could come here to save him. "Don't be polite. Let's go first. It will be difficult to escape if the high-level Zerg in the starry sky rush over," said Lao Wang. "Okay, but before leaving, I want to give them a parting gift." General Huang. After he finished speaking, he flew into the sky, and the 6 arms of the 6-armed Ming Wang gathered power together, and 6 rays shot out from his palms. These purple electric pulses destroyed everything around them. Wherever Lao Wang looked, the earth shattered, the mountains collapsed, and the swarm of insects was wiped out. "Ha ha ha! Let's go!" After doing all this, General Huang tore the space in front of the 2 with his hands. Lao Wang had seen this trick from his master Lao Luo. After tearing the space, General Huang pulled Lao Wang in. Lao Wang suddenly felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, the two of them had appeared on an asteroid. Where is this place? Lao Wang asked. With this rough space jump, his map was completely useless. This is near the defense line of the Qinglong Legion. If the swarm of insects chases us, we can hide in the space blockade. General Huang. Catch us? Can they still chase us? Lao Wang asked with some doubts. In the outer domain, General Huang's space jump, let alone the swarm of insects, no one except himself knows where he is. Don't underestimate the swarm of insects. If it weren't for the magic mecha, we humans might have been destroyed by them now. By the way, why did you come to me? Did you defect too? General Huang. Lao Wang. Why would I defect or run away? It's fine if I didn't defect. If I knew you betrayed humanity, I would kill you even though you were my savior. General Huang. Don't talk about this, it's too heavy. I came here to find you. Xuanmin has already rehabilitated you. He put all the blame on Ford. Lao Wang. General Huang's reaction to hearing this was somewhat different from what Lao Wang expected. He didn't react at all after hearing that he was rehabilitated. He just said I know. And then took Lao Wang to the road back to the Qinglong army. The space blockade of the Azure Dragon army is different from the one that Lao Wang saw on Tianqiu Star some time ago. The legendary mecha can tear that blockade at will, but the space blockade of the Azure Dragon army can make ordinary legendary mechas bleed and doubt their lives. So they can only fly back slowly. However, as the two flew, the space in front of them suddenly rippled like a stone thrown on a calm lake. Then these ripples became bigger and bigger, and then the space cracked like a realm, revealing the eyes of the ferocious beast inside. Just by looking at the eyes, Lao Wang knew that this was a Leviathan King. Just when he was about to attack, General Huang moved before him. He flew to the broken space, grabbed the crack with 6 arms, and said to the Leviathan King, "Bye." Then he pulled the space crack together like a hemp belt. Lao Wang seemed to hear an angry and unwilling roar, and the space in front of him returned to its original state. "Haha, teleporting in front of me, you really thought I was going to die. You don't know whether to live or die," Old Huang said excitedly. "It feels so good to have the hidden injuries in your body healed, strong and lasting, as if you have endless physical strength. If he was in this state for those 10 days, how could he be surrounded by them, and even almost killed? Will it die?" Old Huang asked. "No, at this level, it can't do anything to the Leviathan King. At best, it will cause him some trouble, and it will be a minor injury." Old Huang. "Is it really this strong?" Old Huang. "Yes. We 7 legends once besieged him, and were almost wiped out by him. What do you think?" Old Huang said. "You may not know that there are 12 such Leviathan Kings in the Zerg, Old Huang." What? Chapter 223. General Huang was stunned by Lao Wang's words, and then he said in disbelief, "You made a mistake. Are you talking about Leviathan or King Leviathan?" "It's King Leviathan," Lao Wang confirmed, and then he told General Huang about the Protoss. "Boy, are you sure you are still mentally normal?" General Huang said doubtfully. This matter simply challenged his understanding of this universe. "We will know when we return to the Horn ship. Those Protoss will not be able to leave for a while," Lao Wang said. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he summoned the lava, and greeted General Huang, and was about to embark on the return journey. The two came to the lava, and after taking off the mecha, Wang Qianduo looked at General Huang in surprise and said, "Wow! How come you are so much younger?" "Haha, I'm in a good mood." Wang Qianduo, In fact, he roughly guessed the reason, which should be the reason of the holy light. The same is true. The holy light healed the hidden injuries in his body, and restored his body to its peak state. General Huang is different from Lao Luo. He is only over 300 years old, which is the prime age of a legendary strongman. They looked like this before because of the hidden injuries. Now that the hidden injuries are gone, people naturally look younger. If he takes care of himself, he should look about the same as Mrs. Huang, about 20 years old. Lao Huang and Wang Qianduo did not encounter any more setbacks along the way. When they arrived at the Jiao ship, Lao Huang first saw the star spirits, and then learned that Sun Min, Zhang Pindan, and Li Yulong's forces had all arrived at the Jiao ship. A new cosmic intelligent race deserves to be treated like this by humans. They have to judge how to treat the star spirits. Seeing this, General Huang had to believe it. The people from the 3 forces were discussing something in the square of the corner ship, and the arrival of the 2 immediately became the focus of the whole scene. Xuanmin saw General Huang, who was brought back from the foreign land by Lao Wang, and said nothing, just like seeing an insignificant person. Zhang Pinnan and Li Yulong came up to greet him, and chatted enthusiastically for a while. Even Lao Wang was concerned about them. Lao Wang also met Huang Rui, the key task that caused General Huang to defect for the first time. This is a very beautiful girl, with eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, waist like a bundle of silk, teeth like pearls. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is so beautiful that she can topple a country. But her expression was a little cold. After seeing General Huang, she came from Zhang Pendon to behind General Huang without saying a word. The team led by General Zhang came late, and they arrived later than Lao Wang and General Huang. Seeing their arrival, Zhang Pendon and Li Yulong's expressions were a little subtle, but Xu Yunmin was not surprised at all. Obviously, Zhang Pendon and Li Yulong didn't know that Zhang Pendon had an idea about that position, but Xu Yunmin knew it. When General Huang saw his master, he not only didn't go up to say hello, but frowned. From the moment General Zhang arrived at the interstellar battleship, Lao Wang's mission was completed, and he automatically jumped to the next round. Alliance Secret 3, the only special hidden main line after finding General Huang, you found that this matter was far from simple, and you decided to find out the truth. Mission requirements: investigate the cause and effect of General Zhang's murder. Reward: 50,000 gold crystals, 1 legendary skill treasure box. This mission didn't give Lao Wang a chance to refuse, and he just forced himself on. Less tricks, more sincerity. Wang Qianduo complained while looking at his task. Now the whole alliance is just a mess in Lao Wang's eyes. Originally, he could judge who is good and who is bad based on his first impression, but when he got to know them, he found that they were all the same. In this power struggle, there is no right or wrong, only winners and losers, and the bottom line of being a human being. Because of the task, Lao Wang, who originally wanted to leave, had to wait and observe them here. There was no hint of the new task at all, which could be said to be a pitfall. But Lao Wang thought that since it was a secret, this was already the peak of the alliance's power, and their secrets must be counted. It seems that you are doing well recently. The hidden injuries have all recovered. Just when Lao Wang had no target, General Zhang suddenly found General Huang and said, "Not bad. But you are still thinking about that position at your age? It's really not easy," General Huang said with emotion. However, his emotion was just an appearance. No one knew what he was thinking, but a hint of sarcasm could be heard from his tone. General Zhang did not react at all to being mocked by his apprentice, but left with a smile. After leaving, his face gradually turned cold, and it seemed that he did not care. He seems to know something. Nonsense! How could you not know when you are so blatant? Stop arguing, he can't stay any longer, get rid of him as soon as possible, and then cultivate a legend. Several people were discussing something in secret, and one of them made the final decision. It seems that the problem of the alliance is really serious. Then the troops of several parties came one after another, making the atmosphere of the entire Horn ship more and more tense. But Lao Wang's mission did not progress at all, and he did not hear any secret news. In this situation, he suddenly received a message asking him and Lao Huang to return to the Mother Star base, and let General Huang take control of the Mother Star base again, and he assisted. Lao Huang did not refuse. After he took the task, he took Lao Wang away from this dangerous place. Lao Wang did not have the opportunity to refuse, and was taken away by Lao Huang. They were still driving the lava, just like when they came, but this time, there was Huang Rui who did not like to talk. After leaving the Qilong Legion, Lao Wang tried to talk to Huang Rui, but he was autistic after trying for a long time without any gains. He began to count his gains this time. The biggest gain of Lao Wang in this trip to the outer domain was experience. After several encounters with the Zerg, his level was raised to nearly level 30, and he was directly raised to level 30 after completing the second ring of tasks. As soon as he reached level 30, several equipment that could grow without experience grew, and his attributes once again ushered in an explosion. When he completed the evolution of the Mecha and all the equipment, Lao Wang's attributes will be another qualitative leap. And not only that, level 30 is the beginning of many contents in this game, and he can use all the things in his V15 gift package. After all these things are used up, they will know a brand new Lao Wang. However, these things require him to return to the Mother Star base first, because those things are in the warehouse. Just when Lao Wang was thinking about how to improve after he returned, a ray hit the wing of the lava. It seems that someone doesn't want him to go back so easily, or doesn't want General Huang to go back so easily. "Are you here again?" General Huang looked at these enemies without any surprise, and then he said, "Don't move here, wait for me to come back." After that, he summoned the six-armed Ming Wang, jumped out of the lava, and chased the enemies in space. The thunder of the six-armed Ming Wang flickered in the starry sky. Because it was a vacuum environment, Lao Wang couldn't hear the sound, but just by looking at the various explosions, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. I want to help Grandpa, Huang Rui suddenly said. This was the first time Lao Wang heard her speak. I suggest you don't go. The opponent who can fight General Huang to this extent must be a legendary mecha. You will only cause trouble if you go, Lao Wang said directly. Huang Rui clenched her fists after hearing this, and then seemed to have made up her mind and said, this matter was caused by me. Even if I die, I will help Grandpa. After that, she also summoned the mecha to fly to the place where the battle took place, leaving Lao Wang with a question mark. Is this woman stupid? If she goes there, it will be exactly what the enemy wants. If the enemy attacks her, won't General Huang be afraid of the consequences? How can you help your grandfather even if you die? You want to drag your grandfather to die with you. What did General Huang do wrong to have such a good granddaughter like you? What Lao Wang didn't notice was that Huang Rui's condition was not right. After thinking for a while, he also summoned the mecha to take back the lava and chased after it. You can't drive the lava over. Although the lava is strong, it is only for opponents below the legend level. It is very easy for the legend mecha to tear it apart. If it can't be repaired, it will be a huge loss. Chapter 224. Lao Wang, who had sneaked in, looked at the battlefield and found that General Huang's six-armed Ming Wang was colliding with two identical ordinary agile swordsman-type mechas. Judging from the force field around them, these two were obviously legendary mechas. However, General Huang did not fall into a disadvantage. On the contrary, he was suppressing the two mechas. This is the difference between rare mechas and ordinary mechas. It is not an exaggeration that the strength of rare mechas is twice that of ordinary mechas due to their characteristics. However, General Huang was fine, but his granddaughter Huang Rui was not in a good situation. She was facing 14 ordinary mechas from two teams of the other side alone. Although her strength seemed not weak, she was only level 50 after all. The mechas of the two teams on the opposite side were all level 50 plus. He could hold on for so long, thanks to the characteristics of his rare mecha. Lao Wang had never seen Huang Rui's mecha before. It was a special mecha with a body as black as ink and a pair of huge steel bat wings behind it. Judging from the black magic ball in his hand, this should be a rare dark intelligence mecha. Do you know this mecha, Ling? Lao Wang couldn't help asking Ling. This is the wings of the heaven-covering mecha. The characteristics of the mecha are its high mobility and shadow attribute attack, and there is a chance to enter stealth after attacking. Ling replied. Wings of the heaven-covering mecha. Awesome. Lao Wang. It is indeed very powerful. It is really not easy to fight against 14 people for so long. Don't watch the show, kid. Go up to help Huang Rui, and then you go back to the Qinglong Legion base. Just as Lao Wang was sighing, General Huang said to him. At first, the two legendary mechas thought that General Huang's reinforcements had arrived, but after seeing clearly that Lao Wang was only level 30, they didn't care anymore. What kind of waves can a level 30 mecha make in front of the two teams of level 50 plus? Isn't it just a meal? I really owe you. On the other side, Lao Wang, whose whereabouts were exposed by General Huang, no longer hid. After complaining, he attacked the two mechas that besieged Huang Rui. The team didn't care about the level 30, who came to deliver food and randomly assigned an assassin mecha to intercept and shoot him down. Just when everyone thought that the mecha would behead him, a colorful ray directly pierced the poor assassin mecha. After the assassin mecha fell, everyone saw the elemental lord, who turned on the elemental rampage and phoenix mode, as if a god had descended. When they knew that Lao Wang was not simple, and wanted to go forward to besiege him, it was too late. The energy of various systems in the hands of the elemental lord burst out, and the remaining 13 mechas were submerged in an instant. In just one encounter, the 50-plus mechas of the two teams were all destroyed. General Huang, Huang Rui, and the two legendary mechas were all stunned on the spot. Is this the strength that a level 30 mecha should have? Am I out of touch with this world? Although General Huang knew that he was very strong, he never expected that he would be so strong. Taking this opportunity, Lao Wang pulled the stunned Huang Rui and started running. The two legendary mechas wanted to chase, but were stopped by Lao Wang. Huang Rui may have known that she could not help her grandfather if she stayed there because of the blow just now, so she started running with Lao Wang without much struggle. After they ran a distance, they summoned the lava and fled to the Azure Dragon Legion desperately. Heh! Are you two still fighting? After Huang Rui and Lao Wang left, General Huang looked at the two mechas in front of him and said. But the other party did not reply, but just stopped him one by one, and his intention was very obvious. Why don't you speak? Are you afraid that I will recognize you as an old friend? General Huang. He now wants to know the other party's identity very much. After all, it is really uncomfortable to be in the dark while the enemy is in the open. The two men still stared at old Huang without saying a word. Just when General Huang was about to attack, a voice came from the void. It seems that your hidden injury has really healed, little Huang. General Huang was stunned when he heard the words. He looked back and found that a six-armed purple mecha that he was very familiar with was tearing the space with his hands, and slowly walked out of the void. The void blockade of the Azure Dragon Legion did not work on him, so only the mecha with that equipment could do it. And the whole alliance knew that the thing was in that person's hands, not to mention that he was driving the same mecha as him. So it's really you. Master, Old Huang said bitterly. Didn't you guess it when you sent Xiao Rui to Zhang Ping'an and escaped from the Qinglong army? General Zhang, yes. But I didn't expect you to go out in person. General Huang said, no way, you are my most proud disciple, they can't do anything to you. General Zhang, thank you for your favor. Xiao Huang, I will give you another chance to help me become the leader of the alliance. This is your last chance. General Zhang, impossible, I will not watch you, a madman, push humanity into the abyss, General Huang. Then go. General Zhang said lightly, and then he attacked General Huang. It was just a simple punch, but behind him, a projection of the Akala Vidyaraja that spanned eternity like a planet appeared in the starry sky. The projection of the Vidyaraja also swung a punch, and the combination of the two made this punch shatter the galaxy, unstoppable. Ha ha. General Huang smiled helplessly after seeing this scene, and then resisted it. He has never been a rational person, and rational people cannot cultivate this legendary six-armed Vidyaraja. Thunder energy exploded in General Huang's body, and a projection of the six-armed Vidyaraja that was much smaller than General Zhang appeared, and 6 arms blocked the punch together. The little six-armed Vidyaraja was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot when facing General Zhang's six-armed Vidyaraja, but he did not retreat a step after taking the punch. However, the price he paid was that all 6 arms were broken, and the whole person had no strength to fight again. This is the six-armed Vidyaraja Huang Ming, who would rather die than retreat a step. You are indeed more suitable for the inheritance of the six-armed Vidyaraja than me, General Zhang said to his beloved disciple after seeing this scene. General Huang just looked at him and didn't answer him. Have a good trip. Ha ha ha, I wait for you, master. After Lao Wang and Huang Rui arrived at the Jiao ship, they asked Wang Daolong and others for help. After hearing the situation, Wang Daolong temporarily closed the space blockade, and then 10 mechas tore the space directly, forgetting where General Huang was, but they were still a step slower. They only brought back General Huang's frozen body floating in space. He was pierced through the chest and beaten to death. When Lao Wang saw his body, he trembled slightly. He remembered that he had the upper hand when he took Huang Rui away. Without their burden, he should be able to escape easily. Why is it like this? Old Wang never thought that he would die so suddenly, and for a moment, he couldn't believe it. But whether Old Wang believed it or not, he was already dead, and the holy light could only heal wounds, not revive the dead. I will avenge you, Old Wang said, as he looked at General Huang's body, and after a long silence, he looked up at the sky. When Old Wang was silent just now, Huang Rui had collapsed, and she flew into the starry sky without looking back. It seemed that she was unwilling to accept this result, or she might have gone to vent, or to seek revenge. Old Wang always felt that something was wrong with her, but now, he was in no mood to pursue it. Go watch her, and don't let her get into any trouble, Zhang Jiandong said to the people behind him, and then the two chased in the direction where Huang Rui flew away. Zhang Pinnan also looked gloomy, and those who were familiar with them knew that the two were former classmates. No one else spoke, even General Huang's former enemies. When a person dies, it is like a light going out, and everything ends, but a general of the alliance was killed, which is not a small problem. They had just left the corner ship not long ago, and he was killed under everyone's eyes. Whoever did it must pay the price, Li Yulong said among the crowd. Investigate, at any cost, Xu Wenmin also said. But how did ordinary mecha break through the legend? At present, there is no record of ordinary mecha breaking through the legend in the alliance, one person suddenly said. Everyone frowned when they heard it, and then several insiders looked at Xu Wenmin together. To let ordinary mecha break through the legend, everyone can only think of one way, that is the obelisk experiment. Not to mention that there seems to be a contradiction between them, so this person is really suspicious. Chapter 225. I know what you are thinking. I didn't do this. Although I, Xu Wenmin, have not lived a fair life, I will never do anything that harms the interests of the human race, Xu Wenmin said frankly, looking at the eyes of the crowd. Zhang Pinon and others nodded silently. What he said was true. Although he has excluded dissidents and attacked opponents since he came to power, he has really made a great contribution to the human race. In the entire human history of the Mecha world, there are not many alliance leaders who have personally gone to the battlefield. If it wasn't Xu and Min, then this matter would be complicated. Based on the time when General Huang was killed, the person who killed him must be someone from the forces on the ship today. The neutral faction represented by General Zhang was excluded first, because the one who died was his apprentice. If it wasn't Xu and Min, then it would be Zhang Pinon or Li Yulong. Although they all had the opportunity to contact the obelisk experiment, they didn't have much chance. Because Lao Wang said that General Huang had the upper hand against those two people, which means that those two people had stronger reinforcements. But Zhang Pinon and Li Yulong only brought 2 legends, and they were known to everyone. They didn't have so many men to commit crimes. Since that man dared to kill General Huang there, he must have made some preparations. It seems that this problem needs to be investigated slowly. Just when everyone was sad about General Huang's problem, Zhang Pingan's men sent a message that Huang Rui was missing. What? What are you doing? Zhang Pinon said angrily. The bad news came one after another, making him lose his previous calmness. How did he disappear? Xu and Min asked. We don't know either. She was flying all the way, and we followed her closely. But then a White Lotus appeared and she disappeared, one person said. It's the White Lotus sect. It looks like she's in danger, said Li Yulong. White Lotus monster, I will definitely destroy you. Zhang Pingan shouted to the sky. It can be seen that he is really angry, and Xu and Min is just as angry as him. Because Huang Rui disappeared like this, his suspicion is even greater. 2 days later, a large number of people from the Star Spirits came to the Qinglong Legion, and people put aside the matter of General Huang and Huang Rui. Lao Wang embarked on the journey of review alone, because he would get nothing if he stayed here. It will take some time for humans and Star Spirits to form an alliance, and his main quest is even more unmoved. Moreover, he is already level 30, and he has to go back to the 3rd evolution of the Mecha. This time he successfully returned to the Mother Star base. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Mrs. Huang the unfortunate news. But when Lao Wang came to Mrs. Huang's residence, he found that she disappeared without knowing when. How could this happen? These successive events made Lao Wang a little autistic and doubtful about life. President, why are you here? Just when Lao Wang was autistic, Fairy Jingja appeared behind him. Lao Wang learned from her that it turned out that Mrs. Huang left after deducing that something happened to General Huang from the shattering of her personal belongings. It seems that he went to the interstellar front line to investigate the truth. Fairy Jingja found that someone had entered her master's house and thought it was her who came back, so she came to see. Forget it. Go back to the base, Lao Wang said. Since Mrs. Huang already knew, it was meaningless for him to stay here. But when Lao Wang was about to leave, he suddenly saw a place in the hall that was not harmonious. There was a dragon sculpture next to a phoenix sculpture in the hall. Although dragon and phoenix decorations are common, this pair is not harmonious. Lao Wang tried to recall and remembered that there was no dragon when he first came here. Lao Wang came to the statue, observed it carefully, and broke the dragon into 2 halves. A paper letter appeared there. Lao Wang and Fairy Jingja looked at each other, and picked up the letter. It was written on it, "My apprentice, you finally found the changes in this room?" Seeing this, Fairy Jingja was a little embarrassed. She really didn't notice the difference in this room. If it weren't for Lao Wang, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. But she quickly adjusted her state, and continued to read. At this time, I should have gone to help my husband get revenge, and he should have been killed. Xiao Rui's murder actually seems to be Ford's attempt to prolong his life, and Xu Anmin condoned his misdeeds. But in fact there are many doubts. I suspect Xu Anmin is not the leader of this matter, and I want you to help me investigate the whole thing. If you don't have a direction, I give you one. Go check my husband's master Zhang Yi, the commander of the Mother Star base. This letter is a task for Fairy Jingja, but for Wang Qinduo, it is the only clue to his task. After finding this letter, his task changed again, and the original task description became. The task seems to have changed unexpectedly, and Ping looks for new clues and determines the task route, January 3rd. This letter turned out to be a clue. It seems that this is indeed a very important place in his mission. After getting the clue, Lao Wang and Jingja Fairy left here. Then the house became inaccessible, which proved that there was no useful thing in it. After leaving here, Lao Wang returned to the Future Guild's base. Although he had only been away for a while, the Future Guild's base had changed a lot. When he left, the Future Guild's base was still a foundation, but now it has changed a lot. The future base was built on the original Black Shark Pirates offshore platform, which was actually very small. But this sea area has now been completely occupied by this floating base, turning it into a sea city-state. The various buildings full of technology, combined with the special environment of this ocean star, give people the feeling that it is like the legendary ocean city of Atlantis. The warships in the sky and the busy mechas of the crowd have added a touch of fireworks here. You're back. After Lao Wang came to the guild hall, Lin Qiming looked at him and said with a smile. Old Wang looked at her and hugged her. His heart, which had been restless because of General Huang's incident, finally calmed down. General Huang's incident dealt a heavy blow to Old Wang, who had always been going smoothly. He found that he was not omnipotent and could not stop some things in this game. Outer Domain. Nameless Planet. The White Lotus sect brought Huang Rui, who was under their control, to a valley full of Zerg. I brought people here. Where are the things I want? Mao Ziyuan, the leader of the White Lotus sect, said to a humanoid creature surrounded by many Zerg in the center. After the humanoid creature looked at Huang Rui, it handed a glowing fruit to Mao Ziyuan, and then asked the alien insect to bring Huang Rui over. After Mao Ziyuan and his group got the things, they retreated cautiously. After pushing to a certain range, they immediately tore through the space and left. We finally meet. The humanoid black shadow in the center of the insect swarm ignored Mao Ziyuan and his group, who left, and came to Huang Rui and said, Are you the black shadow that always appears in my dream? Are you an insect? If anyone saw Huang Rui at this time, they would find that she was unusually calm now, and she didn't look like she would collapse because of the death of her relatives. Yes, you can call me the master, said the black shadow. Oh, the master? Huang Rui said disdainfully, and then her eyes suddenly brightened, and a mental force that was unimaginable for ordinary people to distort space burst out and went straight to the master. He had never shown this level of mental power in the human world, because his innate super high wisdom told him that it was not wise to be an alien in the crowd. So even if she was targeted, even if she knew everything, she didn't show it. But today, facing the Zerg overlord, she didn't want to hide anymore, because the other party knew her. However, the mental power dissipated around the black shadow, and the failure of the attack made Huang Rui's face pale. What an outstanding talent! Those humans don't know how good you are. Come to me, I will give you eternity, and make you the existence under one person and above 10,000 people in this starry sky. The Overlord's will was not angry at all, because she attacked herself. On the contrary, it was extremely excited. Because she is the key to the rise of the Zerg. Chapter 226. Huang Rui looked at the excited Lord without saying a word, and the Lord calmed down and waved his hand. After countless silk threads bound her into a cocoon, she said to the alien insects around her, Take him down to reincarnate. Don't let anything go wrong this time. Then several alien insects brought the cocoon to a green energy pool and put her down. After Huang Rui's cocoon entered the energy pool, the endless energy in the energy pool began to gather into her body. The sky above this nameless planet gathered with wind and clouds, as if something terrible was brewing. After returning to the base, Lao Wang rested for a day and was dragged to a big hotel by Lin Qiming. At this time, the hotel was already crowded. Today was the day for the Future Guild's offline gathering. Since the Future Guild was going to upgrade the guild level again, they hurried to sign up for the gathering. If they were allowed to upgrade to level 3, it would be a scale of 100,000 people. Money will be a small matter at that time. It is not easy to find a venue that can accommodate 100,000 people. It's so funny. There is no good at all. This is an era of population explosion. It is difficult to migrate to other planets. You two are here too. Old Wang, who was originally casually bragging and chatting with everyone, saw the two big men of the central courtyard suddenly arrived, and immediately brought people up to talk. Aren't we also members of the guild? Professor Zhang said with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you trying to get close to me? Xiao Wang, we have something to talk to you about, Professor Zhao said with a smile. Old Wang looked at the people behind the two professors, who he didn't know, and said, Then let's go inside to talk. Okay, let's go in and talk. After the few people sat down in a private room in the hotel, the people behind the two professors checked the room and sent people to guard outside. When Lao Wang saw this, he thought it was something important. Hello, Mr. Wang, we are from the Aviation Center. This time we asked the two professors to find you mainly to understand the Protoss you reported. After those people finished the preparations, one of them came forward and asked, That's it. It's so mysterious. It's killing me, but I've already reported all the information I know about the Protoss. What do you want to know specifically? Lao Wang said. What is the technological level of the Protoss? The man said. I don't know the details, but it should be much more advanced than the humans in the Mecha world. My lava weapon is already a top-level equipment, but the radar has no effect on their starships. Ahem. That radar was installed by us, not the technology of the Mecha world, Professor Zhang said a little embarrassedly. Lao Wang, this is not important. What is important is that according to the words of the leader of the Protoss are actually dealing with the main force of the Zerg, while we humans are dealing with a small force. Lao Wang thought for a while, and said that he had actually reported all these things. Is there nothing special? Please recall it carefully. The man asked again. Just tell me what you want to know. I know I will not hide it. Lao Wang said. It's like this. Our people received a task to find clues about Huang Rui. We now suspect the Protoss and want to know if it is possible. It's unlikely. Although the time they appeared was quite coincidental, it shouldn't be them. The mechas that besieged me and Huang Rui were smashed by me. They were indeed mechas driven by humans. Instead of suspecting the Protoss, you might as well investigate General Zhang at the Mother Star base, or the radical Yulong, said Lao Wang. Lao Wang also suspected the Protoss, because the time they appeared was too coincidental. For this reason, Lao Wang asked Ling to investigate them. But since humans came into contact with the starry sky, there has been no record of them at all, which made Lao Wang dispel his suspicion of them. After all, if they really had secretly controlled some people a long time ago, and could escape Zero's investigation, then they really didn't need to do these things. Even if they used some force, the Zerg would not be their opponent, and they were still removing those useless things. The person who attacked General Huang must have done it on impulse or contacted in paper form, so Zero couldn't find anything. As for the suspect, judging from the clues of Mrs. Huang, General Zhang is more likely. Is that General Zhang from the Mother Star base? We pay attention to that when we get back. Thank you very much. This is the reward for helping us get intelligence last time. I'm sorry I didn't send it until today. The man handed Lao Wang a contract and said, Transfer of Meteor Number 1 Interstellar Battleship. This? Lao Wang was a little dumbfounded when he looked at the thing in his hand. He never thought that the higher-ups would reward him with an interstellar battleship. This is a retired interstellar battleship, but it can still carry out normal space navigation. We dismantled the powerful weapons system on it. In fact, this can be regarded as the first truly civilian Galaxy-class battleship of mankind. The man said. First of all, no matter how much this starship is worth, the first civilian interstellar battleship of mankind, this title and what it represents are priceless. But this thing has no actual meaning to Lao Wang and the Future Club. Seeing Lao Wang's hesitation, the two silent bosses finally spoke. This is actually the purpose of our visit today. We can rent this thing after you get it. Hearing this, Lao Wang understood a little. This thing was originally applied for by the two bosses, and he just changed his hands. As for why this is the case, it must be because of the forces behind the bosses. Science is borderless, but scientists are borderless. They are also human beings, and being human beings is inevitable. Those messy things. But Lao Wang really didn't suffer a loss. Although this thing came to him to change hands, he actually got it, and also got fame and fortune. No matter how you look at it, it's a bloody profit. Thinking of this, Lao Wang decisively signed his name. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for getting a spaceship. The future party lasted for a day, and everyone had a great time. Some people didn't have much fun, but there was nothing they could do. There were too many people, and they couldn't take care of everyone. After the party, Lao Wang started to gain experience again. He had to upgrade all his equipment to level 30 first, and then start the third evolution. Lao Wang originally wanted to start the third evolution directly, but Lao Luo told him that there would be surprises if he adjusted the mecha to its peak state and then evolved. So he started to accumulate experience. At this moment, Lao Wang said that the planet he was on was a place similar to the Demon Rat Star, and the planet was full of transparent monsters that looked like slugs magnified countless times, and about level 40. This thing is actually the fault of humans, but they are not invasive species. They were originally natives of this planet, but they were not so big and there were not so many of them before. When humans arrived on this planet, they found that this planet was simply a natural nuclear test site. After hundreds of years of nuclear test baptism, they became like this. After these things mutated, they did not attack humans at first, but just lay on the ground lazily. But when the environment of this planet became extreme and there were more and more of them, people realized that something was wrong. These things have been absorbing the energy of the Earth veins. They are like cancer cells on this planet. This lesson can be regarded as a real wake-up call for humans. From this planet, every time they develop a new planet, they will respect the ecology of that planet. Lao Wang only learned about these things. His only purpose of coming here now is to level up. However, the Lord of Elements did not attack while flying in the sky. Behind him were two special drones about the same size as the Lord of Elements' heads, which kept shooting at these slugs. These two drones are two perfect diamond-shaped devices. This is the new thing wingman that Lao Wang unlocked at level 30. Wingman originally refers to the aircraft that follows the leader in the air formation. During the flight, you must observe the air situation, protect the leader, and execute the leader's orders. And the wingman in this game is these two things behind Lao Wang. Electronic shuttle. Wingman. Durability. Mecha durability x 50%. Attack. Mecha attack x 50%. Defense, 20. Attack speed, 1 time/second, affected by mecha attack speed, electromagnetic ray. When the electronic shuttle attacks, there is a 5% chance of causing the enemy to enter the state of electric shock. Note, a new generation of wingmen of Halo technology. Chapter 227. Two perfect level wingmen made Wang Qin's ordinary attack damage grow a lot. More importantly, these two wingmen are not only controlled by Lao Wang, because they are technological products. Zero can also control them. Under Zero's control, these two things are just like plugins. In addition to the wingmen, his ultimate skill is also available at level 30, but that one needs to be available after the third evolution. In fact, Lao Wang came to this planet to level up because of his newly acquired wingmen. Lao Wang killed the slugs on this planet aimlessly all the way. When a slug entered his attack range, he saw one of the two electronic shuttles flying over and shooting at it. Although it was level 40, it turned into a pool of liquid in a few seconds under the attack of the electronic shuttle. This is why Lao Wang chose to come here to level up. The properties of these slugs are very special. Mutated Scorpion. Elite. LV 40. HP, 15. MP, 0. Attack, 400. Defense, 200. Skills, Mutated Slime Body, Impact. This thing has only 15 HP, which is a blood skin for players, but it is special because of its 200 defense and special skill Mutated Slime Body. 200 defense, ordinary world bosses don't have such exaggerated defense, and the Mutated Slime Body is even more abnormal. This skill not only makes it immune to magic damage, but also has the special property of only losing a little blood every time it is hurt. This is actually nothing. If it is immune to magic damage, just use physical attack. Wouldn't a machine gun sweep away a large area? The machine gun is physical damage, but that is a normal attack. Don't forget its 200 physical defense. Normal attacks of level 30 players can't cause any damage to him. 15 times of damage may require 15 skills. 15 skills to kill a small monster. What's the efficiency benefit? But this is not a problem for Lao Wang. Lao Wang's defense ignore allows him to ignore 60% of the opponent's defense. There is no creature in this game that he can't break the defense. Now that he has these two winged men with very fast attack speed, Lao Wang is like a fish in water on this planet, strolling leisurely. He basically leveled up while shopping. But while walking, Lao Wang suddenly felt something in his heart, and he immediately jumped back, just avoiding a thorn that drilled out of the ground. He looked around, but didn't find any enemies, even if he turned on the skill of fire eyes and golden pupils. Who is it? Hiding head and showing tail, come out! Lao Wang shouted, and then summoned 21 photon balls to start carpet shooting. The sneak attacker didn't seem to expect that his skill range was so large, and 2 assassin mechas were blasted out by him. The wingman electronic shuttle immediately came forward, making the two of them in a panic. But the trouble it could cause was just that, because these were actually 2 level 50 assassin mechas. These 2 mechas reminded Lao Wang of the team of mechas that besieged Huang Rui on the day when General Huang was killed. Who are you? Lao Wang asked. In fact, he regretted it after asking. How could the other party answer him? This question made him look stupid. But something unexpected happened to him. The other party actually answered him. The white lotus blooms. The light comes. You are chosen by the venerable. Come with us. Lao Wang? Question mark. Cult? This kind of middle school and fanatical tone can only be said by those who are in the cult. Sir, it is the White Lotus sect. Ling said. White Lotus sect. Yes, according to records, this is a cult organization that has been active in the outer domain. It seems that there are many legendary mechas in the sect, and they are related to the obelisk experiment. But because they basically live in the outer domain, I haven't collected much of their information, but I don't know much. Ling said. Outer domain. And there are many legends. Could they be the ones who killed General Huang? Lao Wang said. Very likely. In fact, it's not their fault to take the blame. They are too similar to General Zhang's men that day. But this can't be blamed on them. After all, they are just ordinary mechas, and it is understandable that they are similar. Just when Lao Wang was communicating with Ling, the two mechas attacked him again. They were very fast, and Lao Wang couldn't react. This is normal. After all, they are level 50 mechas. After Lao Wang dodged the two's attacks with a flash, a thunder ring, and an ice ring bloomed with the Lord of Elements as the center. The two mechas were hit by the two rings one after another, but Lao Wang didn't expect that they took the thunder rings, and the blades in their hands burst out with elemental light and split the ice rings. Then they flew towards Lao Wang again, and Lao Wang kept throwing control skills at them, but they were either dodged or cut open. This made Lao Wang a little torn. Can this game still be played like this? Just as the two approached Lao Wang again, he flashed away from the original place again, but this time the opponent actually guessed his landing point. The two threw a flying knife-shaped skill at the position where Lao Wang jumped, but it was blocked by Lao Wang's energy shield. At the same time, Lao Wang also activated the element rampage. Now is not the time to save skills. He is not a match for these two level 50 mechas in normal state. After the element rampage was activated, endless ice rings and thunder rings flew towards the two. They only lasted for less than a second before being frozen in place. Then, ice spears shot at the two like ordinary rays. In the frozen state, they themselves suffered multiple damage from ice spears. Coupled with Lao Wang's super attack power, the two died in just 1 second. After dealing with the two, Wang Qianduo came to the place where they died, wanting to see if there was anything dropped. But as soon as he flew down, 6 huge iron rods flew from the sky, inserted into the ground, and perfectly bound Lao Wang's element master there. Just as Lao Wang was about to break free, a wave of magic energy came from the iron rod, and Lao Wang immediately lost the ability to move. A negative attribute immobilization appeared in his status bar. 6 more mechas appeared in the sky. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. These 6 mechas were also ordinary assassin mechas of level 50, but they were obviously different from the two people just now. They knew Lao Wang very well. Whether it was Lao Wang's skill range, or the burst of elemental rampage, they had avoided it very well. Those two assassins should be baits, and their purpose was to let Lao Wang use his ultimate move. Who are you? Lao Wang asked as he looked at the few people. But no one of these people answered him, but stepped forward to seal the elemental lord back with a magic circle. The opponent's decisiveness made Lao Wang know that he couldn't wait any longer. If the mecha was sealed back, he would be at the mercy of others. The shadow of the Shadow Blood Demon appeared on Lao Wang, and he broke free from the restraints of the 6 iron pillars. Then the wings of the phoenix spread out, and he looked at the 6 people and said, "If you don't want to talk, then go to hell, endless sharp blade tornado." After Lao Wang finished speaking, a huge green storm swirled up where he was. The strong wind enveloped the area within a few miles of him, and the height of the storm reached several thousand meters. The 6 mechas were swept up by the strong wind before they could react. They wanted to struggle in the strong wind, but the next moment countless wind blades cut them to pieces. After the strong wind dissipated, the area within a few miles centered on Lao Wang seemed to be cleaned by sharp blades, and the enemies had long disappeared. Lao Wang came to a place with light on the ground, and picked up the only item dropped by the 8 people. White Lotus Order, at the request of the employer, arrest tens of millions. This thing explains why they suddenly appeared, and why they wanted to capture him. But this is not normal. He has never met people from the White Lotus sect. Why do they know their skills so well? Even if the 2 legends that day were members of the White Lotus sect, they could only clearly know their own elemental rampage. Why do they even know the skill range of the photon ray? Who hired them? Why did he capture me? They obviously want to capture me alive. What is the relationship between these people and General Huang? Fuck. It's so confusing. Lao Wang, who couldn't figure it out, decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, these people must be related to the murder of General Huang. At the same time, Lao Wang didn't plan to leave here. If they want to come, let them come. As long as they are not legends, it is not difficult to deal with them with his current attributes. And these people's experience is really high. 2 more waves of experience are enough for his equipment evolution. Chapter 228. Lao Wang spent a week on this planet, during which he killed another wave of White Lotus assassins, and finally collected enough experience for equipment evolution. Magic Origin, Epic LV30. Bound. Energy Core. Level LV1, Mecha Universal. HP plus 5000. MP plus 5000. Strength plus 160. Agility plus 160. Intelligence plus 160. HP recovery plus 300%. MP recovery plus 500%. All skill levels plus LV4. Skill attack power plus 40%. Skill damage plus 30%. Magic burst. After activation, restore 20 HP percent, 20% MP per second, lasting 30 seconds. Growth. Mecha level 40. Heart of Elements. 0/1. Experience 50 million. Remarks. Where light and darkness intertwine. When the stars are dark, the world will tremble for me. Black Phoenix Engine. Perfect. LV 30. Bound. Core Engine. Available for mechas above LV 30. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Intelligence plus 100. Attack power plus 20%. Attack speed plus 15%. Skill level plus 1. Damage reduction plus 10%. Growth. 0/20000000. Phoenix Mode. Perfect. After opening Phoenix Mode, all attributes of the mecha increase by 100%, lasting for 200 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The growth of Lao Wang's two core equipments has brought about another qualitative change in his attributes. After upgrading the Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes, Lao Wang ushered in his qualitative change at level 30. Now his attributes are 25,000 HP, 30,000 mana, and 2,100 attack. Lao Wang has taken off. In fact, his real strength is not these almost abnormal attributes, but various percentage bonuses. Just ignoring defense is as high as 70% now, which makes his damage almost real damage as long as he doesn't hit those special enemies. However, this attribute can only be arrogant for a while, because the damage immunity attribute of equipment starts to increase after level 30. Just like Lao Wang, his immune damage has reached 30%, and this does not include the elemental attribute damage immunity brought by the elemental master skill. Immune damage cannot be ignored, because it is something that takes effect after the damage is settled. But this is also very abnormal. Other people don't have such a high ignore. Their damage must calculate both defense and damage immunity, and sometimes they may also have to calculate some messy things. In this way, the panel that may have been very high originally, in the end, only has that little pitiful damage. After all the equipment evolved, Lao Wang came to the mother planet, and started the third mecha evolution with the help of Lao Luo. Like the last mecha evolution, two mecha evolution routes appeared in front of Lao Wang again this time. One route is to develop his current sacred attribute, and the name of the mecha is Sacred Element. This route abandons other elements and specializes in developing divine attribute energy. After choosing this route, Lao Wang will no longer be able to use other elemental attributes, and the skills learned will also change to 15 divine attribute skills. But among these 15 skills, the weakest will also be a perfect skill. However, although this route is very strong, the style does not match Lao Wang's previous style, and the 15 big moves look very beautiful, but there are actually many restrictions. Lao Wang gave up this route without thinking, and he decisively chose another route, the Lord of Chaos Elements. This route is on the route of the Lord of the Holy Elements, and incorporates the power of the Abyss. Lao Wang chose this route for no other reason than a sentence in the description that the Lord of Chaos Elements has almost no weaknesses. The assessment of the Lord of Chaos Elements has 3 levels, but Lao Wang didn't experience it much, and he used medicine to resist it perfectly. This time the evolution of the Lord of Elements is different from the past. In the past, after Lao Wang's mecha evolved and fed back itself, it directly withdrew from the element pool. But this time when Lao Wang came out of the evolutionary light cocoon, a heart-pounding force rose around him. The sky of the Earth star was clear just now, but at this moment, it was already surging. Lao Luo had summoned the mecha at this time. He watched a mecha with gray-black electric currents all over its body walk out of the energy pool. He knew that Lao Wang was only evolving the mecha for the 3rd time, but he still felt that the mecha in front of him was very dangerous. You know, he is a legend. A level 30 mecha can actually give him a sense of danger. However, this feeling disappeared as the energy between heaven and earth dissipated, and the Chaos Element Lord's armor slowly landed on the ground. But this does not prove that he is not dangerous. On the contrary, the hidden danger is the real danger. At this time, the image of the evolved Element Lord changed again. The overall mecha still did not change much, but the crown on the head became more obvious. At the same time, the decorations of various attributes on the body were uniformly turned black, especially the 2 shoulder armors, which turned completely black. After the Element Lord landed, Lao Wang, who had just recovered from the pain of evolution, looked at its changes. The first change was the passive skill of the Element Lord. Lord of Chaos Elements, Epic Passive. Follow the Mecha evolution and upgrade. Attack damage increased by 20%, damage received reduced by 30%, 70% of the damage received will be converted into mana deduction, skill cooldown reduced by 30%, skills under 6 seconds become instant, and skills over 6 seconds release speed increased by 30%, active. After active activation, summon the Chaos Element domain, dominate all elements in the domain, and consume 10,000 MP/second. On the passive side, only the damage received becomes a mana deduction, which is increased by 10%, and there is no other change. But this skill has become an active skill, and it is a domain skill. Old Wong knows the power of domain skills. Now he also has a domain, so those legendary enemies are. It shouldn't be possible. Even now, he can only use this skill for 5 seconds. If it is an ordinary enemy, 5 seconds is enough, but it is really not enough for a legendary enemy. That's right, Old Wong now has 50,000 mana, and he also knows what the surprise Lao Luo set is. When he finished his evolution, he was promoted to a leader level mecha, which is a rare level. Leader, you have grown into a leader, and you are already the elite of all races, but don't be proud, you still have a long way to go. Life plus 100%. Magic plus 100%. Attack plus 10%. Suppression. Enemies below the leader level will reduce your damage by 10%. Now Lao Wang is already a small boss, and his name has turned purple. With the blessing of this title, Lao Wang's health exceeded 30,000, and his mana exceeded 50,000. The attack, including the growth characteristics and the newly added points, also reached 3,000. This is already abnormal. Now if a player wants to kill Lao Wang, don't even think about it unless dozens of top players come. The counter-injury caused by the Black Shark spikes is not something that ordinary players can bear. After appreciating his own attributes, Lao Wang put away the Lord of Elements, and then he felt that the whole world was different. He raised his hand slightly, and a fireball appeared in his palm, and he could feel that he could control this fireball at will. It seems that your ability is awakened, Lao Luo said after seeing this scene. Master, what is this? Lao Wang asked excitedly. This is the power hidden in the human body. After the 3rd time, the mecha will have a chance to awaken. People with this power will definitely be able to break through the legend. Lao Luo explained to him. Special power, is it the same as Huang Rui's? Yes, but Huang Rui's power is innate, inherited from his grandfather and grandmother, but the essence is the same. Lao Luo. This feeling is really good, Lao Wang said with a silly smile, as he looked at the fireball in his hand. Okay, put it away. You still have a long way to go. Lao Luo. Lao Wang, how to put it away? If you can't put it away, throw it away. Oh! After Lao Wang threw away the fireball, Lao Luo gave him a meditation method, which contained methods on how to control and train this talent. Lao Luo had never seen Lao Wang's talent before, so they decided to call it the Lord of Elements. Because Lao Wang can perfectly control 7 types of attribute energy, and can also use 2 special energies, the Sacred and the Abyss. Okay, stop showing off. There are so many legends in the Alliance now, all of them have talents, and basically all of them are talents for controlling elements. Yours is nothing. Lao Luo looked at Lao Wang, who was always fiddling with elements, and said, Oh! Lao Luo actually lied. The legends of the Alliance do have talents, but their talents for controlling elements are different from Lao Wang's. What he didn't tell Lao Wang was that his talent was so strong that Lao Luo had never heard of it before. Lao Luo's own talent was to control the wind element, but it took him 2 whole years to awaken his talent and use it freely. He is still fast. This kid is so good, he can control it freely right from the start. I am so angry and jealous. Chapter 229. After saying goodbye to Lao Luo, Wang Qianduo returned to the base, and took out the secret skill treasure box he had been waiting for a long time. Secret skills are different from ordinary skills. Each person can only learn one, but this skill can be cultivated and grown. Many people have already learned their secret skills, and Lao Wang has also seen their videos. Very cool. Lao Wang did not hesitate, and opened the treasure box directly, because he had a goal. Among the many secret skills, he chose the Intelligence Mage Mecha, and the Fire AoE type secret skill. Secret skill 9 Burning. Secret skill. Summon the world-destroying meteorite to bombard enemies within a range of 200 by 200, causing 300% energy damage of the attack power, and reducing the enemy's defense by 10% while applying a burning state to the enemy. Release distance, 500. Chanting time, 5 seconds, instant, stamina consumption, 100%. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Damage type, energy damage, defense calculated. Attack enhancement, 0/30, effect enhancement, 0/30, special enhancement, 0/30. Stamina is an attribute bar that is unlocked after learning the secret, just below the MP. Stamina can only be accumulated by attacking enemies, 1% is accumulated by attacking ordinary enemies, and 5% is accumulated by bosses and players. The enhancement of the secret skills is enhanced by something called Soul Crystal. Currently, it is only known that one can be obtained every day through daily tasks, but this thing also has levels: ordinary, exquisite, rare. The higher the level, the stronger the enhancement effect. For example, for attack enhancement, ordinary soul crystals can only add 5% attack power after one enhancement, while exquisite ones can add 10%, rare ones can add 20%, and other levels are currently unknown. Because the highest level of crystals in daily tasks is rare, and higher levels have not appeared yet. Other channels are still unknown, but Lao Wang estimates that there should be some, otherwise the 900% attack bonus at level 30 really can't afford the word secret of his. As for why Lao Wang chose this secret, of course it's because he is the most handsome. Among the many secrets, only this secret has the most exaggerated effect. After the release of Jiu Jufanya, the whole world will change color with this skill. Then a huge flaming meteorite fell from the sky and attacked enemies within the range. However, this exaggerated animation effect was obtained by sacrificing something for this skill. It has the lowest initial damage, the most useless additional effect, and the slowest effect time among all the secrets. But Lao Wang doesn't care about these things. He cares about the magic circle that appears in the sky when this skill is released. That magic circle obviously has the attributes of the space system, otherwise how can it pull meteorites from space? Because he dealt with many legendary masters, Lao Wang found that all legendary masters had a common characteristic, that is, they could tear the space with their bare hands. Lao Wang initially thought that this was a skill, but when he went to Lao Luo to ask, the other party told him that it was just a trick, and that only by mastering space technology could the mecha break through and become a legendary mecha. After knowing this, Lao Wang has been looking for skills related to space. Although it cannot be said that he has gained nothing, the benefits are also very small. So when Lao Wang saw that this skill contained space skills on the internet, he wanted to learn it. The secret may be a killer for others, but for Lao Wang who has enhanced skills, it is really dispensable. So instead of learning a useless high damage skill, it is better to learn a skill that will be helpful in the future. After learning the ultimate skill, Lao Wang ushered in his ultimate enhanced form. I have to try the strength, Lao Wang said to himself while looking at his already abnormal attribute panel. After that, he thought it was a good idea, so he began to recruit people in the guild to play the Black Killing Pirate Lair dungeon. A team of future players, who had never played this dungeon, gathered quickly, and then they followed Lao Wang into the dungeon. After having the new attributes, Lao Wang felt that the Stone Brothers were weak. He didn't even exert much strength, and one fell down. Then, the Lord of Elements burst out with all his strength, and the other didn't last for a few seconds. The same was true for Erdwa, and the big centipede afterwards. They couldn't withstand Lao Wang's attack at all. Only the various states of the last boss Black Shark were a bit troublesome, but he still broke the record. This clearance once again refreshed the record of this dungeon, although the previous record was also his. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. That's too much. There was a lot of praise in the guild channel, but Lao Wang didn't care at all. Because he was looking for a feeling that he felt was his future path. One advantage of having a master is that he can ask someone for advice on things he doesn't understand. After listening to his question, Lao Luo was silent for a while, then looked at Lao Wang helplessly and said, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. In fact, you can control the skills you release through the Lord of Elements just like controlling your own fireball. Control skills? Yes, that's why we say that gifted people are treasures. This ability is simply a gift from God to gifted people. Lao Luo. After Lao Luo finished speaking, he found a practice field and demonstrated super control skills to Lao Wang. He summoned a wind blade, and then controlled the wind blade that was supposed to fly in a straight line to fly around until it dissipated. During this period, he could even control the size, power and flight speed of the wind blade. The simple wind blade skill became extremely magical in his hands. When controlling the power of skills, you need to pay attention to something. The power of general skills has an upper limit. Don't strengthen it endlessly, otherwise the skill will collapse and backfire. The upper limit of this skill varies from person to person and skill to skill. You need to experiment yourself. After Lao Luo finished demonstrating to Wang Qianduo, he told him some precautions. After Lao Wang wrote them down one by one, he also started the experiment. He summoned a fireball, and then began to control it to fly like he did when he didn't use the mecha. But Lao Wang felt something was wrong while controlling it. He asked Lao Luo in confusion, "Master, when you control the elements, are they also so excited and active?" "Excited? Active?" "Yes, just like a pet dog getting close to its owner." "What nonsense are you talking about? Where do the emotions of the elements come from?" Lao Luo stopped talking because he saw that the fireball in Lao Wang's hand actually jumped excitedly in the hand of the Lord of Elements. He could confirm that it was not controlled by Lao Wang, but simply that the fireball was moving by itself. This scene made Lao Luo doubt his life, especially after he saw this thing jumping and turning into a stream of light and flying into the fireball in Lao Wang's element's fury. Lao Wang felt differently. After the fireball flew into element, he felt that his equipment had come alive, and he began to urge him to summon out several of its brothers. After Lao Wang thought about it, he summoned the skills of several other elements. After the 7 elemental orbs came alive, Lao Wang felt that his equipment was different. Although his attributes did not change, it became a bound equipment, and these orbs seemed to have their own ideas. He tried to condense a fireball with a flame orb again, and then a shocking scene happened to him and Lao Luo. He just used a little magic power, and the fireball, which was originally just an ordinary skill, turned into a huge flame pumpkin head. After the pumpkin head appeared, it looked at Lao Wang, as if asking him who to fight. "I won't fight anyone. I just want to see you. You go back first." Lao Wang. After he finished speaking, the flaming pumpkin head actually dissipated. His skills actually had their own ideas. It was incredible. Then Lao Wang tried again, without using the fury of element to condense the skills. This time the skills became normal. Although he could still feel the affinity of the elements, he no longer felt like an intelligent life. Moreover, this skill was as easy to use as Lao Luo's, which made Lao Luo's jaw drop. He didn't even remember how long it took him to reach this level. Was it a year or 2? How come he could do it directly? Is this what the Lord of Elements means? The master of all elements, born with affinity for the elements. Envious and jealous Lao Luo decided to get out of sight and out of mind, and decisively let Lao Wang get out. Chapter 230. Outland. Zerd Planet. The energy pool where Huang Rui was located finally calmed down today. The climate of this planet, that could have given birth to life, has now become extremely harsh. After the restless energy pool finally calmed down, a black cocoon emitting a faint light slowly rose from the energy pool. Then a special energy aura began to spread with the cocoon as the center. All the Zerg on the entire planet felt it, and looked there together. Then, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon broke apart, and a person with a black and purple body and a pair of arthropods and wings behind him appeared in the sky. "Master, she absorbs the energy of the entire planet, and her spiritual talent is so terrifying. Doesn't she really need to assimilate and wash away her wisdom? I don't know when she appeared in the distance." Looking at the ability displayed by Huang Rui, the frightened high-level brain worm asked the Zerg master in front of him. What Huang Rui showed made it feel terrified. Such a powerful spiritual power is probably not much inferior to the master. Moreover, she has absorbed countless biological genes and the energy of a planet. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a god now. I know what you are worried about, but her strong spiritual power will benefit the entire swarm. Don't be afraid of her human nature. She is as close to me as you are to other brainworms. And once she is assimilated, she will be useless without wisdom. After the master finished speaking, he flew to Huang Rui, who had already been transformed. Huang Rui saw the master and nodded slightly to him to show her respect. "Very good, you will even have Yuji in the future," the master said happily after seeing this scene. "From this moment on, there will be no Huang Rui in this world from now on, only Yuji of the insect swarm." At this time, all players received a system prompt that the entire game will be updated for 24 hours, and they all need to log off. Lao Wang, who was leading the future group to kill monsters, was stunned when he heard the news, and an ape boss in front of him took the opportunity to punch him. But Lao Wang did not move, and the earth attribute gems around him stepped forward, and a yellow energy easily blocked the boss's fatal punch. Then the red gem stepped forward, and a flame power poured into the ape boss's chest, burning it to ashes. After doing this, the gems of several categories began to revolve around Lao Wang again. After Lao Wang touched them one by one with a smile, he said to everyone in the future, "Let's stop here today, and go back to the base to wait for the update to be completed." Everyone in the future quickly dealt with their opponents in front of them, and then returned to the base and logged off. "Why did the game suddenly update?" Lao Ma asked after everyone exited the game. "I don't know, But it should be related to the election of the Human Alliance this time. Lao Wang. That's right. It's about to enter the critical stage. Who should we support? Sister Hua. We are neutral. We don't participate in this kind of thing. Lao Wang said. But sometimes it's not that we don't want to participate. After all, people in the world. Lin Qimeng. General Zhang has come to Lao Wang more than once during this period, but Lao Wang doesn't feel good about him. Although he had given Lao Wang several tasks since he came to the Mother Star base, the clue task and Lao Luo's attitude towards him were like a thorn stuck there, making it impossible for him to open up to them. Lao Wang did not doubt that he was overthinking, or that those people deliberately alienated General Zhang, but he just couldn't get over it. Let's talk about this later. Come with me and take a walk. I haven't been out for a walk for a long time. Lao Wang said, holding Lin Qimeng's hand. Okay. Others, angry. You two really don't care about others. After Lao Wang and Lin Qimeng walked out of the club, they did not choose to drive, but just walked slowly along the street. Because of today's update, there are many people on the street. After all, it's normal for everyone to go out for a walk when they can't play the game. Why, are you upset about choosing a team? Lin Qimeng asked Lao Wang as they walked. Yes. Because of the reason for winning the championship, it is impossible for us not to stand on the team. It's not the final stage yet. Once it comes, those who are at a disadvantage will force us madly. Lao Wang. Indeed, because we will relieve them of a lot of pressure, Lin Qimeng said. In fact, rationally speaking, I should choose General Zhang's neutral faction, because he has a more than 50% chance of winning. But choosing him means going up against the military, which I'm not that afraid of. What I care about is that he gives me a really bad impression. And the clues I got from that mission all point to him as the mastermind behind the investigation these days. But if we choose someone else, the blow we will suffer once we lose is definitely not comparable to that of other guilds. I regret accepting his championship mission now. I dug this hole myself. Lao Wang expressed his concerns. He had nothing to hide from Lin Qimeng. I don't think you need to worry. If you don't want to choose him, we won't choose him. If we can give him an advantage, we can give others an advantage. You have to believe in yourself. Even if you fail, no one will blame you. If there is, kick him out of the guild. Being the first guild or not doesn't mean much to us. Don't let these things drag you down. Lin Qimeng said. After Lin Qimeng's advice, Lao Wang let go of some of the things in his heart, and then he happily accompanied Lin Qimeng to go shopping. After 4 hours, he regretted it. He really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he come out for a stroll? Lin Qimeng's shopping enthusiasm shocked him deeply. With his superhuman physical fitness now, he could hardly stand it. She didn't feel tired at all. If it was just walking or running for 4 hours, Lao Wang would not feel as tired as he is now. Because during this period, you have to help him pick clothes, take clothes, and evaluate the clothes. You can't be perfunctory or tell the truth. This is just clothes. She can see not only clothes, but also bags, jewelry, watches, cosmetics, etc. Lao Wang felt that he had used up all the vocabulary accumulated in 2 lifetimes, but she was obviously not satisfied yet. Why don't we find a place to sit down and rest and eat something? Lao Wang, who really couldn't evaluate the 2 red lipsticks he bought, which one was better looking, changed the subject. Aren't these 2 red? And they are so similar in color, how do you tell them apart? Okay. Lin Qimeng thought for a moment. Then the 2 of them came to a cold drink shop on the street, and Lao Wang finally sat down. But just as he was relaxing, he suddenly felt something, and he pulled Lin Qimeng to avoid the knife that suddenly appeared in the hand of the person passing by her. The attacker saw that his attack failed, and immediately wanted to summon the Mecha, but Lao Wang didn't give him the chance. He pointed at the man, and a blue light hit the attacker. In an instant, he was frozen in place, and completely lost his breath of life. The people around didn't react. They thought they were filming a movie, and they subconsciously surrounded them. Lao Wang immediately protected Lin Qimeng behind him, because the looming murderous aura was still there, and this man had accomplices. Just as he was on guard, he suddenly saw a man with a black hat outside the crowd walking away. Lao Wang instantly confirmed that the man was the source of the murderous aura, and then he stepped on his feet, and 4 earth snakes emerged from the ground to bind the man. He also wanted to summon the Mecha immediately, but a soil spear pierced through his back and killed him on the spot. Lao Wang originally didn't want to kill him because he was afraid of killing the wrong person. But the place where he was too crowded with people, and it would be easy to cause an accident if he summoned the Mecha. Seeing that he was going to summon the Mecha, Lao Wang immediately killed him. The first person didn't bleed because he was frozen, so these people only felt magical, but the second person bleed, and these people immediately panicked. The crowd began to get chaotic, and Lao Wang's defense was still not relaxed. Although there was no murderous aura around, it did not rule out that someone had the ability to hide murderous aura. Call the police, Lao Wang said to Lin Qimeng. Chapter 231. The police arrived at the scene quickly, then cordoned off the surrounding area and took Lao Wang and Lin Qimeng back. Lao Wang felt that he might need to find a great immortal or fortune teller to break up. Why was he being hunted down in the game and outside? And what he couldn't accept was that he had begun to implicate Lin Qimeng. Magic killing? When Lao Wang arrived at the police station, the police were dumbfounded when they saw what happened this time, and soon the superiors took over. Mr. Wang, we meet again. Lao Wang saw that this was not the person who came to see him at the last future party. Yes, what a coincidence. Lao Wang said speechlessly. Didn't you come here on purpose? We have already investigated the identities of those two people. They are the remnants of the Holy Ten. This is our work error. I am sorry for causing you danger, the man said. The remnants of the Holy Ten? Lao Wang asked with some suspicion. He remembered that he had given them the full list of the members of the Holy Ten, so how could there still be remnants? Zero, help me check. Lao Wang asked Ling in his mind. Okay, sir. I have already checked that the two people were indeed members of the Holy Ten. When the Holy Ten was destroyed last time, 6 people escaped, and they were 2 of them. But this time, they came to assassinate you. It seems that they were hired by the White Lotus. 0. White Lotus. They could also hire players to kill me in reality. Lao Wang was a little shocked. From their chat records and various things, it is true. 0. Okay, I know. At this moment, Lao Wang has made up his mind. The first thing he will do after going up to find is to plan to destroy the White Lotus Society. They have touched the bottom line of Lao Wang, which makes Lao Wang explode. Although it seems magical that the NPC in the game hires players to kill people in reality, what is impossible if the mecha in this game can be brought into reality? We have been looking for these people, but we didn't expect them to find you, the man continued, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Just say it if you have something to say, Lao Wang said, after seeing his deliberate expression. With the skill of the man opposite him, if he didn't want him to see it, let alone hesitating to speak, he would definitely not be able to see it even if it was nonsense. Because communication is professional, this is a skill that has been maintained for decades. Well, we are old about the death of these two people. They were killed by skills, right? May I ask how you mastered this? The man asked. I mastered it after the mecha evolved. I really can't tell the details, Lao Wang said. He thought that the reason why he could master magic power should be related to the 7 epic element crystals he used at the beginning. Epic elemental crystals, he had never seen them in the random shop for so long. He used 7 at once. You can imagine how strong they are. Can you give us some of your blood? Sure. But can we leave after the blood is drawn? Of course. After Lao Wang drew 5 test tubes of blood from a doctor, he took Lin Qimeng away. Lao Wang didn't think it was a big deal to draw some blood for them to study. It would be great if they could make all humans master magic power, but Lao Wang thought it was not realistic. After all, the human technology in the mecha world is so advanced that ordinary people need to conduct some kind of obelisk experiment to plunder if they want to master talents, not to mention the Earth with backward technology. If they also want to plunder Lao Wang's talent, then Lao Wang doesn't mind letting them experience the anger of the Lord of Elements. After Lin Qimeng and Lao Wang left the police station, they looked at the sunlight in the sky with some emotion. Dating and shopping ended up in the police station. Lao Wang. You confessed to me because you were in the police station. You really have a connection with the police station, Lin Qimeng said. This is not good, or you can find a fortune teller to help you. It's not good to always be in jail. Lao Wang. Forget it, I help you when I get home. Lin Qimeng. Are you talking about role-playing? Get lost, you LSP. Ha ha ha, go home. No one knows whether Lao Wang played role-playing or not, but they all got up very late the next day. When they got up, the game had been open for a while. After the two went online, they began to check the game update announcement. The first one is that the system says that the adventurers who broke through the Black Shark Pirates successfully walked out of the Mother Star base. That is to say, all maps within the human range are open, and players can go anywhere through the teleportation array. Lao Wang's task of opening the door was in vain. Then the second one is that humans and Protoss have reached an agreement and successfully signed a contract. They decided to join hands to open up the Star Road between humans and Protoss and jointly deal with the Zerg in the universe. And for players, the game has entered the next expansion pack Zerg Crisis here. As long as the players are above level 30, they will receive a main task, which is to go to the Azure Dragon Legion Horn ship. Here, a special teleportation array for the Mother Star base and the Horn ship is opened, 100 gold crystals per person per time. Of course, you don't have to do it. No one will care if you spend 2 days flying there. Even if you don't do this main line, no one will care. After the players who do the task go to the Outer Realm, they will fly to the Outer Realm to open up the interstellar route between the two races. This is undoubtedly a long and huge project, because it means that they not only have to clear the Zerg and some other obstacles along the way bit by bit, but also have to defend this road. Although the defense cannot be done by players, it is definitely the main force of players to open up the route. And the name of this expansion is Zerg Crisis, so it must be extremely dangerous given the nature of this game. In addition to the above 2 points, the Mecha Academy and the Master Apprentice system of this game are also fully opened. Players can choose to study in the Mecha Academy or choose to become a disciple of an NPC. Of course, if you have the ability, you can do both, but the things given to you by both sides may be repeated. Just like Lao Wang, Lao Luo has nothing to teach him now, so there is no point in entering the Mecha Academy again. He doesn't need the background of the Mecha Academy. Now he is a colonel of the Alliance, and is more useful than any background. The mentoring between players has not been enabled yet, and the system has given a special explanation for this, that is, the current highest level of players is only over 30, which does not meet the standard of taking apprentices. In addition to these 3 major updates, there are many small changes. This update is a very big version change. I don't know who triggered this update, I think the reward must be very generous. Lao Wang and Lin Qiming said after they came online, ignoring the strange looks of others. Isn't it you? The others asked together. Wasn't I with you at that time? Amnesia? Lao Wang. It seems so. You are not used to it. Yes. Yes. It's not you anymore. What have you been busy with these days? Do you need to ask? Just look at the rosy face of the president, and you will know. Young man, be moderate. Get lost. After being teased by the guild members, Lao Wang led the team to the Qinglong Legion. They wanted to see what the main task was like. Although the transmission fee of 100 gold crystals is not cheap, it is still affordable for future elites. After arriving at the corner ship, the player will hand in the task to an officer and then receive the next stage of the task. Other players come here and say hello, I am reporting to the front line. Then the NPC will give him the next round of tasks, but it is different after Lao Wang arrives. Hey! You are here again. What business do you have this time? The NPC said first. This NPC is Wang Dalong's deputy, a colonel like Lao Wang, and his name is Guan Boxian. Colonel Guan, why are you here? No one else has been arranged. Lao Wang said. Everyone looked at him and realized that he knew him again. They all suspected that there might be no NPCs in this game that he didn't know, otherwise how could he meet familiar people everywhere? No, I was mainly afraid of trouble, so I came here. Then you go ahead, I take the task and leave. Lao Wang. Okay, you don't need to do tasks like cleaning the starship, just go to the outer domain and kill the enemy. Guan Boxian said. After the player arrives at the corner ship, he must first start with the task of brushing the favorability before going to the outer domain. Lao Wang omitted a step. It's easier to get things done with someone. Chapter 232. The special treatment that Lao Wang gets is not available to other people in the future, so this means that they have to act separately again. I will go and explore the way for you first, and if you are in trouble, come to me to gather. Lao Wang said to everyone in the future. Retreat. Lin Qiming. Okay, I take my leave. After Lao Wang and Lin Qiming joked for a while, they went to Wang Dalong to meet him, before setting off for the outer realm. The task assigned to him by the quartermaster was to assist the vanguard in building a Starry Sky outpost, which was simply a guarding task. When the NPCs were building the Starry Sky outpost, the swarm would come to interfere, and Lao Wang only had to guard the fixed number of waves. This task should not be difficult, after all, it was prepared for all players, but Lao Wang forgot one thing, that is, other players have not arrived yet, and he has to face the task of hundreds of thousands of people alone. He had started a live broadcast without knowing anything, and wanted to share his experience with everyone in the future. It was definitely not for showing off. Maybe, when he arrived at the star outpost, the mission was activated, and countless alien insects in the starry sky flew towards the planet, where the star outpost was located with the help of Leviathan. Other people in the future and some viewers were speechless after seeing this scene. What kind of movie is this? Said a viewer who accidentally entered the live broadcast room. No, it seems to be a mission in the game. This brother is in trouble. So many monsters. Lao Wang did not conduct real name authentication, and the current perspective is the first-person perspective, and it has not been adjusted to the third-person perspective, so they did not recognize Lao Wang. Oh my god, are we going to take such a mission later? What kind of a shitty mission is this? Is it really for people? Can the boss hold on? What will happen if the main mission fails? A song of Liang Liang for you. After seeing this scene, the people in the future guild expressed their shock, and then a little bit of happiness, so you can show off. Ordinary players gradually understood the process and the mission through the words of the future people. So the live broadcast is Qin Wang. As expected of you, the mission scene is different from ours. Lao Wang has no time to watch the barrage now. When he found that the number of insect swarms exceeded his imagination, he became serious. When the defense system on the surface of the planet had not yet started, Lao Wang took the lead in flying into the sky, and the live broadcast perspective also changed to a third-person perspective. Then everyone saw the brand new Lord of Elements and his performance. I saw Lao Wang flying into the sky, raising one hand above his head, and a huge fireball gathered above his head in an instant, and then he threw it at the insect swarm in the sky. The huge fireball hit the Zerg like a meteor, and then the flames burst, and the flames swept across the sky, and a large area of Zerg was burned to ashes. With another wave of his hand, the photon spheres of photon rays appeared. These 21 photon spheres did not start attacking immediately, but shot wherever Lao Wang pointed, with a very high killing efficiency. At the same time, the electron piercer was also traveling in the sky, harvesting the fish that escaped Lao Wang's attack. Although these alien insects look scary, they are only more than 30 levels, and can't withstand Lao Wang's current attack. Lightning, storm, fire and various other skills flashed in the sky from time to time. No matter how many Zergs there were, they could not withstand such attacks. The players and members of the future guild who were watching the live broadcast were already dumbfounded. They knew that Lao Wang might be able to hold on, but they really didn't expect this man to crush them. Turn it off, it's boring. There is no reference value at all. Damn, he pretended. When the players expressed their respect like a surging river, Lao Wang had already flown above the atmosphere. The first batch of Zergs had been killed by him, but it was almost over. The remaining few could not break through the NPC defense line below. When Lao Wang came to the atmosphere, the second wave of Zergs had just left Leviathan. He saw this scene, and directly summoned the lava armed. After the huge magic circle appeared, Lao Wang and the fighter became one in a moment. Meteor volcano! As Lao Wang roared with a hint of excitement, countless magic circles of various sizes appeared in the sky. Then, streams of lava shot out from the magic circle, flying towards the swarm of insects that had not yet dispersed. Most of the swarm of insects were evaporated by the lava as soon as they were hit, and the rest were taken away by the magma that exploded. After dealing with another wave of alien insects, Lao Wang set his sights on the source of the alien insects in the starry sky, the huge creature Leviathan floating in the universe. Lao Wang cancelled the fusion with the lava armed, and then summoned the Styx armed. After the huge magic circle appeared again, the Styx armed appeared, replaced the lava armed and merged with Lao Wang. The players are now numb, and they even feel sad for the swarm of insects. This is the wrong time to go out and meet such a pervert. The Styx red lotus bloomed in space, and a red ray directly penetrated the Leviathan. Roar! The Leviathan roared, looked at Lao Wang fiercely with its huge eyes, then tore the space and escaped. Yes, it escaped. This human is too perverted. The dominant will judge through the perception of Leviathan that it was useless for him to stay here, so he ran away directly. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. Leviathan is different from those cannon fodder Zergs. It is a very important unit of the Zerg. Leviathan is even more important to the Zerg than ordinary legendary units, because Leviathan is the only regular unit of the Zerg with spatial ability. Other Zergs can only have spatial ability in mutants, but there is only one in billions of such Zergs. The Zerg has fought in the universe for countless years. They have absorbed the excellent genes of various races in the universe, and various bodies have become very stable. This stability makes it difficult for the Zerg to retain the excellent abilities of mutants to form a new race. Therefore, the significance of Leviathan with spatial ability to the Zerg is self-evident. Lao Wang did not try to keep Leviathan. Although he relied on the Styx armor to severely injure the opponent, it was not impossible to keep it if he had to go up and force it. However, this might anger the master of the Zerg. If the opponent forcibly descended and killed him, it would be a huge loss. Don't forget that he is still live streaming. Although he no longer cares about his invincible golden god, he can't keep such a simple waste, right? After Leviathan retreated, Lao Wang's mission was completed ahead of schedule. He gained some experience, a little gold crystal, and a perfect equipment. We can see that the mainline reward is still very generous. Lao Wang showed the reward he just received to the audience in the live broadcast room, and then decomposed the bound perfect equipment in the next second. Wow, it was good in the last second, and it was decomposed in the next second. Do you mean that the decomposed material is good? I don't want it, you can give it to me. Why do you want to decompose it? Are you stupid? This is bound, otherwise will he decompose it? The boss is the boss. The perfect equipment does not look at the attributes, just divide it directly. Lao Wang only noticed at this time that the popularity of his live broadcast room had exploded at some point. The live broadcast that was originally only for his own guild was actually watched by tens of millions of people. Thank you for watching. If I don't have a real name, don't give me gifts. If you want to, wait until I have negotiated with the official for the profit sharing. Okay. Okay. The mission is completed, and it's time to disperse. This is actually very valuable for reference. I realized that this is not a mission for one person at all. You should have completed the prerequisites in about the same time, which means that you can't be here by yourself. This is a multiplayer mission. I was tricked. I'm going to go off the air and find someone to settle the score. Goodbye, everyone. After saying a lot, Lao Wang closed the live broadcast and flew back to the Qinglong Legion to hand in the mission. But not long after he left, several mechas appeared out of thin air in the starry sky. They looked at the place where Lao Wang disappeared, looked at each other, and then chased after him. These people have different mechas, but there is one thing in common, that is, they all have a white lotus on their chests. It seems to be the White Lotus sect again. After those people left, Lao Wang appeared strangely out of thin air and said lightly. He felt someone was staring at him just now, and the person who left was just his special prop. Chapter 233. Stuntman, consumable. Perfect. Effect. After use, summon a fake body to act on your behalf, and the real body enters the invisible state. The fake body cannot attack and disappears immediately after being attacked. Duration, 300 seconds. Cooling time, 1000 seconds. Remarks, Sonny Boy? Old Wang, who perfectly deceived the team with this thing, used a bottle of invisibility potion and controlled the mecha to chase them again. As for running away, why run away if you can fight? Aren't the opponents just a few level 50? It's not like he hasn't killed them before. The team slowly followed the slowly flying stuntman, and they didn't attack until the stuntman disappeared. It's just that when the stuntman disappeared, they looked at each other in bewilderment, obviously not understanding the reason. Although they didn't understand, they had already confirmed that they had lost him. What should I do if I lost him? One person asked, looking at the place where the stuntman disappeared. I continue to find someone to buy his position, and then find a way to follow. The Venerable has already issued a death order. We must seize his mecha. This is very important to us, said the leader of the group. Can the magic mecha still be seized? Lao Wang suddenly emerged from the void and asked. Of course, as long as enough two-legged sheep are sacrificed, there is nothing that the Venerable can't do. The man finally reacted as he spoke, and then they all looked at the person who suddenly appeared in their team. When did you appear here? You actually eavesdropped on our conversation. And how did you hack into our chat channel? Forget it. Never mind. Fuck him. Just as the team was about to take action, a huge flame ghost face appeared behind Lao Wang. Although they were in space and could not hear the sound, they knew that he must be laughing fufufu. Before they could react again, the flame demon face directly wrapped them up. The scorching temperature made them have no time to react, and they were roasted into charcoal by the flames. Although they were at a high level, they still couldn't stand Lao Wang's attack. After the flame demon face burned several people clean, it came back and smiled at Lao Wang. Lao Wang reached out and patted its head like a pet, and it happily returned to the flame orb. After dealing with this team of White Lotus killers, Lao Wang picked up their drops and flew back to the Mother Star base. Several White Lotus mechas only dropped one thing, which is called Advanced White Lotus Certificate. Advanced White Lotus Certificate, perfect certificate of killing a senior member of the White Lotus sect. On the way back, Lao Wang was thinking, is the two-legged sheep he mentioned a human? If it is a human, then what are these White Lotus people? Until he returned to the base of the mother planet, Lao Wang asked Colonel Guan after handing in the task, Brother Guan, do you know the White Lotus? Colonel Guan was stunned when he heard this, and then asked seriously, why are you asking about them? Nothing, I just met them on the way back. Lao Wang showed Colonel Guan the certificate of the deaths of several White Lotus people. You killed a White Lotus person. And a senior person, well done. Keep this thing, It can be exchanged for merit at the quartermaster. I can't say much about the White Lotus. I can only tell you that they are the mortal enemies of my Qinglong Corps. You need to ask General Wang for more. Colonel Guan. Lao Wang nodded after hearing this, put away the White Lotus certificate, and went to the command center where Wang Dalong was. After explaining the whole story to Wang Dalong, Lao Wang looked at him, and seemed to suddenly become a little melancholy. You have been involved in General Huang's affairs for so long, so you must have some understanding of the origin of the White Lotus sect, right? Wang Dalong asked. Lao Wang nodded immediately. He knew that the White Lotus sect originated from the obelisk experiment. I only recently learned about the obelisk experiment. The White Lotus sect was a sudden incident for our Qinglong Corps. That year, they suddenly forced their way across the border blockade and set off an alarm. Our Qinglong Corps went to pursue them, and had a fierce conflict with them. In that battle, we lost more than 700 people, and killed 5 members of the White Lotus sect. We were completely defeated. After that, we went to the outer domain many times to encircle and suppress them, but unfortunately, we failed every time. In addition, the White Lotus sect often broke in, went to the planets inside to capture civilians, killed people and set fires, and did all kinds of evil. Over the years, there have been hundreds of checkpoint intrusions every year, but 9/10 of them were caused by the White Lotus sect, and there were only a few real Zerg checkpoint intrusions. The White Lotus sect can be said to be the mortal enemy of the entire Qinglong Corps, and it is not an exaggeration at all. Wang Dalong. After that, he not only told Lao Wang about the White Lotus sect, but also introduced the Qinglong Corps to him. The implication of his words was that he wanted him to join. I'm afraid this won't work. I'm going to disappoint your kindness. Lao Wang. What do you mean? The Azure Dragon Corps is not suitable for you. Wang Dalong. Of course not. I actually agree with the Azure Dragon Corps, but I am ready to take sides and cannot drag the Azure Dragon Corps into the water. Lao Wang. Okay, let me know when you're in line. Since you have a good eye for selecting people, the Azure Dragon Corps will also study it. It's too difficult to be neutral in this era. Wang Dalong. I try my best, but I have another question. Lao Wang asked. Is the White Lotus sect very strong? Very strong, maybe even stronger than the Azure Dragon Corps. They have at least 7 legendary masters. Wang Dalong. That's very strong. After knowing the strength of the White Lotus sect, Lao Wang knew that he needed to put his small goal aside. When he didn't have the confidence to deal with these 7 legends, all the goals were just his fantasies. Because even if he killed all the other members of the White Lotus sect, as long as these legendary mechas were still there, they would not be considered destroyed. When leaving Wang Dalong gave him another task. The name of the task was Kill the White Lotus Monster. As the name suggests, this task is to kill the people of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect has a total of 3 types of disciples, which drop high-level competition, intermediate tokens, and low-level tokens respectively. In addition to the disciples, there are also White Lotus bosses and legends with special tokens. From today on, Lao Wang will get 10,000 experience points for killing a low-level token, 100,000 for a mid-level token, and 500,000 for a high-level token. If you kill someone with a special token, you will be directly rewarded with 1 million experience points, and these are all additional rewards. He can still take these tokens to the quartermaster to exchange for merits, and he will not lose anything. The items in the Qinglong Legion's merit warehouse today are much richer than before. In addition to epic items, there are all kinds of items. Even the very rare legendary inlay stones. There are more than 1 set in the warehouse. At the same time, Lao Wang also knew for the first time that this thing had a set. The most abnormal set had 5 pieces. The set attribute was that after attacking, there was a 20% chance to restore 20% of its own health, and there was no cooling. If this thing fell into Lao Wang's hands, it would basically have unlimited endurance. As long as he couldn't kill him instantly with full health, he could only be consumed to death. However, these set stones could not be exchanged for simple merits, and a very high reputation of the Azure Dragon Legion was required. Even for Lao Wang, if he didn't brush it for a year or 2, or have any special adventures, he basically couldn't count on it. After handing over a few White Lotus certificates to the quartermaster, Lao Wang didn't exchange anything, because he didn't need the things that could be exchanged at present. Have you finished the pre-tasks? I'm so bored playing alone. Lao Wang, who was on his way to the next task point, harassed the future people. Do you think we will pay attention to you? Lao Ma. Isn't that right? Lao Wang. F***K, wait till you log off. What? Can you beat me if you log off? Ah. So angry. Go off and beat that bastard. Sign up together. I go. I go too. +1. You're jealous. Wang looked at the dozens of people who instantly swiped the screen, and said with a guilty conscience. You're right, we're just jealous, just wait. Ha ha ha. Ordinary players of the Future Guild looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw the scene. They felt it was outrageous. Are all the big guys so unreliable? Is this the world of the strong? Although they don't understand, they will work hard to learn. They are now like a group of devout apprentices. If a girl asks them now, will you abuse me? They will definitely answer, if you like, I can learn. It's so reliable. Chapter 234. While arguing with everyone, Wang came to the Starry Sky Outpost again. Because the teleportation devices of the Starry Sky Outpost and the base were already available for the first mission, Wang could be said to be there in seconds. At present, the Starry Sky Outpost has only built the teleportation system and defense system, and everything else is still in ruins. This is a very important place, and it is the cosmic frontier for players to expand towards the star spirits in the future. The space blockade of the Cosmic Defense Line, where the Azure Dragon Legion is located, is destined to make it impossible to build teleports with many places. Therefore, humans need a central transit station in the outer domain to provide material needs, which is the significance of this Starry Sky Outpost. Wang's current task is to collect materials to build here, but in view of the degree of completion of his first task, the commander of the outpost did not issue him those simple tasks of collecting copper and iron. Hello, Colonel Wang. I am the commander of the Starry Sky Outpost. My name is Park Yisheng. What are you happy about? Park Yisheng asked puzzledly, while looking at Wang, who was about to hold back. Nothing. Nothing. I just remembered an old friend. Please continue. Wang suppressed his smile and said, this name is so talented, it must be given by Mr. Guo. Okay, then I will continue. I need a special material called purple cloud grass. I hope you can help me collect it. The man continued. It is my duty. Wang. After he finished speaking, this new main task was accepted. Now he just had to find this purple cloud grass. But Wang found out before he took a few steps that he was tricked by this guy named Pooh. The system did not even have the location prompt of purple cloud grass. After he asked Ling, he found out that this purple cloud grass was actually a kind of grass that had been exterminated by the insect swarm. How could there be a branch? You are plotting against me? Why? Wang came to the front of the man surnamed Pooh and asked. Who knew that the man surnamed Pooh looked at him with contempt and said, how did I plot against you? You said it yourself that I had no choice but to do it. As he spoke, he pointed at Wang with his finger. He thought Wang would panic, but Wang disappointed him. He grasped the man's fingers, and then with a little force, he heard a click. The man surnamed Pooh immediately knelt on the ground, and the huge Han beats kept coming out. The soldiers of the surrounding Starry Sky Outposts immediately surrounded Wang, and surrounded him in the center. Wang ignored these people. He slowly squatted down, and said to Pooh, who was lying on the ground and wailing, if you are a dog for others, you must be prepared to be beaten to death. After Wang finished speaking, he stood up, and pushed away the NPCs surrounding him and left. With his status, this thing was nothing. Not to mention a dog. Even if his master came, Wang would not be afraid. Just when Wang was thinking about how to proceed with this mission, his communicator suddenly rang. It was an NPC contacting him. Hello, who is this? Wang asked after opening the communication. I am Li Yulong. Mr. Wang is looking for purple cloud grass, right? Li Yulong. No, you dialed the wrong number. Wang hung up directly after saying that. It seems that this must be the mastermind behind the scenes. Li Yulong, Isn't he doing the mission? This kind of mission is the key to everything that comes next. The importance is self-evident. You dare to hang up on me. Li Yulong was a little unbelievable. Now his status can be said to be above one person and 10,000 people, and soon that person will be surpassed by him. He has never received such treatment. Don't worry, sir. Leave him alone for a while. In the end, he will still come to serve us obediently. After all, no one except us has the purple cloud grass that was destroyed by the Zerg, said Li Yulong's staff with a smile. The mission of purple cloud grass was not discovered by them, but the Starry Front really needs this thing to target the special unit of the Zerg, the invisible worm. But this plant was originally only found in the outer realm. The Zerg killed it wherever they saw it, and the wild ones were almost extinct. All legions had introduced it before, but only the legion where Li Yulong was succeeded. However, the yield of this thing is touching, and they really don't have much in their hands. Fortunately, there were not many places to use it before. But now that humans want to expand the starry sky, this thing has become scarce again. The little we have should not be enough. Let the Outer Realm team hurry up to find it, and let the Research Institute work hard, Li Yulong. Although he wanted to use this thing as an important bargaining chip, it would affect the plan of the entire human race. However, it is still possible to use it as a small bargaining chip to win over some people. What? Got it. When Li Yulong and others were studying other things, the staff suddenly received the news, and their expressions became a little ugly. What's wrong? Li Yulong asked. The King of Qian completed the Purple Cloud Grass mission. He should have found a new place to grow. Li Yulong, The slap in the face came too quickly, and he was a little caught off guard. Where did Lao Wang find a place to grow? He just went back to his warehouse to look for it. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen this thing in a random store. After going back to look for it, he found that there were indeed 10 groups of tens of thousands of plants in his warehouse. He decisively took one to hand in the task. However, this task was just the beginning. Lao Wang could clearly feel that the competition among the major forces in the alliance was becoming more and more intense. These days, he was being harassed more and more, but these persecutions mainly came from the radicals of Ji Yulong, who were really unpopular. At present, the first batch of level 30 players have all arrived at the Starry Sky outpost. Just when Lao Wang was doing a task in the depths of the Starry Sky, the swarm attacked the outpost again. The players took great efforts to defend against these 10 waves of invasion. The losses of the Starry Sky outpost were not great, but there were some. The attack that Qian Wang could defend alone, but so many of us actually caused damage to the base. Let's summarize it. In the newly established guild alliance, Wang Xing has said to the people of the major guilds. This newly established alliance includes almost all the second-rate and above guilds, but it has no future. In fact, when they formed this alliance, they wanted to invite Wei Lai. The strength shown by Lao Wang really made people not want to be enemies with him. But people in the arena cannot help themselves. Under the influence of the power behind them, they can't invite Wei Lai to join. There is nothing to summarize. Although that person has become perverted, we don't need him. But he is a person who can mobilize his own strength at will, while we are not united, and we don't use our strength together. In addition, some people always want to keep a hand, so naturally they can't catch up with others. Yang Wanli said. Do you agree with this reason? Wang Xinghe looked at everyone and asked. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This was the fundamental reason why some Zergs broke through their defense line. Then should we communicate with each other now? Let's work together in the future. Wang Xinghe said again. Everyone nodded again. If they continue like this, they will be embarrassed. Then President Qin, why don't you explain it? What's the situation with Lan Ming? Qian Wang was also blue some time ago, but now it has turned purple. This seems to be more than just beautiful. Yang Wanli asked. Yes. This reminds me of the classification of monsters, Wang Xinghe. I was wondering why there was a meeting suddenly, but it turned out that they were waiting for me here. Qin Wanzheng looked at everyone, shook his head, and laughed self-deprecatingly. Then is President Qin willing to share? Of course, didn't I say we would share what we have? The name is just as you guessed, the same as the level of the monster. Blue represents elite. And this level adds attributes. Elite level adds 50% health and defense. As long as you become a disciple, you can get the task from your master. Qin Wanzheng directly told everything he knew, because it was meaningless to keep it secret, and it wouldn't last long. So that person's purple represents rarity. How many attributes do I have to lead us to become rare? One person said. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and become a disciple to get promoted. Get the 50% health and blue bonus first. Another person said. After hearing what Qin Wanzheng said, everyone was not calm. It was really too scary to have a 50% health and blue bonus. They even broke up to complete the task, leaving only Daqin and others who had completed the task. Our alliance is a mob. Should we continue to play with them? Wu Shinchi. I have to play. Chapter 235. Due to the sharing of the Daqin Guild, the top level of the entire game soon entered the elite era. However, they found that even if they became elites, it was difficult to deal with the Zerg in the Starry Sky. Every time the alien Zerg in the Starry Sky appeared, a large number of cannon fodders would go first, and then the elite alien Zerg would hide in the swarm to attack the enemy. Players are not NPCs, and they do not know the various alien Zerg at present, so in the current encounters, players basically lose more than they win. At present, the only one who can fight out of the interstellar outpost and push the progress of human exploration outward is the future with Lao Wang the Killer. But the future has limited personnel after all, and they are facing the endless Zerg army. Even Lao Wang is powerless. Other guilds, Even the Guild Alliance are suppressed by the alien Zerg on the outpost star and cannot fly out at all. The progress of starry sky exploration is touching. Lao Wang and the Guild Alliance are not very anxious, but some people are anxious. These people are the military forces represented by Lung Feng. To Lao Wang and his team, the Protoss are just a group of NPCs that issue tasks, but to the higher-ups, they represent brand new technology. Especially Lao Wang said that his lava radar could not detect the Protoss spacecraft at all, which made some people very concerned. The sooner they open the route, the sooner they can contact the Protoss, and the sooner they can learn new technology. I have no other intention to invite you to this meeting today, but to form a pioneering team. Try to open up the star road between the starry outpost and the second planet, and push the progress of the game, Lung Feng said to everyone. He contacted all the game guilds early in the morning, not sparing any of them, big or small. A group of game guilds also gave Lung Feng face, and came to the scene early. This time, Lao Wang and his team also arrived. After all, this was a bureau organized by the military represented by Lung Feng, not those big guilds. What are the specific rules? Wang Xinghe asked. Good question. Our plan is that each company will send out 1,000 elites, and those who don't have 1,000 elites will send as many as they can. And the logistics troops of each company, we will work together to open up this star road to the next planet in one go. Lung Feng. Who is in charge? Yan Wenli. Of course, each company will exclude its own command god and form a command center, but the leader will be our teacher Zhang. Lung Feng. After he finished speaking, a handsome guy with gray hair stood up and greeted everyone, and everyone immediately straightened their posture and nodded slightly to him in return. Teacher Zhang is the commander-in-chief of the military guild. He is not from the game circle, but a real battlefield commander. His ability in the game may not be stronger than Wuhan and the others, but everyone has no objection to him being the commander-in-chief, which is a trust in his character. How to distribute the spoils? Another person asked. The ones you kill belong to you, and the ones everyone kills are distributed according to demand. If the demand is the same, it is divided according to contribution. Lung Feng. After that, everyone asked a lot of questions, and Lung Feng answered them one by one truthfully. Everyone obviously had no objection to this cooperation. After all, it was a good thing for everyone. But only one guild did not speak during the whole meeting, and they even began to close their eyes and rest in their seats. What's the point of President Qian Wang? I see you haven't said anything. Lung Feng finally dealt with the others and began to attack this hard bone. How to calculate the loss of the group wiped out. After hearing Lung Feng's words, Lao Wang opened his eyes and looked at him and asked. You don't think our action is good? Lung Feng asked doubtfully. Future now his own guild can already clear 1/3 of the progress. They actually don't think the whole game guild will unite. Not very optimistic, but I will participate, but we have to discuss how to deal with the group wiped out first, so as not to sue on the battlefield and cause greater losses, Lao Wang said bluntly. Future guild can clear 1/3 of the progress by itself, and then think that so many of our guilds will be wiped out if they unite? It's really ridiculous. A person from Wanli Guild said with a mocking face. Do you know why you Wanli can't even fly out the outpost? It's because of your ignorant and fearless spirit. Lao Wang directly retorted. You? What do you mean? You want to fight alone? Lao Wang said with a mocking face. This sentence made the man lose all his energy, because he didn't dare to challenge Lao Wang, and no one in the whole game dared to challenge Lao Wang. Mr. Wang, do you suggest sharing it? Lung Feng. Of course I don't mind. Before sharing, I want to ask, does anyone among you know the Zerg? Wang Qianduo. I don't know it, some people said ashamedly yes. They don't know their opponents very well so far. Beautiful, I don't know it either. Lao Wang. Everyone, What about your Mua? I just want to remind you to know your opponents. Although I don't know the Zerg, I know the legend. Lao Wang said formally after a joke. Legend? Yes, legend. Judging from the colors of your names, you have become elites. Above elites are leaders and then lords. We can infer these from the levels of monsters. After lords are legends. The gap between legends and lords is huge. If we face a level 60 lord boss, we can still kill him if we try hard, but if we face a legendary boss, he won't give us a chance to attack, Lao Wang continued. Is it because of the legendary domain? One person asked. There are actually people who know the domain. Let's applaud him, but he was only partially right. Another point is that they awaken special abilities after becoming legends. This ability is strange and varied, and each combination is different, which is hard to guard against. If we meet legends, we can only wait for death. Lao Wang. Will we definitely meet legends? How many legends are there in the Zerg? There are only 14 at present, and there may be hundreds or thousands of unknown legendary units, Lao Wang. The 14 he mentioned refer to 13 Leviathan Kings and 1 Zerg Overlord. These are the 14 legends confirmed by Lao Wang, and there must be others. Otherwise, how could they fight against the Protoss and humans on 2 fronts, and suppress them so much that they can only protect themselves? Lao Wang's words made everyone silent. They didn't expect their opponents to be so terrifying. Do you think we should continue this operation? Lung Feng. Of course, but there are a few points I want to make clear. First, everyone should not be afraid of death in this operation. Those who are afraid of death should take insurance for things that they are afraid of losing, or simply don't bring them. Second, this is just an attempt. If it succeeds, it's the best. If it doesn't, don't be discouraged. Just treat it as an understanding of the Zerg. Third, and this is the most important point, don't be captured alive by the Zerg, never. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he sat down. The third point was just a bullshit for his own sake. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's go back and start preparing. Meet at the outpost in 2 hours. Lung Feng. After Lung Feng finished speaking, all the guilds immediately began to go back and gather. Hundreds of guilds gathered at the Starry Sky outpost, making ordinary players of the game realize that they were going to make a big move. However, it's not that Lung Feng and others looked down on the masters among ordinary players. It's really hard to contact them. Instead of contacting them one by one, it's much easier to contact all the guilds. They quickly gathered, and only the future came with a Starry Sky battleship. Didn't you say that the Zerg swarm is very dangerous, and there is a possibility that we will be wiped out? Why do we still need to open a starship? Everyone was very puzzled. Asked, is it because it is easy to be wiped out that we should open the starship? If we don't open the starship, we won't even have a chance to run away if we can't stop it. With the starship, we can also jump through space, Lao Wang said as a matter of course. And what? And I have 3 starships in the future, we can afford the loss. Lao Wang. Everyone, They asked too much. Not only will there be 3 starships in the future, but their cost is not high. After all, their cores are rewards. Thinking of this, everyone was jealous, but they didn't open their own guild starship because they couldn't afford the loss. For some small guilds, if their starship exploded, then their guild would be disbanded. No need to think about it. After this episode, everyone set off in a mighty manner, with all kinds of mechas and small spaceships covering the sky, but they didn't know what the ending would be. Chapter 236. The reaction of the swarm in the starry sky exceeded the players' expectations. As soon as the players' teams flew away from the outpost defense line, countless swarms of swarms flew towards them. Old Wang, let's see your performance first. Wuen's voice sounded in the command center. The players needed a shot of adrenaline in the first wave of battles. No one could boost their morale more than Wang Qianduo. Upon hearing this, Old Wang took off directly, and stood in front of the alien swarm in the starry sky. Everyone saw that one of the 7 gems floating around him lit up in red, and a flaming phoenix several tens of meters high appeared behind him. As the white elemental master mecha swung its fist, the flaming phoenix spread its arms at the same time. Endless flames burst out from under the wings of the phoenix, and all the swarms in the starry sky that were swept by the flames were turned into ashes. The entire Zerg swarm was burned by Lao Wang to create a vacuum zone. At this time, Teacher Zhang's very distinctive voice came from the command center. Everyone attack! Attack! Countless players immediately took action. They attacked the Zerg swarm by taking advantage of the vacuum zone burned by Lao Wang's flames. The two sides quickly merged, and the flames of the battle kept coming. An extremely grand battle began. At this moment, on the Leviathan in the center of the Zerg swarm, the high-level brain worm commanding this battle was also a little shocked when he saw this scene. The alien worms have been roaming the universe for countless years, and are called natural disasters by countless races. Some races will even be directly scared when they see them. They rely on fearless cannon fodder troops and super strong infection and fertility. But they have never seen the race they are facing now. It is obvious that each of them is a high-level intelligent individual, because he could clearly sense a series of emotions from them, such as excitement, tension, melancholy, etc., but he could not sense the fear of death. He remembered that these so-called human individuals were afraid. Why didn't the human warriors in front of them have fear? Even when facing death, they still laughed loudly. Compared with them, it felt that the other party was more like a natural disaster. What it didn't know was that these existences called players were called the fourth natural disaster on the battlefield. Because the players were fearless, And with the help of masters like Lao Wang, the players gradually gained the upper hand despite facing the endless Zerg. Just when they were about to push the battlefield forward, the special forces of the Zerg, the elite Hydralisk troops, arrived. They became a space-flying race, and as soon as they arrived, they gave everyone a surprise. Countless bone spurs and acid liquid rays were fired in a volley, causing thousands of people in the front row to fall directly. Assassin Corps, kill them quickly. Mage Corps, retreat. Be careful of their next round of attacks. No one in the command center noticed their arrival, otherwise they would not be so passive. After receiving the order, the Assassin Corps led by Xiao Hai and others immediately sneaked forward. After 2 assassins and 1 Hydralisk were assigned, everyone attacked together. The shadows around Xiao Hai gathered on the sharp blade in his hand, and then the sharp blade pierced into the body of the Hydralisk. The Hydralisk felt pain and immediately turned its head to stare at him, but before it could attack, a series of shadow spears burst out from its body, instantly emptying its blood volume. The other assassin mechas also used all means to try to solve the Hydralisk troops as soon as possible. Because everyone had not considered the issue of retreat, they all used ultimate skills. The Hydralisk troops suffered heavy casualties in an instant, and the players' front line pressed forward again. This time they did not encounter this kind of enemy again, and some special enemy headquarters were discovered in advance. Lao Wang, there is a special alien Zerg using poison gas 2,000 meters away at 7 o'clock. It has strong lethality. Go and kill it first. Lo Wuhan. Received. After Lao Wang replied, he immediately flew in that direction. A alien Zerg shaped like a flea with many poison gas holes on its body was emitting poison gas there. But there were hundreds of players' mechas around him, all of which were players killed by its poison gas. The special thing about this alien Zerg is that the players killed by its poison gas will be controlled by it as puppets. Poison puppet insect. Race, alien insect. Level, leader. LV 37. HP, 100,000. MP, 400,000. Attack, 500. Defense, 15. Skills, deadly poison gas, puppet control, life substitution, death vision. After Lao Wang saw the scene, the flame ghost face appeared again and flew towards the alien insect. The alien insect immediately controlled its puppet to resist. After consuming half of the puppets, Lao Wang's skill turned into a small flame. Just when it relaxed its vigilance against this skill, and was ready to attack Lao Wang with poison gas, the flame quickly stuck to its body. Then a column of fire burst out, and its figure instantly turned into ashes in the flames. But Lao Wang frowned at this time, because its breath and puppet did not disappear. Just when Lao Wang was looking for his figure, he felt something and immediately used flash. This allowed him to avoid a claw covered with venom that suddenly appeared in front of him. There is no such skill as stealth in his skills. How did he do it? Lao Wang thought in confusion, as he looked at the poisonous puppet insect that appeared and disappeared. But now is not the time to think about these things. Although he can't figure out the reason, it doesn't affect Lao Wang's dealing with him. 21 photons appeared. Lao Wang pointed in the air, blew up all the puppets it controlled, and then the photons spread the ground to blow up the alien insect. As soon as the alien insect showed its figure, all 21 photons were aimed at him, sending it to the west in an instant. After the alien insect died, it actually dropped an item, and Lao Wang went forward to pick it up. Invisibility stone. Perfect. Inlay part, armor coating. HP plus 500. HP plus 5%. Defense plus 5. Invisibility, active after turning it on, the mecha will enter the invisibility state, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 100 seconds. Invisibility, to see the enemy's senses and disappear from sight. After the first attack, it will enter invisibility again after 0.5 seconds. The second attack will break the invisibility state. Note, a mosaic stone with perfect properties explains why this insect can be invisible. It turns out that although the insect swarm cannot use mosaic stones, it seems that they can eat these things and inherit their properties. Lao Wang sent the properties of this thing to everyone in the group, and then said to everyone, special alien insects should have such special things dropped, but they are more difficult to kill. Good stuff. Everyone was directly stimulated by this thing, and they began to frantically find trouble with those special alien insects. Although the special Zerg were strong, they still couldn't stop the crazy players. Soon, dozens of Zerg were killed by everyone. All of these Zerg dropped special items, equipment, stones, or some special items, each of which was very rare. These things further stimulated everyone, and they became even crazier. Brainworm, It really didn't understand why these people wanted to kill an elite Zerg of theirs by the hundreds. How did they find the weakness of the Zerg? That's right, the players accidentally found the weakness of the Zerg. These elite Zerg are the backbone of the Zerg. Ordinary Zerg, even high-level Thunder Beasts, are cannon fodder as long as they don't mutate. Unless there is a special existence like Leviathan, otherwise, in the Zerg swarm, as long as they don't mutate, they are all cannon fodder. Let the Thunder Beast go. Just when the brainworm suspected the Zerg, the Overlord sent a message. Yes. When countless players were fighting Zerg madly on the battlefield, Leviathan suddenly sent out a special wave. All the Zerg began to flap their wings at almost the same time, and then released waves of energy towards Leviathan. The Zerg that could be seen, when they released waves quickly turned gray, and then fell. After Leviathan absorbed the energy, a crack opened on his huge back, and a monster with a dog-like body and 4 wings on its back flew out. As soon as this monster appeared, a purple laser beam burst out of its mouth and swept across the entire field, and thousands of mechas were directly cut in half by it. The boss is here. It looks like a high-attack boss. Everyone should not be too crowded. The command center sent a message. Lao Wang looked at the monster in front of him, and immediately flew in his direction. Who can see the properties of this thing? Send it out quickly, the Vanguard suddenly said. I can't see it. I can't see it either. It's going to break. Chapter 237. Wind and Thunder Beast. Race, Zerg. Level, Lord. LV 50. HP, 20 million. MP, 10 million. Attack, 5,500. Defense, 120. Skills, Wind and Thunder Power, Passive, Wind and Thunder Wings, Passive, Wind Travel, Thunder Flash, Wind Burst, Thunder, Wind and Thunder. Remarks. A special mutant individual among billions of Zerg. A special monster that controls the power of wind and thunder. Seeing that no one could see the attributes of this thing, Lao Wang immediately sent the attributes of the Wind and Thunder Beast to the team channel. Level 50 Lord? Is this still playable? Brother Qin Wang is different. He can see all the attributes of the level 50 Lord. Yes. I can only see a name. Is it time to talk about this? That thing is coming. Just as everyone was talking, the Wind and Thunder Beast had turned into a flash of lightning and came to the front of everyone. A claw with lightning easily tore a defensive mecha in front of him. This thing has 5,500 attack power, which is the most terrifying attack power Lao Wang has ever seen. Ordinary players can't stand it at all. But just after it killed the meat shield mecha, the attacks of the crowd had arrived. The first wave must be control skills and weakening skills. But the Wind and Thunder Beast is different from the bosses that everyone has encountered before. It did not take the damage of the crowd, but turned into a green light to avoid the attacks of the crowd. When its figure appeared again and everyone wanted to focus on it, it flapped its 4 wings and launched the attack first, and countless wind blades attacked everyone. The mechas surrounding him were almost all killed by this attack, because they did not dodge in time. Don't fight alone anymore, listen to the command. Lu Wuhan shouted in the channel. Start standing in line now, all defensive mechas press forward to limit his range of movement. Auxiliary mechas pay attention to protection, and output mechas stand at the end, don't be greedy for output. If the wind blade and lightning come again, use the barrier to defend, be careful of it using my ultimate skill, but there should be a warning before that skill comes. I have numbered you, and now listen to my command, the first team. For some reason, Teacher Zhang stopped talking when everyone was rushing to kill the elite alien insects. It seems that the others don't want to take the blame, so Lu Wuhan chose to take over the command. Under Lu Wuhan's series of arrangements, everyone gradually got a method, and finally they were no longer harvested like cutting melons and vegetables. The methodical people pressed towards the Wind and Thunder Beast, and its wind blades burst out again. But this time the auxiliary mechas and defensive mechas successfully used the barrier skill. The barrier collided with the wind blade, and when one barrier was broken, another one was replaced. After the Wind and Thunder Beast used a skill, no one was injured. At the same time, the Meat Shield army led by Miracle Sword also successfully entered the range of its charged skill. Taking advantage of the gap between its skills, Miracle Sword's Imperial Barrier took the lead in the charge and taunted the Wind and Thunder Beast, which moved so fast that it was maddening. Follow the control. Don't be afraid of superposition. After seeing this scene through the command perspective on the starship, Wuhan immediately said. Then countless control skills immediately shone in the starry sky, and the Wind and Thunder Beast could not move for a while. After Sister Hua's flame vines bound it, Fairy Jingza stepped forward and summoned 4 magic circles to trap it in the center. This skill is called light imprisonment, which makes both the target and the player unable to move. Everyone in the future knows its effect. It only lasts for a few seconds, so they desperately come up to output. At this time, Lao Wang arrived. He stretched out his palm towards the Wind and Thunder Beast, and 7 elemental gems kept circling in front of his palm. Elemental rays kept shooting at the Wind and Thunder Beast, and the 7 rays kept rotating like a laser cannon. Each of Lao Wang's attacks could take away about 30,000 HP of the Wind and Thunder Beast. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the Wind and Thunder Beast lost 1/3 of its HP in just a few seconds. Everyone retreat. Just when everyone was having a good time outputting, Liao Wuhan ordered everyone again. Everyone in the future and some smart people immediately began to retreat, but some people saw that the fairy Jingzhe did not move, and the boss was still bound, so they were greedy for output. There was no hostile force to snatch this boss battle, and there would be no hostile forces, so what was really important was the right to pick up. Only if you have the right to pick up items, the boss's drops can be in your hands. The right to pick up items depends on the output ranking. Only the top 1/3 players have the right to pick up items. This is why they are greedy for output. You should know that the drops of those alien insect elites are perfect. They estimate that this boss will at least drop a legendary. Just when they were happily brushing damage, the light confinement magic circle of the fairy Jingzhe was broken. This is because her skill duration has expired, and she has no intention of running away because she has run out of mana. The sudden breaking of the light confinement made these players, who were greedy for output, numb. Why did they retreat? However, they woke up a little late, because the Wind and Thunder Beast at this time burst out purple lightning all over its body, which quickly enveloped them and took away all their health. Some of those who retreated did not exit this skill with a wide range, and were sent back to the base to revive. The warships moved forward, set up the Zhou Tian star fighting array, and block his actions. Liu Wuhan was not affected by those who kept commanding and continued to give orders. From his attributes, 2 of his many skills are basically understood, and he has used 2 displacements. He has also seen the separate bursts of Wind and Thunder attributes. Now all he needs is this big move of Wind and Thunder, but Liu Wuhan is not going to give it a chance. Just when everyone was besieging it, various future warships had surrounded this battlefield under his command. With his command, all the warships immediately moved forward and used the inverted Zhou Tian Xingdou formation to trap the Wind and Thunder Beast in the center. When the brain worm on Leviathan saw that its main force was surrounded, it immediately sent a large number of alien insects to attack everyone. I knew you wouldn't be so honest. Old Wang, you deal with this Wind and Thunder Beast, and the others will do their best to stop the alien insects and buy time for Old Wang. Liu Wuhan. Only the people in the future carried out his order, and the other players thought they had heard it wrong. They knew that Qian Wang was terrifying, but it was a bit ridiculous to let him deal with a level 50 boss with 20 million HP alone. But after seeing the actions of the people in the future, they had to believe it. The crowd hesitantly went up to the swarm of insects, saying that they were always paying attention to the situation on Lao Wang's side. After they retreated, only Lao Wang and the Wind and Thunder Beast were left in the entire formation. Seeing the status, Lao Wang immediately activated the Phoenix mode and Elemental Rampage, and countless skills bloomed from Lao Wang's hands, covering the Wind and Thunder Beast. The space in the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation was limited, and Lao Wang's skills almost covered the entire space. The Wind and Thunder Beast could not dodge or resist at all, and was beaten by Lao Wang again. Various skills and super high damage made the Wind and Thunder Beast miserable. His 7 magic balls and 2 wingmen were also hovering over the head of the Wind and Thunder Beast. Because he was afraid of using up all the blue, Lao Wang deliberately drank a powerful potion that continuously restored blue in advance. In just a few seconds, he suppressed the Wind and Thunder Beast to a residual blood. There was no place for it to hide in this formation. It could not go up to Lao Wang because it would face Lao Wang's violent attack. Just when everyone thought that the Wind and Thunder Beast was going to be killed, a patrol ship in the future was smashed, and the entire Zhou Tian Xingdou formation was shattered. The Wind and Thunder Beast certainly would not miss such an opportunity, and turned into a thunder light and flew towards Leviathan. It is a thing that is not good enough to do things, but more likely to cause trouble, Lao Wang said to the man who deliberately let the Zerg in, and then got up and chased after him. This person's purpose should be very simple, that is, you can't get what I can't wait for. Lao Wang ignored him. Someone would take him. What he had to do now was to catch up with the Wind and Thunder Beast, and not let it escape back to Leviathan, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. Once it returned to Leviathan, everyone would have no chance to kill it. The Zerg might retreat when he returned, but Lao Wang didn't want to give up killing it. Experience and rewards are not important. What is important are merits and other things. Chapter 238. Lao Wang activated the magic burst skill of the source of magic power, and used it continuously, as if he didn't need mana. After chasing to a certain distance, a pure white chain flew out from Lao Wang's hand, and bound the Wind and Thunder Beast there. The Wind and Thunder Beast wanted to use the skill of transforming into thunder to escape, but it found that all its displacement skills could not be used. This skill is a new sacred skill that Lao Wang has obtained, and the skill name is Binding Immortal Chain. The unit trapped by this skill will be silenced, and no skills can be used, but this skill has no damage at all. This is a perfect skill. After seeing this skill, Lao Wang was glad that he didn't evolve into a sacred element. If all the skills he obtained were such skills, wouldn't he cry? After binding the Wind and Thunder Beast, Lao Wang activated the enhanced skill, and summoned the golden halberd of the God of Flame. A flash of fire flashed across, and the flames directly pierced the Wind and Thunder Beast on the spot. Weakness critical hit -300,000. After a completely incomprehensible injury rose from the top of the Wind and Thunder Beast, it was no longer able to escape. After Lao Wang calculated the blood volume, he summoned the Styx armed forces. After the Red Lotus Ray hit the target again, the Wind and Thunder Beast was killed on the spot. After the brain worm on Leviathan saw the Wind and Thunder Beast die, Leviathan opened the space channel and escaped. If it didn't run away, Leviathan might also die here. Lao Wang picked up the Wind and Thunder Beast's drops, and killed all the remaining Zergs with everyone, and then returned to the outpost with the future people. They didn't have the leisure to entreat with these people, so they should slowly open up the Star Road by themselves. It seems that they don't need the help of themselves and others. President Qian Wang, have you finished resting? Lung Feng came to where Lao Wang and others were and asked. Future people, ? Are you playing dumb with us? Are we back to rest? Just kidding, I'm inviting you to join our exploration team again, Lung Feng said with a smile. Forget it, we can't afford to play with you, Lao Wang refused directly. I'm sorry about what happened just now. This time I promise that what happened just now will never happen again, Lung Feng. You promise? What promise do you have? We drove a starship to play with you, and you let the Zerg in to destroy our array at a critical moment? Lao Ma said directly. He didn't give Lung Feng any face at all. It's not that they didn't respect him, but what happened just now was too annoying. Those people have been punished, their credit rating has been reduced to the lowest, and their guilds have been replaced, Lung Feng. He really gave face to the future people. For his sake, everyone came to this place where the management of various guilds gathered again. Everyone was waiting for them, because they found that the future guild was completely different from other guilds. I won't say any more nonsense. I don't want to see the mess again. If you don't want to go, you can quit. This mission is not mandatory. If the same thing happens again, don't blame me for being rude. After everyone in the future entered the room, Lung Feng came directly to the podium and said, he looked at the silent people and said, do you have anything else to ask? Once the action starts, only one voice is allowed in the team. If anyone acts recklessly again, they will be severely punished. I have a question, Lung Feng said, and Lao Wang raised his hand and asked. Please speak. Who is in command this time? I don't want to see the situation where the commander suddenly loses his voice halfway through the command. Lao Wang said. This is what makes Lao Wang angry the most. The man suddenly lost his voice halfway through the command. If it weren't for the future strength and the reputation of Wuhan, they would have been in chaos. Once the entire battlefield is in chaos, they will definitely be in danger. The loss at that time will be huge, especially in the future. They will also bear the risk of annihilation of a fleet. I suddenly lost my voice because I think this battle is unnecessary. You are already in such a mess, and there is no hope of victory in that battle. Teacher Zhang. Did you win? Lao Wang. He asked calmly. He was silent now. He had not expected that this man's strength was so strong that he could influence the entire battle situation. He actually did not think about the loss at first, because he regarded this battle as a virtual exercise. Seeing the chaos of the crowd, he wanted to make them suffer. When Lung Feng and others counted the losses, he realized his mistake. It's my fault this time. I gave up the position of Commander-in-Chief. I think Wuhan is very suitable. I will assist him, said Teacher Zhang. He was very frank, which surprised Lao Wang and others. They originally thought that this was another person who was scheming against each other, but now it seems that he is not. After everyone made detailed arrangements, they set the time for the assembly tomorrow. Everyone has experienced the consequences of hastily assembling. This time they gave everyone enough time to prepare. The next day, the team that everyone set out again was different from yesterday. This time, no mechas flew alone. All guilds drove starships. At first, they didn't want to do this, but they received a warning from the capital behind them. You guys, if you want to die, can you not drag us with you? You dare to make small moves in the military's actions. Do you have brains? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even if you use starships to fill in, you should fill a way out for me. After a cordial and friendly exchange, all the guilds woke up. The initiator this time was the military. When did these people become so bold? This was an existence that they wanted to curry favor with but couldn't before. After waking up, they wanted to take out even their family assets to make up for the bad impression left yesterday. Hundreds of starships took off in a mighty manner. This lineup was definitely the largest action since the players entered the game. The crowd didn't fly far before they encountered a Zerg army similar to yesterday. But this time, the players' mechas were not deployed. A group of starships and their affiliated fleets fired a volley and annihilated all the swarms. After seeing this situation, the swarm commander on Leviathan directly tore through space and escaped. This size of troops is not something that a Leviathan can contend with. If it moves a little later, Leviathan will be in danger. Although the troops of hundreds of starships are the lowest level of galaxy, they are also considered a very strong military force in this starry sky. After all, this place is close to the defense line of the Azure Dragon Legion, and the strength of the swarm is not very strong, so they took 2 days to push all the way to the second target planet. They didn't necessarily pay the price of 15 starships, but it was just the trouble caused by the Zerg's 30-plus level troops. After everyone arrived at the target star, they immediately began to build a teleportation array. They had to connect with the teleportation array of the outpost star, and then let the NPCs come to build a defense system so that they could gain a firm foothold. It's finally over, the mission is too difficult, Lung Feng said with some emotion while the teleportation array was being built. Don't put the flag, young man, Lao Wang said with a smile, and he also relaxed. Although he had been feeling a sense of fear along the way, it shouldn't be a problem now that he's here. Right? How old are you? Call me young man? Lung Feng. Anyway, I'm older than you, Lao Wang. Just as the two of them were talking nonsense, the teleportation array was finally built, but an accident also happened, and they couldn't contact the outpost star anyway. Not good. All starships should quickly make a space jump. Lao Wang shouted immediately. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they immediately started to prepare and asked, where to jump? Whatever, just run, Lao Wang said, and then flew back to the next starship. Although everyone didn't know what happened, they also realized that a very dangerous enemy might have arrived. But when they boarded the starship, they heard Lao Wang's voice again. No need to run. What on earth are you going to do? So it's too late? It's over, the space is blocked. Is this Leviathan? Everyone looked at the huge figure in the sky and said. A Leviathan that was larger than their planet appeared above everyone, and the pressure he brought made it difficult for everyone to breathe. This is the legendary unit of the Zerg, the Leviathan King. Chapter 239. The body of King Leviathan spanned the galaxy, and everyone had no doubt that it could shatter the star under their feet. When some people were about to fight to the death, they found that they could not attack. The system prompted that they were locked by King Leviathan's void domain, and could not make any moves. But at the same time, everyone was very confused. The force dispatched by the other party was too strong. Their mission had just begun. The difficulty was obviously wrong. They had just started, and the other party had obviously released the final boss. What the hell is this? After the swarm of insects surrounded everyone thought together. Just when everyone thought they were going to be wiped out, the alien insect army stopped. They only surrounded but did not kill, which let everyone know that there might be a chance for this matter. Sure enough, the alien insects slowly made way for a road, and 3 humanoid creatures slowly walked out of the road. The 3 humanoid creatures were led by a woman with a pair of bone wings, and the other 2 looked like humanoid aliens. This woman is naturally the transformed Huang Rui, and the other 2 are 2 high-level brainworms. Lao Wang did not recognize Huang Rui at the first time, because she still had some changes after the transformation, and Lao Wang had not seen her in person for many times. At the same time, her appearance disturbed him. It would be strange if he didn't look familiar with this skin of the Blade Queen. Come and talk to me, if someone who can make the decision can do it. Huang Rui. No, now she should be called Yuji, said to everyone. Her voice was not loud, but everyone in the audience, even those in the starship, heard it clearly. After he finished speaking, everyone was a little silent. It's not that no one among them wanted to show themselves, but under the restrictions of King Leviathan's domain, they had difficulty in moving, let alone speaking. Finally, it was Lao Wang who flew out, because he was the only one who was not affected. When Lao Wang approached Huang Rui, he finally remembered who she was when he saw the familiar face in front of him, but Huang Rui seemed to no longer recognize him. "Huang Rui?" he asked in disbelief. His words made Huang Rui frown, as if she remembered something, but under the interference of the master's will, these things were quickly forgotten by her. "My name is Yu Ji. Are you the one who has the final say among these people? I give you a chance. We will send 3 units to participate in the battle with you, and as long as you win 2 games, we will leave and let you go. But if we win 2 games, you can send a few people to go with us. How about it?" Yu Ji said to Lao Wang, and his words made Lao Wang feel that things seemed not so simple. If the insect swarm had no purpose, no one would believe it. But they only need a few people, which is very strange. Lao Wang told everyone not to be captured alive, but that was just to scare them. "Seeing that you are in trouble, I can give you 2 minutes to think about it," Yu Ji said and started waiting. At this time, the players' channel was in chaos. Everyone was really scared. They only need a few people? Does this mean that they really want to study as players? What does President Qian Wang mean by not being captured alive? Will their experiments affect us in reality? What should we do? Will we be destroyed or take a gamble? You can gamble, but who will go if you lose? We can take advantage of the loopholes. If we win, we can leave. If we lose, we can fight them. Do you think you can deceive the system? Okay, stop arguing. I think it is necessary to bet with him. If we lose, I have a way to let everyone retreat unscathed, but we have to give up the starship," said Lao Wang. "Okay, then listen to President Qian Wang. Let's bet. Who will go up later? The top 3 in the competition. No need to choose." "Agreed. +1. After everyone made their reservations, 2 minutes passed. Lao Wang brought Chen Baidi and Ling Feng to Yu Ji. "Don't say we are bullying you. We will suppress our level to the same level as you. The side whose health drops to half first will be eliminated. How about the side that is eliminated in the end?" Yu Ji said to everyone, and looked up at the sky. The 3 looked at each other, and found that the Zerg in front of them seemed abnormal. Their system was obviously beneficial to Lao Wang and his team. Is this still a Zerg that only knows how to plunder? Could it be that Huang Rui is in Chaoying, but her heart is with Han, taking care of them? This is Lao Wang thinking too much. Huang Rui is just following the orders of the master. As for why the master wants to do this, it is unknown. After all, he is the master of the Zerg, one of the highest existences in this universe. We agree. In any case, since the competition system is beneficial to everyone, let's agree to it first. Okay. Let's start. Chioer, you go first, Yu Ji said to a high-level brainworm, and the brainworm nodded and walked up. Zhang Baidi walked forward on Lao Wang's side. He said he wanted to fight 3 people alone. After all, he was really not afraid of anyone except Lao Wang in a one-on-one fight. After the 2 came to the center of the battlefield, the brainworm leader named Chioer suppressed his level to 33, the same as Chen Baidi. Then, just as Chen Baidi was waiting for it to summon the mecha, he turned into a faint light and attacked Chen Baidi. Chen Baidi immediately summoned his yin-yang tai chi diagram to block the opponent's attack. Doesn't it have a mecha? What kind of power is this? Is this really a level 33 attribute? Chen Baidi said in disbelief. You should know that this high-level brainworm is about the same size as a normal human. Compared with the mecha that is more than 10 meters high, he is as big as a provocative puppy. But such a small thing almost broke his tai chi diagram with one punch, which proves that his tai chi diagram is full of energy and has overflowed a lot. When he complained, the high-level brainworm rushed towards him again, and Chen Baidi immediately spread out his tai chi field. But to be honest, this tai chi diagram actually restrains enemies with attributes, and the attack of this high-level brainworm has no attributes at all. It relied entirely on its powerful physical strength and super-fast speed, which made Chen Baidi's best skill useless. But Chen Baidi was not a pushover, he still had a special trick. He flipped his hands, and the Tai Chi diagram under his feet also flipped. He didn't even dodge the attack of the advanced brain worm. It punched Chen Baidi's mecha, but it didn't cause any damage, and was chopped away by Chen Baidi's water sword. But it blocked it with its 2 front feet, and didn't suffer much damage. Then it rushed again, but it couldn't cause any damage to Chen Baidi, and it immediately understood the principle of this skill. The diagram under its feet made it immune to physical damage, but it knew it, but it had no magic skills. It looked in Huang Rui's direction, and saw the other party nod, then looked at the battlefield again. At this moment, Chen Baidi was rushing towards him with a whip. The Tai Chi diagram that was immune to physical damage consumed much more energy than the one that was immune to magic, and he couldn't afford to delay. Just as he came in front of the other party, the alien insect didn't move in front of everyone. He slowly knelt down, and the magic circle under his feet was directly broken. The alien insect came in front of him and punched him to death on the spot. The rule of the game is to win if you knock off half of your health, but if you can't withstand a punch, there is nothing you can do. Acting? The words emerged in the hearts of everyone who saw this scene. This scene was too sudden. Shinbaiti, who had originally had the upper hand, suddenly overturned, which caught everyone by surprise. It can't be acting. It must be that the alien insect has some special skills. Lung Feng said. I can't get in touch with Shinbaiti. It should be a skill related to mental shock. You should be careful later, Lao Wang reminded him. Got it. After agreeing with Lao Wang, Lung Feng walked onto the battlefield with a heroic spirit. It has been a while since Ling Feng took action. His equipment has become more complete. He used the familiar artillery tactics as soon as he came on the field, but this time he summoned 6 small artillery at a time. Attacks of various attributes were launched at the same time, and laser rays of various attributes were fired at the alien insect, but they were easily avoided by the opponent. After dodging the attack of Ling Feng's artillery, the alien insect rushed towards Lung Feng again. Chapter 240. Because there were no restrictions on the system rules in this battle, Lung Feng's equipment was all hung up. When the advanced brainworm charged, Lung Feng threw a mechanical ring at him. The advanced brainworm dodged in the air, and just avoided Lung Feng's ring. It wanted to use the minimum consumption to achieve the maximum effect, so it dodged like this, but the next moment Lung Feng's ring gave it a surprise. When the ring was about to fly over its body, countless ropes suddenly exploded and entangled it tightly. But just when Ling Feng seized the opportunity to attack, he suddenly felt as if his head was hit by a hammer, and his eyes went blank in an instant. This blow almost made him stand unsteady and fall down, and it took a while to recover. But Lung Feng recovered, and the alien insect also broke free from the restraints. Although he was hit many times by Lung Feng's small turret, when he was restrained, he only lost about 1/5 of his health. Now neither side dared to move forward recklessly. Lung Feng did not understand the opponent's sudden attack. The advanced brainworm found that it seemed that it had no good way to deal with Lung Feng, or it was waiting for the skill to cool down. Why didn't he go up just now? Didn't he catch it? Someone in the chat channel said. Why didn't you go up to the game? It was obviously because you were controlled and couldn't go up. Only you can play? What the hell did you say? I said you are stupid. Because of the adverse situation on the field, everyone was very depressed, and the two people started to curse because of a sentence. If it weren't for the difficulty of moving now, they might have already started. Stop arguing, just watch, Lin Qiming said. As soon as she spoke, the two stopped immediately. They dared not give face to the future guild leader. Because if they didn't give him face today, the future Lao Wang might come to the door tomorrow, and then the base might not be able to be saved. Although he was very angry because he was worried about the starship, he had to suppress it at this moment. On the battlefield, the two fought together again. The high-level brainworm stopped attacking Lung Feng, but turned around to attack his turret. As long as there were no such things, the opponent could not do anything to him with the racial talent skill of mental shock. Lung Feng also saw his thoughts, so he tried his best to stop him, which made the two of them fall into a stalemate again. But Lung Feng knew that he couldn't hold on with it like this, because he couldn't defend against that weird skill. This skill also hurts, and he will be exhausted sooner or later if he keeps going like this. So Lung Feng chose to burst out with all his strength. After throwing all the remaining 7 rings, he took off his weapons and sprinted towards it. There were too many rings, and the high-level brainworm could not dodge and was bound again, but just when it was bound, its eyes lit up blue, and the mental shock hit Lung Feng again. However, although Ling Xi's charge was interrupted this time, the equipment he took off turned into an energy cannon on the spot, and the high-level brainworm did not notice it. Just as the high-level brainworm was struggling to break free, a laser pulse enveloped Lung Feng in it, who was shaking on the spot. Even after the attack, it did not stop, and continued to fly towards the swarm of insects, but was blocked by the energy barrier of Leviathan King in the sky, and did not cause any casualties to the swarm of insects. After the attack dissipated, Lung Feng had disappeared. He was melted by his own attack, and no bones remained. This is also one of the weaknesses of technological equipment, which does not distinguish between enemies and friends. However, although Lung Feng was gone, the high-level brainworm was still there. A purple-black shield rose around it, blocking the attack. The surrounding land was hid by 2 deep gullies, and it didn't even lose blood. However, it was also eliminated because it released the seal and used its original power. If it didn't unlock its level seal, it would have been gone with Ling Feng just now. The exchange of two people did not make everyone despair, because they still had the trump card of Qian Wang. With the impression this person left on them, everyone would never despair. It was just a little panic, because they couldn't understand the opponent's attack, especially the sudden control skills. Just as everyone expected, Lao Wang walked onto the battlefield, and the swarm also sent another brain worm. Is this the person that the White Lotus wants? Do you have his information? The brainworm asked after seeing the old queen. No. Beautiful. After the two sides came to the battlefield, there was no special ceremony, and they started fighting. Unlike the high-level brainworm just now, this one is no longer a warrior-type monster that uses physical strength, but a magician who uses the purple-black special energy. The old king could not feel the elemental fluctuations from their energy. It seems that the attacks used by the swarm do not belong to any element. The energy used by the swarm is called psionic energy, which is actually a kind of aggregated energy of biological energy and spiritual energy, and it does not have any attributes. When the brainworm mage's psionic energy gathered, a freezing beam hit it head-on, interrupting its skills and slowing it down. This made it stunned. It was not that it had never fought with mages of other races, but the opponent's skills were too fast. This was not an instant skill at all. He knew all the instant skills. There were some that could interrupt his skills, but there was definitely no ice-based ray skill. Of course, Lao Wang did not use an instant skill, but the ice-based charging skill of the freezing ray. Lao Wang was unlucky just now. If he had been lucky, he would have been frozen. The advanced brainworm wanted to distance himself from Lao Wang, but the opponent's mecha was too weird and the skills were too fast. But just as he was about to move, an ice cone flew over, and his movement was even slower. It doesn't hurt, I can bear it. He took 2 more steps, and another ice ball flew over. It doesn't hurt yet, I bear it. Then ice arrows, ice spears, ice birds, ice phoenix wings. I can't bear it. Can you meet the basic law of level 30? Why are there so many instant spells? If he bears it any longer, he will be frozen to death here. The unbearable mage brainworm roared at Lao Wang, and everyone finally saw the attack of Ling Feng and Chen Baidi. This is a transparent shock wave. The attack strength of this mage brainworm is obviously much stronger than that of the warrior type just now. The air is distorted by it. Lao Wang reacted quickly. When the attack came, he set up a barrier in front of him, but the impact ignored the defense of the barrier and hit Lao Wang directly. After seeing this scene, everyone was deeply worried for Lao Wang, especially Ling Feng and Chen Baidi, who watched this scene through the teammate video. The discomfort they felt when they were hit by the brainworm's attack just now has not dissipated yet. This one looks much stronger than the previous attack. Can he really bear it? If he can't bear it, won't he become an idiot? The two thought differently. Worry or gloating, no matter what everyone thinks, the attack still hit Lao Wang. After a pop sound, everyone anxiously waited for the result of his being hit. But Lao Wang disappointed many people. He was hit by this mental shock and was unscathed. He even summoned a 6-sided ice column to completely freeze the wizard alien insect, and then continued to output various ice spells. Not only the players on the field were stunned, but also the swarm of insects. So you are so awesome that the Zerg's innate skills have no effect on you. The clown is actually me. Lao Wang is actually not that awesome. He can be immune to this skill entirely, because of the legendary inlay stone he exchanged, the Mind Gem. Hard Zero Barrier, unique passive immune to one enemy's targeted skill, cooldown time 150 seconds. Unfortunately, the psychic shock of this alien insect is a targeted skill, which is perfectly immune to this passive skill. If it releases another one immediately, it is hard to say how much damage it will cause, but Lao Wang will definitely not be immune. Unfortunately, although its skills are innate skills, they also have a cooldown, and his health can no longer hold up. Under Lao Wang's continuous ice skill attacks, the brainworm's psionic energy bloomed all over its body and broke through the ice. Then it looked at the old queen fiercely and flew back. It came to Yuji and couldn't raise its head, and stood behind it silently. Yuji looked at it, then chuckled, which made the mage brainworm clench his fist.